The main character of this story is Lee Jun, a completely ordinary high school student. This story actually begins 3 years ago, right when Lee Jun was just starting out his high school life. Suddenly, a strange system status window popped up right in front of his face. The screen welcomed him, congratulating Lee Jun on his acceptance into Nakseong High School. It instructed him to fight against terrifying urban legends and campus ghost stories to earn 10 points, which would unlock special abilities. His ultimate mission was to form a squad before graduation and stop the resurrection of the Demon King. Lee Jun stared at the screen in disbelief, assuming he had just played video games for over 180 minutes and was hallucinating. Just then, the school speakers crackled to life, announcing that the campus had lost power and nobody knew when it would return. Because of this, the entrance ceremony would be held outdoors and all freshmen had to gather on the main schoolyard immediately. Lee Jun heard this and felt that going outside was quite a major hassle. He felt completely lost, wondering if anyone else could see this bright blue system screen floating right in front of him. While walking, Lee Jun kept thinking about it. This was exactly like something you would see in a video game. He recalled a stat saying 80% of Korean men can stay calm when a system screen appears. Of course, he completely made that up. No matter how much he thought about it, he could not understand. It was only day 1 and his brain was already short-circuiting. Even after lining up on the field, Lee Jun remained completely glued to that floating screen. He thought the details on the screen were bizarre. Creepy urban legends and ghost stories were definitely not his kind of hobby, so why did they appear? Lee Jun raised his hand, trying to see if he could swipe the page. A teacher suddenly called him out. It turned out he was so distracted that he did not even realize he was standing out of line. Anyway, it was the opening ceremony. He needed to focus on getting through it first, then figure out the rest later. Lee Jun wanted to close the system window, but before he could even find a way to do it, it suddenly vanished. But he had absolutely no clue that something far more terrifying was waiting right around the corner. The principal of Nakseong High School stepped up to deliver his opening speech, welcoming all the new students. Right as he was introducing himself, the principal's head suddenly began to swell up. It expanded massively and then blew apart. The students and teachers standing below watched in absolute paralyzed horror. Lee Jun was also completely frozen, unable to process what just happened. Another female teacher, not realizing how dangerous things were, slowly stepped forward to check on him. Seeing the bloody mess and the principal's lifeless body, her face instantly turned pale with terror. Just a few seconds later, her entire face and head also began to deform and swell. Then it instantly exploded. That was the moment absolute panic set in and the whole school descended into chaos. Terrified students started screaming, desperately scrambling to run for their lives toward the exit. Those teachers and students who did not manage to flee in time suffered the exact same gruesome fate as the principal and the female teacher. Caught in this nightmare, Lee Jun did not waste a second and bolted as fast as he could. But when he finally reached the main gates, he realized they were tightly locked. He thought about climbing the wall, but seeing the violent, chaotic crowd pushing and shoving made it impossible. There were just too many people at both the gate and the walls. Squeezing into that crowd would not guarantee you would get out. Just as everything seemed completely hopeless, the school security guard stepped out from his office. Staring at the chaotic scene, the guard froze up for a few seconds. As soon as the students saw him, they swarmed him, screaming and demanding the keys. Without even giving him a chance to understand, they grabbed him and started searching his pockets. It turns out the most powerful person in school is not the principal, but the security guard. Honestly, you have to wonder if this guard was Severus Snape in a past life, because his gatekeeping is next level. But thanks to that, the area near the outer wall is pretty clear. This is Lee Jun's chance to climb over and escape. No time to waste, so he immediately bolts toward the wall. He builds up speed. Then he leaps decisively onto the wall with zero wasted motion. Another student tries to get in his way, but it is not enough to stop him. Lee Jun gives him a solid kick and successfully clears the wall to the other side. But in this world, fate is like a ghost. It sneaks up on you out of nowhere and completely wrecks your normal life. Back then, Lee Jun had absolutely no idea. Even though he made it outside, his head suddenly deforms and explodes. Player Lee Jun has met his end. You are dead. Returning to the previous save point. Just a second later, Lee Jun finds himself sitting right back in his classroom seat. But the ghost of that agonizing pain has him screaming and clutching his head in sheer panic. Realizing his body is actually completely intact, Lee Jun finally accepts that he has returned to the start, especially with that familiar system screen floating right before his eyes. Of course, because of his wild screaming fit, just now his classmates are all staring at him like he is some kind of freak. Lee Jun watches them whisper and point, unable to believe what is happening around him. The same gloomy classroom with students scattered all over. He desperately wants to believe the whole thing was just a nightmare. But the terrifying sensation of his head bursting open was far too real. Just thinking about it for a second makes him feel utterly sick to his stomach. He still cannot fully process that he has literally traveled back in time. This insane situation feels exactly like some twisted video game. Right on cue, the school speakers crackle to life. The announcement is completely identical to last time, down to the very last word. Hearing it again leaves Lee Jun absolutely stunned. The nightmare is starting up again, and his only hope of surviving is this weird system interface. In his previous life, he felt a deep sense of dread about the school, but chose to ignore it. Now standing out in the schoolyard, Lee Jun focuses all his attention on the system screen. The details and events around him make it crystal clear that he is trapped in a video game, with the only difference being that the excruciating pain is totally real. He tried to skip the opening ceremony this time, but a stubborn teacher forced him out here anyway. Lee Jun is still not totally sure if the horror will repeat or if he just went crazy, so he hesitates to bolt immediately. There are just way too many bizarre things happening for him to make sense of it all. To play it safe, he positions himself at the very back of the crowd to guarantee an easy escape route. The second the principal's head starts to split, he plans to run like the wind, and just as expected, the exact same chain of events begins to unfold. Taking advantage of the confusion while everyone is still frozen, Lee Jun immediately bolts at full speed. If he can just reach that gate before the chaos peaks and crowds the exit, he will be safe. But Lee Jun has severely underestimated just how fast humans can move when terror strikes. He runs a few steps and glances back. And there they are, a whole crowd chasing him. At this rate, Lee Jun is absolutely going to get caught. So he thinks fast, yelling the school guard's name at the top of his lungs. The guard was just chilling in his office, but he immediately runs out to check. Lee Jun points right at him, shouting that they need to grab the gate keys from the guard. Just like that, Lee Jun successfully throws the crazed students off his track. He gets them focusing on the gate as an exit instead of just scaling the walls, while the chaotic mob completely swarms the poor guard. Lee Jun guns it toward the exit at full speed. He leaps up and scrambles over the gate. He is finally out of the school, but there is no time to relax. He keeps running, putting as much distance as possible between himself and that hellhole to feel safe. Eventually, absolute exhaustion takes over and he passes out cold. When he finally opens his eyes, he is staring up at a completely unfamiliar hospital ceiling. People in hazmat suits surround his bed. Meanwhile, news about the horrifying entrance ceremony at his high school has already spread everywhere, dominating the global media headlines day after day. The public calls it the Naxiong High School 300-head explosion tragedy. The government claims it was caused by some bizarre new infectious disease, and Lee Jun is one of the extremely rare survivors. Since he was right in the middle of it, doctors suspect he might be highly contagious. Because of that, he only gets to see his parents after 10 days of strict quarantine and endless medical tests. After weeks of being hounded by aggressive police investigators and relentless reporters, Lee Jun is finally allowed to go home and try to reclaim his normal, quiet life. Except that system screen in front of him is still floating there, and its text has just updated with a brand new quest. The objective is to make 3 friends and start a school club. The reward is 10 ghost story points and an unlocked system window. Pushing forward, his progress is still at 0, and he has absolutely no clue what any of this actually means. Right on cue, his mom starts nagging him to shut his eyes and get to bed. Being a pretty good kid, he listens immediately, getting up to turn off the lights. And just like that, 3 whole years fly by. Lee Jun is practically ready to graduate and move on to a brand new school. Yet that mysterious system screen is still floating around, appearing whenever he wants it to. He hates opening it because it brings back those horrifying memories, but he has to admit there's no other choice. He actually tried making friends and joining a real club to satisfy the system quest, but absolutely nothing changed in the end. He's desperately hoping it was all just a crazy hallucination. But get this, the exact second that clock strikes midnight, his theory completely falls apart. A screen pops up. Graduation day is here, and the Demon King has officially resurrected. Lee Jun suddenly jolts awake in a panic. Checking his phone, he finds a flashing emergency alert from the government on the screen, ordering everyone to pack basic survival supplies and evacuate immediately. Just outside the city limits, a massive colossal monster is violently tearing through the streets of Seoul and completely wrecking the surrounding areas. Lee Jun races out to his balcony to see the chaos for himself. He absolutely cannot believe his eyes. This giant beast is the exact same entity that hovered near Naxiong High School before the original tragedy, which means the system was telling the absolute truth. The Demon King is real, and the moment Lee Jun accidentally makes eye contact with that towering nightmare, he instantly drops dead in the most bizarre, unexplainable way possible. Bad ending, the ultimate consequence of ignoring every single warning. Reason: running away, failing to complete the tutorial quest, and doing nothing until the Demon King resurrected. Now initiating regression. Lee Jun is yanked right back to the starting line, sitting in his classroom on day 1. The school PA system crackles to life, blasting the exact same announcement. The horrifying nightmare is about to start all over again. The school intercom suddenly crackles to life, announcing that a sudden power outage has hit the building with no estimated time for restoration. Because the television screens are down, the entrance ceremony will now be held outside. The speaker instructs all freshmen to gather on the schoolyard, prompting a wave of groans from students complaining about the annoying change of plans. Within moments, the classroom empties out, leaving only a handful of quiet students behind. Jeong-won stares blankly up at the classroom speaker as the loud announcement continues to blare on repeat. Attention please, due to the ongoing power outage, the school televisions are completely out of order. Therefore, the freshman entrance ceremony will instead be moved to the open schoolyard. All incoming freshmen are requested to gather outside immediately. While Jeong-won remains perfectly calm, Lee Jun sits nearby, trembling violently as he clutches his head. It is starting again, he thinks as his face pales with dread. He truly believed he had moved past this terror, thinking he could handle anything after regressing back in time. Yet every single detail feels so incredibly vivid, as if the nightmare had just happened yesterday. Right at that moment, the classroom door suddenly swings wide open. Miss Jang steps inside, demanding to know why they have not gone out to gather yet. Hearing her voice, Lee Jun looks up to face the teacher. He realizes that if his memory serves him right, she was the exact same teacher who forced them outside last time. Miss Jang gently prompts them to stand up and head outside without any further delay. She then asks him to wake up the student sitting right behind him. At this point, only 4 people remain in the classroom as Gyeong-won and Sun-ah look on. They both glance toward the back row. Lee Jin-hee is still sitting there. Her head is buried in her arms, fast asleep. Both Gyeong-won and Sun-ah look incredibly uncomfortable. Neither of them dares to wake Jin-hee up, making Lee Jun wonder why they are acting so strange and if the request was meant for him. But as soon as he looks back at her, the reason becomes instantly clear. Lee Jun lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh. To him, his 2 classmates behave like typical non-threatening herbivores. Meanwhile, that girl sleeping in the back radiates the dangerous aura of an apex predator, which perfectly explains their sheer hesitation. Even though his physical body is currently the same age as theirs, his soul has already lived through 3 extra years. Viewing things with the maturity of an adult, he finds his classmates' timid reactions rather amusing. He decides it is time to show off a little bit of his cool, mature composure. With that thought, he steps over to Lee Jinhee's desk and slowly reaches out his hand. Suddenly, his entire body freezes solid like stone. Stuttering completely, he struggles to find his voice, awkwardly muttering that he is sorry to bother her, but they really need to head down to the schoolyard. Hearing his incredibly awkward stutter, Gyeong-won and Sun-ah stand there completely speechless. Despite his clumsy efforts, Jin-hee remains absolutely motionless without shifting a single inch. Lee Jun's face darkens as he remembers that he is actually just a hopeless loser who cannot even talk to girls properly. But right in that moment, Jin-hee slowly sits straight up. She glares at him with piercing eyes. Her intense gaze sends a cold shiver down his spine, leaving him breaking out in sweat. Without uttering a single word to him, she simply stands up and silently walks out of the classroom. Lee Jun watches her leave, letting out a silent sigh of relief after thinking he was finished. Soon, all 4 students follow Miss Jang out into the hallway. As they walk, the teacher inspects each classroom along the way. She notes that everyone seems to have left with no students hiding behind. She reminds them to quickly find their classes once they get outside. Falling behind the others, Lee Jun barely pays attention to her instructions. His mind is consumed by dread as he remembers every detail of his past life, even after 3 years. If he lets events unfold naturally, the exact same tragedy will repeat, meaning he must act now to create a new variable. Desperate for a variable, he gathers his courage and calls out. Miss Jang hears him and immediately turns around to face him. He nervously tells her that he has anemia and cannot stand outside for long. She looks at him with deep suspicion, asking how he could have anemia when he does not look sick at all. Lee Jun guiltily avoids her gaze, nervously muttering that it is just a common misconception. Maybe so, Won mutters, furrowing her brow. June starts to panic inside, realizing she is still doubting his story. He needs a much more convincing excuse. He warns her that his parents might overreact, and if he faints during the entrance ceremony, they will immediately rush over and make an absolutely massive scene. Won hesitates, muttering that it would indeed be troublesome. John secretly celebrates, knowing that teachers absolutely dread having to deal with angry, overprotective parents. In that case, she says, let me take you to the infirmary. Before heading out, she turns to the remaining 3 and firmly warns them to head straight to the ceremony, to which they all quickly agree. Inside the school infirmary now, Jun peeks out into the empty hallway, relieved that the teacher is finally gone. He slips out of the room immediately. He cannot just lie around and wait to die for a 3rd time. In any typical video game, the most important clue is always hidden right where everything began, and that means the classroom. Even without gamer logic, anyone would naturally head back there. He rushes straight back to his classroom and throws the door open without hesitation. But as he looks inside, he freezes in absolute shock. Gyeong-won and Sun-ah are still sitting in their exact same seats. How on earth are you guys still in this room? Sun-ah nervously explains that as soon as the teacher left, their female classmate walked straight back inside. They simply followed her lead. June mutters in surprise, deeply impressed by how incredibly gutsy his classmates actually are. Gyeong-won clears his throat and asks if June is feeling any better now, especially after claiming to have severe anemia. June casually admits it was all a lie, leaving the others shocked by how incredibly reckless he is. Either way, they are all partners in crime now. So why not sit down and talk for a bit? Jun figures that searching the school entirely alone might lead nowhere, whereas talking to them could actually reveal some highly valuable clues. He is determined to survive this time no matter what it takes. The three of them sit closely together as Jun introduces himself first, sharing his name and casually asking the other two to do the same. One coldly and the other nervously introduce themselves as Gyeongwon and Unsuna. Jun secretly wonders if Gyeongwon's name literally translates to glasses. He quickly notes the funny resemblance and then asks why neither of them had any actual intention of going out to the main assembly. Unsuna nervously stammers, explaining that she has always been incredibly slow at doing absolutely everything in her life. Suddenly, a game system notification pops up in front of him, and yeah, it is just as broken as it sounds, boosting his favorability. Jun stares in utter disbelief at the floating holographic window, realizing this bizarre world truly operates exactly like a system game. Meanwhile, Gyeongwon casually admits he stayed behind because of a creepy school ghost story. Hearing this, Jun immediately turns to stare straight at Gyeongwon. Gyeongwon simply points upward, noting the massive blackout, and asks Jun if he has truly never heard of this incredibly famous school ghost story before. That is the exact key phrase. Jun suddenly leaps up from his desk, urgently demanding to hear every single detail of that ghost legend, a sudden outburst that completely startles Gyeongwon with its intense energy. Gyeongwon slowly begins his tale. According to the legend, one night during a regular self-study session, the entire school suddenly lost all of its power. Utter darkness descended, sending the classroom into immediate panic. But immediately after, a school announcement broadcasted that due to the severe blackout, all students must quickly pack their belongings and head down to the main schoolyard to dismiss early. While every other student was excitedly packing their bags to leave, the absolute top student in the school just sat there completely still. Seeing this, the second-ranked student mockingly asked why he was still sitting there, wondering if he really wanted to study in the dark just to protect his top rank. But the top student simply asked if he did not notice. How could school speakers possibly broadcast an announcement during a total power outage? Gyeongwon suddenly stops talking right there. Lee Jun and Unsuna, who were listening intently, ask if that is really all. Yeah, that is it. Gyeongwon asks if this is their very first time hearing about the legend. Frowning, Lee Jun replies that he might have heard whispers of it before, but asks if that is truly the end. Scratching his face, Gyeongwon nods, explaining there are a few other versions, as typical ghost stories often go. Like one version where the two victims look out the window, only to find the entire schoolyard drenched in crimson blood. Lee Jun flinches at the thought of a blood-soaked schoolyard. He asks what became of those two, and Gyeongwon guesses they probably made it out alive. After all, it is just an absurd urban legend, so Gyeongwon wonders why his friend is acting so dead serious. Lee Jun realizes he overreacted, but points out that Gyeongwon also stayed behind in class because of this very tale. Pointing to himself, Gyeongwon laughs. Me, sure, that played a small part, but the main reason is the blackouts and useless speakers. Since the PA system is dead, Gyeongwon figured the school would eventually send everyone back, so he decided to just sit tight. He laughs loudly, leaving Lee Jun to silently realize the guy is just incredibly lazy. Turning to Unsuna, Gyeongwon eagerly theorizes that the broadcasting system might be hooked up to an entirely different power grid than the rest of the building. If that is the case, the speakers could easily run. Observing his energetic explanation, Lee Jun can tell this guy just loves to show off his intelligence to anyone who will listen. After all, he did seem completely thrilled when sharing those creepy ghost stories just moments earlier. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. His understanding of Gyeongwon has increased by 5 points, with more details available once the system window unlocks. But that is not all. Another message appears. A massive text box materializes, congratulating him on enrolling at Naksong High School, a place absolutely packed with eerie mysteries. The system instructs him to uncover hidden secrets around campus, fight urban legends, and survive ghost stories to collect 10 points and unlock unique abilities. Before graduation, he must gather a crew to stop the Demon King's resurrection, with the fate of the entire world resting in his hands. Lee Jun narrows his eyes, focusing on 4 specific words. Ghost stories, it reads. Just as he suspected, all of these bizarre events are definitely connected. Right then, Unsuna speaks up. She shyly admits that she actually found the spooky tale rather interesting. He wonders why she is acting so awkward, all of a sudden realizing things might be way more serious than he initially anticipated. Lee Jun quickly realizes that staring at the floating system window made it look like he was gawkily staring right at her. He quickly apologizes, assuring her he did not mean to force an answer. Suddenly, a loud throat-clearing sound echoes from the speakers outside. A booming voice welcomes the new freshmen of Naksong High School, expressing immense joy to meet them on this fateful day. The voice congratulates everyone on making it into the school, sending Lee Jun into an instant state of sheer panic. It is starting. According to the legend, staying completely still is the key to survival. As he holds his breath, the announcer declares himself as the school's principal. He is the principal, and his name is. Lee Jun's heart pounds violently against his ribs, his body paralyzed by overwhelming terror. Shinmun. His face turns pale, pale with dread. With every syllable, he recalls the horrific image of the principal's head exploding. With blood splattering everywhere, the brutal scene haunts him as he squeezes his eyes shut, waiting for the worst. But to his absolute shock, the principal's voice continues normally, preaching about how Nakseong High School is steeped in rich history and tradition. He mentions the school was founded back in 1984, and over the past 40 years they have nurtured countless talents, preparing them to be future leaders who possess stellar moral character and creative intellect. Dumbfounded by the peaceful speech, Lee Jun can only stare blankly out the window in disbelief. He made it. He actually survived. The system chimes in, confirming he successfully survived a D-grade ghost story on campus, rewarding him with 5 valuable ghost story points. Exhausted and completely drained, Lee Jun slumps heavily onto his desk. Seeing this, Gyeong-won is quite startled and asks why on earth he is suddenly sighing so dramatically. When asked what is wrong, Lee Jun merely offers a weak, forced laugh. Even if he explained the truth, Gyeong-won would never believe him anyway. Right on cue, several system screens flicker before his eyes, issuing a tutorial quest to make friends with 3 classmates to establish a club. The progress bar reads 3 out of 3, promising a reward of 10 ghost story points. The system window officially unlocks as the tutorial quest is marked complete instantly, granting him another 10 ghost story points. As a final instruction, the speaker directs the freshmen to return to their classrooms from classes 1 through 10, prompting a massive wave of students to stream back inside. Right now, Lee Jun is still messing around with the newly unlocked system window. His status board pops up showing Lee Jun, 17-year-old protagonist, two-faced nature tap to expand trait of waiting until the last second and 0 special abilities. He can't help but marvel at how cool it is. It feels more and more like a real game, but he wonders why there are no stat points or anything like that showing up. Curious, he taps the option to expand the window, wondering what else could possibly be there. Immediately, a long description pops up. It details his two-faced nature, explaining how he feels lonely by himself but gets annoyed around others. He seems outgoing at first glance but is actually a deep introvert. Normally cautious, he can sometimes be incredibly impulsive. Because of this dual nature, conflicting thoughts constantly clash inside his head, making him impatient with long-term goals. On the bright side, this lets him view a problem from many different angles, allowing him to quickly handle unexpected situations with various tricks and clever schemes. Lee Jun stares at the text and thinks to himself that basically he's just an erratic, inconsistent guy. Is he really that weak? It clearly implies that he's too weak, a slave to his own personality, and that his only saving grace is his ability to pull off schemes. This system is practically begging for a fight, isn't it? But the system is not wrong. Even though he can put real effort into something when he wants to, he still has his limits. He has never fully completed a single thing in his life. The system just forced him to face an undeniable truth. It seems to know him better than he knows himself. Glancing at Gyeong-won, he wonders if he can use this status board on other people too. Status window. Instantly, Gyeong-won's personal information pops up on the screen. It shows on Gyeong-won 17 walking encyclopedia, lecturing nature tap to expand with unknown traits. His understanding is 20 out of 100 with special abilities unknown. His lecturing nature shows a guy who thinks he's a genius, loves showing off, and speaks with a confident tone that tricks others into thinking he's an expert. Lee Jun concludes it is exactly what he expected, but he still wonders what the walking encyclopedia part actually means. Without stopping there, he shifts his gaze over to Sun-ah, curious about her status. The status board appears again. Han Sun-ah, 16, poor family background, unknown nature tap to expand unknown traits. Her understanding is 5 out of 100, special ability unknown, and a sluggish temperament. Lee Jun raises an eyebrow, realizing she is only 16. Is she really a year younger? He decides to ask her about it later. Compared to Gyeong-won, her details are highly limited. Is it because his understanding of her is much lower? But what about someone he has never even spoken to? This time he looks at Lee Jin-hee, the rebel girl sitting behind him. Age 17, nature and traits unknown. Her understanding sits at 0 out of 100 and special abilities are entirely unclear. A warning says target understanding is too low, so please interact more to gain more information. So that scary girl's name is Lee Jin-hee. Just as expected, there is absolutely no useful information about her yet. Still, the system is clearly providing data far beyond his own knowledge, including the names and ages of people he knows nothing about. This means the system doesn't rely on the information he already possesses to summarize the world around him. For some reason, ghost stories are actually coming to life, and he has to survive by playing along with the characters inside them. There's a game-like status window only he can see. Just like a video game, he can respawn and start over from the beginning if he dies. Points exist here too, even though he's not sure what they do yet, and the system functions exactly like an actual game. This includes how the system triggers quests, like the current objective of making friends with 3 people. 2 of those targets are definitely Gyeong-won and Sun-ah. But could the last one really be her? Lee Jung glances at Lee Jin-hee, who has been quietly slumped over at her desk this whole time. How on earth is he supposed to become friends with her? It makes absolutely no sense. He sinks deep into his thoughts. But what someone like him must guard against most is how she defines friendship. He can already imagine her constantly ordering him around like a total delinquent, telling him to use their friendship fund to buy her 2 packs of 555 cigarettes, and then smugly clarifying that by friendship fund she literally means his own cash. A while later, a mature-looking middle-aged teacher walks into the classroom. He greets the class, introducing himself as Park Dam-I-am. He says he's their homeroom teacher for the year, telling everyone to take 1 sheet of paper and pass the rest back. The paper contains the school rules, which they must read carefully to avoid getting penalized later. Passing the papers to the back, Lee Jun thinks the teacher's name is quite a hilarious pun, since the word Dam-I-am literally translates to homeroom teacher in Korean. He stares blankly at the text-heavy sheet, assuming it's just the usual school rules like no drinking alcohol, no smoking, wearing uniforms correctly, keeping their hair neat, and other basic rules. His brain is already on complete overload, so it's probably best not to cram anything else in there. However, the other students look absolutely shocked as they receive the paper, whispering in confusion. Everyone looks completely baffled by what they're seeing. They exchange bewildered glances, and right then the speaker crackles to life. "Hello, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. An announcement from the school broadcasting room has confirmed an error in the printed documents distributed to students. Teachers are requested to recall them immediately. Repeat, all printed documents meant for the students must be gathered immediately by homeroom teachers." Mr. Daemung rushes into the classroom, panting heavily as he gasps out his words. "Class, there is a major error in these papers." Those in the back row stand up and collect them from bottom to top quickly. Lee Jun feels a spark of curiosity and looks down at his paper. What is going on? Is there something weird here? But before he can read a single word, the paper is snatched right out of his hands. Why are they taking it so fast? Whatever, he can just ask Sun-ah and An Gyeong-won later anyway. But it turns out An Gyeong-won had the exact same thought and did not read a single thing. "Sorry," An Gyeong-won says, "I assumed it was just standard school rules that nobody ever reads." The 2 of them stand there staring at each other. Just then, Sun-ah speaks up quietly. Actually, I actually read it." Lee Jun immediately turns. He steps closer to her. "Really? What was on it?" Sun-ah suddenly freezes right up. Avoiding his gaze, she admits the print job was totally fine, but the actual content written on it was pretty strange. Both Lee Jun and An Gyeong-won ask in unison what was so strange. Well, she explains she did not finish reading the whole thing, but the school rules mentioned something warning them to be careful of a specific woman. It literally said to watch out for the laughing woman. The laughing woman? It even listed detailed steps on how to stay safe, but she apologizes because she cannot remember them clearly. Lee Jun cannot help but frown, wondering what kind of sick joke this is. An Gyeong-won jumps in, saying it likely is, but it seems connected to those creepy survival guide ghost stories trending everywhere right now. He is taken aback and stares at him. Another ghost story. 2 ghost stories popping up out of nowhere cannot be a mere coincidence. Lee Jun grows quiet. In a low voice, he asks what a horror guide even is. An Gyeong-won looks slightly confused by the question, explaining that it is a new trend blowing up on social media right now. Pulling out his phone, he says to wait a second so he can send over an example. Since they already swapped numbers, he will set up a group chat and drop the photo there. Done, take a look. Instantly, a text notification chimes on Lee Jun's phone, breaking the silence. He opens his phone to see An Gyeong-won's message, which contains an image of an acceptance letter welcoming them to Clover Corporation. "Welcome to the Clover Group. If you are interested in registering for company housing, please make sure to carefully follow the instructions outlined below. Number 1. General overview and requirements. Eligible candidates are newly hired employees who passed the recruitment in the year 2020 with good health conditions. The registration period is scheduled from 22/10, starting from Monday the 20th of month X until Friday the 20th of month X. Please ensure you strictly comply with these deadlines. Necessary documents to prepare include medical certificates for tuberculosis and hepatitis B, along with 1 passport-style portrait photo submitted via email to the Clover department in charge before starting work. Note, this apartment complex is constructed exclusively for Clover Group employees, so please treasure this privilege. If any of your family members are religious, your application will be instantly rejected. Before you submit your files to the department, make sure to leave any personal belongings used for telling time with the security guard. And once you move in, cancellations due to health reasons like auditory or visual hallucinations are strictly forbidden. To ensure, safety rooms at the end of every hallway will always remain vacant. If you see lights turned on or hear strange sounds, simply ignore them. Due to spiritual reasons, this building has no 4th floor. If the elevator ever stops on the 4th floor, commit suicide before you are discovered. Nighttime use of the stairs is strictly banned. If absolutely necessary, you must move only by crawling. The content of the photo ends right here. Lee Jun reads it and falls into deep thought. Seeing this, An Gyang-won asks if he has gotten the general idea. Putting those completely bizarre rules aside for a moment, why on earth would employees applying for housing have to contact the pharmaceutical division if they have questions? Could it be that they are performing human experiments directly on their new employees? Hearing him say this, An Gyang-won laughs and says that is actually a really interesting theory of his. So what is the actual correct answer here? The answer. He looks closely at the picture again. It is a really bizarre document, but if it is just a ghost story, there should be a proper ending, right? An Gyong-won hesitates for a second, glancing over at Yoon Sun-ah sitting beside them. Well, listen, these kinds of rule-based ghost stories never actually have an ending. That document was secretly posted by a new employee at the Clover Group. It did not look like a story with a clear beginning, middle, and end. Lee Jun asked if it was just a photo uploaded by some random internet user. Exactly, which is why giving it an ending is pretty tough. It is not like I do not know the answer, man. He smiles and apologizes, admitting he does not know much about this genre. Secretly, though, he realizes the guy just really hates when people think he has absolutely no clue. So basically, sneaking creepy warnings into official company documents to make people imagine terrifying things is what rules-based ghost stories are all about. Exactly, Guillaume-won replies. You are new to this, but you catch on remarkably fast. Guillaume-won offers some quiet praise, leaving Lee Jun lost in thought about this bizarre horror manual. He chuckles, but deep down a really bad feeling is creeping in. Meanwhile, in another classroom, strange unsettling noises echo through the empty room. Lurking just outside the hallway is a mysterious woman. Messy hair completely covers her face, and her hand tightly grips a razor-sharp box cutter. She flashes a deeply disturbing grin, revealing pearly white teeth, while making low haunting growls that send chills down your spine. Inside class 1-3. All right, everyone, the homeroom teacher announces as he stands at the podium that is going to be all for today's class. Make sure to take your new textbooks home and pack your bags according to tomorrow's temporary schedule. Right after the students pack up to head home in groups, complaining about how heavy the textbooks are and wondering what they even have tomorrow, Lee Jun stays behind, watching them walk out with a quiet smile. He thinks to himself, what a bunch of lovable idiots. Having already survived 3 whole years of high school, he knows a golden rule. Dragging those heavy textbooks home is just a massive waste of space, so they are much better off stuffed inside the school lockers. Right then, Sun-a's quiet voice breaks his train of thought, asking if June is free. She stands there flustered and struggling to find the right words. He looks over at her and immediately catches on to what she is trying to say. He asks if she wants to walk home together, and Sun-ah instantly nods. But what about Gyung-won? Did he leave already? Sun-ah points ahead, saying he is actually right over there. Following her finger, Lee Jun spots Gyung-won standing near the front. He is chatting away with another classmate, and the two of them seem to be getting along great. Lee Jun watches them in silence. He maintains a serious expression, but inside he's laughing, comparing them to Nobita and a chubby version of Nobita. Outside, the schoolyard is nearly empty, with only a few students trickling out as Lee Jun and Sun-ah walk together. They chat naturally as they walk, with Lee Jun asking how she likes their homeroom teacher and Sun-ah replying that he seems pretty funny. He asks if she lives at the Jugong apartments, meaning she has to turn left at the gate, which she confirms. Since he has to turn right, he points out that their paths split here. A bit of a bummer, really. His face grows serious as he thinks about the system. It does not display his stats or levels directly, but it constantly demands that he work harder to increase his understanding of others. Glancing at the quiet girl beside him, he notices his understanding of Sun-ah is at a miserable 5 out of 100. How can he boost that? The Jugong apartments where Sun-ah lives is a heavily dilapidated housing complex that is over 35 years old. Although rumors of redevelopment once drew a crowd, now only the most impoverished members of society are left surviving inside those crumbling walls. It is quite easy to connect the dots. Her family must be struggling hard. Sun-ah is poor. She is definitely not well off. The two of them continue walking in quiet harmony. Lee Jun remains lost in thought. Wait, is that not it? Sun-ah is just not well off. Is Sun-ah completely broke, dirt poor, penniless, or maybe she is living like a literal beggar? Humph. It seems getting answers will not be that simple. He needs a much more effective approach. Sun-ah is pretty slow to react, and she rarely speaks up. You could easily call her an introvert, but growing up in such a harsh environment makes her behavior totally understandable. Her extreme shyness likely stems from her difficult family background. Growing up poor made making friends at school incredibly tough, which slowly and painfully chipped away at her self-confidence over the years. Right on cue, a system notification pops up. His understanding of Sun-ah has increased by 30. He cannot help but feel a rush of excitement. It actually worked. His theory was spot on. Sun-ah softly calls out his name. The two of them finally arrive at the school gate, Un Sun-ah cheerfully announcing they have made it. A security guard stands nearby, scanning the crowd before barking at a kid wearing slippers against school rules. Watching him, Lee Jun realizes this guard looks just like Severus. It really has been 3 long years. They part ways soon after. Yoon Sun-ah heads off with a wave, and he tells her to get home safe. That is right, Un Sun-ah. Recalling his earlier doubts about her, a sudden wave of guilt washes over him. He offers a quiet apology, leaving Un Sun-ah completely confused by his sudden change of heart. Lee Jun walks home down a street that feels both familiar and strange. In his past life, after that bizarre mass head-exploding tragedy, this entire area was completely sealed off. Everything, including Naxiang High School, was sealed away. This is his very first time walking down this familiar road in 3 whole years. It is a strange feeling, almost like finally returning to a home he lost. But he completely forgot one incredibly important detail. Lee Jun stands frozen right outside his old apartment building. He grits his teeth desperately, trying to remember the passcode to this ancient building. Right at that moment, the building's glass door slides open and a woman slowly walks right on inside. Talk about perfect timing. He slips right past her and starts rattling at his own door lock. Finally, the door clicks open. Lee Jun calls out that he is home. He looks around the quiet house. Right at this point in time, his mother is still working her cashier job, living with his parents for 3 years back then on the day he died so mysteriously. His own parents surely met a terrible end as well. Just thinking about it makes his heart ache. He steps into the living room and finally notices a small note left sitting on the table. Next to it is a 10,001 bill. The note says, since today is orientation, he must be home early, but she will not be back until 6 p.m. If he is hungry, he should buy some chicken with the money. Lee Jun cannot help but smile. His mother is truly something. Who can buy a whole chicken for 10,000? One these days, it costs at least 20,000. After finishing his meal, he tiredly slumps onto the sofa. Nothing beats the comfort of home. Lee Jun quietly stares into the empty space before him. At least today ended well, but he still cannot let his guard down at school just yet. At least he can finally unwind for a moment. He closes his eyes tightly. The vivid scene of his horrific death flashes clearly in his mind once again. Is he really going to have to face those terrifying things all over again? A brand new chapter of his high school life is about to unfold. Even though he already lived through 3 years of it once, it feels like his real journey is only just beginning. He lets out a long, heavy sigh. If that is true, does he really have to survive the brutal college entrance exams all over again? Time passes quietly in his quiet apartment as the afternoon sky slowly fades to dusk. From just outside the front door, the digital lock starts beeping repeatedly. Lee Jun is playing on his phone when he hears it immediately. Scrambling out to look, he eagerly calls out to his parents as they both step inside the front door. They smile warmly at his sudden excitement, asking what has gotten into him today to act so strangely. Did he see a ghost or something? He quickly shakes his head. His mother gently asks if he is hungry and what he wants for dinner tonight. He says he will eat anything she cooks, leaving his mother completely bewildered by his sudden behavior. Lee Jun steps into his room and stares at the system screen showing 11:03 p.m. on Monday, March 4th, 2019. He is on round 2 with 13 ghost story points and a causality rate of 2%. The menu options include his status, a locked club, management tab, and statistics, along with settings. Shaking his leg, he reads through the options, realizing this main interface has quite a lot going on. He wonders what round 2 actually means here. If his first run ended with him exploding, and the second was when he faced the Demon King, he really should be on his 3rd try by now. Well, no use stressing over things that make no sense right now. He still has absolutely no clue what the causality rate or these ghost story points actually do. He has already used the status board, but that club management feature remains completely locked. Lee Jun clicks on the statistics option next. Another window pops up tracking everything down to the second. His total time is 3 years, 0 months, and 23 hours. His total sleep time is 1 year, 2 months, and 12 days. He has spent 11 hours and 21 minutes at Naxian High School and over 183 hours talking to friends. Lastly, it lists his total deaths at 2. He has cleared 1 ghost story, restarted from a checkpoint once, and witnessed the Demon King resurrect exactly once. He sighs heavily. This screen looks exactly like some stalker's creepy database. Finally, he opens up the settings menu. There are options for graphics, audio, and control settings. He realizes he will need to do some testing here. The next morning at school, Lee Jun starts organizing his thoughts. He decides to review last night's settings, insisting to himself that it is definitely not because his class is incredibly boring. First of all, there were 3 main options that appeared when he opened up the menu: graphics, audio, and controls. The graphics option allows him to adjust brightness, contrast, and gamma. He initially thought this would help him see in the dark, but when he tried turning the brightness all the way up, it just placed a blinding white filter over his eyes, which absolutely did not help him see better. The audio settings seemed a bit more helpful by actually lowering real-world volume. It successfully muted his surroundings, working just as effectively as a pair of high-quality earplugs. The controls, however, are easily the absolute most useless feature here. He can customize settings so his feet move when he intends to move his hands or experience a strange sensation of moving when he is actually stationary. This agonizing struggle to control and recalibrate his malfunctioning body back to normal is not a pleasant experience at all. Up at the podium, the homeroom teacher announces that they are going to rearrange classroom seats today. He tells the class that everyone will take turns coming up starting from the front to draw their random seat numbers. Lee Jun goes up to draw his slot and gets number 26. Grabbing his bag, he checks the teacher's chart to find seat 26. Jun slowly makes his way over to the new desk. He approaches his assigned desk and notices someone. Sitting right next to him is an incredibly beautiful girl, a dream scenario where he gets to talk to a gorgeous classmate. But of course, reality is never that kind and things are about to get much worse. He definitely does not have that kind of luck, leaving him quite flustered. He awkwardly greets his new seat partner, saying hello and politely suggesting that they help each other out from now on. The boy beside him glances over and quietly returns the greeting to Lee. That is when Jun recognizes him as the quiet otaku classmate Kyung-won was talking to yesterday. A system notification suddenly pops up, informing him that his understanding of Odio-kun has increased by 15. Sitting down, he asks the guy if he remembers that strange misprinted paper handed out in class yesterday. Lee Jun frowns, thinking that even though he has already managed to gather some useful clues from Sun-ah, securing as much extra information as he possibly can is always going to be the smartest move. Odio-kun responds, asking if he means the urban legend about the smiling woman. He even adds a Japanese phrase at the end, leaving Lee Jun completely speechless at how incredibly cringe his classmate is. He desperately wants to tell this guy how bizarre he is acting, but he forces himself to hold back his frustration because he still needs to gather more information. The otaku continues, warning him that if he ever encounters the smiling woman, he must absolutely never show any sign of recognizing her presence. He must never under any circumstances let her know he can see her. Odio-kun mutters another Japanese phrase of agreement before immediately sliding right back into his mobile game. Jun finds this guy harder and harder to read. Realizing this conversation is a dead end, he decides to go talk to Sun-ah instead. He immediately heads over to Sun-ah. She notices him approaching and calls his name, prompting him to lower his voice. He asks why she was late, and she explains that her grandmother simply forgot to wake her up this morning. Glancing at her new desk partner, he asks Sun-ah if they have introduced themselves yet. Sun-ah looks over blankly, admitting that she actually has not. Trying to be friendly, he greets the new girl with a polite hello. He introduces himself as Lee Jun, prompting the girl to look up from her book. Looks over at him. Lee Jun can't help but admire her beauty, wishing she could be his desk partner. Smiling, she greets him as Im Ha-yoon, catching him a bit off guard. She apologizes for the sudden chat, then asks if he remembers anything about that strange warning slip from yesterday. It apparently contains some pretty bizarre warnings, and Im Ha-yoon quickly agrees, saying the whole thing is definitely beyond strange. If you spot a woman laughing like crazy at school, just act normal and pretend nothing is wrong until she passes by. It was something like that. Just hearing it gives her goosebumps, she says, smiling as she glances at him. Lee Jun is completely taken aback, wondering how she could remember every single detail so perfectly. Could this be one of those ghost stories the system warned him about? What should he do? Actually go search for this laughing woman? But the warning said to pretend not to see her, so there is no real need to go looking. Right at that exact moment, a loud growling noise erupts from Sun-ah's stomach. Both Im Ha-yoon and Lee Jun immediately look over. Sun-ah never expected this to happen. Her face instantly turns a bright shade of red, just like a tomato. Lee Jun asks if she skipped breakfast, and Sun-ah quietly nods. Want to head to the cafeteria? She agrees. Meanwhile, at that very moment in the school cafeteria, the laughing woman is slowly approaching, clutching a sharp utility knife. A series of bizarre, unsettling noises follow in her wake. Back at the cafeteria, Lee Jun and Sun-ah arrive. But once they get there, they find the place absolutely packed with students, shoving past one another. It is way too crowded here. Will they even grab food before the bell rings? Sun-ah is not so sure. Let's just go in anyway since we are already here. With that, both of them squeeze into the crowd. He grabs the very last bread on the shelf and turns to her. I will take this one, what about you? Sun-ah replies with a bit of hesitation, saying she will take it. Suddenly, an angry shout cuts through the noise. What the hell is that? Both of them spin around toward the commotion. Two students are glaring at each other, snapping about being pushed when there is clearly no room left. Who the heck keeps shoving from behind like this? He grumbles as he turns his head to look. But somehow, the massive towering figure of the laughing woman has already squeezed her way deep inside the school cafeteria. The students instantly back away, eyeing her freakishly tall frame and whispering about who this crazy lady could be. She must be some kind of mental patient. The moment the words leave his mouth, she reacts. letting out a wild manic laugh as something slices through the air. She slashes his face with a sharp utility knife before the poor guy can even process what is happening to him. Then she brutally takes his head off with one strike. Her hideous face peeks out through her long, messy hair living up to her terrifying name. She rolls her eyes back, laughing like a maniac in a display of pure, indescribable horror. Complete chaos erupts as it takes the frozen students a few moments to grasp the absolute nightmare unfolding right in front of them. Lee Jun and Eun Sun-ah can only stare ahead in absolute shock. Horrified, Eun Sun-ah completely freezes and covers her mouth. Everyone else panics and rushes for the exits, but the massive crowd makes escaping almost impossible as terrified screams echo everywhere. What the hell? There is actual blood. Oh my god, blood everywhere. Run for your lives. But of course, their panicked running speed stands absolutely zero chance against the terrifying head-chopping speed of that smiling woman. Within seconds, she claims 2 more heads. The cafeteria descends into pure chaos as Lee Jun stands in front to protect Eun Sun-ah, frowning deeply. He stammers to Eun Sun-ah that has to be her right. She is definitely the one mentioned in the rules printout. The smiling woman cackles with pure, unhinged madness. She slaughters everyone in her path without a shred of hesitation. One by one, bodies drop until the cafeteria is completely painted red. Lee Jun grabs Eun Sun-ah's hand and drags her away to escape this nightmare. Run, Eun Sun-ah, we need to make a break for that back window. He thinks in terror, what did that paper say? Was it to ignore her? Lee Jun cannot help but steal a quick glance behind them. How on earth is he supposed to do that while she is still brutally butchering everyone? There is no time to waste, so he helps Eun Sun-ah scramble out of the window. Go first, Eun Sun-ah, she responds, okay. But she suddenly freezes, gasping, Jun behind you. He hears a whisper. Instinctively turning around to look back at that moment, that smiling woman is already right in front of him. Her eyes bulge, her mouth stretching ear to ear, completely drenched in blood. Before Lee Jun can even react, her blade plunges directly into his eye. Immediately, a system notification pops up. You have died, returning to your last save point. Now loading. Instantly, Lee Jun gasps and jolts awake. He looks around in pure panic, realizing he is still sitting in his classroom. Lee Jun stares down at his hands as he returned to the entrance ceremony. He glances up at the ceiling in panic. The classroom lights are on, so that is wrong. He quickly pulls his phone out of his pocket to check. The time is 7:55 a.m. Tuesday, March 5th. Jun frowns. Tuesday, March 5th. So he has looped back to this morning. The save point has clearly shifted, but what exactly triggered the change? Remembering the gruesome moment of his death, he feels a sharp phantom pain in his eye. That horrifying sensation is still so incredibly real. This is definitely no dream or hallucination, it is his harsh reality. He has no choice but to face this terrifying truth. Lee Jun desperately tries to remember the warnings from Odeo-kun and Im Ha-yoon. If you see the smiling woman, never let her know you notice her. If he spots a woman laughing like a maniac at school, he must force a normal expression and act completely unfazed until she finally passes by. He lets out a long, exhausted sigh. Seriously, how on earth is he supposed to pull that off? Once again, the homeroom teacher proceeds to assign random seating for the students by having them draw lots. Alright class, we are switching up the seats today. Starting with the front row, come on up and draw your new spots. He draws number 26 again. Lee Jun stares blankly at the slip of paper in his hand. Drawing the exact same seat twice in a row cannot just be a coincidence. Glancing to his side, he checks on his deskmate. Absolutely everything is identical to his previous attempts. Sitting right there is Odeo-kun. Looking at the item in his hands, Lee Jun cannot help but feel absolute contempt. Still, he did a great job stirring things up during the entrance ceremony to survive. This time, however, he will focus on maintaining the timeline's flow to maximize every single piece of information he can gather. Lee Jun forces a smile and breaks the ice, saying they are desk partners now and should look out for each other. He asks if she remembers that strange misprinted rule sheet handed out yesterday. If they spot a woman laughing like crazy on campus, they have to act completely natural and ignore her until she passes. That was the rule, right? Just hearing it gives her goosebumps. Im Ha-yoon says with a smile, looking over at Lee Jun. Everything is playing out exactly like the previous loop, he thinks, his brow furrowing. Good. Things are moving in the right direction. Next up is, and right on cue, a loud sound erupts. It is the loud, embarrassing rumble of Eun Sun-ah's hungry stomach. In the last timeline, he had immediately invited her down to the cafeteria. But since he could not accomplish much there, this time he will feign ignorance, stay behind, and quietly observe the situation from afar. The clock strikes 9:50, and this time, Lee Jun makes a different move and avoids the cafeteria entirely. Instead, he stands in the hallway, watching everything through the window. This spot offers a perfect view. If the laughing woman shows up again, he will finally pin down exactly where she came from. But a split second later, his eyes widen in pure shock. Up on the school wall, a pair of ancient shriveled hands is clinging tightly. It turns out the laughing woman is using her massive body to scale the barrier. She is breaking into the school. Lee Jun realizes she is literally climbing the wall. To make such a bold, shameless entrance is insane. Right then, Gyeong-won's voice breaks his focus, asking what he is doing there. Gyeong-won continues to press him. He asks if there is something out there. Startled, Lee Jun panics and desperately tells him to wait. But wait, Gyeong-won probably knows urban legends way better than him, so asking for his help might actually be a smart move. Pointing outside, he asks Gyeong-won if he can see that incredibly tall figure standing over there. Gyeong-won adjusts his glasses and gasps. He wonders why that woman is so insanely tall with such messy hair and a creepy face. It looks exactly like the laughing woman mentioned yesterday. Lee Jun deadpans a critical question. He sternly asks him how the main character in a horror manual is supposed to survive. Gyeong-won is completely thrown off by Lee Jun's sudden question. He asks what Jun is even talking about. Lee Jun repeats himself, asking if he remembers the horror rules story he told yesterday. How did the main character survive? Gyeong-won replies in confusion that those stories do not have a main character. He asks if Jun still does not get how simple it is. Interrupting him immediately, Lee Jun snaps that he completely gets it, but wants to know how anyone who lays eyes on her survives. Startled by the intense reaction, Gyeong-won stammers that since it is a rule manual, they just have to follow those exact guidelines to live. He secretly wonders what is wrong with Jun, repeating that simply acting according to the rules is the only way out. Lee Jun bites his lip. It is just as he predicted. But is this really their only option left? Shaking off his grip, Gyeong-won snaps, asking what his deal is. He has been acting weird since yesterday and asks if he actually believes that stupid prank. Is it because of that creepy woman? He scoffs that she is probably just a mental patient, but before he can finish his sentence, a barrage of blood-curdling screams pierces the air. Both of them whip their heads toward the window. The laughing woman is staring right at them, and she suddenly hurls a massive knife forward. It shatters the glass, driving straight into Gyeong-won's face. Just like that, he dies instantly right in front of a horrified Lee Jun. He couldn't react at all, his entire body frozen in absolute paralysis. Blood begins dripping from Jong-woo's face onto the floor as the sound of frantic screams and panic shouts start ringing out. This immediately draws the attention of students still sitting inside the classroom. What is going on? Who is screaming? What's happening outside the classroom? Hey, what is all this commotion about? They all crowd together and scramble outside. Yoon Sun-ah pokes her head out, too highly curious to know what kind of drama just happened. But right after that, Lee Jun suddenly rushes over and grabs her hand. Yoon Sun-ah, are you sick? Did you have a fever when you asked me to walk around the campus? Yoon Sun-ah's face instantly turns red as she shyly refuses to answer. Lee Jun frowns, thinking that Devil King or not, he doesn't care at all. His absolute top priority right now is escaping with Yoon Sun-ah. Out in the schoolyard, the other students still have absolutely no idea what's happening. Sitting nearby, one student hears a distant scream and asks if his friend heard it, but his friend is too busy playing with a ball to pay attention. He asks what's going on, saying he didn't hear a single thing. He asks again if he didn't hear that scream just now. Lee Jun quickly grabs Yoon Sun-ah and starts running for their lives. The two of them push themselves to the absolute limit, sprinting forward. Yoon Sun-ah keeps turning her head toward the sound of horrific screams. Hearing them from the building, Lee Jun loudly warns her not to look back and just run. Gasping for air, Lee Jun's mind races as he hears another scream of absolute agony. Did the same bloody scene from the cafeteria happen again? Before he can even finish his thought, that tall woman's eerie, twisted laughter rings out once again. What follows is a brutal slaughter as she takes countless lives in an instant, leaving the remaining students running in absolute terror. They sprint forward, screaming to call a teacher or the police. Everything is happening so incredibly fast and horrific that nobody can comprehend it. The school hallways are quickly littered with blood and lifeless bodies. Seeing this from the outside, Lee Jun's eyes widen with pure dread. He keeps dragging Yoon Sun-ah forward, desperate to get away. Desperate to escape this school of horrors, he asks himself if running away is truly the right move. But what happens after? Will they just spend another 3 years at a different high school only for the Devil King to reincarnate and kill him again, forcing another regression back to the past? Is this really the right choice? Damn it, he has to survive first before he can change anything. But then the laughing woman's chilling voice echoes out, telling them they can't run from her. She is closing the distance on them fast. Lee Jun's heart drops as fear grips him. Are they caught? The thought of death consumes his entire mind. But the school gates are only a short distance away, giving them a glimmer of hope. There is just enough time to climb over and escape, but life is never that simple. In just a split second, everything changes. The extraordinarily tall woman catches up. She grabs them. Yoon Sun-ah stares wide-eyed behind her, barely having time to scream out Lee Jun's name. Lee Jun spins around instantly toward Yoon Sun-ah, but he's only holding her severed arm. That terrifying woman has already sliced her body in half. He freezes in absolute horror, completely unable to move. Yoon Sun-ah lies motionless on the ground, drenched in blood. Lee Jun collapses hard, desperately scrambling backward on the floor. His paralyzed body can barely even choke out a plea for help. Suddenly, a flash of movement darts straight past his eyes. Without making a single sound, his head rolls right off his shoulders and hits the dirt. The system screen flashes a warning. You have died. Initiating system reset to the previous checkpoint. Loading sequence active. Once again, time rewinds and the classroom lights flicker on. The clock reads 7:55. Lee Jun sits there, shivering. His hands clutch his head in pure panic, his mind screaming in absolute desperation. How is anyone supposed to fight a monster like that? Slicing a human head in half with a simple box cutter is insane. Not even a taekwondo black belt could pull that off. Exhaustion hits him harder than ever before. Get a grip. There has to be a way to solve this. The smiling woman belongs to a classic horror trope. Just like yesterday when he survived the school ghost by simply staying in the classroom. This time, the trick to surviving the urban legend is acting like she's not even there. But how can anyone ignore something so grotesque? It is a miracle he has not completely lost his mind yet. Even if he somehow manages to ignore her presence, what about all the innocent people around him? It will just turn into another horrific bloodbath. The only real solution is to face her. He has to confront this smiling woman entirely on his own. He must face her somewhere isolated to succeed. It is enough to drive him insane as another loop begins all over again. The homeroom teacher begins dividing up the seats exactly the same way as before. He announces to the class that they will be rearranging seats today, starting from the front row to draw their numbers. Sure enough, he draws the number 26. Everything is playing out exactly like the last two times. Holding the slip, Lee Jun realizes he has already died twice. He isn't expecting much anymore. But seriously, how could anyone draw the exact same number 3 times in a row? Is this really just a random coincidence? Honestly, that doesn't even matter right now. He has bigger issues. He must figure out a way to get her completely alone. She always climbs over the wall during the break after the first class. All he has to do is intercept her right at that spot. But the real challenge is figuring out how to completely ignore her presence while standing right in front of her. He could cover his ears and close his eyes, but wouldn't that just prove he knows she's there? He has to ignore her naturally without any physical tricks, but how on earth is he going to pull that off? Maybe he can just walk past her. But if he does, she might just bypass him and head straight for the cafeteria anyway. His face sinks deeper into despair. He's the only one who can stop this. This urban legend is totally different from the shapeless entity at the entrance ceremony. This is an actual physical woman, meaning the police or even the military should have the power to stop her if they got involved. Last time, he got caught so quickly because he ran across the courtyard like a madman. If he plays it smart this time, he could easily survive by just hiding or running away. But even if he warns the authorities right now, there's no way they'll make it in time to save his classmates in the cafeteria. At least he can prevent the school from shutting down again. So just this once he decides to act completely ignorant. Why should he care if they die anyway? It is not his problem. Once this event is over, he can finally continue with the system quests. Right then, Suna's voice suddenly interrupts his train of thought, calling out to Jun. Blushing, she asks if he wants to head over to the cafeteria with her since she's a bit hungry and wants to grab a snack. He just stares blankly at her face as a terrifying memory of Suna's severed arm and her lifeless body lying face down. On the ground flashes vividly through his mind. Lee Jun remains silent, unable to answer as he tightly clenches his fists. Seeing him sit there in silence, Suna looks confused, while Lee Jun sighs internally. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have befriended her. He warns her to stay back in the classroom because the cafeteria is far too dangerous. He decides that facing this danger alone is more than enough. A look of pure determination flashes in his eyes. Waiting in vain for an answer, Suna asks again if he doesn't want to go, telling him he can just say no. But he still sits in silence, trying to convince himself that he's a lone wolf. Yet Lee Jun ultimately gives in and agrees to go. He assures himself that just walking her there will be fine and he will still face that smiling woman as a lone wolf. He will only accompany her to the entrance of the cafeteria and no further. Harsh morning sunlight begins to pierce down on the gloomy and quiet school grounds. Lee Jun and Suna slowly make their way down to the schoolyard together. He heads straight toward the brick wall that the laughing woman used to climb inside, while Suna tags along behind him, frowning as she calls out to Jun. Isn't the cafeteria over there? She asks, and he quickly agrees. Lee Jun smiles, forcibly asking Suna to wait here for a moment, making her wonder what he is up to. He softly explains that he needs to climb over the wall for a bit, asking her to keep watch, which leaves Suna looking quite hesitant. She glances to the right and then anxiously back to the left. Then with teary eyes, she looks directly up at Lee Jun. Seeing this reaction, he is caught completely off guard. His entire body freezes instantly as he nervously asks Suna what's wrong. He suddenly realizes how bad this looks. He was so focused on the smiling woman that he accidentally made it look like a delinquent forcing an underclassman to keep watch while he sneaks off to smoke. He tries to explain that it's not what she thinks, but he genuinely has something to do. With that, Lee Jun quickly scales the wall and climbs outside. Hiding inside a dense bush, he figures that the laughing woman will soon climb over the fence and head straight for the cafeteria. Unless she has the ability to teleport, she must be somewhere nearby, and with her massive height, she should be very easy to spot. Sure enough, just a few seconds later, his eyes widen as he stares directly ahead. That terrifying laughing woman is slowly approaching from the woods, her messy hair hanging down and completely covering her entire face. But the very next moment, she turns her head and looks directly at his hiding spot, eyes rolled back with a massive grin splitting her face. Lee Jun freezes completely. She just looked this way, but he tells himself to stay calm and not react. Her heavy footsteps are getting closer and closer. He has absolutely no idea how to handle this creature yet, unless he can somehow blind himself, because otherwise there is absolutely no way he will be able to ignore her. That's when a brilliant idea hits him. What if he actually blinds himself? He quickly pulls up the main system menu showing the time is 10:54 on Tuesday, March 5th, 2019. He rushes to the graphics settings and instantly cranks the screen brightness all the way to maximum until his entire field of vision becomes a blinding pure white. Now he can't see a single thing. But he isn't exactly looking away either. In a weird way, he's just staring completely blankly at that laughing woman, betting that this won't be flagged as making a reaction. Suddenly, that woman's grating voice rings out. It's getting closer. Of course, it's all about the sound. Lee Jun quickly lowers the volume. He drags it down to 0. Just like that, his ears can no longer hear a voice or that creepy laugh. Out of sight, out of mind. He lets out a quiet sigh of relief. With both sight and sound cut off, it feels like he's meditating. Best of all, knowing Yoon's Sun-Ah is waiting just on the other side of the wall keeps him grounded. It calms his racing heart, making it as still as a quiet lake. Lee Jun just stands there silently, staring into the empty space. Still not knowing what's happening around him makes him pretty anxious. Did she finally ignore him entirely and head straight for the cafeteria? He decides to tweak the graphics settings a bit, and instantly, that terrifying giant face of the laughing woman is shoved right into his face. Lee Jun desperately cranks up the screen's brightness to the absolute maximum. Instantly, his entire body freezes right up. He almost died right there. That wretched woman shoved her face right in his to force a reaction. Who could possibly ignore something like that? How could anyone ignore a sight like that? She's a complete monster. At least this status screen is a system power even she can't mess with. Somehow that realization gives him a slight upper hand. Right now, she's probably still hovering right next to him, waiting for any reaction. All he needs to do is follow the rules of the guide and stand perfectly still. Everything will be fine, it has to be. But suddenly, a series of horrific, bloody images flash through his mind without stopping. Lee Jun snaps. He throws a hard punch straight ahead. Damn it, he's absolutely furious. His fist actually connects right with the woman's face. Caught completely off guard, her eyes go wide with pure shock. But he doesn't stop there, not yet. Lee Jun unleashes a relentless barrage of punches right to her face. Why does she have to constantly linger around him like this? He hits harder and harder. Lee Jun realizes it's actually working. Since she hasn't retaliated yet, it means he hasn't technically violated any of the guide's rules. He isn't even looking into her eyes. In his mind, he is just a regular high school kid sneaking behind the wall during break to practice boxing with a completely empty head. And then he keeps smashing her face, shouting that this one is for Sun-Ah. This one is for Jang Hun, and this is for his late grandfather. Lee Jun drives his foot straight into the laughing woman's stomach. She flies backward, thrown far away. What did she even do to his grandfather? As she crashes heavily onto the ground right in front of Lee Jun, everything is still a total blank. He gasps for air, a small smirk forming on his lips. This ghost isn't so tough after all. This one is for him. And this one is for Sun-Ah. Behind the school wall, Lee Jun relentlessly rains down blows on that laughing woman's face. This one is for Jongwon. And with this, he raises his leg high, planting a heavy kick straight into her stomach, a tribute to his late grandfather. The woman cannot dodge a single blow, taking the full force of every strike. She collapses heavily onto the hard ground. All Lee Jun can see in front of him is blinding white. He gasps heavily for breath. This ghost is actually nothing special after all. He is completely exhausted and out of breath. He wonders how long he has been thrashing this wench and if recess is already over. Remaining unharmed means he is following the manual correctly, but he wonders how much longer this must go on. If he succeeded, shouldn't he have received a system notification by now? Lee Jun suddenly panics. Wouldn't you in his shoes? Could she have bypassed him and headed straight for the school canteen? And what if Sun-Ah climbed over the wall in the meantime to check why he was taking so long? He stares down at his trembling hands, suddenly terrified that the person he has been mercilessly thrashing is Sun-Ah. Lee Jun quickly opens his settings menu to turn up the brightness for a visual check. Instantly, the terrifying face of the grinning woman reappears on screen, standing right there and watching his every single move. He quickly drags the brightness bar to maximum. Okay, confirmed. Damn, he almost wet his pants from that scare. Either way, he is absolutely certain of his strength now. Jun raises his fists once more and drives a punch straight into her face, unleashing his attacks without hesitation. He no longer has to worry about a single thing. It is a relentless exchange of blows and dodges. The grinning woman swiftly raises her hands to block his incoming punches. Yet even in total darkness, Lee Jun lands his strikes perfectly on her face. Panting, he wonders where this sudden, thrilling rush of adrenaline is coming from. In this dead silent space, the only things that exist right now are his own two fists and himself. Breaking a sweat has never felt this good, and he actively craves to throw even more punches. He steps back slightly, planting his feet firmly onto the concrete ground. His deep boxing instincts are taking over. With every passing second, Lee Jun's heavy punches pack significantly more raw power. The strange woman is left utterly bruised and battered by his onslaught. Suddenly, a bright beam of light pierces through the darkness, shining directly on her. And just like that, the woman vanishes into thin air without a trace. Lee Jun is so exhausted he can barely breathe. He frowns, wondering if he has finally managed to defeat her. Then the system alerts him that he has successfully survived an encounter with the B-class ghost story, the Grinning Woman. He receives 15 ghost story points, and this time the system even plays a fancy celebratory effect. The system notes he used his wits to repel the terrifying woman in an entirely unexpected manner. This awards him an additional 70 ghost story points. Having accumulated plenty of points, he can now exchange them to unlock powerful special abilities and boost his growth. Reading this, Lee Jun is absolutely thrilled and lets out a loud shout to celebrate his hard-fought victory. With the threat handled, Lee Jun quickly climbs back over the wall into the school grounds. Stretching his stiff limbs, he cannot help but feel that this victory is far more hollow than expected. Right then, Sun-ah softly calls out to Jun. Her face is full of worry, asking who that was. Someone cursed him out so badly, and she even heard sounds of a physical fight. He blankly looks at her. Wait, the laughing woman. She must have screamed some pretty nasty things, didn't she? Lee Jun casually flashes a smile, but he completely defeated her, right? There's absolutely nothing she can do to him now. He quickly makes up a story to explain it away. He says there was just a crazy lady over there and he went to chase her off. But everything is fine now. Sun-ah frowns with deep worry. He should have called a teacher because doing that kind of thing is just too dangerous. She asks if he is hurt anywhere. He reassures her that he is totally fine, though his hands sting a little bit. Anyway, he asks Sun-ah how much time is left before the break ends. The scene shifts to Class 1-3. Kyung-won frowns and asks where on earth they have been since the class actually started nearly 30 minutes ago. He notes it is only day 2 and they are already skipping class, but luckily it is a self-study period. Lee Jun forces a laugh, explaining he had a quick issue to settle. He quickly changes the subject, asking if this period was supposed to be Korean class according to the schedule. Kyung-won explains that the teacher is probably in a meeting since the start of the year is always busy, but they wanted the class to think about joining a club. Hearing that, he raises an eyebrow. A club. That is correct. The school clubs are actually quite active, so every single student is required to join at least one. After that, they are handed voluntary registration forms for the Naxion High School clubs. Listed at the bottom are some of the most prominent ones like English, mathematics, physics, biology, invention, debate, volunteering, and many others. Holding the sheet of paper, Lee Jun notes to himself that there are no regular classes on Friday afternoons, only club activities. The school really seems to take these clubs seriously. He tries to find a suitable club, but before he can even finish, the system window suddenly flashes right in front of him. The notification states that he has already looked over the list of school clubs, but since absolutely none of them appeal to him, he has decided to establish a club of his very own. A new message appears, stating he has received a tutorial quest. Lee Jun can't help but scowl. He did not even get a chance to read anything yet, so why is the system deciding that none of them interest him? Besides, a brand new quest has appeared. Let us see what it is. Right now, the entire classroom is drowned in absolute silence with nobody making a single sound. He lets out a weary sigh. Uncapping his pen, he gets ready to fill out the registration form. Well, what other choice does he have anyway? He might as well just do exactly what he is told. Lee Jun starts writing in the club application slot. He fills in his student ID number and his full name. His assigned quest is to establish a ghost story club. The rewards include unlocking the club management tab, 10 ghost story points, and a dedicated club room. Down at the Naxion High cafeteria, almost all the students gather to eat during their lunch break. The place is always packed to the brim. Right now, Lee Jun is eating his meal while checking the system's main interface. The time is 12:32 p.m. on Tuesday, March 5, 2019. Lee Jun is level 2 with 105 ghost story points, a 4% causality rate, and the club management tab remains locked. He stares thoughtfully at the screen. The causality rate was originally 2% right. He wonders if this is some sort of experience point system. If it is too confusing, he will just ignore it. He taps on the status window option next. Instantly, his personal details pop up. Name Lee Jun, age 17. Title protagonist. Nature two-faced, special ability none. Trait procrastinator who leaves things to the last minute. Lee Jun's eyes quickly lock onto the special abilities section of the chart. If he remembers correctly, right after he managed to defeat the Laughing Woman, the system did mention that he should use points to exchange for a special ability. That makes perfect sense. Having to constantly fight crazy, insane monsters like that without the system providing even a single combat skill would be incredibly disappointing to him. The system notifies him that he does not possess any special abilities yet, but he can spend 100 points to unlock one. He can unlock an ability or return. His eyebrows immediately knit together at the price of 100 points. All the hard-earned points he accumulated from dying and reviving so many times just to be spent in a single trade for one special ability. Lee Jun is shaking all over as he slowly raises his finger. This greedy capitalist system is pushing him too far. Seriously, it is totally unfair. In the end, he still decides to unlock a special ability. He spends 100 points to unlock his very first special ability. The system window quickly switches over to a new screen. A bunch of icons and text appear showing options like fate alteration, identity forgery, and lip reading. These are all the special abilities Lee Jun could potentially obtain. But immediately after the system begins a random spin, Lee Jun completely freezes, wondering what is going on. Is this really a random wheel? He spent 100 points and still has to test his luck. His anxiety rises as the arrow spins. Fast walking, seriously. And there is even a fast running skill too. Please, he begs, let it land on something actually useful. It is finally slowing down. Oh please, system, keep that useless fast walking skill far away from his sight. After a tense moment of pure dread, the arrow finally comes to a halt. With a soft ding, the wheel lands on an ability called God of Luck. He has officially received the special ability, God of Luck. This is an S-grade passive skill. When absolutely everything is going against him, an unexpected stroke of luck will occur. However, it is a consumable skill that disappears once it triggers. Lee Jun cannot hide his excitement. An S-grade skill. Even though its single-use limit is a bit annoying, getting an S-grade ability is still incredible. This feels like an amazing start for him. The scene shifts to a McDoria restaurant. The three of them, Lee Jun, Eun Suna, and Gyeong Won, are eating and chatting. Gyeong Won is passionately lecturing the other two, arguing that the belief that hamburgers are bad for you is nothing but a completely false rumor. In reality, a burger is the perfect meal with bread, vegetables, tomatoes, and beef. How can anyone call it unhealthy when it contains a perfect balance of all three food groups? All that talk about food additives is just absolute nonsense. It is the exact same foolish mindset from back when rumors spread that MSG was somehow terrible for your health. This entire country is still being completely manipulated by the media. Suddenly, everything in front of Lee Jun begins to spin and blur. The power is supposed to be out, yet the lights are still shining, and Gyeong Won's words start repeating in a creepy loop. But just a few seconds later, everything snaps back to normal. Gyeong Won is still talking about his burger theory, explaining that without fries and soda, a hamburger is actually a healthy meal, right? Lee Jun just eats his food and nods along, saying he gets it. He glances over to his side. Eun Suna is busy touching up her makeup. Watching her, Lee Jun thinks to himself that she looks incredibly pretty, surprised that she actually knows how to apply makeup. Meanwhile, Gyeong Won shows no signs of stopping. He keeps going on about how food is the easiest thing for the media to manipulate, claiming they have falsely accused ingredients countless times on live television. But the worst part is the gullible people who believe everything, but just as he says that, his head suddenly starts inflating. Right after that, it explodes violently right in front of them. Gyeong Won's glasses fly up and fall straight back down. They land perfectly right on Lee Jun's face. At that exact moment, a system window pops up. The passive ability God of Luck has been successfully triggered. He barely reacts to Gyeong Won's horrific death, simply thinking if this is really how the skill works. He had high hopes, but he never expected it would only help him wear glasses without using his hands. He turns his head toward Eun Suna, asking if they should get going. Before he can even finish, Lee Jun's eyes widen in absolute horror. Right next to him, Eun Suna suddenly jams her eyeliner pencil straight into her own eye. And with that, dark red blood splatters everywhere. The blood even completely covers her food plate right in front of him. Terrified, he calls out Eun Suna's name and she freezes instantly. She slowly turns to look at him. With her face completely covered in blood, Eun Suna suddenly flashes a bizarre twisted smile. She screams loudly and lunges straight at Lee Jun. At that exact moment, Lee Jun suddenly snaps awake. It turns out everything that just happened was nothing more than a terrifying dream. He is still completely safe, lying in his own familiar bed. Lee Jun slowly sits up, his entire body absolutely drenched in sweat from sheer terror. What a truly bizarre dream. Maybe everything he went through back then left him with some deep, invisible trauma. It makes sense. After all, he has survived this exact nightmare way too many times already. He lets out a long, exhausted sigh. His head is still a chaotic, tangled mess. He just hopes nothing crazy happens today. That would be a nice change. Meanwhile, over at Naseon High School, the boys' restroom is completely empty. Not a single soul is inside. Only a few faint rays of sunlight peek through the window, barely cutting through the heavy, eerie gloom. Then in one of the stalls, the bathroom door slowly creaks wide open. Inside, a hand covered in fresh blood suddenly reaches straight up from the toilet bowl. A horrifying bloody head slowly crawls out right behind it. Cut to the Naseon High staff room. Mr. Damong looks dead serious as he asks if June knows why he was summoned. Lee Jun nervously stares back, trying to read his teacher's eyes. He stammers out that he has absolutely no idea. Mr. Damong reaches into a pile of papers and pulls one out. He slides the paper across the desk, and it is the exact club application form Jun filled out earlier. He lowers his voice, pointing out that Naseon High does not have a ghost story club. Since he wrote down a non-existent club, the teacher asks if he wants to start a new one. Lee Jun nervously scratches his cheek, asking if fresh high school students are not allowed to form clubs. Damong chuckles and says there is no such rule, it is just that nobody really starts clubs as a freshman. The teacher offers to print out a new application form. June just needs to fill it out and hand it back before going home today. But he will need at least 4 members, so he must find 3 more friends. Yes, sir, Jun replies. He points to a nearby printer, saying the form is on its way. He also tells Jun to leave the advisors section blank so the school can assign a teacher for them. Lee Jun bows politely and thanks him for the help. As he turns to leave, his mind starts racing. Who on earth can he recruit? Sun-ah and Gyung-won are the obvious choices. Before he can even step out, Mr. Damong suddenly calls him back. Speaking of ghost stories, the teacher asks if he has heard about this one. Word is the east door inside the first-year boys' restroom has been totally haunted by something. The teacher's expression turns more intense and serious than ever before. Lee Jun flinches. A ghost. He looks at his teacher, totally taken aback. He narrows his eyes, groaning internally. Seriously, more ghost stories. Why is it always about ghosts every single damn day? The teacher explains that if you ever use the 4th stall in that restroom to do your business, you will suddenly hear a bizarre disembodied voice whispering out of thin air. It whispers terrifying things right into your ear. Do you have any idea what it says? Lee Jun cannot help but gulp down hard. His face tenses up as he stares back. What does it say, sir? Damong suddenly opens his eyes wide and drops his voice low, asking if you want red paper or blue paper. Lee Jun just stands there completely speechless. Oh, okay, he says. He thinks to himself that this urban legend is incredibly outdated. Clutching the paper tight, he slowly makes his way back to the classroom. He frowns, trying to plan his next move. 3 members. Yoon Sun-ah and Gyung-won are his only real friends here. Who else can he possibly ask? What about Oh Dio-kun or Im Ha-yoon? No, they only talked before his recent regression. He has not had a chance to speak with them since then because he was too busy dealing with that creepy smiling woman. Right on cue, he spots Sun-ah and Jin-hee walking down the hallway toward the classroom. There's Sun-ah and Lee Jin-hee is right beside her. He lets out a sigh watching them. It looks like they ran like crazy because they were late for class. If he remembers right, Sun-ah barely made it on time too. Hold on a second. Lee Jun quickly glances over toward Jin-hee. Is Lee Jin-hee the final person needed for this quest? She is one of the 3 friends registered by the system. Maybe she would actually be willing to join the club. He smiles and raises his hand to wave, saying a warm hello. But Jin-hee just walks straight past him. Completely ignoring him, she casually strolls down the hallway and steps inside the classroom. That leaves only 2 people out in the hallway, June and Sun-ah. Sun-ah shyly waves back, offering a quiet hello to June. Hey there, Sun-ah, he replies. He tries to convince himself that he was totally aiming to greet Sun-ah first anyway, so there is no way he got ignored. Next, he calls out Sun-ah's name softly. As you can see, I am trying to start a club and I wanted to ask you something. The scene shifts to the first-year boys' restroom. June is standing inside taking care of some personal business. He quietly thinks to himself that he is glad Sun-ah agreed to join and hopes he can invite Jung-won without any issues. As for the last member, he decides to ask his seatmate Dio-kun since he seems pretty close with Jung-won. Right then, a sudden voice echoes from inside one of the toilet stalls asking who's out there. June is about to leave, but the voice makes him turn around in curiosity. Do you want to die? Seriously, stop playing around. Frowning, June asks what they are talking about, insisting he has not said a single word. The voice complains that he has been mumbling about red paper or blue paper for quite some time. June is startled suddenly, recalling Teacher Dam IM's warning about red or blue paper. So that is the 4th stall, meaning the scary story their teacher told them might actually be real. This is definitely a real-life ghost story happening right in front of him. Red paper or blue paper is a famous urban legend that almost everyone in Korea knows with a very simple premise. A ghost in the restroom asks you whether you prefer red or blue paper, and the catch is simple. No matter which color you choose, you are going to end up dead. Whenever anyone uses the 4th stall of this restroom, a bizarre disembodied voice will start whispering out of thin air, telling them they have been mumbling about red paper or blue paper this whole time. June tenses up as he remembers teacher Dam Ian's words, wondering if the kid in the fourth stall is just a coincidence or if the curse is real. What should he do now? Should he turn around and run or stay and try to fight this thing? Right after that, the annoyed voice from the stall calls out again, asking if he is still standing there. The student inside is a first year in class, one named Jun Suk. Frowning, he loudly curses to himself, wondering what kind of absolute idiot is trying to prank him. Jun Suk shoves his phone into his pocket, wanting to storm out and find the culprit. He warns them to stay right there because they are dead meat. But then, he suddenly realizes there is no toilet paper left in the stall, only the empty cardboard roll. With no other choice, Jun Suk has to ask June for help, begging him to grab some toilet paper from the stall next door. June silently stares at the other stalls. He then jokingly asks what happens if he refuses, forcing a desperate Jun Suk to swallow his pride and apologize for being so rude earlier. He promises to buy him something from the cafeteria and June agrees to help, but right as he steps forward, just as June is about to pass by the fourth stall, a deep, raspy voice suddenly asks if they want red paper or blue paper. Absolutely furious, Jun Suk kicks the toilet stall door as hard as he can, screaming at them to stop this stupid prank and demanding to know what class that jerk is from. Meanwhile, June panicked, thinks to himself that he definitely heard that creepy voice just now too. Ignoring all the shouting, he frantically wonders what to do and if he should just run away. But if he runs, the ghost will definitely kill the poor guy stuck inside. Jun Suk keeps screaming, yelling that he will get payback the second he gets out. June loses his patience too and kicks the stall door back, telling him to shut up. After that sudden outburst, the entire restroom falls dead silent. Jun Suk is so angry he is practically huffing and puffing. He tells him to shut up and stay put while he figures out exactly how he wants to die before coming out. Hearing this, Lee Jun is momentarily startled. Wait, is that guy really going to leave without wiping? That is absolutely disgusting. Lee Jun quickly bolts toward the exit. He definitely needs to get out of here right now. But suddenly, the restroom door swings open and someone asks what they are doing. Jang Hwa-yoon walks in with her hands on her hips. Lee Jun stops in utter confusion and tells her that this is the boys' restroom. Jang Hwa-yoon acts completely reasonable, saying she heard them fighting from outside. She wonders why they are already starting trouble when the new semester has barely even begun. He stutters, completely at a loss for words, desperately wondering how to explain this. He decides he just needs to make up a quick lie. He tells her that Jun Suk had no toilet paper, so he was just teasing him a bit. Jang Hwa-yoon looks at him with deep suspicion, asking if high school students are really about to beat each other up over a roll of toilet paper. She says he should have just taken the paper when it was offered, wondering why he would not choose one. Lee Jun forces an awkward smile, trying to play along. But then he suddenly catches onto something very strange in her words. Instantly, Jang Hwa-yoon's face turns dark and lifeless. She drops her hands to the floor and instantly crawls up onto the ceiling. Looking down from above, she stares into the fourth stall where Jun Suk is sitting. He catches a glimpse of her and completely freezes in horror. Her face twists into a horrific distortion. Her eyes roll wildly as she groans out, "How many times have I asked you? I have asked you so many times if you want red paper or blue paper. Why will you not answer me when you are clearly out of toilet paper?" Her head twists completely backward and her bulging eyes look like they are about to pop right out of her skull. Absolutely terrified, Jun Suk scrambles to run out of the stall. He screams at the top of his lungs, asking what that thing is. What on earth is happening? But nobody is there to give him an answer. Jang Hwa-yoon glares at Jun Suk with wide, bloodshot eyes. In a flash, she drops from the ceiling and crawls straight toward his face. She screeches at him to just answer whether he wants red or blue paper. Red means you bleed to death in your own blood, while blue means you get strangled until your body turns completely pale and blue. Jun Suk is pale with absolute terror, screaming desperately for help. Watching from the side, Lee Jun is just as horrified, wondering what kind of nightmare this is. Standing frozen, he realizes she is definitely the teacher from the opening ceremony. He prays she has not actually been a ghost this entire time. That does not seem quite right, though. He is not entirely sure, but she looks way more like she is possessed by something else. Thinking of the famous ghost story about the red and blue paper, he is pretty sure the key to survival lies within the legend itself. The legend basically says you die either way, depending on what you pick. If you choose red, you bleed out. If you choose blue, you get strangled until your skin turns blue. Both lead to death. Damn it, there is no escape. Gathering all his courage, Lee Jun speaks up and says paper. He says white. Nearby, Jun Suk is shaking violently with tears welling up in his eyes. Though he is trembling with fear himself, Lee Jun lowers his voice and demands white paper, telling her to bring it out. Biting his lip, he figures if both choices lead to death, he might as well try a completely different color. It is a childish gamble, but he has no other options. What will actually happen now? Right on cue, Jang Hwa-yoon slowly turns her head to stare directly at him. She slowly stands up, muttering paper. White paper. In that case, she says she cannot help both of them at once. She asks if he really wants white paper that badly. Suddenly, her twisted expression reverts entirely back to its normal human state. It is almost as if everything that just happened was nothing but a terrible illusion. This leaves Li Jun completely dazed, struggling to understand what is even going on. Zhang Hua-un gently asks again if he really wants white paper. Li Jun can only stare blankly straight into her eyes. Inside, his mind is in absolute chaos as he wonders what on earth he should say next. Red paper kills you and turns you red, while blue paper turns you blue. Will white paper do the exact same thing? But what would turning white even look like just then? Jun-suk seizes the moment, bolting out the door while screaming at the top of his lungs. Li Jun is shaking with rage. How dare that guy ditch him and run off alone while he was busy drawing her attention? Damn that ungrateful jerk. Wan does not even care. She just smiles and asks what he wants. Does he want to try some white paper, you pervert? Blushing hard, he wonders what would actually happen if he said yes. Li Jun cannot help but swallow hard, his throat tight with tension. He slips right past Wan, stammering that he is sorry, but he does not actually need to use the bathroom today. So he will just take her kind offer instead. Sorry about that. He tries to look completely calm as he walks straight ahead. But inside, his mind is racing. Is this really going to work? Li Jun steals a quick glance back to check the teacher's reaction. That absolute coward was the one in the fourth stall who summoned the ghost, not him, so he is not even a part of this story. Wan just stands there in the shadows, glaring at his retreating back with absolutely no intention of following him. Li Jun is silently praying in his head, begging whatever is out there not to follow him. He slowly reaches out and turns the restroom doorknob. Then he pushes the door open to step outside. Everything is so quiet and normal that it actually makes Li Jun even more terrified. But seconds later, the system screen flashes a notification. You have survived the red paper, blue paper, ghost story. You have received 10 ghost story points. His tense muscles finally relax and Li Jun lets out a long, exhausted sigh of relief. At least he survived without dying this time, but he still wonders what the deal is with that white paper. Cut to class 3, year 1. Life is looking great again. His talkative deskmate, Odio-kun, excitedly chats away next to him, saying he always thought situations like this only happen in anime, but then he apologizes for rejecting the club invitation because he is already planning to join an anime club instead. Li Jun just stares at him, his face going completely blank. Right after that, Li Jun approaches Gyeon-won, asking if he is really starting a club. Yeah, it is called the Ghost Story Club. Are you interested? Gyeon-won looks thoughtful, mentioning that he is planning to join a book club or an academic one. That is not surprising at all. The guy looks like he does not care about anything besides acing his school exams. So Li Jun lowers his voice, telling him that joining those kinds of clubs is a pretty bad strategy for freshmen because the older students will not let newcomers participate in the big extracurricular activities that actually help a resume. Gyeon-won frowns, asking him why that is. Well, it is because the upperclassmen in those clubs usually reserve all the best projects and activities for sophomores and juniors who are aiming for early college admission. Even if you are the one winning awards and competitions, those older seniors will still prioritize putting their own names on the applications first, and we freshmen only get whatever tiny spots are left over. Gyeon-won snaps back, asking what he is talking about and who he thinks he is to give advice like that to people. Li Jun frowns, wondering if he just accidentally bruised the guy's massive pride. It seems like he loves giving directions to other people, but absolutely hates it when someone tries to do the same to him. What a rude guy. The system suddenly flashes a notification. Your understanding of Gyeon-won has increased by 5. Now it is time to use his 3 years of regression experience to tell a lie. Smirking, he says he is confident he has the right to give advice, then asks if the guy is even good at studying. Obviously, at least better than you. Looking at that smug face, Li Jun cannot help but notice his sheer arrogance. He cannot really deny the academic facts, but there is absolutely no way he is going to lose this petty argument. Better than him. He asks what his middle school rank was, and Gyeon-won proudly replies that he was easily in the top 10. Fully confident, Li Jun points at himself, claiming he was always in the top 3. Hearing that, Gyeon-won is completely shocked and asks why he chose a place like Naxeong High School instead of a prestigious elite academy. Instead of answering, he asks the guy to be honest since they both came here with the same goal. Gyeon-won frowns nervously, asking what goal. Li Jun casually asks if he wanted to pad his resume, choosing to be the top student here instead of blending in at an elite school all to get into Seoul University. And watch how Gyeon-won gets visibly shaken. He tries to argue that he plans to go to KAST, but before he can even finish his sentence, Li Jun flatly cuts him off, saying it is basically the same thing. Either way, he should listen carefully because this is actually a solid suggestion for him. First of all, joining an academic club as a freshman is completely useless. Gyeon-won suddenly avoids his gaze, muttering that his mother never mentioned anything like that. Li Jun can only think how wild it is that a 17-year-old kid is still listening to his mother so obediently. He tells him to think about it carefully because starting a brand new club with only freshmen means they would become the absolute core founding members. Just imagine the possibilities. They would get to join every competition, receive tons of school support, and most importantly, enjoy total freedom with absolutely no senior students breathing down their necks. Gyeong-won stares blankly at him before admitting that the guy seems much sharper than expected, even apologizing for looking down on him earlier. A club centered around ghost stories sounds a bit unusual, but it definitely is not a bad idea at all. Lee Jun smiles, fully aware that the guy cannot possibly turn down this offer anymore simply because. The system screen flashes to notify him that his understanding of Gyeong-won has shot up by 20 points, meaning he practically has the guy figured out. But Gyeong-won raises another question, wondering if starting his own independent club might be a better option, forcing a startled Lee Jun to quickly counter that freshmen are not actually allowed to do that. He leans in to claim he secretly has some solid connections with the faculty while silently laughing at how insane his own bluffing skills have truly become. Gyeong-won finally gives in to the proposal, agreeing that it might be worth a shot. He decides to sign up, allowing Lee Jun to happily write his name down on the official roster. Lee Jun is absolutely brimming with confidence because they only need one more member to officially launch the Ghost Story Club, and as anyone who has ever written a college application knows, at least half of the details on these submitted forms are pure exaggeration anyway. Right then, Sun-ah comes over to stand by his desk. She hesitantly asks if he is finished, and he quickly replies that he is almost done. He mentally reviews the fancy title he wrote down about studying the temporal impacts of ancestral folklore and smiles, figuring this academic spin should be more than enough to pass. Yoon Sana smiles, asking if this means they get to run their own activities, but he gently reminds her that they still need one more person to make it official, though it already sounds like a lot of fun. She happily clenches her fists in agreement. He watches her with a warm smile, knowing how incredibly shy she is, and hopes that finding a supportive group of friends will help her finally feel comfortable. Right on cue, his bond level with her goes up by 5. He reassures her not to worry, promising to recruit their final member before the end of the day. Their voices echo through the classroom as they cheerfully agree to help each other out and have a great school year. The classroom clock suddenly tick-tocks to 4:15. Lee Jun instantly panics, realizing he is completely doomed. Staring at the hands on the clock, his anxiety spikes as dismissal approaches, and he still has not found that crucial final member. His mind races with desperate ideas, even wondering if he should just make up a random name to fill the slot. But he hesitates, knowing that would be cheating, so he decides his only option is to explain the situation directly to the teacher. Out in the hallway, the teacher announces that the class did great today. Gathering his paperwork, Teacher Park kindly reminds the students to be extra careful since someone slipped in the restroom earlier and got hurt before the whole class bids him a loud, coordinated goodbye. Excitement fills the air as students rush out, filling the halls with chatter. Teacher Park suddenly halts when he hears a student calling out to him. Lee Jun nervously hands over the application form, stammering that it is for the club, but they still have a slight issue. The teacher enthusiastically grabs the paper, leaving the teenager completely stunned. He praises the boy's hard work and waves goodbye as he walks off, leaving Lee Jun calling after him to wait because there is more to explain. Lee Jun calls out urgently, but his protests go completely ignored. Teacher Park simply walks away, leaving him standing there completely alone. He sighs, wondering if the teacher is just desperately trying to avoid working overtime. At least his affinity with Teacher Park increases by 5. Soo-nun Sun-ah calls out a sweet goodbye to him, and he wishes her a good evening in return. He walks out of the school gates. Panic sets in as he realizes he turned in the form short of one member, and since the system classified this as an official quest, he dreads what the penalty for failure might be. He quickly shakes off the dark thoughts, trying to convince himself that things will somehow sort themselves out. He begins his walk home. He feels relieved that this is his first day without a single death, thankful he knew the urban legend beforehand, but wonders if he needs to research even more horror stories for the future. As creepy images flash through his mind, he realizes how incredibly exhausting that is going to be. Suddenly, he freezes mid-step as a strange sensation washes over him. Looking up toward a high-rise apartment complex, he spots a dark silhouette standing alone on the outdoor corridor. It was his mother. She gazed down from above the moment she heard Lee Jun call out to her. Waving his hand, he asked her why she was home so early today and if something had happened. She stood completely still, staring down without a single word as her expression slowly began to twist. Lee Jun stared back with wide eyes, his heart filling with doubt. Suddenly, his mother's face darkened, taking on a terrifyingly grim look. Lee Jun grew even more anxious, wondering why she kept staring so intensely and if something terrible had actually happened. That nagging worry sent him sprinting up the stairs to open the front door. Stepping inside, he called out that he was finally home. He quickly scanned the apartment looking for her, but with no one in sight, he raised his voice, calling out for his mother. Suddenly, a bedroom door clicked. Lee Jun pushed open his mother's door and looked inside. Finding the room completely empty, he moved to search the rest of the house. He quickly checked the kitchen next, but it was just as silent. Anxiety mixed with pure confusion. He was absolutely sure he had just seen her standing right there on the balcony. Stepping onto the balcony, he looked around. Where could she have gone when she was standing here just seconds ago? He peered over the edge, completely clueless. Honestly, wouldn't you be too? Then, out of nowhere, the air turned freezing cold as a head identical to his mother's slowly began to rise from inside the washing machine. Sensing the unnatural presence behind him, Lee Jun froze solid, his eyes widening in horror. He slowly looked toward the washing machine and locked eyes with the terrifying head emerging from the tub. The monstrous ghost mother revealed her true horrifying form, glaring at him with pure malice. Struck by sheer terror, he scrambled backward, letting out a desperate scream. He fell backward on the floor, gasping for breath. Cold sweat drenched his face as he struggled to breathe, his mind completely shattered by the sheer shock of it. Staring blankly toward the balcony, he desperately tried to make sense of what that creature actually was. His mind raced as he tried to convince himself that it was all just a vivid hallucination. Suddenly, the entire room was bathed in a creepy blood-red glow that screamed danger. Without warning, the monstrous entity craned its twisted, broken neck out of the washing machine to stare directly at him. It was a deeply disturbing sight. The head then spoke in a slow, eerie voice asking how school was today. Terrified, Lee Jun scrambled backward on the floor as the chilling, demonic voice echoed again asking how school was. His eyes bulged as he gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his neck from the absolute terror. Facing that absolute monstrosity, he scrambled up and ran. As he sprinted, panic gripped his mind, wondering if his mother had actually been possessed. He desperately wished he could get some peace even at home. Sprinting toward the front door, he grabbed the handle, telling himself that he just needed to escape this place first before figuring anything out. Suddenly, the demonic mother screeched, her face twisting in pure rage as her eyes turned completely bloodshot. She screamed that he was a useless brat, just like his father, demanding if he really thought he could escape. Her venomous words made Lee Jun hesitate for a second, but pulling himself together, he reached for the doorknob and yanked it open. He threw the door wide open and bolted out of the apartment. He sprinted down to the street without looking back once. Once outside, the dark aura vanished and he stared up at the clear blue sky. Exhausted, he leaned heavily against a roadside post, gasping for air from the intense sprint. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he tried to process the utter madness that had just occurred. Thinking back to the shadow on the balcony, he realized this wasn't like his first encounter. He couldn't just run away from his own home. Gripping the utility pole, his thoughts swirled in chaos, terrified at the prospect of ever stepping foot inside that apartment again. He sighed in exhaustion. Looking up at the building, he decided to just wait for his father to get home. He shoves his hands into his pockets, looking for his phone and wallet, only to realize they might be in his backpack. Damn it, did he really wear indoor slippers outside? Lee Jun lets out a heavy sigh as he walks forward, wondering how he is supposed to kill time now. As sunset falls over the quiet park, the gentle squeaking of a swing set echoes through the twilight. Jun sits dejectedly on the swing, sighing at his miserable luck. He really does not have a single penny left on him. He mutters in agony, being flat broke is a real pain. Just as he says that, he pauses, lost in deep thought. Lee Jun suddenly finds himself thinking about his classmate Sana. For some reason, her name just pops into his head, and no, it is not because being broke reminded him of her. He pulls his phone out of his pocket, hesitating for a moment. Maybe he should try texting her. And just like that, the text is sent. He just stares blankly at the message on his screen. His expression suddenly shifts as panic sets in. This is actually the very first time he has ever texted a girl. His hands begin to shake. He did not make a mistake, right? Maybe he should have written something a bit more polite. The phone vibrates along with his shaky hands. What if she blocks him for being too rude? Suddenly, a reply from Sana pops up, simply saying hello to Lee Jun. Reading her text, Lee Jun instantly becomes super flustered. But his face relaxes as his mood completely brightens up. So this is how she texts. It is actually pretty cute. He quickly drafts a reply asking what she is up to. She replies that she is just spacing out. Lee Jun stares at his screen, completely puzzled by that response. He frantically racks his brain. What does she even mean by that? Is spacing out some kind of secret girl language? The two keep chatting. He tells her he lost his keys and is locked out waiting for his parents. She feels bad for him and asks where he is, and he says he is at his apartment playground. When she asks how long he has to wait, he replies it will be about 2 hours. She points out that is quite a long time and suggests a cafe, but he admits he forgot his wallet today. A sudden silence falls, leaving him deep in thought. He stares anxiously at his screen because she still has not replied. Did he complain too much, or did she just suddenly get busy with something else? A wild battle rages in his head. Should he change the subject? No, doing that would only make him look even more pathetic. After what feels like an eternity of waiting, his phone finally vibrates and his eyes light up at the screen. A message pops up asking if he wants to come over to her place. His face instantly lights up as a sudden wave of joy washes over him. He quickly texts back yes. The beautiful sunset slowly paints the sky. Sana gently opens the door, greeting Lee Jun with a soft smile. She mentions the place is a bit messy, but invites him in anyway, and he nervously follows her inside. His face tenses up as his breathing quickens. He desperately tells himself to calm down. He is just visiting a classmate's house. Breaking into a cold sweat, he swears he will not think about things like how feminine her room is or how good it smells. Staring at Sun-a's back, Lee Jun quietly follows her inside. He looks around the room, taken aback by the mess. Everything looks incredibly cluttered and worn down. Lee Jun's expression sours as he tells himself he should not have built up his expectations. Still, he politely takes off his shoes and steps in, apologizing for bothering her. Trying to break the ice, he asks Sun-a if her grandmother is not at home today. She flinches in surprise, slowly turning to ask how he even knew she lived with her grandmother. Lee Jun awkwardly replies that she told him she was late because her grandmother woke her up late. In his memories, he recalls her voice back in the classroom saying she overslept because of her grandmother. He freezes in shock as a terrifying realization hits him that conversation actually happened in a completely different timeline. Sun-a curiously asks if she really said that, forcing him to quickly lie that she mentioned it yesterday while secretly warning himself to be much more careful. As the room grows suffocatingly tense, Lee Jun quickly pivots to break the ice, asking her what they should do now and if she plays any video games. Sun-a shyly admits she does not own a computer, and Lee Jun instantly gets it, but then suddenly, he freezes, spotting something strange right behind her back. Pointing to the television behind her, he asks about watching TV instead, guessing there might be a good movie playing right now. Sun-a hesitates, explaining their TV only picks up basic local broadcast channels. Hearing this, Lee Jun pauses for a brief moment. His face turns pale as cold sweat drips down. One wrong move here could end in absolute disaster, so how is Lee Jun going to survive this agonizing crisis? Lee Jun focuses on Sun-a's middle school picture in the photo album, noting she looks exactly the same as she did back then. She gently nods her head in response, keeping quiet. He presses on, asking how her middle school years actually went. She stammers, completely confused as to why he would ask such a random question. Once again, the room falls completely silent. Lee Jun cringes in embarrassment. He realizes he has to change the subject when suddenly a different book on the shelf catches his eye. What is this, some kind of old book? The title of the book says super funny. Seeing him pick it up, Sun-a smiles softly and says, "Is pretty amusing," prompting a curious Lee Jun to open it. "Let's see, why does coffee taste like dirt?" She instantly answers, "Because it was ground just a few minutes ago." "What about a criminal landing a plane?" "A condescending, pretty clever." Did she memorize all of these? Sun-a gets a little flustered, murmuring that it is really nothing special. Lee Jun realizes there must not be much to do at Sun-a's house at all. Since she has no friends, she probably reread this joke book so many times that the pages completely wore out. Suddenly, Lee Jun covers his face, realizing this is bad. No matter what he says, he keeps stepping on social landmines. There are just way too many here. Sun-a quickly catches onto his reaction and apologizes in a soft voice, asking if her home is just too boring. She admits she invited him over because she really wants to change her personality now that she is in high school, but sadly, there is nothing interesting about her at all. Lee Jun just stares at her silently. Then he asks what she usually does after school ends. He is genuinely curious if she has any hobbies or daily routines, prompting her to search her memory. She tries to recall yesterday's events, remembering she came straight home, wanted a change of pace, and walked around the neighborhood. And after having dinner, she apparently fell asleep almost immediately. Waking up early but unable to fall back asleep, she just lay there until drifting off again. Listening closely, he wonders if that is the real reason she was late for class. She softly adds an apology, admitting she cannot even remember what she did 2 days ago. Lee Jun speaks softly, calling her name. He suggests that even if their ghost story club does not work out, they should join another club together. Sun-a looks completely stunned by his sudden proposal. Then she smiles gently and agrees. Right on cue, a system notification pops up showing his understanding of Sun-a has increased by 10. The scene shifts to the late afternoon as the sky turns golden. Lee Jun stands before his apartment building with a dead serious expression, knowing the fateful moment has arrived. Just getting off work, his dad notices his incredibly intense expression and asks his son what on earth is going on with his face. Lee Jun struggles to find the words to speak. He warns his dad that although it sounds crazy, something strange is happening inside their house and an imposter is pretending to be his mother. Hearing this, his father freezes in his tracks. When did he first see it? Lee Jun replies that he saw it 3 days ago. Lee Jun looks back at him, startled. He frowns, realizing 3 days ago was actually the first day of school. We flash back to late that night 3 days ago. Still half asleep, his father stumbles out of the bedroom. He looks around the quiet house and freezes. Right there in the living room, his wife is standing upside down on the table. His eyes widen in absolute shock as he softly gasps her name. Lee Jun's mother doesn't answer, keeping herself propped up on her hands. Seconds later, she twists her neck all the way backward, eyes bulging wide as she rasps out, "Other husbands pick up their wives, so why don't you do that, honey?" Later on, while still working in his office, the father gets another chilling phone call straight from their home number. Without a second thought, he slides the screen to answer hello. Right away, his wife's voice crackles through the phone, sounding both familiar and completely wrong as she whispers, "Is your mother the only mother in the world? Because I want to go see my mom too." That's exactly why he's been waiting by the front door every single night, even after getting home early. Lee Jun listens in silence, suddenly remembering what happened a couple of days ago. When he ran out to greet them, his dad asked him if he had just seen a ghost. Frowning, Lee Jun asks what they should do now, and his dad just sighs. He lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh. "We can't let your mother get hurt. The two of them will have to handle this scary mess themselves." Taking a deep breath, the two of them slowly tiptoe back inside their quiet house. Lee Jun lightly taps a small cabinet with his foot. Inside are a couple of umbrellas, so he grabs one for himself and hands one to his dad. "Take this," he whispers. Even in the late afternoon, the house is pitch black, saved only by a few faint rays of dying sunlight. Both men stay on high alert, watching every single corner. Without speaking a single word, father and son exchange a tense, knowing look as they slowly advance toward the kitchen area. Sure enough, Lee Jun's mother is lurking in the shadows, clutching a massive and incredibly sharp kitchen knife. The moment they step inside, both of them freeze, completely paralyzed by the terrifying sight. Lee Jun's eyes widen in sheer terror. His mother is effortlessly balancing upside down on the counter with just her bare hands. Honestly, this is just pure nightmare fuel. Then her entire body begins to violently twitch. She violently twists her head around to stare directly at them. "Where on earth have you two bastards been wandering around until this late?" The briefcase in his father's hand slips and hits the floor. He raises the umbrella like a weapon and screams, "If you are a ghost, then vanish, but if you are a human, get out of my house." Both men watch her, intensely terrified of whatever bizarre move she might make next. She growls back, "Is it fair that some people just make a mess while others have to clean up after them?" They are too terrified to even breathe, staring straight ahead. Her face contorts into a horrific nightmare as she screams with blood-red eyes, "Why do you always have to make such a complete mess?" She leaps off the counter. She lunges forward with a knife, shrieking at them to just let her breathe for once. Instantly, both men brace themselves and brace for impact. His father reacts quickly, slamming the button to open the umbrella. The fabric snaps open just in time to block her incoming blade. The razor-sharp knife tears straight through the umbrella, leaving a massive rip. Gritting his teeth, he throws it. He chucks the broken umbrella at her. Immediately, the mother loses her footing and crashes hard against the counter. But they don't let their guard down for a single second, keeping their eyes locked on her. Sure enough, just seconds later, Lee Jun's father is completely paralyzed by the horrifying sight of his wife. Her twisted, contorted body slowly begins to stand up. She forces the words out of her throat, "Honey, I cannot live like this anymore. Let us all hang ourselves together." Stepping forward to protect Jun, the father warns that something is terribly wrong and orders him to stay back. The tension in the room is suffocating as absolutely no one dares to make a single sound. The mother slowly raises her head, her bloodshot eyes staring directly at Lee Jun with pure malice. He freezes completely in place. She whispers that Ban Jang Hun's mother said her boy can study with absolute focus for 3 whole hours. She never should have given birth to a useless kid like him. The moment she finishes speaking, her feet leave the floor. Suddenly, she starts floating in midair. Her entire body hangs suspended high up as if she is being hanged, screaming for everyone to die. Dark red droplets of blood slowly drip from her face. Then she screeches at the top of her lungs and lunges forward, shouting to hang themselves and die. Terrified by her bizarre actions, Lee Jun's father frantically screams for him to run while the boy can only watch in absolute horror as his father is targeted by the monster. The mother swiftly wraps her hands around his father's throat, choking him. Jun stands there frozen, watching his father desperately struggle against his mother's unnatural strength. Gripping his umbrella with shaking hands, he yells out to get those filthy hands off of him right now. He raises the umbrella high and screams. He swings the umbrella hard, striking his mother directly on the head. Her head snaps downward from the violent impact. Seconds later, she looks up again, her eyes bulging so wide they look ready to pop out. Seeing this, Jun is absolutely terrified. His father urgently yells at him to get back and let him handle it. But Jun only tightens his brow, refusing to leave his father. Right at that critical second, an unfamiliar voice calls out from behind, asking what all the noise is about. Two concerned neighbors step inside, and Lee Jun quickly recognizes them as the married couple living right next door to his family. The neighbor frowns and walks right in, asking Lee Jun's father what is going on and demanding they talk things through rather than fight like this. But as soon as he speaks, he flinches, staring in shock at the mother. With messy hair completely covering her face, she slowly turns her head to look at him. Blood drips from her eyes as she spits out that he drinks and gambles all day, so she cannot live here anymore, and they are going to hang themselves. The neighbor freezes, confused because Lee Jun's father never gambles, but then he notices the blood pouring from her eyes. He turns to Lee Jun, shouting for him to go to his house and dial 911 immediately. Jun stammers, "But what about Dad?" His father growls out, ordering him to just do what the neighbor says and go. Feeling completely helpless, he grits his teeth and runs out, telling them he will be right back. Soon, Lee Jun and the female neighbor rush over to her house together. He slams the door shut, gasping heavily for breath. The woman asks in distress what is happening, as she always thought his parents got along incredibly well, but June begs her to wait while he explains everything later. Pulling his phone from his pocket, he dials 112 to get the police first. Right then, the doorbell rings, making both of them jump. They stare at the intercom screen with wide, terrified eyes. A voice calls out, "Jun, is Dad, open the door." The camera display flickers violently. Then his father's face presses flat against the lens, his eyes bleeding red and his tongue sticking out as he begs him to open the door. He keeps pleading, "June, it is Dad, open up right now." Jun and his neighbors stare in absolute terror at the horrifying face of his father. Panicking, he demands to know who this is and where his real dad went. The man mumbles incoherently about business failures, debt collectors chasing them down, and eating instant ramen until their stomachs turn to acid, asking if June is not sick of this life too. He claims he is exhausted and already hanged himself with the mother, so Jun should just hang himself too. Lee Jun turns pale and shouts back at the nonsense, arguing that his father never ran a business and they never lived off instant noodles like that. The man completely ignores him endlessly, repeating his demand to open the door so they can all hang themselves together. Shaking with fear, Jun reaches his hand out and demands to know who the imposter is and what they did to his parents. Right then, the phone inside his pocket suddenly begins to vibrate. Lee Jun pulls it out quickly, seeing that the caller is none other than his mother. Frowning with heavy suspicion, he still answers the call and asks if that is her. She asks if something is happening at home, leaving him utterly shocked by her voice. She explains that she just got home from work, but there is a massive crowd gathering outside their door along with the police. He realizes someone must have called the cops over the commotion, while the neighbor whispers, asking if that was his mother on the phone since she was just outside. Cutting her off instantly, he warns his mother that they are fine and tells her to absolutely stay away from the apartment. Mid-sentence, Lee Jun suddenly freezes up entirely. Looking at the security monitor, he sees more than just his father. From the shadows behind him, his mother slowly comes into view. She stares at the door and steps aside, revealing a horrifying row of feet dangling lifelessly in the air behind them. There are far too many of them. Lee Jun and his neighbor turn pale as ghosts at the sight. Outside, every single resident who had entered the building is now hanging, suspended, floating lifelessly in midair. Their faces are completely contorted from the agonizing lack of oxygen. What on earth is going on here? His eyes widen as he wonders what happened to his dad and realizes he needs to take action immediately. Jun frantically looks around, scanning the room for any kind of weapon he can use to defend himself. His eyes quickly land on a few golf clubs leaning right next to the storage shelf. Without a single second of hesitation, Lee Jun grabs one of the clubs. The old lady asks him where he is going, and he whispers back, telling her to stay put while he tries to do something. Steeling himself, he summons all his courage and unlocks the door. Lee Jun cautiously peers outside into the hallway. He flinches in shock. His father is lying completely sprawled out on the cold floor. He runs to his side without hesitation, frantically asking if his dad is okay. "Wake up," he begs, but then Lee Jun instantly senses that something is terribly wrong, wondering where the monster went. Right above him, the ghostly mother is clinging to the ceiling, staring straight down at him. Lee Jun whips his head around. But it is too late, as she lunges down, shrieking insults about how his chubby body means nobody will ever want to marry a pig like him. He pours all his strength into swinging the golf club directly at her face. The impact rings out with a loud crack, snapping her head backward from the force. But within seconds, she glares right back at him with bloodshot eyes. The demon mother suddenly clamps her hand tightly around his throat, catching him completely off guard before he can react. The club slips from his grip and clatters onto the floor. Gasping for air, he desperately chokes out the words to let him go. Lee Jun's face grows darker as he runs out of oxygen. She didn't care about his feelings at all, constantly spewing toxic insults. She blamed him for having no friends, calling his personality trash, and asking how he planned to survive with such a garbage mindset. She ranted about how hard she worked, asking why studying was so hard when all he did was play games. She called him a lazy, useless disappointment who was comfortable living in filth. Finally, she snapped, telling him to just hang himself, to stop making his mother suffer, and to just die already. Lee Jun's eyes rolled back as he stared at her. His consciousness began to fade away completely. Right after the system notified him that he had died and would return to his previous checkpoint. "Get home safely, Jun. I had so much fun today." Everything reset to the moment he was leaving Suna's house, where she noticed him. Seeing Lee Jun standing completely frozen, she called his name. In a low voice, he told Suna that he would see her tomorrow. Seeing that, he seemed completely normal as usual, she softly smiled and nodded. The evening sky was deeply poetic as the sun slowly dipped behind the drifting clouds, while Lee Jun walked listlessly down the path on his way back home. Holding his phone, he dialed a number. A few seconds later, a voice answered on the other end, prompting him to speak in a deep tone, asking if he had a free moment to talk. An Gyeong-won, who was currently sitting in his classroom, heard the question and replied that it was actually his recess time at the cram school before asking Lee Jun frowned and explained that he wanted to know about a ghost story involving an entity pretending to be someone's mother in their own home, asking if An Gyeong-won had ever heard of such a thing. Gyeong-won was completely caught off guard, asking if it was yet another ghost story. He sighed, questioning why his friend always asked such incredibly bizarre questions. Jun apologized, claiming he was just curious, and asked if anything came to mind. Well, if it is that kind of ghost story, of course there is Lee. Jun flinched slightly when he heard that there was. There are many stories about spirits mimicking family members, but the most famous, truly terrifying one that goes far beyond a mere myth is called the Mother Dilemma. He was bewildered and asked what kind of story that Mother Dilemma was and if there was any way to escape it. And escape, well, about that. On a fateful night while I was studying on the second floor, my child suddenly, "Help me come down to the kitchen for a bit, my child." My mother's voice echoed from the kitchen on the first floor, telling me to go downstairs. The protagonist immediately headed downstairs, sighing about how annoying it was. But as he walked toward the kitchen, a panicked voice suddenly echoed from his parents' bedroom back on the second floor. "Wait, my child, don't go down." I also just heard that voice. The protagonist stared blankly at the closed door. In that moment, which mother should I choose to believe? And that was the urban legend Lee Jun was currently facing. An Gyeong-won finished the story explaining that it was an American myth and asking if he understood the general concept. In a panic, Lee Jun bit his nails and asked if the title is The Mother Dilemma, does that mean choosing either mother is wrong? An Gyeong-won confirmed. He frowned deeply, thinking that when things are at a dead end, gathering more information is the best possible move. Just like before, the clues were always hidden within the stories. He asked in a low voice, since it is a famous story, is there any well-known solution that people have suggested? Gyeong-won replied that there are quite a few theories ranging from analyzing the order in which the mothers call out to guessing based on their locations. Lee Jun's heart sank with anxiety. He didn't think these theories would help because he already knew exactly who the real mother was from the very beginning. He asked if there was any other theory to identify the real mother or banish the imposter. However, An Gyeong-won hesitated, saying his break was almost over now. Hearing that, he quickly apologized, adding that An Gyeong-won was the only smart person he knew to ask. Flattered, An Gyeong-won acted a bit smug and relented. Sometimes people joke that dropping crazy news like a pregnancy or failing grades is the best option. Basically, do whatever triggers the most extreme motherly reaction to tell them apart. Lee Jun was completely stunned upon hearing that advice. Gyeong-won frowned, telling him that class was finally starting. He quickly expressed his gratitude, thanking him repeatedly and telling him to have a good class. With that, the call came to an end. Afterward, Lee Jun walked home with a serious expression. Biting his lip, he thought, this is it. He felt that if he pulled off this trick, something would definitely happen. The key here wasn't finding the imposter, but forcing the imposter to expose themselves. Isn't the goal simply to stop this fake from mimicking her anymore? Walking along, he suddenly freezes in his tracks. Lee Jun stares silently into the distance. He wonders if this plan will actually work, but there is a real chance. No, this is absolutely no time for second guessing. His mind is made up to face it head-on just as the evening sky begins to darken. Standing at the apartment entrance, his dad trembles and asks if he saw it too. Yes, Lee Jun replies, something is posing as mom. We have to deal with this before the real mom gets back, and he has a brilliant plan. His dad frowns, thoroughly confused, and asks what this brilliant plan actually is. It is well, Lee Jun hesitates for a brief moment. Trying to explain it now would probably just confuse his dad, so it is definitely better if he sees it with his own eyes. With his father's sharp instincts, the older man will immediately realize exactly what needs to be done. He softly tells his dad that they should head up first, promising everything will make sense once they arrive. The two of them quickly make their way up to the apartment, and Lee Jun reaches out to press the doorbell. His father looks at him totally baffled and asks why he is ringing the doorbell to his own home. He does not answer, choosing instead to press the button repeatedly. Internally, he is practically begging for a response. Answer it, come on, just answer. Sure enough, after a few tense seconds, a noise echoes from inside the flat. The intercom speaker crackles to life, it is finally responding. And then, Lee Jun lowers his voice and commands, open the door, daughter-in-law. Standing right beside him, his father is utterly speechless, having absolutely no clue what is going on. Yet there is not a single sound from the other side. His face hardens as he begins pounding on the door. Daughter-in-law, open this door right now. He yells that he knows she is inside, adding that only a shameless daughter-in-law would leave a 70-year-old mother waiting outside. The intercom remains completely silent, offering no response. But then the sudden click of the lock echoing through the hall changes everything. Slowly, the heavy door begins to swing open. Suddenly, his mother's head pokes out, her eyes glaring as she snarls, how can a pathetic, uneducated failure like you hold your head high and confidently walk in here? Not showing a shred of fear, Lee Jun crosses his arms and fires back, daughter-in-law, hand over the door passcode because he hates waiting around like a stranger. Ignoring his demand, she continues her toxic rant, asking why he is so stupid and wondering who he even takes after. Unbothered, he cuts her off completely, asking if she has some kind of issue with a mother visiting her own son's home. The hallway suddenly plunges into a dead silence, but the fake mother refuses to back down, asking if he forgot his promise to help with housework, calling him a hesitant coward who can never make a clean decision. This time, Lee Jun snaps, shouting back, "Is it wrong to want to enter my own home, so hand over the passcode, or are you just too stupid to understand human speech?" The two of them stand there, locked in an intense, staring contest. His mother's lips tremble slightly as she whispers, "Mother." She slowly steps out of the apartment. Her entire body cringes in fear as she stammers, "Mother-in-law, why would you say something like that?" John is absolutely thrilled inside, while his dad stands there completely lost, but he knows the trick is working and he must keep the upper hand. He raises his voice even louder, demanding to know how she dares object when he was the one who gave birth to his son, making this house his by right. Pointing a finger directly at her face to shrink her confidence, he snaps, "What kind of mindless woman are you? Because a proper daughter-in-law would have opened the door instantly." His tone sharpens, piling on the psychological pressure. "You just did not want me coming here at all, did you?" The monster bows her head, mumbling in a dark, defeated tone, "No, mother, that was not my intention at all." Lee Jun refuses to let up, barking that treating him this way proves otherwise, calling it a curse upon his family to have ended up with such a disrespectful daughter-in-law. She bites her lip and whimpers, claiming it is all just a huge misunderstanding, but Lee Jun points directly at her and snaps, "You absolute trash. Are you seriously trying to deny it? Do you even know what today is, sitting around the house like this? What is actually wrong with you?" Completely subdued by his intense pressure, the ghost can only utter a pathetic groan. But then the ghost mother suddenly speaks up and asks, "What day is it today?" Lee Jun completely freezes, utterly blindsided by her sudden question. "Wait, what?" The spirit's bloodshot eyes lock onto him as she asks again, "I asked you what day is today." Feeling a sudden chill, Lee Jun forces his voice to stay steady. "Oh, so now you ask, what kind of daughter-in-law is completely clueless like this?" Suddenly, the ghost mother lunges right up to his face. She demands to know what today is, leaving Lee Jun gritting his teeth in pure panic. Damn it. What should he say now? He was so close to winning this mental battle, but the momentum is completely ruined. Crushed under her terrifying presence, his mind races to invent a believable lie. Should he just tell her it is his birthday? Right then, his father steps in to break the tension. "Today is the day you promised to pick up my child from daycare." Both Lee Jun and the ghost whip their heads around toward the voice. His father stands there with folded arms, looking incredibly stern. What an absolute lifesaver. He glares at her demands to know if her memory is really that terrible, or if watching one extra kid was so hard that she decided to just abandon his child at daycare. His perfect intervention leaves them completely speechless, and honestly, his timing could not be more clutch. Lee Jun is absolutely stunned by his father's quick thinking. Did his dad really figure out this sister-in-law roleplay in just a matter of seconds? Looking at his father now, the man seems like an actual god, with the glorious aura of a true family leader. The ghost stammers in fear, "Look, how could you ask me to do that? Taking care of a kid is not easy at all, you know." Pointing an angry finger, his dad yells back, "Are you insane? Because of your laziness, my poor child cried his eyes out at the daycare." Holding up 5 fingers, his dad demands immediate payment. "I want $500 right now to compensate for the emotional trauma you put my child through." Cowering, the ghost whimpers, "But why did you even ask me to watch your kid? You easily could have just hired a professional babysitter instead." Lee Jun's father immediately points to his temple, "A babysitter? Are you completely insane? How could I ever trust a random stranger to watch my child?" The ghost mother stammers, "If that is true, why ask me?" He immediately shuts her down, asking if she considers her own family a stranger, and if she abandoned them just to lie around the house being completely lazy. Stunned by this harsh scolding, she can only choke out, "Please, just stop it." Silencing her, he yells that he has had enough. "Pay up the $500 and get back to your parents' house right now." Utterly panicked, the ghost mother cries out, "Why should I have to leave this house?" Standing nearby, Lee Jun suddenly roars, "You seriously dare to ask that? This is my son's house, which makes it our house too, you terrible woman." Drenched in sweat, she whimpers, "What do you mean?" Pushing his performance to the absolute limit, Lee Jun screams, "Get out of here right now, you worthless piece of trash." Fully committing to his mother-in-law persona, he keeps pushing her to pack up and go back to her own parents, since she loves visiting them so much. Lee Jun roars, "With everything he has left, get out." His father joins in on the relentless shouting, "Go back to your parents' house and get out." The entire apartment echoes with their furious shouting as they scream for her to go back to her parents, to just pack her things, get out of their house, and go home right now. Wincing under their intense verbal assault, the ghost mother squeezes her hands tightly as they continue to command her to leave. A dark, swirling energy begins to wrap around her trembling form as she groans in absolute agony. Her body shakes violently as if she is losing her mind entirely, while they ask why she is still standing there pretending not to understand them. Clasping her hands over her head, the ghost mother suddenly lets out a blood-curdling scream. Her pale face begins to fracture into pieces, her eyes rolling completely back in her head. Blinding beams of light burst out from the deep cracks in her skin. Finally, the ghost completely vanishes, leaving behind nothing but a thick cloud of white smoke. Both Lee Jun and his father stand completely frozen, processing the absolute shock of the moment. No one is left before them, only a freezing chill lingering in the air. Cold sweat drips down his cheek after putting everything into that intense performance. Catching his breath, he quickly glances over his shoulder. His dad is in a similar state, meeting his gaze. With each heavy breath, his lips part slightly, trying to steady his racing heart. Perfect sync. They high-fived to celebrate their hard-won victory. But their celebration is cut short when a strange noise echoes from inside the room. Instantly, their nerves stretch tight with tension once again. The door creaks open. A figure steps inside, letting out a surprised sigh, "Oh my." It is Lee Jun's mom, asking in confusion why the two of them are standing here like this. The two men just exchange quick looks, quietly signaling to each other. They suddenly wrap her in a tight hug, "Honey, Mom," leaving her completely baffled and asking what on earth is wrong with them. Life returns to their high-rise apartment, though she keeps asking why the two of them are acting so incredibly weird and scary. Meanwhile, Lee Jun's system quickly updates his progress. This parallel destiny scenario only shared similarities with the original tale, not a perfect match. You have successfully survived and cleared the B-tier ghost story, The Ghost Mother. You have received 15 ghost story points. Lee Jun collapses onto his bed, letting out a long, exhausted sigh. Thanks to your sheer cleverness, you have successfully repelled the Ghost Mother and earned 70 additional points. A new notification flashes continuously on the screen, stating that he has finally accumulated enough ghost story points. Use these points to unlock special abilities and level up quickly now. He gazes up sluggishly at the floating screen, whispering to himself that he actually made it through. His eyelids grow incredibly heavy, and he decides to handle the upgrades later. Before he knows it, he falls into a deep sleep. Right now, in his space-dyed deep crimson, a bizarre figure with 3 arms silently prays. A sudden system prompt appears, asking if he will accept the Demon King's proposal for a truce. Wait, why is this prompt floating in such a ruined place? The system asks if he will accept a truce. Suddenly, the person's vision blurs and wavers for a brief moment. A young man is kneeling on the ground, his body covered in tatters. He trembles, begging them to stop. Grimacing, he looks up, begging them to please stop. That ominous floating screen is right before him. A massive half-destroyed building stands in the blurry background behind the glowing text. The dark silhouette of the Demon King looms, repeating the offer for a truce. In response to the question, a deeply sorrowful voice echoes, apologizing and admitting that he has always been a total bastard. A trembling finger moves forward and presses the accept button. Suddenly, the young man screams in his sleep. That bizarre and terrifying dream jolts Lee Jun wide awake from his sleep. Morning sunlight streams into the room, but his chest is still pounding heavily with dread. He sits there looking completely dazed for a long moment, wondering what that dream even meant. A new day begins, and his system screen pops up, displaying the time as 3:53 on Thursday, March 7, 2019. It lists his status as round 2 with 100 ghost story points, a 7% casualty rate, and locked club options. He quickly sits up in bed, muttering that he was so exhausted last night, he fell asleep without taking a shower. Ruffling his messy hair, Lee Jun wonders what that dream was about, since it felt totally different from his usual nightmares. The 100 ghost story points floating right in front of his face catch his attention, reminding him of yesterday. Once again, the system notification reappears, showing his total points. It prompts him that he has accumulated enough points, urging him to unlock special abilities and level up quickly. Feeling pretty curious about this special ability keyword, he decides to unlock it, granting him the trait known as the God of Luck. The S-tier skill details immediately pop up. Activation is entirely automatic. Once absolutely everything in the world is actively working against you, a sudden stroke of wild luck will save you, though this consumable ability will disappear completely after a single use. He slowly reads the description aloud. Once absolutely everything is against you, an unexpected stroke of luck will appear. Terrifying memories of yesterday's ghosts flash through his mind. He was on the verge of death countless times, yet it never activated. If those situations were not enough, then just how completely insane does a crisis have to be before this skill actually triggers? He taps the screen to close the window, hoping he never has to find out how bad things must get for this automatic luck to trigger. Still, a cold sweat breaks out as anxiety creeps back, and his main concern now is whether he should spend points to grab another special ability to survive. As sunlight streams through his window, he wonders if he should just leave everything as is, especially since his new special ability might be totally useless. Either way, his next destination for the day remains the same familiar high school. Slinging his bag over one shoulder, Lee Jun walks down the school hallway. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a very familiar face up ahead. Just as Eun-Suna reaches the classroom door, she stops, hearing him call her name. They walk inside together, and Eun-Suna cheerfully asks why he is so early. She giggles, explaining she actually went to sleep on time last night. Heading to his seat, he can't help but think. Sure, he visited her house yesterday, but it is not like he can just drop by every single day. Lost in his thoughts, his eyes suddenly widen in pure surprise. Sitting right next to Eun Suna is Im Ha-yoon, deeply focused on her book. Lee Jun gets curious. That's Im Ha-yoon next to Eun Suna, right? Come to think of it, he hasn't spoken to her once in this timeline yet. Staring at the dense text on her page, he gets a strange feeling that she might end up joining some kind of reading club. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. His understanding of Im Ha-yoon has just increased by 5 points. Just then, a voice calls from behind the door, his teacher calling his favorite student Jun. He immediately turns around, feeling a wave of deep unease. Park Da-mung stands there, holding a piece of paper, a mysterious look on his face as he asks Jun to come with him. Lee Jun breaks into a cold sweat. Finally, the moment has come. They head to the staff room together, where Lee Jun hesitantly asks what is going on. The homeroom teacher lets out a deep dramatic sigh. Still, clutching that slip of paper, he asks if Jun really thinks a school ghost story club would ever get approved. Lee Jun grits his teeth. Of course, it was rejected. The teacher bluntly follows up, if that's what he's thinking, then he is absolutely correct. Lee Jun's eyes snap open in complete utter shock. He immediately asks the teacher to repeat what he just said, but Da-mung smiles warmly and reveals that the application actually passed since the school is quite open to new clubs. He pumps his fist in victory. But then the teacher quickly crushes his hope because of a lack of members. It got shut down immediately. A sudden whiplash leaves him speechless, barely squeezing out a quiet yes. Park Da-mung's cheeks puff up, holding back a massive laugh. He leans back and bursts into loud laughter, mocking Jun's face and asking if he really thought a club without the minimum members could stand. Tears stream down his face as he points, teasingly asking Jun how it feels to have his fresh joy instantly crushed the very moment it was born. Da-mung rolls on the floor, holding his stomach and gasping that he's going to die laughing. Lee Jun watches this performance in sheer horror. Is this guy a teacher or a certified hater? Finally catching his breath after laughing his heart out, the teacher wipes his eyes. With a surprisingly warm smile, he admits he was just playing around. The truth is, he manually added a student's name to the list, which means the Ghost Story Club is officially approved. Lee Jun's face lights up excitedly, asking if it is really true. But the teacher immediately shoots him down again, saying of course it's not. Da-mung bursts into another round of laughter, leaving Jun completely speechless. What kind of sick joke is this? Frustrated and utterly defeated, the boy turns to leave awkwardly, saying goodbye. The teacher quickly stops him, promising that he is telling the absolute truth this time. The club is actually approved. He holds out the registration sheet for Jun to see. The approval for the Ghost Story Club is right there. Lee Jun slowly takes the paper, his face filled with extreme suspicion. He squints hard at the sheet, carefully scanning the text inside. 3 names are clearly written on the paper: Yoon Sun Ah, An Gyeong-won, and Lee Jin-hee. There really is a third member. The mysterious final name immediately catches his eye: Lee Jin-hee. Suddenly, celebratory system bells ring out inside his head. He has completed the 4th tutorial quest, establishing the Ghost Story Club. Rewards include the club management page, 10 Ghost Story points, and a dedicated club room. Surrounded by countless holographic screens, he grins as a notification congratulates him on officially becoming the Ghost Story Club president. The club management tab is now unlocked, allowing him to spend Ghost Story points to develop and upgrade their club. He receives 10 Ghost Story points and a brand new club room, which the system automatically integrates right into the school building as a reward. Lee Jun quietly celebrates to himself, thrilled that he actually pulled it off and completed the mission. But his celebration quickly cuts short as he suddenly freezes in place. He turns to Park Da-mung with a confused look, asking if the club was already officially approved. Then why did you tease us like that? Adjusting his glasses, the teacher smirks and asks if he is really that curious. The homeroom teacher shamelessly confesses that messing with his students is just his personal brand of fun. Thanks to this weird interaction, his understanding level of Park Da-mung instantly shoots up by 40 points. Left standing there, he can only awkwardly nod and say yes. Fresh rays of morning sunlight stream through the windows as if celebrating the Ghost Story Club finally being officially established. A new quest window pops up, signaling the end of the tutorial phase. It welcomes him once again to Nakseong High School, a place crawling with supernatural mysteries. To survive, he must uncover the dark secrets hidden within these walls or defeat dangerous urban legends to earn points and unlock special skills. On top of that, he needs to gather reliable allies and stop the resurrection of the Demon King before graduation day arrives. The world is in your hands. 7:53 a.m. March 7, 2019. Lee Jun has 110 points and 8% causality. In the staff room, a voice calls out, "Oh, and by the way." Spinning around in his chair, Park Da-mung explains that while giving a brand new club its own space is completely unprecedented and a bit excessive, the school has actually decided to grant them their own club room. Hearing this unexpected explanation, Lee Jun is left completely stunned. He instantly recalls the system notification stating that a club room was added as a quest reward. Even though he knew about it beforehand through the system, he never expected this reality-altering change to happen so incredibly fast. Suddenly, Park Da-mung hesitates before adding that it is actually quite bizarre. The staff recently discovered a completely empty, unused room sitting on the 5th floor of the building. Supposedly, a student stumbled upon it during morning cleaning duties. The creepy part is that absolutely no one had any idea this room even existed until just recently. The teacher looks deeply perplexed, mentioning that despite working at this school for nearly 15 years, he had no idea that room existed. How is that even possible? Lee Jun knows this coincidence is way too forced. Can the system actually manipulate real-world memories and physical layouts to this extent? Not wanting to cause a panic, Park Damyum quickly brushes it off. He laughs, admitting he was just jealous that a brand new club scored such a great room, which is why he teased him. He then reminds him that morning roll call is starting soon and sends him back to class. Back in classroom 1-3. Yoon Sun-ah and Ahn Gyeong-won look at him with wide, sparkling eyes full of anticipation. Ahn Gyeong-won quickly jumps up eagerly, asking if their club application got approved. Seeing their incredibly hopeful faces, Lee Jun pauses for a dramatic effect, acting highly hesitant as he speaks. He slumps his shoulders, faking a devastated look to deliver the bad news. I am so sorry to tell you guys this, but our club application was actually officially approved. Fooled by his gloomy expression, the two completely miss his actual words. Yoon Sun-ah slumps down in disappointment while Ahn Gyeong-won tries to comfort her, sighing that it is not surprising since they are only first-year students. But then Ahn Gyeong-won suddenly realizes something is not adding up. Staring blankly at him, Ahn Gyeong-won asks what he just said. Seeing their hilariously bewildered, innocent expressions, Lee Jun feels a massive wave of pure satisfaction. He chuckles to himself, finally understanding why their eccentric homeroom teacher loves teasing people so much. Grinning at his friends, he cheekily tells them that it is a real shame, but they will have to tolerate him for the next 3 years. He casually adds that they also scored a completely free club room, sending his friends into an absolute state of pure joy. Yoon Sun-ah sighs in absolute relief while Ahn Gyeong-won grabs his shoulders and shakes him, complaining about the near heart attack. The three of them celebrate happily while Jin-hee remains fast asleep on her desk. For just a split second, his eyes linger quietly on her. Lee Jun reasons that since she is technically a club member now, there is no immediate rush to wake her up. After all, a true gentleman never disturbs a sleeping lady, and absolutely not because he is secretly terrified of her temper. The scene cuts to multi-purpose room number 3. Lee Jun, Ahn Gyeong-won, and Eun Sun-ah stand completely frozen right outside the door. He mutters that the door is locked, and Ahn Gyeong-won sighs, noting they really should have seen this coming. He wonders if the teachers would hand over the key, but Lee Jun hesitates, mentioning that their advisor already went home. Surprised, Eun Sun-ah gasps, leaving the three of them with no choice but to head back. Ahn Gyeong-won suggests they officially start tomorrow and head home for the day, but Yoon Sun-ah still lingers behind, really wishing she could have at least caught a quick glimpse inside their brand new room. At that moment, Lee Jun glances at a system notification asking if he wants to unlock the club room. As Ahn Gyeong-won and Eun Sun-ah turn to walk away in defeat, Ahn Gyeong-won sighs that they should call it a day. Suddenly, both of them turn back in utter surprise. Lee Jun has somehow opened the locked door, throwing a knowing smirk back at them. He quickly scrambles for an excuse to explain it away. The door handle must be really old, so a firm twist just popped it right open. Shall we head inside? Hearing that those two naive souls, Gyeong-won and Eun Sun-ah, immediately brighten up and reply in unison, absolutely, Lee Jun. Jun reaches out and flips the light switch. The room floods with light, revealing a massive table and chairs that are absolutely perfect for club meetings. The three of them stand frozen in pure awe, whispering how incredible it is. Sunbeams stream through the window onto the three of them as they talk. They say this room has been empty for years, but it is way cleaner than expected. We will be holding our club activities in here from now on, right? Gyeong-won runs his fingers along the whiteboard, highly praising Lee Jun for scoring a clubroom like this as a mere freshman. You have to admit you are pretty resourceful. Hearing that Lee Jun can only offer a forced smile, chalking it up to pure luck. Then he quietly summons the system interface. Main screen displays 4:35 p.m. Thursday, March 7th, 2019. Lee Jun round 2, points 110, causality 8%, options, status, club management stats, settings. Staring at option 2, he is stunned. The club management page is actually unlocked. He reaches out to tap it and see what is inside. The screen displays Ghost Story Club Level 1. Option 1, Club Status. Option 2, Member Management. Option 3, Shop currently locked. Option 4, Club Settings. Another window pops up, Club Status, Ghost Story Club Level 1. You can use points to develop the club. Points needed for next level 0 out of 100. Features locked. Lee Jun strokes his chin, analyzing the details so the club can be leveled up using points too. I really want to try it right now. Glancing at Eun Sun-ah and Gyeong-won, he hesitates. Since he has no clue what might happen next, he will have to wait until he is completely alone to test it. All right, he mutters, selecting the next option. The screen displays Option 2 Member Management Un Sun A level 10 out of 100. Gyeom 1 level 10 out of 100. Lee Jin Hee level 10 out of 100. Hwa Eun level 10 out of 100. Staring at the stats, Lee Jun falls deep into thought. He always suspected this system was copying RPG mechanics, but seeing this layout, it literally feels like he is managing a guild in some online game. He frowns in confusion. Lee Jin Hee is that sleepy girl who sits behind him, but who on earth is this Hwa Eun? His curiosity deepens. Could she be the faculty advisor appointed by the school, and yet the system just treats her as another regular member? Lee Jun reaches out to tap the screen. What happens if I click on their names, he wonders. A detailed profile pops up. Name Un Sun A, age 16, title Dirt Poor, personality unknown. Click to expand special ability, unknown traits. Unknown. Click to show understanding 50 out of 100. It is the same status window, he realizes, but now he does not even need to look at them. Way more convenient. Glancing over at Yoon Sun-ah, he tells himself that as his understanding level goes up, more details will unlock. He should take his time reviewing this once he gets home. After that, he selects the next option, the club shop. The system alerts him shop temporarily locked. This feature will unlock once the club reaches level 5. Reading the prompt, Lee Jun size level 5. It takes 100 points just to level up once. Doing some quick mental math, he realizes that means he will have to defeat 4 more urban legends on par with the Smiling Woman. Man, that is incredibly expensive. Suddenly, Unsuna hesitates, softly calling out his name. She asks what their first official activity will be tomorrow, and Gyeong-won chimes in, wondering if he has already planned something out. Hearing this, Lee Jun begins explaining his plan for tomorrow. Let us list every ghost story we know. That way we can pool our information, see what each of us is into, and gauge our knowledge of urban legends. Right, Unsuna? Getting excited, Gyeong-won pushes up his glasses and boasts that telling every ghost story stored in his brain would easily take more than a day. Finally, Lee Jun wraps up, suggesting they call it a day. The other two agree, and they all head their separate ways. A warm golden sunset slowly blankets the sky. Back at his apartment, Lee Jun lies down with his legs kicked up, pulling up his screen to review the status window from earlier. Gyeong-won's file pops up. Name Gyeong-won level 10 out of 100, age 17, title Walking Encyclopedia. Preachy personality. Click to expand special abilities. Unknown traits. Unknown. Click to display understanding. 70 out of 100. Preachy personality. This character possesses an overwhelmingly strong sense of narcissism. As the only son of a wealthy family, he has received a top-tier elite education ever since birth, which makes him love boasting about his status and towering pride. He is exceptionally confident and takes immense pride in his own vast knowledge. On the bright side, if you know how to stroke his ego just a little bit, he will gladly answer any questions just to show off how brilliant he is. However, because he was highly sheltered and has rarely experienced anything beyond his academic textbooks, he is extremely prone to sheer panic if he ever runs into bizarre supernatural events that defy his imagination. The system chimes. Your understanding of Gyeong-won has reached 50%. You can now view this character's specific traits. And the trait, his, is reality denial, completely rejecting any bizarre supernatural truths. Next name. Lee Jin Hee level 10 out of 100, age 17, title Outcast in the back row, personality unknown, special ability unknown, traits unknown, understanding 0 out of 100. Your understanding of this character is still too low. Please interact more to unlock further details. The next person is Hwa Eun level 10 out of 100, age 34, title aging single, teacher personality unknown, special ability unknown, traits unknown, understanding 0 out of 100. Your understanding of this character is currently too low. Please interact with her more to unlock further details. Lee Jun skims through the text and falls into deep thought. After that, he proceeds to select another name. Yoon Sun-ah level 10 out of 100. Age 16. Title Poor Kid. Nature, special abilities, and traits are currently unknown. Click to expand. Her understanding level is currently sitting at 50 out of 100. Nature number 222, extremely low self-esteem. Having grown up in poverty, this young girl suffers from incredibly low self-worth. She remains completely passive in everything she does and is extremely slow to make decisions. Right now, she is simply drifting day by day through a harsh reality that she has been forced to accept. Since your understanding of Un Sun-ah has reached 50%, you can now inspect the specific details of her character traits. Loading trait information. Un Sun-ah possesses the unique trait named Diana. Scene change in the middle of a history class. The teacher slams his hand onto the desk, his voice booming. That right there is the exact reason why our country became so corrupt. Mr. Shin Moon passionately lectures on, telling them that nowadays history is totally ignored in university entrance exams. Do you kids even realize that nobody seems to understand how important history actually is? Overwhelmed with patriotic passion, he declares that without a past, there can be no future. Those are the legendary words spoken by the late Shin Chae-ho. Meanwhile, Lee Jun rests his chin on his hand, completely bored out of his mind and wondering when this class will finally end. He glances at the clock on the distant wall. Just this last period, and then it is lunchtime. Plus, the entire afternoon will be dedicated to the club activities he has been anticipating for so long. Up at the podium, Mr. Shin Moon is still going strong, shouting that those damn Japanese imperialists tried to colonize their land just to crush their national spirit. Suddenly, the dismissal bell rings loudly through the intercom speakers. Instantly, the students look completely relieved. Everyone scrambles to pack up their bags, eager to get some lunch, while a flustered Mr. Shin Moon desperately begs them to wait. He watches helplessly as the stampede of students rushes out of the classroom, crying out that he has not even finished his lecture yet. Seeing his efforts fail, he sighs, hugs his teaching documents, and sadly accepts his defeat. As Lee Jun opens the door to leave, he sees students running around like crazy. He is totally startled, wondering why the hallways are such a mess and if everyone is just super hyped for club activities. He silently predicts that at this rate, someone is definitely going to get caught by a teacher and turned into a warning example. Suddenly, he spots their teacher, Mr. Park Da-mum, walking in the distance. The man has a completely dazed look on his face, drooling with hunger as he mutters that today's menu features tonkatsu. Lee Jun watches in complete disbelief as Mr. Park Da-mum sprints past him like an absolute gust of wind. Seeing his teacher join the chaotic rush of hungry kids leaves him utterly speechless. Scene change in another part of the school, a delivery driver hands over a bag saying, "Here is your order, customer." A girl happily accepts the package, smiling as she thanks him. Witnessing this, Lee Jun is shocked. He wonders out loud if students are actually allowed to order delivery food at school. Hearing this, An Gyeong-won decides to explain. She notes that their school grants them an insane amount of freedom during club hours. Because of that, it is totally normal for people to order outside food every single Friday. Watching them, Eun Sun-ah softly whispers that she is incredibly jealous. Overhearing her, Lee Jun quickly chimed in, suggesting that next time they should order delivery too and eat right inside their club room. She quickly nods her head in agreement. Out of nowhere, a loud voice calls out, calling Jun his absolute favorite student. Mr. Park Da-mum approaches while rubbing his full belly, asking if Jun has eaten yet. Lee Jun politely greets his teacher. But a second later, Lee Jun's face blanks out. Seriously, how is the teacher who ran the fastest to grab food leaving later than them? Noticing the crumbs still stuck to the corner of Mr. Park Da-mum's mouth, Lee Jun cannot help but wonder just how many extra portions of food he actually went back for. The teacher asks if they are heading over to the club room right now, and Lee Jun confirms that yes, they are indeed on their way there. Suddenly, Mr. Park Da-mum's expression turns completely serious. He tells them in a grave tone that he has something highly important to share. An Gyeong-won and Eun Sun-ah stare back with visible confusion, while Lee Jun internally sighs, wondering if their teacher is about to spout some more bizarre nonsense again. Mr. Park Da-mum warns them that right this second, a terribly malevolent entity is guarding their club room. He explains that is exactly why they cannot just walk in. Pulling out an object, he adds that in order to safely enter the room, they are going to absolutely need this specific item. The mysterious object resting in his hand is simply a key. Mr. Park Da-mum scratches his head in embarrassment, admitting he actually meant to hand it over this morning but completely forgot. He bids them farewell and hopes they have fun. With those parting words, he spins around and walks away. Eun Sun-ah hesitantly points out that the door was already unlocked anyway, but An Gyeong-won notes that they will still need the key to lock up when they leave. A short while later, inside multipurpose room number 3, the three of them sit down to execute their plan of telling scary stories, with Eun Sun-ah starting first. A hiker gets lost on a mountain and has to spend the night in a wooden cabin only to find the walls covered in terrifying portraits with creepy faces. But when he wakes up the very next morning, he realizes there were never any portraits. Every single one of them was actually a window looking out into the dark. Lee Jun just hums in response, prompting Eun Sun-ah to ask him what he thinks of the story. Next up is An Gyeong-won, who shares a bizarre rumor about deep-sea divers. Beyond the obvious rules like never diving when it rains, they also share one incredibly strange, unwritten taboo that they only keep entirely to themselves, and that is to never under any circumstances touch a corpse floating out on the water. Lee Jun nods along while Eun Sun-ah agrees, saying she completely understands the creepy vibe. The spooky tales keep flowing. First is a story about a group of friends camping in Seoul where a photo captures them all sleeping deeply in the middle of nowhere. Then there is the legend of a radio frequency where you can tune in to hear the non-stop, incomprehensible mumbling of a mysterious woman that absolutely no one can understand. One after another, creepy stories are shared, like a girl checking under her bed after feeling something strange, and even conspiracy theories about NASA faking the moon landing. Suddenly, An Gyeong-won frowns and falls completely silent. He turns to Lee Jun, asking if the club president is going to tell a story. This sudden confrontation catches Lee Jun off guard. An Gyeong-won points out that only he and Eun Sun-ah have been sharing stories, questioning if Lee Jun even knows any urban legends at all. Lee Jun scratches his head sheepishly, apologizing and admitting that he actually does not know much about horror stories. On Gyeong-won lets out a heavy sigh, admitting that he already had a hunch about this. He is thoroughly confused, questioning why Lee Jun even decided to start a club like this in the first place if he knows nothing about ghosts and has absolutely zero interest in them. Lee Jun does not want to hide the truth, scratching his cheek awkwardly as he explains that it is hard to put into words, but he is more of a hands-on experience type of guy. On Gyeong-won is surprised, repeating the words hands-on experience. Lee Jun frankly explains that while it might sound unbelievable, he has actually experienced strange supernatural things ever since he was born. He believes that studying these ghost stories might help him uncover the root of his issues, which is why this club exists. An Gyeong-won senses there is a deeper issue here, asking him to explain exactly what those strange supernatural experiences were. Lee Jun awkwardly declines, apologizing and saying he cannot talk about those things just yet. The three of them suddenly fall into a tense silence. An Gyeong-won is clearly growing more and more annoyed. He seriously addresses Lee Jun, reminding him that he only lowered his standards to join this school to easily get top grades, which is how he fell into the president's trap in the first place. Since he knows far more about ghost stories, he wonders if it would make more sense for him to be the president instead. That was his initial thought and still is, but because he acknowledged Lee Jun's unique skills, he accepted him as the club president. However, he warns that this dynamic will not last if the president continues like this without any real plans, clear intentions, or concrete directions for their future activities. An Gyeong-won adds that with such vague motivations, there is no reason for him to stay in the club. Lee Jun remains completely silent, unable to find a response. Suddenly, Sana speaks up to break the tension. She points out they have been talking for a while, asking how much time is left in the fifth period. This makes An Gyeong-won wonder as well, while Lee Jun asks if there is normally a bell to signal the end of club hours. But as a chilling thought crosses his mind, he grows anxious. Lee Jun stands up, noting that it is far too quiet, which surprises An Gyeong-won. He pulls back the window curtains to look outside, knowing that clubs should still be active. But only dead silence greets him. Lee Jun grows increasingly anxious, wondering why the courtyard below is completely deserted. The hallways are totally empty. Even the gymnasium is dead silent. Inside the classrooms, absolutely nobody. But classroom 1-3 is different. A lone, long-haired girl sits there in total silence. Her fingers slowly flip the pages. It is none other than In Ha-eun. Under the bright sky, the school remains unnaturally quiet without a single sound of student life. Yoon Sana looks out the window with a worried expression, confirming that there is absolutely nobody out there. Leaning her head out of the window to check, she confirms there is absolutely no trace of anyone in the hallways. An Gyeong-won nervously asks if it is really possible that everyone is gone. Lee Jun purses his lips as a sudden shiver runs down his spine. He wonders if school has already ended, questioning what time it actually is. He suddenly remembers his system screen, but when he looks down, there is nothing there. The interface fails to appear. Dread fills Lee Jun's mind as he realizes that without the system screen, he might have just stepped right into another real-life ghost story. Lee Jun frantically fumbles through his pants pockets, completely out of his depth with this bizarre situation. He pulls out his phone and holds his breath, staring down at the screen. Lee Jun narrows his eyes, staring intently at the display as if noticing something strange. He raises his voice, "Guys, check your phones right now." Gyeong-won looks totally confused and asks, "Wait, our phones?" He pulls out his own device, still grumbling about why they even need to bother. The other two freeze, completely stunned by whatever is showing on their screens. Gyeong-won stares at the time, 11:35, and stammers, "Is it seriously still lunchtime right now?" Every single classroom door remains locked tight, and the empty hallway only amplifies the eerie silence of the school. Gyeong-won leads the way out, trying to rationalize it. He tells them it is probably just some dumb network glitch with the school server. Yoon Sana frowns, asking if he thinks everyone just went home. Gyeong-won nods, saying they probably got distracted talking and lost track of time. But walking behind them, Lee Jun knows that makes absolutely no sense. He bites his lip in worry. He is not sure about anything else, but the system window not appearing is bad news. This has to be another ghost story. He watches his two friends walking ahead, his mind racing. How can he even begin to explain this? Even if he mentions the system, they would never believe him. Hell, he barely believes it himself. Right then, a sudden noise echoes from inside one of the other classrooms. Gyeong-won steps inside his eyes, locking onto the source of the sound. The three of them spot a girl with long black hair sitting at a desk with her back turned. It is Im Ha-eun, and she is quietly flipping through a book on her desk. Lee Jun stares at her suspiciously, racking his brain. That is Im Ha-eun, right? Is she not supposed to be in the book club? He steps forward to break the ice. "Hey, there you are. Unsana's desk partner, right?" Im Ha-eun turns around to look at him, but she stays completely silent. She suddenly snaps out of it, snapping her book shut with a flustered smile, asking if he needs something. Jun pretends not to notice her odd behavior, looking away as he asks if she knows where everyone went. Ha-yoon tilts her head. Is it not club hour right now? Maybe they are all in the clubrooms. Lee Jun shakes his head, explaining that they just came down from the 5th floor where the clubs are. Ha-yoon blinks, utterly confused. Lee Jun lays it out straight. There is absolutely nobody left in this school. He gestures toward Eun Sun-ah and Gyeong-won, saying they are heading home and asking what she plans to do. Ha-yoon bites her lip without answering, staring intensely at the three of them with a very bizarre expression. Lee Jun gulps hard. Honestly, that look on her face is incredibly creepy. Just then, Eun Sun-ah nudges Gyeong-won's elbow, making him jump in surprise. She forces a polite smile and asks if she wants to walk home together. This time, Ha-yoon just stares at Eun Sun-ah, completely stunned. Then she smiles back, saying since her own desk partner invited her, she would love to join. And so the four of them begin walking home together. Lee Jun tries to break the ice, asking if she applied to join the book club. Ha-yoon looks a bit taken aback, asking how he could possibly know that. Lee Jun avoids her gaze, playing it off as a hunch, though the system status window was the real culprit. Ha-yoon smiles warmly, calling it super impressive, though she admits she actually applied but got completely rejected. Lee Jun sighs, saying that the competition must be incredibly brutal, but Ha-yoon cheerfully agrees that it probably is. The four of them continue walking toward the gates in dead silence, with only their footsteps echoing across the yard. Lee Jun bites his lip. This is pure, unadulterated awkwardness. He gets lost in his thoughts. Back in middle school, he went to an all-boys school, so talking to girls is still completely terrifying. Even after regressing, it looks like old habits die hard. He nudges Gyeong-won's elbow, whispering for his friend to say literally anything to break the awkward silence. Gyeong-won whispers back in pure panic, asking, "Wait me." Gyeong-won clears his throat, desperately racking his brain for a decent topic. Out of nowhere, he blurts out a completely random theory about how cold temperatures do not cause colds because of Arctic viruses, but Ha-yoon politely giggles along, saying she had absolutely no idea. Lee Jun stares at An Gyeong-won with a judging look, wondering what on earth he is suddenly blabbering about. While An Gyeong-won awkwardly tries to find a conversation starter, pointing out that polar bears are left-handed, Lee Jun internally screams. He wanted to do something to break the ice, but this weird trivia makes the already suffocating atmosphere feel 10 times worse than before. Keeping his incredibly awkward expression, he continues walking with the group toward the school gate. Under the gentle sunlight, the four of them reach the gate, and Lee Jun mutters that they have arrived. He slowly lets out a heavy sigh. Then Jun looks over to ask Ha-yoon which way she is heading, since they have to split up from here. Just as Ha-yoon opens her mouth to answer, a violent tremor suddenly shakes the ground alongside a massive, deafening sound. Jun turns around in pure shock. Right in front of them, the sky turns completely pitch black, save for a single light shining from above. The air turns unnaturally gloomy as the echoing roar refuses to stop, only growing more rapid and intense by the second. Shaken, Lee Jun slowly looks up toward the blinding light. His eyes widen and his pupils shrink in absolute terror. This is impossible. Why is this happening? He stares at the giant demon king that just descended right before them. Why is it appearing now of all times? The colossal demon king keeps its hands clasped, chanting a dark spell. Suddenly, the light from above blazes with blinding intensity. The four of them can only watch in frozen silence, completely paralyzed by the unfolding nightmare. At that exact moment, a colossal explosion erupts, sending a massive wall of fire tearing through every structure in sight. The terrifying illusion abruptly shattered as their teacher slammed the desk, shouting that this is why their country became so corrupt. Lee Jun snaps back to reality, his face pale and completely shaken by the horrific vision. The teacher continues his lecture with absolute passion, complaining that history is being neglected in modern college entrance exams. He rants that nobody in this day and age truly understands how important their past is. He raises his voice to remind them that without a past, there can be no future, quoting the famous words of Shin Chae-ho. Ignoring the teacher's loud preaching entirely, Lee Jun begins to pant heavily. He realizes with a shock that he has regressed once more. He was worried when the system window failed to open, but thankfully the regression went through without a hitch. But what kind of insane ghost story is this? Why on earth did the Demon King, who is supposed to show up on graduation day, suddenly manifest right now? Jun turns his gaze toward his friend sitting near the door, silently praying that An Gyeong-won might have some answers. But he suddenly freezes in place. An Gyeong-won is staring right back at him with a look of absolute pale shock. Confused, Jun wonders what that face is about. Eun Sun-ah is wearing the exact same stunned look. Both she and Ha-yoon slowly turn their heads toward Jun with completely frozen faces. Pure panic begins to set in. Could all three of them have actually regressed with him? The loudspeaker suddenly chimes to announce the start of lunch. Students instantly spring from their seats to scramble out for lunch. As they loudly chatter about heading down, the teacher desperately yells from the podium for them to wait, shouting that he has not finished his lesson yet. But absolutely nobody listens to his desperate pleas. The entire room empties out in a flash, leaving only the four of them sitting in total eerie silence with their heads bowed low. Defeated, the teacher finally trudges out of the classroom. Out in the hallway, other students run around excitedly talking about how they are serving pork cutlets today. With everyone else gone, the empty classroom falls into a tense, heavy silence. Lee Jun, along with An Gyung-won and Yoon Sun-ah and Ha-yoon, all frown in deep anxiety. Have all four of them actually regressed? Overwhelmed, Jun brings a hand up to cover his face. He clutches his head. As the only one with past regression experience, he knows he needs to step up and do something to guide them through this nightmare. Pushing himself up, Lee Jun stands, instantly catching Eun Sun-ah's anxious gaze. He suggests they head outside. Still slightly flustered, Jun manages to ask them to grab lunch together. Outside the school gates, a delivery driver hands over some boxed meals, announcing their order has arrived. The students happily take the food and offer their thanks. Meanwhile, Lee Jun and his friends head outside to grab some lunch. Jun frowns, glancing at his friends with a quiet anxiety while absolute silence hangs over them. He watches them, guessing they still don't grasp the gravity of their current situation. Suddenly, a loud voice calls out from right behind them, calling Jun his favorite student. Teacher Dam-im rubs his round full belly while cheerfully asking if they have had lunch yet, which is when Jun finally recognizes his teacher. Dam-im asks if they are heading to the club room, and Jun quickly replies that they are actually going back to class. But Dam-im refuses to drop it, reminding them that it is currently designated club activity hours. His face turns deadly serious as he says he must warn them about something. Hearing this, Jun can only groan inwardly that this is happening yet again. Completely oblivious to Jun's internal complaints, Dam-im goes on to warn them that some incredibly vicious monster is currently guarding their club room, and that is exactly why they cannot go there. Jun coldly raises his hand to cut the teacher off, calmly stating that they already dealt with that monster before saying goodbye, leaving Dam-im staring after his departing students with a deep sigh of pure disappointment. Inside classroom 1B4, Jun's group sits together in a tight circle, but all four remain completely silent. Yoon Sun-ah is the first to break the ice, anxiously asking what they should do, while Jun tells her to just quietly observe the classroom for now. Lee Jun suggests they first need to confirm if their classmates actually went home or if there is another, far more dangerous reason behind their sudden disappearance. Suddenly, Gyung-won snaps at him, asking what kind of nonsense the president is talking about, leaving Lee Jun completely baffled by his bizarre reaction. Gyung-won mutters that it is simply impossible. Looking completely delirious, he desperately mutters that none of this can possibly be real, while his blue status window suddenly flashes his personal trait, reality denial. To Lee Jun's absolute shock, Gyung-won suddenly climbs right onto his desk. Like a madman, he spreads his arms wide and shouts out that he has always wanted to do this. Gyung-won leaps off the desk he is standing on. He begins jumping from desk to desk across the room, laughing wildly as if he is completely alone. Watching this bizarre sight, the other three do not laugh at all. Instead, they only stare at him with deep concern and absolute confusion. Quite unbothered, Gyung-won keeps bouncing across the classroom furniture, shouting for them to stop just sitting around and join in on the wild fun. Right at that moment, the overhead classroom lights suddenly flicker and die. Jun is the only one who notices the sudden darkness, but mid-jump, Gyung-won loses his footing in the pitch black and slips right off the desk. A loud crash echoes through the room, followed by his sharp, pained shriek. Gyung-won lands flat on his back, rubbing his sore neck in pain. The other three bolt to their feet, with Eun Sun-ah clutching her chest in fright while Jun urgently asks if he is all right. Suddenly, the school intercom crackles to life. A highly robotic flat announcement from the broadcasting room states that the school has lost all electrical power, making appliances useless. Since this power outage heavily disrupts normal activities, all club hours will now take place in the schoolyard, instructing every single student to gather outside immediately. Yoon Sun-ah hesitates at the mention of the schoolyard, while Im Ha-yoon asks if they really have to head out there. But Lee Jun reacts with extreme hostility, screaming that they absolutely must not go out. This sudden, furious outburst leaves Gyung-won, who is sitting nearby, completely stunned. Jun firmly restates his warning, ordering everyone to stay inside and that no one leaves. Confused, Gyung-won asks why he is acting so incredibly serious all of a sudden. He begins to ask what exactly Jun has found out, but his voice suddenly warps mid-sentence as his entire skull begins to swell up in a highly grotesque and unnatural way. Then, right before their horrified eyes, Gyung-won's swollen head ruptures like an overinflated balloon, spraying fresh, dark blood all over the room. The remaining three stand utterly paralyzed as they witness this shockingly gruesome scene. Then, without warning, the heads of all three begin to swell up in the exact same manner, and the horrifying, bloody nightmare repeats itself once more. Time seems to warp around him. The sky outside is clear and bright, perfect for a sunny day at school. The teacher slams his desk again, shouting his conclusion that this is exactly why their country has gone to ruin. It is like a glitch in the Matrix, with the teacher lecturing on loop. He continues complaining passionately that history is being completely ignored in college entrance exams because students today just do not understand its true value. Just as the teacher fires up, claiming there is no future without the past, Lee Jun abruptly stands up, hanging his head low as he weakly mumbles out to the teacher. His face is pale as a ghost, struggling to squeeze out a request to use the restroom. Inside the boys' restroom, Lee Jun shuts off the running sink faucet. He leans heavily against the basin, letting out a long, heavy sigh. Staring at his terrified reflection in the mirror, his mind races with panic. He never expected the school ghost stories to manifest this way. Everything is getting incredibly tangled, and he can barely make sense of this madness anymore. Jun reaches out to turn the doorknob, completely torn over how he is supposed to survive this nightmare. Stepping out of the restroom, he immediately notices someone standing there waiting for him in the hallway. He blinks in surprise. Sun-ah and Ha-yoon. He asks what they are doing here, and Sun-ah hesitantly stammers out a response. Ha-yoon cuts straight to the point, asking him if he knows what is actually going on. Jun hesitates for a second, asking her why she would think that. Sun-ah boldly speaks up with her theory, pointing out that he looks strangely calm despite the insane situation. If he knows something, she wants him to spill it. Jun bites his lip, locking himself in deep thought for a long moment. He reasons that normally most people would react just like An Gyeong-won did during their club meeting. They would easily write off his warnings as nothing more than crazy, hard-to-believe fiction. But looking at Sun-ah and Ha-yoon's highly anxious faces, he realizes they have already survived two bizarre events. They will likely accept whatever he tells them, no matter how unbelievable it sounds. With that in mind, Jun presses his lips together, trying to find the right words. Finally, he forces himself to speak up, admitting that he has a confession to make. After a lengthy explanation from Jun, the two girls look completely shell-shocked, struggling to process his words. He summarizes it simply. This is not the first time he has been through a crazy loop like this. He reminds them that during their earlier club activity, he claimed to be a survivor of these events. The terrifying situation they are caught in right now is exactly what he meant. Sun-ah anxiously asks if that means he already knows how to get them out of this mess. But Jun just shakes his head helplessly, admitting that he is still mostly in the dark himself. The only thing he knows for sure is that death triggers a time regression and these ghost stories are actually turning real. Sun-ah furrows her brows, repeating the words ghost stories to herself. Right on cue, the school bell blares through the hallways. Jun turns his attention to the ringing sound. Slipping his hands into his pockets, he starts walking, prompting Sun-ah to ask where they are heading. Jun tells them with absolute determination that to break this loop, they must find out which specific urban legend they are up against. And to do that, they desperately need to find An Gyeong-won. As they head back toward the class 1-3 room, students are already rushing frantically down the corridors, eagerly shouting that it is finally lunchtime. They stampede wildly through the hallway, loudly celebrating because today's school menu features pork cutlets. Jun watches the chaos, muttering that the entire floor is practically vibrating from the rush. Out of nowhere, Mr. Kim creeps up right behind him. Jun jumps in pure shock, complaining that the teacher almost gave him a heart attack. Realizing who it is, Jun quickly greets him. Mr. Kim asks with a friendly smile if he is planning to grab some lunch. Rummaging through his pockets, the teacher asks if they are heading to the club room right after eating. The teacher then presses a strange object into Jun's hand, telling him to take it, leaving Jun thoroughly confused. Jun looks down to inspect what he was just given. Resting in his palm is a strange device shaped almost like a heart. He silently wonders what it could be. Jun opens his mouth to ask what this is, but Mr. Kim quickly waves goodbye and runs off, yelling back for him to make good use of it. With that, the teacher sprints toward the cafeteria like a hungry student yelling about pork cutlets. Lee Jun looks at the item in his hand with deep suspicion. Why is this one different from before? Could it be because he met his teacher in a completely different location this time? Or maybe it is just the lingering influence of the ghost story. He quickly slips the item into his pocket to keep it safe. When he asks if Gyeong-won is still in the classroom, Sun-ah hesitates before replying that she thinks so. Sun-ah recalls the boy sitting completely still in his seat, desperately clutching his head with both hands. The three head back to the classroom together. Jun figures the guy is in total shock, amazed that Gyeong-won has an even weaker mental state than Sun-ah. He slides the classroom door open and calls out Gyeong-won's name, but then, as soon as Lee Jun looks inside, his eyes widen in pure shock. Floating right in the middle of the classroom is a terrifying female ghost, and absolutely no one else seems to notice her. It is none other than the laughing woman. Witnessing this sends chills straight down Lee Jun's spine. How on earth did this crazy hag manage to return like this? Thankfully, none of his classmates have realized she is there yet, but his relief is short-lived. Anxiety grips Lee Jun again. What about Sun-ah and Ha-yoon? When Sun-ah casually asks why he is not going inside, he realizes she cannot see the ghost either. He tightly clenches his fists. There is nothing to fear, he tells himself, since he has already beaten this wretched monster once before. Looking at Gyeong-won still holding his head, Jun decides his best move is to pretend the ghost is not even there. Jun calls Gyeong-won's name but gets no response. The boy acts completely deaf to his surroundings, constantly muttering incoherent words to himself. Seeing Gyeong-won in this state makes Lee Jun hesitate for a moment. He reaches out and firmly grabs the boy's shoulder. Then Jun shouts directly into his face, "Snap out of it, Gyeong-won." Lee Jun commands him to listen up because this is reality. He explains they need Gyeong-won's occult knowledge, but the boy just stares back blankly, asking what he is even talking about. Jun quickly tells him that explaining everything will take too long, but they are currently trapped inside an active ghost story. He starts listing the anomalies, asking why the four of them regress every single time they die. Why is there not a single soul left in the entire school? Why has time stopped completely in this place? He tries hard to convince Gyeong-won, urging him to connect these bizarre events to the very anomalies they discussed during their occult club meetings. With an incredibly serious expression on his face, Lee Jun demands Gyeong-won to realize that this is absolutely not a dream. Gyeong-won stammered back in pure confusion. He voices the burning question on all of their minds: even if everything you say is true, what kind of sick ghost story is this? Suddenly, a realization hits Lee Jun like a truck. He quickly rummages through his pockets and pulls out an object, asking Gyeong-won if he recognizes it. Gyeong-won looks down at the strange item resting in Lee Jun's palm. Confusedly, he asks what this is. Jun admits he is not entirely sure, but explains this could be the vital clue they need to break out of this nightmare. Gyeong-won remains skeptical, muttering that even if that is the case, he suddenly remembers something vital. Out of nowhere, Gyeong-won bursts into a manic, creepy laugh. A startled Lee Jun quickly asks if he has finally figured something out. "You were dead wrong, President," Gyeong-won responds. Instantly, a terrible wave of dread washes straight through Lee Jun. His gaze is firm. "You have been wrong from the very beginning, President. This time, you must find the answer yourself. You are the club leader after all." Jun stands utterly frozen, completely unable to comprehend the nonsense his friend is spouting. Right then, the laughing woman unleashes an ear-piercing, blood-curdling screech of laughter that echoes through the room. Lee Jun whips his head around to look at her. The horrifying noise immediately draws the attention of both Eun Sun-ah and Im Ha-yoon. They look over and instantly spot the grinning woman standing right in front of them. Only now does Eun Sun-ah witness this absolute horror. In that exact split second, two razor-sharp blades slash clean across the necks of Eun Sun-ah and Im Ha-yoon, giving them absolutely no time to even make a sound. The grinning woman literally slices their heads off with her bare hands. Amidst her deafening, blood-curdling laughter, Lee Jun stands completely paralyzed by the horrific sight, unable to utter a single word. He grabs Gyeong-won by the collar. Going completely manic, Jun screams at Gyeong-won to speak up, telling him to cut the act because this is no time for jokes, and demanding to know what he is hiding. But Gyeong-won simply responds with a mysterious smile, telling him to prove it. This cryptic demand leaves Lee Jun completely dumbfounded. What could Gyeong-won possibly mean? Before he can process any of it, the grinning woman lunges forward and tears through his throat, while Gyeong-won just keeps smiling and repeating his demand for proof. As his vision fades to black, he hears Gyeong-won instructing him to prove that he is actually worthy of being the club president. Suddenly, reality resets right back to the beginning, with the teacher's lecture looping once again as he rants about the tragic decline of their country. The teacher passionately goes on about how history is completely neglected in college entrance exams these days, leaving students completely ignorant of its importance. Meanwhile, Lee Jun cannot focus at all as Gyeong-won's voice constantly echoes in his mind, daring him to prove himself. Clenching his head in sheer frustration right in the middle of class, he desperately tries to figure out Gyeong-won's true motives, but comes up entirely blank. Peering through the narrow gaps of his fingers, his dark eyes fixate on Gyeong-won, desperately wondering what on earth could be going through that guy's head. Staring at the boy sitting in the very front row, he feels a wave of pure frustration, questioning what proving himself even means. Lee Jun spirals deeper into a chaotic cycle of helpless confusion. He knows for a fact that Gyeong-won has figured something out, meaning the clues are already right there. Desperately biting his nails with no answers in sight, Lee Jun grows increasingly anxious as his system window remains completely locked. To make matters worse, the terrifying ghost stories he previously cleared are starting to resurface, leaving him in disbelief that a curse like this even exists. Mid-thought, he suddenly freezes in his tracks, realizing something. Lee Jun searches his memories, realizing he never actually explained any of these crazy supernatural details to Gyeong-won. He had never once mentioned the deadly trials he survived, let alone the existence of his floating system status window. Glancing once more at the boy with the thick glasses, a theory begins to form. If Gyeong-won is clueless about the system, then this current ghost story has nothing to do with those things, meaning he must analyze this crisis entirely from Gyeong-won's perspective. Narrowing his eyes, he begins to simulate Gyeong-won's point of view, imagining what someone who knows absolutely nothing would see. Suddenly, a clear, logical conclusion flashes in his mind. Lee Jun abruptly stands up instantly, drawing the attention of the teacher passionately lecturing at the podium. With every eye in the classroom locking onto him, Lee Jun completely ignores them and walks straight toward the only person not looking. He speaks up, declaring that this place is not reality. Propping his chin up, Gyeong-won glances over expectantly, asking what it is then. A dream, his voice echoes through the room claiming that except for himself, Jeong-won, Sun-ah, and Im Ha-yoon, everyone else is fake. From the back, the two girls watch in silence. Gyeong-won looks genuinely intrigued, asking if he has any proof. He confidently replies that he does. The history teacher sighs in frustration, telling him to return to his seat because even if he absolutely detests studying, claiming that their entire reality is just a dream makes zero sense. Instead of backing down, Lee Jun asks the teacher what time it is. Looking bewildered, the teacher asks why he is asking, stating that it is obviously 360,580 hours. Wait, did he seriously just say that? Everyone freezes. Total silence fills the room while Gyeong-won cracks a knowing, satisfied smile. Right before their eyes, the teacher drops his act. His cold expression admits that his cover is blown. Explaining the reality check, Gyeong-won gathers the group to explain that this is a classic technique used to determine if they are trapped inside a dream. Typically, when dreaming, your mind fails to register the bizarre anomalies happening right in front of you. That is because during sleep, the logical processing of our brains becomes incredibly weak and easily fooled. He holds up his phone to prove his point, noting that numbers are particularly glitchy. Right now, the screen clearly displays 11:35 right. He then covers half of the screen with his hand, hiding the numbers from view like this. Pulling his hand away, it changes to 5:73. Yoon Sun-ah blinks in utter disbelief, seeing the numbers completely scramble. Gyeong-won looks incredibly knowledgeable as he explains that while emotional states feel real within a dream, anything tied to strict logic and mathematics will inevitably become blurred and completely distorted. Yet a lingering doubt still deeply troubles Lee Jun. Gulping nervously, they look around at their classmates and the teacher, wondering what on earth is going on with everyone. Every cold, lifeless eye in the room is locked onto them. Gyeong-won feels a cold shiver run down his spine. He vaguely remembers hearing somewhere that if you actually tell characters in a dream that they are dreaming, they will glare back at you with an absolutely terrifying look on their faces. He is just repeating what he read online, wondering if his own subconscious is bringing these nightmares to life, which Lee Jun finds hard to answer. Sun-ah is confused, asking how Lee Jun even managed to realize that this was actually a dream in the first place. With a dead serious face, Lee Jun asks if she remembers their very first club activity, and she quickly nods. He reminds them of the weirdest details about that day. If they look back, everything started going wrong right from their very first meeting. Their official club advisor never even bothered to show up, and besides the three of them, there was supposed to be another member, but she was a complete no-show as well. Im Ha-yoon connects the dots, wondering if the time loop resetting every single time they die is actually what Lee Jun says it is. He compares it directly to the movie Inception, explaining it is a dream within a dream. He turns to the other guy for confirmation, and Gyeong-won smiles, nodding to say he is exactly right. This explains all the bizarre events they have been experiencing. It is actually a pretty common ghost story trope, where you think you have finally woken up from a nightmare, but in reality, you are still asleep. Honestly, who has not had a dream like that before? Gyeong-won pushes up his glasses, noting that normally the absolute surest way to wake up is to die, but here dying only wakes them up into another layer of the same dream, repeating the nightmare over and over. Lee Jun falls silent, asking what the actual solution is. This simple question makes Gyeong-won freeze. Now that they know the truth, they need to escape. Lee Jun stares at his friend. Since you said this is a pretty common urban legend, there should be a couple of ways out of it, right? Gyeong-won hesitates for a moment, looking uneasy. With a conflicted look, he admits there is no universal escape plan. Most stories simply end with the main character suddenly waking up from their nightmare, and that is it. In other words, he has absolutely no clue how to actually solve their problem, only knowing the basic concepts. There are even terrifying cases where people think they woke up, live out entire decades of their lives, only to finally wake up for real and realize it was all a dream. They fall into a panic, realizing this is the absolute worst-case scenario. He speaks up to break the gloomy atmosphere, turning directly to Gyeong-won. "Do not you have something to say to me first?" Gyeong-won flinches, completely caught off guard. He remembers his defiant words from the last dream, demanding proof. He immediately apologizes for his earlier behavior, admitting his pride got the better of him. Gyeong-won scratches his head, unable to look him in the eye. Honestly, he does not even know how to apologize properly, admitting that even if he gets hit, he has no excuse. Lee Jun coldly agrees with him. Looking closer, Lee Jun's face is pitch black. Gyeong-won stares back, completely confused. Clothes rustle loudly. Lee Jun drapes his jacket over a cabinet, removes his glasses, and clenches his jaw tightly. With a mix of amusement and anger, he tells Gyeong-won to let him land one solid punch. In the dead silent classroom, only Lee Jun's voice echoes, telling Gyeong-won to take off his glasses so he can deliver a clean hit. Gyeong-won is completely shocked by this, while Sun-ah stands to the side, looking incredibly flustered. Lowering his head anyway, Gyeong-won actually takes off his glasses, accepting it if it helps ease his friend's anger even a little. The two girls watch nervously. Yoon Sun-ah still cannot believe it, asking in a panicked voice if Lee Jun is actually going to punch him. Clenching his fist, Lee Jun smirks. He offers a fair warning to brace himself. As the fist swings forward, An Gyeong-won squeezes his eyes shut, bracing for the painful impact. But his ears hear nothing, and he feels absolutely no pain at all. The classroom remains entirely silent as An Gyeong-won grows confused. Slowly, he begins to open, his eyes only to find the guy in front suddenly flicking him on the forehead. Stunned, An Gyeong-won looks down as Lee Jun extends his hand. He extends his hand with a warm, friendly smile. He tells him to cut out these childish trust tests since they are all in the same club and need to support each other now. This sudden gesture leaves An Gyeong-won completely speechless. Realizing what just happened, he sighs in relief. A handshake sounds good. Let us help each other, mother. A pale ghost wanders the dark hallway, her face completely bloodless, as she mutters bitter curses about a rotten, diseased brain. She snarls that any child born would surely inherit that exact same illness. Meanwhile, the four of them had quickly hidden behind the door, silently waiting for the ghost mother to pass by. Sun-ah stammers out Jun's name, but Hae-un quickly raises a finger to gesture for silence, shushing them, whispers a brief explanation that it is a ghost and promises to explain more later. Thanks to his experience with supernatural encounters, he concludes that these ghost stories are indeed appearing randomly one by one. This strange world is reflecting everything based on their own memories, confirming his theory that this is just a dream. Once again, all four of them wait in absolute silence for An. Gyang-han suddenly speaks up, asking the president what he thinks. The cryptic question leaves Lee Jun completely confused, wondering what he is supposed to be thinking about. Gyung has to put it bluntly, they need to come up with some actual ways to escape this situation. Lee Jun falls into deep thought. Even if he asks suddenly, Gyeong-hyun speaks up again, claiming that Jun is bound to figure something out. This makes Lee Jun wonder why Gyeong-hyun has so much faith in him. Gyeong-hyun feels like opening up, admitting that he is just a simple-minded guy who can only process whatever information is given to him using basic logic to try and solve things. That is why whenever he is asked about the missing parts in ghost stories, he gets completely flustered. His explanations are always too scientific, creating blind spots in supernatural scenarios that cannot be solved just by looking at the facts. Still, Gyeong-han genuinely believes that Jun is the only one who can actually find a real way out of this mess. This unexpected confession gives Jun a whole new perspective on Gyeong-han. He had always figured the guy was just a proud snob, but seeing him admit his own ignorance so easily is actually quite refreshing. Now Gyeong-han's intense gaze is locked onto Jun, waiting expectantly for an answer. First off, they already have most of the clues from the dream within a dream concept to those terrifying ghost stories from earlier. Slipping back into deep thought, Lee Jun tries to boost his own confidence, focusing on the unrevealed parts of the story. Then suddenly, he thinks of something and proposes. An insane idea. What if they do the exact opposite? Nobody in their right mind would think of this. The opposite. Lee Jun explains his theory. Normally, whenever they die in this place, if they cannot wake up in the real world, they are considered to be stuck in a dream within a dream, right? So they should try the opposite. They need to go deeper into the dream by sleeping. Staying awake means trying to escape, while sleeping means trying to enter deeper. The others listen with blank, confused faces. Sleep to go deeper into the dream. Lee Jun shrugs his handsome face thoughtful as he points out that these kinds of ghost stories usually end with the characters suddenly waking up for no clear reason at all. Is it possible, he asks with a firm stare into his friend's eyes, that the victims were so utterly exhausted from trying to escape that they just fell asleep without even realizing it? Gradually, he begins to convince everyone, arguing that since trying to wake up clearly does not work, they might as well try sleeping to go even deeper. Right then, Gyeong-han is completely convinced. He agrees that it is a highly logical plan, definitely worth a shot compared to endlessly dying and resetting without any real purpose at all. Meanwhile, Sun-ah speaks up weakly, but looking around at those creepy eyes gives her goosebumps. Are they really supposed to sleep here while those things stare at them without blinking? This is both insane and terrifying. Outside, in the hallway, footsteps continue to echo. An Gyeong-hyun agrees, noting that unless they take sleeping pills, it will be impossible to sleep here. But then Lee Jun proposes another option, asking if this might work instead. He mimics a choking motion, asking if they know about that popular fainting game. What if they choke each other out to force a blackout and pass out? However, he is immediately opposed by Gyeong-hyun, who tells the president it is useless. He explains that choking is incredibly dangerous and completely different from real sleep, as humans do not dream when knocked unconscious. This is the first time Lee Jun has heard this. Really, An Gyeong-hyun continues, explaining that passing out from choking happens because blood flow to the brain is blocked. Due to the extreme lack of oxygen, the brain loses its ability to function properly, making it entirely different from a deep natural sleep. While there are some stories of people dreaming in that state, those are usually just brief illusions seen in the moment right before losing consciousness completely. Then a quiet voice speaks up while Lee Jun is still hesitating. The usually quiet In Ha Yoon suddenly announces that she has a way. He turns a curious gaze toward her as In Haeun stands up under the eyes of her three friends. The key is just getting to sleep right. Her tone and attitude are completely serious as she claims she has a method. A few minutes later in that same classroom, Lee Jun is lying unconscious on the floor. What on earth is happening? In a daze, blurry dream, he sees her beautiful face. How did he end up here now? He is in an incredibly awkward situation, sharing his breath with a female classmate through a wooden flute while lying flat on his back. He silently watches as the flute slowly comes closer. In Ha Yoon gives a gentle smile, though this is totally absurd. Back then, In Ha Eun's voice echoed in the empty classroom, I have a way. She actually came up with the most practical solution before Lee Jun did, because the goal is simply falling asleep, so creating an oxygen deficiency is key. Lee Jun is totally confused. Oxygen deprivation, but didn't they say fainting would not work at all? Suddenly, Gi Yong lets out a chuckle. He gets it. He quickly cures Lee Jun's complete lack of knowledge on this. Do you know how common highway accidents from drowsy driving on highways are? There are several causes, but a huge factor is the lack of oxygen inside an enclosed space. Pushing his glasses up intelligently, he explains, it's not like cutting off blood flow to the brain, it's not fainting, but practically another state of sleep. These words take Lee Jun by surprise. Suddenly, a loud thud echoes around. The whole group works together to set the locker down. Lee Jun stretches his aching sore arm. Yoon Sana gets the plan now, so we have to crawl inside and lie down. It only looks big enough for two people, right? Someone pulls open the locker door. In Ha Yoon asks Lee Jun to grab a roll of tape from the bookshelf, and he immediately agrees, yeah, sure thing. Then she looks at the other two, you guys get inside quickly, and I will help seal up all the gaps from the outside. Despite feeling a bit hesitant, Gi Young bravely steps inside first. Lee Jun rumbles through the cabinet, finding a messy pile of random items. Let's see, where's the tape? The sound of footsteps approaches. A lifeless student holds it out, speaking in a strange, creepy tone. Here is the tape, only take what you need. Lee Jun freezes, staring wide-eyed at him. Wait, is this his actual class president? He vaguely tries to remember his name is Jang Hun, right? With no other choice, he takes it and says, thanks, is this guy helping them? It is so confusing since they are inside a dream. Grabbing the tape, he heads back to his teammate. In Ha Yoon, here you go. She takes it, pulls the tape, and folds it at a 45-degree angle to make tearing it easier. She then seals up the gaps of the locker one by one. Lee Jun lets out a sigh. It is done. He looks over the final result, thinking this should be good, while the girl behind him nods in agreement. Lee Jun feels pretty lost about their next move, wondering if they should go grab more lockers from the next classroom. But In Ha Yoon immediately disagrees. The ghost is still wandering around the hallway, making it far too dangerous, and they should stay close to protect their sleeping friends anyway. In Ha Yoon reminds him that someone needs to stay awake to guard the sleepers. Lee Jun suddenly realizes she is right. If they all die, everything they did will go down the drain. Suddenly, In Ha Eun orders him to lie down on the floor, making Lee Jun panic, thinking something serious is happening. In Ha Eun shuts all the doors and windows, explaining that his main problem is that he needs to breathe low oxygen air. She wraps some tape around the flute. That is why I'm going to share my breath with you. With a calm face, she holds up the flute. Her rosy lips touch the tape, using a bit of force to bite it off cleanly. This is exactly how the main character ended up in this situation. Things are moving way too fast for him to keep up with. Lee Jun feels completely dazed. Is this really happening to him? He dazedly looks at the beautiful girl holding the flute, wondering if he is still caught in a dream. Though that is pretty ironic, since they literally are in a dream. In Ha Yoon presses the flute to his lips. You cannot breathe normal air anymore. You must breathe in my exhaled air, and whenever I stop blowing, you can only exhale. Her gentle voice whispers in Lee Jun's ear, do you understand how this works? With his face blushing red, he slowly nods. After their brief talk, she places her lips on the flute. Lee Jun's lips part slightly, taking in a breath. He feels the warm air from Im Ha Yoon's lungs fill his own like he's a balloon about to float away. His eyes blink slowly, mind hazy. What's he even doing? He gradually gives in. Whatever overthinking won't help anything now. Im Ha Yoon suddenly giggles. This confuses Lee Jun, who's already sinking into a stupor. A thin thread of saliva stretches as she pulls her lips away. Im Ha Yoon giggles, calling him a pervert. Her gentle face is the last thing Lee Jun sees as he drifts off to sleep. His brain simply refuses to function any longer. His consciousness fades to black as he slowly closes his eyes. The sky today is incredibly clear and peaceful. Gyeong Won mumbles through his food, saying the idea of hamburgers being unhealthy is just a completely baseless rumor with zero evidence. He He proudly holds up his burger like he just discovered some sacred truth, arguing that it is actually a perfect meal with bread, veggies, and beef that has all three major food groups in balance. The other two eat in silence, completely ignoring his ridiculous rant. He keeps rambling, calling the fear of artificial additives a totally foolish myth that has not changed since the days when rumors about MSG being unhealthy spread. An Jeong-won keeps babbling on about how the media constantly manipulates everyone in the country. Suddenly, everything starts to warp and twist. Even An Jeong-won's voice sounds bizarre. There's a blackout, yet the lights in this shop are still shining brightly. Then everything snaps back to normal as if nothing happened. He adds that as long as you skip the fries and soda, a burger is actually a healthy meal. Lee Jun licks his lips, enjoying his burger, and gives a half-hearted reply that he gets it. He unconsciously glances at the person sitting next to him. Eun Sun-ah is wearing makeup now. Suddenly, he snaps awake. Lee Jun jumps up, shouting that this is a dream. Eun Sun-ah's cheeks flush pink as she stammers his name. An Jeong-won is also startled by his sudden outburst, asking the president what on earth is wrong with him. Lee Jun calmly warns them to get a grip, explaining that they have just entered a dream within another dream. His words make his two friends freeze in place. An Jeong-won awkwardly pushes up his glasses, realizing that since dreams start in the middle of things he forgot. Meanwhile, Eun Sun-ah is confused as to why she is wearing makeup. Lee Jun glances at his friend awkwardly, thinking that since this is his own dream, his subconscious mind must secretly find Eun Sun-ah attractive, whether he likes it or not. But get this, he quickly shakes off the thought to focus, telling them this method actually has hope and they must go deeper into the dream from now on. The three of them search the burger shop, but as expected, there are absolutely no clues to be found here. They look around with relief. Since this is a dream, it is fortunate that there are no employees around, which will make it much easier for them to fall back asleep. They find a gas pipe. An Jeong-won volunteers, planning to cut the gas pipe so they can breathe in the leaking gas and drift into sleep unconsciously. After laying out the plan, he promises to carry them out of the kitchen, and both Lee Jun and Eun Sun-ah nod in agreement. But Eun Sun-ah is still worried, asking if she should do it instead since she does not think she can help much anyway. An Jeong-won sighs and gently replies that his role is already over. He explains that his only strength is sharing his knowledge, and he is not good at handling unexpected situations. Besides, those ghosts might appear again, so leaving a fragile girl alone here is a bad idea, making it much better for him to handle this. After all, they might need physical strength, which is a perfectly logical argument they cannot dispute. An Jeong-won plays to her sense of duty, telling Eun Sun-ah that if the next dream lacks clues, she will have to help the president reach the next one. He asks if she understands, and Eun Sun-ah's expression changes as she nods firmly. An Jeong-won smiles at him, saying he is counting on the president for the rest of the plan. The two share a look of trust, promising that they will definitely make it back to reality. An Jeong-won finds a pair of scissors and cuts the gas line. Lee Jun suddenly snaps awake. It feels like he just escaped a terrible nightmare. He quickly regains his composure now. But here is the twist. A massive line stretches ahead of them, and the two are standing right at the back. The surroundings look incredibly familiar. Eun Sun-ah wonders if they are on school grounds. A raspy clearing of a throat echoes through the microphone. The principal, sporting an incredibly gentle smile, begins his speech, warmly welcoming the new students of Nakseong High School and expressing his joy at meeting them all today. While the principal is deeply focused on welcoming the new students to the school, Lee Jun's face suddenly turns dark, prompting Eun Sun-ah to ask what is wrong with him. A crackling voice comes over the loudspeaker, introducing himself as the school principal. Lee Jun mutters to run fast as his voice echoes across the Shinmun schoolyard. The principal's face suddenly begins to deform. Then it explodes. Without thinking twice, Lee Jun grabs Eun Sun-ah's wrist and pulls her along. The two of them bolt out of the line. Luckily, being in the back row means there are no obstacles in their path. Eun Sun-ah is completely baffled by this calling out to him. Lee Jun yells back in a panic, telling her not to look behind because they must escape. He bites his lip, feeling just as anxious and restless as before. He takes a deep breath and screams, calling out hoarsely for the security guard. Relaxing in his guardhouse, the security guard is startled and runs out, demanding to know what all the noise is about during the ceremony. Lee Jun points his finger. He intentionally yells that the security guard has the key. They need to get that key to open the main gates. The guard freezes, completely caught off guard by his sudden actions. The crowd running behind him instantly swerves to demand the keys, while the clueless guard snaps back, asking if they have all lost their minds and ordering them to go back. Lee Jun smiles in relief. Everything is going to plan, and now he just needs to get Eun Sun-ah out. He urges Eun Sun-ah to move toward the gates right now, while everyone is distracted. But when he turns around, he realizes nobody is standing behind him anymore. Lee Jun panics. She is gone, even though she was standing right beside him. The sound of running footsteps is still nearby. Then he spots her. Oh no, she is running straight toward the guard. A fragile girl like Sun-ah stands no chance of squeezing through that crowd, so he yells out to stop her because it is way too dangerous. But his voice catches in his throat. His eyes widen as he watches her charge into the chaotic crowd. He notices she is clutching a utility knife in her hand, leaving him absolutely baffled as to where she even got it. The petite girl slips through the massive crowd without facing any trouble at all. The guard screams at them to let him go, asking if they have all gone crazy. Suddenly, Sun-ah leaps high into the air, holding it tightly. That utility knife. Her face looks completely devoid of any life. She drives the blade straight down. In pain, the guard lets go and the key drops to the ground. The guard screams in pure agony about his hand while Lee Jun watches in horror, wondering what Sun-ah could have possibly just done. Before he can think, Sun-ah steps out from the crowd. She is panting heavily, clearly exhausted from the intense effort. She offers a faint smile, holding up the key with dirt on her hands to show him she got it. Lee Jun is utterly speechless, praising her while trying to ask what she just did. Before he can get answers, the terrifying screams get closer and closer. Realizing the danger is closing in, he quickly tells her they must escape right now and worry about questions later. The two of them unlock the gates and quickly make their escape. After running through a subway station, the two finally stop to catch their breath. Lee Jun paces his breathing. He figures they should be safe this far out, but they need to quickly find a spot to sleep. He quickly spots a familiar hamburger joint nearby. After a quick word, the two of them head inside. The place is absolutely buzzing with chatter. Lee Jun frowns. With so many people and employees around, his plan to use gas is completely out of the question. Feeling a bit hesitant, he works up the courage to ask Sun-ah if she can help him with a rather strange request. Sun-ah tilts her head, looking completely confused. The two settle down at table 2F. Sun-ah puffs out her cheeks, blowing hard into a straw. Lee Jun is stubborn, holding the other end in his mouth. They awkwardly try their best to blow air back and forth. Lee Jun blinks in confusion, wondering what this even is. He compares this to when Yoon blew a horn for him. Even if the situation is similar, the feeling is totally different. With Sun-ah's exaggerated puffy face, she is definitely nothing like Yoon. Inside the joint, everything goes quiet. Every eye is locked on the young couple. They look incredibly bizarre, but since this is a dream world, no one around seems to really care. Pretty wild, right? Sun-ah is still trying her best to blow into the straw. Lee Jun finally cannot hold it in anymore. He bursts out laughing. Sun-ah catches her breath, looking annoyed as she asks what he is suddenly laughing at. Lee Jun just chuckles. He keeps his thoughts to himself. He cannot let her know her face looked hilarious or she will definitely get mad. And then it is Sun-ah's turn to giggle. She looks genuinely happy. It is a strange feeling. Even in a bizarre situation, having someone to laugh with makes everything feel alright. Sun-ah gently closes her eyes, the happy feeling lingering in her mind. Smiling brightly, she suggests that once this whole ordeal is over, they should all come back here to eat burgers. Lee Jun is a bit taken aback by her suggestion, but he gladly makes a promise. Absolutely they will. Suddenly, a voice calls out from right behind him, apologizing to the customers. The employee walks over and asks them to leave, explaining they have received several complaints. The usually calm Lee Jun completely freezes. Forced to relocate, a soft whisper echoes inside a bathroom stall, asking Jun if this is really okay. With no other choice, Lee Jun explains that finding a proper place to sleep right now is nearly impossible, and to avoid being seen by anyone, this is their only option left. But Sun-ah is worried about something else entirely. That is not what she meant. With a trembling voice, she points out that this is the men's restroom. Lee Jun finally realizes. He scratches his cheek awkwardly, apologizing and noting that going into the ladies' room would be even worse. He then punches a hole in the bottom of a cup. Looking at the girl, he explains the straw was too difficult, so he brought a paper cup instead, asking if she still remembers the instructions he gave her earlier. He has to explain it to Sun-ah again. She needs to breathe into this cup so he can inhale that trapped air. Lee Jun urges her, alright, let's begin. She needs to start, but Sun-ah is still hesitant, battling her inner anxiety for a moment. Finally, she tucks her hair and leans in. The two of them perform their desperate task. Jun's mind quickly grows hazy as his eyes begin to close. He sinks deep into a vast, endless ocean. Everything feels incredibly blurry. In his daze, he wonders where he is as his body floats weightlessly. But why does this place feel so incredibly peaceful? He faintly catches a soft whisper. That voice sounds like his mother. Could it be? Has he actually returned to the safety of his mother's womb? It is a hazy feeling of safety. Every time he falls asleep, he travels back in time, and he's starting to understand the pattern now. Even if he's not entirely sure, these strange dreams seem to be dragging him back to the exact moments that left him with severe, deep-rooted trauma. His mind is incredibly sharp right now, piece by piece, analyzing everything that has happened since that fourth period history class, all the way to the brutal nightmare he experienced after his encounter with the smiling woman. He traces it back to the entrance ceremony where he faced his very first terrifying ghost story, and now his very first trauma of all, being born. Floating in the absolute comfort of his mother's womb, he wonders if his struggles up to now can even compare to the trauma of birth. But whatever, what should he do next? If he can just manage to fall asleep right here, everything will finally come to an end. Yet there doesn't seem to be a single useful way to make that happen. His tiny baby hand reaches for the long cord. Should he try choking himself with the umbilical cord to cut off his own oxygen? He tries to twist his body around, doing just enough to survive without actually dying. Inside the body of an unborn infant, Lee Jun remains completely motionless for a moment. He struggles in frustration. Damn it, this definitely isn't working, and even if it did, it would probably just count as passing out. Then a glaringly obvious thought hits him. Wait, don't newborns sleep all day anyway? Is an unborn baby any different? He decides he might as well just try falling asleep normally. With that in mind, Lee Jun begins to hypnotize himself, emptying his thoughts and relaxing his body to drift off naturally. He quietly tells himself, and then, just like that, it happens. Everything is finally going to end as he sinks deep into the darkness. Brilliant sunlight shines down on him as a gentle breeze brushes across his face. An unfamiliar voice echoes in the distance asking why, but then. Next comes a cryptic line, "This has been permitted, so it will be fine." And with that, Lee Jun suddenly snaps awake. Loud, chaotic noises erupt right outside the door. It seems someone has reported the two of them. Over here, I saw those two high school kids run right into this place. The door is pounded violently, sounding like a death knell. Angry shouts echo from outside, "Hey, open up and come out. What are you kids doing in there?" Sun-ah is terrified, completely lost on what she should do next. Meanwhile, Lee Jun is still completely dazed by his dream. What was that? He feels like he met someone. He desperately tries to remember someone who made him feel so incredibly happy and with whom he had a deeply important conversation. A strange lingering sensation creeps through his mind. He has to remember, and yet, as time ticks on, his consciousness sharpens, but the memory of the dream fades further into a blur. He needs to wake up fully now. He reaches out to grab Sun-ah's hand. She flinches. "June, you are finally awake." Lee Jun silently gathers his remaining strength. With absolute determination shining in his eyes, he tells her, "Let's go. Sun-ah, let's head back to our reality." Sun-ah hesitates slightly at his action, but she nods, putting her trust in him. Outside, the burger joint remains dead silent. The sky above looks incredibly hazy, and Jeong-won sits in silence for a long time. He sighs, muttering that the scariest part is not knowing what will happen next. Lee Jun suddenly opens his eyes. He bolts upright, startling On Gyeong-won, who calls out, "President." He frantically asks if everything is okay and if they finally succeeded. Lee Jun smiles confidently, saying he made it, so now it is time to wake up. Hearing this completely brightens On Gyeong-won's face with relief. He suddenly speaks up, "Wait, President, there is something else." While waiting, he replayed everything in his head and finally remembered the exact reason why they both fell asleep at the same time back in reality. This prompts Lee Jun to wonder as well, how did all four of them end up drifting off together? On Gyeong-won grins mischievously, teasing that he should look forward to it because it is hilarious and bound to shock him. It is pretty obvious that he is hiding something. Then the entire scene suddenly shatters. The dream crumbles apart, shattered into a million pieces. Suddenly, Lee Jun bolts upright, waking from the dream. A raspy, whispered voice echoes from the hallway, "I told you to go to church, so why did you not listen?" Immediately after, a locker door swings open. The three of them wake up together in the classroom, looking around and wondering where on earth Ha-yoon is hiding. On Gyeong-won seems incredibly thrilled, muttering that this must be their final awakening before they truly get to return to the real world. The classroom is dimly lit by a faint, eerie glow. Lee Jun suddenly hesitates, admitting that he is feeling quite uneasy. He glances warily at his two companions, asking what if they are just characters in his dream and all of this is only a trick of his imagination. The two of them stand frozen, completely stunned by his words. On Gyeong-won lets out a heavy sigh, saying they can only pray that kind of nightmare does not actually happen. Sun-ah just smiles warmly, offering her best comfort, "I will see you very soon, Jun." Right then, everything shatters once more as lost memories flood back, and suddenly he remembers. He finally remembers that exact moment. The memory becomes clear in Lee Jun's mind. They were heading to the club room right after lunch. A key lies in someone's hand. Back then, Mr. Park awkwardly handed them the key, apologizing that he forgot to give it to them this morning before wishing them fun. He then hurried away in a flash. All three were confused because the door was already unlocked, though On Gyeong-won figured they still needed the key to lock it up later. Suddenly, something leaps right into midair, right in front of Lee Jun. A system window pops up out of nowhere. S-Class Special Ability Goddess of Luck is preparing to activate as the system recalibrates reality. But before he can read it properly, it vanishes into thin air. This is too bizarre. What exactly was that system window just now? He shrugs, heading to the club room anyway. When they arrive near the library, a massive crowd is lined up, chatting and laughing loudly. Lee Jun is totally clueless as to why there is such a massive line. On Jeong-won, however, knows exactly what is up. It is the book club, highly popular for its relaxed vibe and massive influence. Lee Jun mutters in pure envy, wondering why other clubs can't share some of their members. Unsana just gives him a dry, helpless smile. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name from the crowd. He looks over to see the chubby guy waving his hand while squeezing through the long queue. Lee Jun is genuinely surprised, realizing this is Oh Dio-kun, a guy who sits right next to him in class. The boy shyly asks if that club Lee Jun mentioned yesterday is still looking for new members. Lee Jun tells him they are, but tilts his head in confusion, asking if he was set on joining the anime club instead. Oh Dio-kun's voice drops to a whisper as he admits that a bit of a situation came up. Seeing his friend's gloomy face, Lee Jun drops it, wondering if he got rejected. Still, he has absolutely no reason to turn him away. Lee Jun happily agrees to sign him up and suggests they head to the club room later. Oh Dio-kun immediately strikes a bizarre, overly dramatic pose. He jumps for joy, shouting out in pure excitement. Right at that moment, In Ha-eun steps out of the classroom carrying a massive stack of books. Out of nowhere, she bumps right into Oh Do-kun's round, soft stomach. The sudden impact completely throws her off, and the books slip right out of her hands. It feels like time is suddenly slowing down. Looking back at it now, the sequence of events was a bizarre coincidence. Lee Jun pieces together how it went down, remembering how he instinctively lunged to grab the falling books. But he ended up slipping hard on the classroom floor, which had just been polished clean. His flying leg ended up connecting directly with An Gyeong-won's chin. As An Gyeong-won flailed around in pain, his wild hand smacked straight into Eun Sun-ah. Just like that, the entire group perfectly recreated a ridiculous slapstick comedy routine straight out of an old cliched manga. That chaotic train wreck of an accident was just barely enough to keep the group from getting knocked out. But it was definitely enough to make the four of them drift off to sleep from a sudden lack of oxygen. And that's how all four of them blacked out in a completely coincidental, natural way, ending the whole bizarre ordeal on a ridiculous note. It turns out the S-rank special ability, the God of Fortune, was activated, but now the skill has completely faded away. System notifications flash rapidly, confirming they successfully survived the B-rank ghost story known as Dream Within a Dream. The system grants 15 ghost story points, praising his quick wit and crafty thinking for successfully driving the anomaly away. Another reward pop-up grants him an additional 70 ghost story points. He receives a 10% point bonus for every single club member who pitched in, with both An Gyeong-won and Eun Sun-ah contributing to the effort. That 20% bonus on 85 points adds another 17 points directly to his total, bringing the total tally to 110 plus 85 plus 17. His final ghost story point count stands at 212. The system prompts him to use these hard-earned points to unlock rare special abilities and level up quickly. Alternatively, he can unlock exclusive skills for his club members or even invest in upgrading their actual club room. Back in reality, inside Multi-Purpose Room 3, it looks like, standing proudly before all the gathered members, Lee Jun boldly announces that everyone is finally here. Stepping up in his official role as the club president, he declares that it is time to begin. With a sharp professional smile, he welcomes everyone to the Ghost Story Club. With the introduction topic written clearly on the chalkboard, Lee Jun formally kicks off their very first meeting by suggesting everyone start introducing themselves one by one. He takes the lead without a shred of hesitation, introducing himself as Lee Jun, an only child and their club president, looking forward to working with them. An Gyeong-won eagerly pushes up his glasses to boast, claiming he is basically an absolute expert on these urban legends. He tells everyone they can ask him absolutely anything, but Lee Jun quickly cuts him off before he can go on a massive rant, thanking him and moving right to the next person. Next is Eun Sun-ah, who quietly speaks up, introducing herself and asking everyone to treat her well. Then comes the polite purple-haired girl, introducing herself as In Ha-eun. She admits she originally wanted to join the book club but got rejected, so she hopes everyone treats her well. A blonde girl with a pretty grumpy look on her face simply mumbles her name, Lee Jin-hee. Finally, the eccentric chubby guy steps up, telling everyone they can just call him Oh Dio-kun, as he was actually planning to join the anime club. He mumbles a quick curse, damn that anime club. Oh Dio-kun painfully remembers how those bullies used to mock him. Look, there's an anime figurine inside this damn otaku's backpack. Clenching his fists in bitter resentment, he warns them it is just a trap set by thugs to lure and humiliate fellow otakus. Finally, the advisor teacher happily greets them. Hello everyone, I am your teacher. She proudly shares that her family actually comes from a lineage of shamans, which is why she felt this club would suit her perfectly. This sudden revelation leaves the entire room buzzing in shock. After school, the three of them meet up at a burger joint, matching that horrific dream perfectly. An Gyeong-won remarks that their new advisor seems incredibly kind, pointing out that if she truly comes from a shaman family, they are bound to hear some highly fascinating stories from her. Eun Sun-ah chats away while eating, bringing up their newest member. She admits she found Jin-hee a bit intimidating at first, but turns out she is actually super nice and quite impressive. Yoon Sun-ah mentions she even started a part-time job, which probably explains why she is always nodding off during class. Lee Jun takes a big bite of his hamburger. He swallows before speaking up, pointing out that he kept his promise after all. Gyeong-haeum looks puzzled and asks what promise he is even talking about. He gives a gentle look to the girl next to him, explaining that in his dream he promised Eun Sun-ah they would eat burgers here together. Eun Sun-ah just smiles warmly at that. Gyeong-haeum looks down and mutters to himself a dream. A thought suddenly hits him. He asks if Lee Jun being part of the playtest group means he had already experienced similar dreamscapes a few times before. Lee Jun is slightly confused but nods anyway, asking Gyeong-haeum if he finally believes him after all of this. Gyeong-haeum shrugs, saying that since he went through it firsthand, there is no way he cannot believe it now. In fact, he wants to hear all the details about what the president experienced. Woon Sun-ah speaks up, her voice sounding pretty anxious as she hesitates. With a worried expression, she wonders what if they are actually still trapped inside the dream. Since they are currently sitting in a place that looks exactly like it, she cannot help but feel uneasy. Gyeong-haeum waves his hand, telling her not to worry, because that is definitely not the case. He grabs his phone, telling her to look. For some unknown reason, he sets the phone flat on the table. Then he suddenly gives it a hard spin. The phone slowly spins to a stop. Gyeong-haeum spreads his arms, pointing out that it's stopped. He explains that a person's subconscious tends to keep things moving and connected rather than stopping them. In a dream, once something starts spinning, it almost never stops. He asks them if they have ever seen the movie Inception. The spinning top in that film is used to check if the main character is dreaming, and items like that are known as totems. He recalls the small spinning top Lee Jun once showed him. It was that little item that made him realize they were dreaming. Lee Jun blinks, finally remembering that moment. Lee Jun shrugs and wonders aloud if their homeroom teacher putting that item in the dream was meant as some kind of lesson or a symbol of learning. But honestly, even Gyeong-haeum has absolutely no clue, admitting that nobody can really know. With no clear answers, they decide to drop it, laughing that overthinking every tiny detail will just drive them crazy. They should just eat their burgers, since the whole ordeal is finally over. Finally, everyone heads home and Lee Jun walks back with his bag. He thinks back to their discussion and that system screen, questioning if it was truly just luck. It was a complete coincidence that all four of them fell asleep at the exact same time, only to get dragged through absolute hell. He wonders how that could possibly count as being lucky. His mind wanders as he questions what he actually gained from this crazy incident. Looking at the bright side, Im Ha-yoon's giggling face flashes in his mind, calling him a total pervert. He quickly shakes his head, telling himself that something like that does not deserve to be called S-rank luck. Lee Jun thinks it over seriously, realizing the only real change is that Yoo-gun and Im Ha-yoon actually joined the club. But then again, even if none of this had happened, Yoo-gun probably would have joined the club anyway. He starts to speculate, wondering if it has to do with Im Ha-yoon instead. Could her joining the club be the ultimate stroke of luck? He wonders if it is because she is pretty, but decides to let it go. He speaks aloud, calling up the club management screen. Selecting member management, the system screen flashes with Im Ha-yoon's profile. Im Ha-yoon's details instantly appear before him. Her understanding level is only 5 out of 10. He is completely shocked that after going through life and death together, it is still this low. The only interest listed is that she likes books. He thought he knew so much about her, but now he feels a sudden sense of disappointment, questioning if he was just delusional. Lee Jun sighs, deciding to just let it go. Returning to his thoughts, he wonders if there is anything else that could count as luck after facing that horror story with them. He suddenly pauses. The real piece of luck is winning over Gyeong-haeum. The guy who used to doubt his wild stories is finally starting to cautiously trust him. Lee Jun felt incredibly satisfied. Surviving this intense ghost story with the three of them meant he had finally gained reliable allies to face the bizarre trials ahead. He was thrilled. This system ability was way more useful than he thought, and he definitely needed to farm more points to unlock even more special skills. But then something else clicked. Right, the points. Too much had happened, almost driving it completely out of his mind. It was high time to upgrade the club. Since the room was empty right now, why not? Eager to get started, Lee Jun excitedly headed back to school to try it out on the spot. The moment he arrived, he ran right into his homeroom teacher. "Oh, is that you, Jun? Have you not gone home yet?" Lee Jun froze slightly. "Hello, teacher." A bit embarrassed, he sheepishly replied that he was just heading up to the club room for a moment. Teacher Park offered a warm, friendly laugh, admitting he was quite jealous because the staff also wanted a cozy room to relax in. Lee Jun looked confused, pointing out that the teachers already had their own office. Teacher Park quickly waved his hands, telling him that he was still way too naive. A place like that, he claimed, was strictly for the extroverted teachers. Besides, no one wants to hang out with a chubby old teacher like me. Lee Jun could only chuckle awkwardly and nod in agreement. Suddenly, Teacher Park brought up something mysterious, asking if he'd used the item he gave him. Lee Jun assumed he was talking about the club key and asked if that was it. With a polite smile, he replied that of course he had and that he was still using it right now. But Teacher Park's next words caught him completely off guard. "What on earth are you talking about?" His gaze turned strangely intense as he clarified he was talking about the totem. He asked with absolute certainty if June had used it. Lee Jun stood there completely dumbfounded. Wait, what? But how? But Teacher Park didn't bother to explain. He simply waved goodbye, wishing him a good weekend as he walked off. He hummed Fur Elise to himself as he walked away. Lee Jun stood there frozen, left with endless questions about his mysterious homeroom teacher. Teacher Park's parting words continued to echo loudly inside his head. Could he have been inside that exact same dream with them? He frowned, remembering clearly that only the four of them had collapsed back then. Unable to find an answer, Lee Jun simply scratched his neck and walked away. He climbed the stairs, still utterly baffled. Oh well, he needed to get to the club room first. He pulled up his system interface again. The club status window showed that the Ghost Story Club had reached level 1. His current Ghost Story points stood at 212. The system asked if he wanted to spend them to upgrade the club. Without any hesitation, he tapped Continue. With a soft chime, the system began the upgrade, requiring 17 points to reach the next milestone. The numbers ticked upward quickly, hitting 100. Within moments, a notification popped up, confirming the club had been upgraded successfully. The Ghost Story Club had officially advanced from level 1 to 2. Each time the club levels up, you receive 1 feature point to allocate. Please choose a feature. Current feature points 1. The options were Ghost Story Collection at level 0, Talent Recruitment at level 0, and Space Expansion at level 0. Lee Jun stared blankly at the new skills. With only vague names like Collection and Recruitment, he had absolutely no clue what they actually did. He reached out and tapped a choice. Space Expansion seemed like the only self-explanatory option, which was fine since more members would make the room cramped anyway. A system prompt flashed, confirming that Space Expansion had been successfully applied to the club room. The level 2 club was fully set, and the points required for the next upgrade reset to 0. A warning popped up stating that the construction would begin soon. To start the process, he had to step outside and close the door. Lee Jun sighed. Did the process have to be so tedious? Left with no other choice, he stepped outside. The silent hallway had not a single sound. The system upgrade initiated. Through the window, he watched the room shift. The lights inside the club room suddenly go completely out, leaving only pitch-black darkness, making him wonder what is happening. A moment later, the system notifies him that the club room reconstruction was successful. Lee Jun carefully opens the door and steps inside. He looks around in complete surprise. He scans the area, realizing that unless someone paid very close attention, they probably would not notice the room got bigger. The windows and chairs have shifted slightly. He realizes that if he utilizes all these new upgraded features, he might actually stand a real fighting chance against that bastard Demon King. With his work finally wrapped up, he slips his hands into his pockets. Well, before heading back. But first, he checks his status screen. A bunch of notifications pop up showing he currently has 0 abilities. He can, however, use 100 points to unlock a new one. He is already pretty used to this. Should he spend those remaining points and test his luck? 2 days later, Lee Jun's mom is dragging him out to go shopping. Just losing a match, he pulls off his headphones and groans, "Shopping with you, Mom, but why?" She snaps back that he needs to carry her heavy bags. Lee Jun does not dare argue with that and just sighs. All right. His dad sits watching television, chuckling and telling him that it is finally the weekend, so he needs to stop gaming and go help his mother. But his mom does not let the dad off either, yelling at him to get dressed and drive them right now. Soon the whole family arrives at the supermarket. The place is absolutely packed with checkout scanners constantly beeping in the background. Waiting in a massive checkout line, Lee Jun realizes this is easily going to take more than 10 minutes. Bored out of his mind, he wanders off to see if there is anything interesting around. Shelves are fully stocked as crowds of people pass by him. Lee Jun just wanders around aimlessly. Suddenly, a familiar face catches his eye. It is An Jeong-won, who immediately recognizes his club president. Lee Jun walks over in surprise to greet him, asking if he is also out doing some grocery shopping. The man next to him asks if Lee Jun is his friend. Lee Jun looks at the man in glasses, wondering if this is An Gyeong-won's dad. Glancing at the woman wearing glasses behind An Gyeong-won, he guesses that must be his mother. So those glasses really do run in the family. The system immediately notifies him that his understanding of An Gyeong-won has increased by 10. Lee Jun bows politely, introducing himself to the parents, and An Gyeong-won's father replies that it is nice to meet him too. His strict tone is instantly obvious as he asks how the two of them know each other. An Jeong-won quickly explains that they are in the same class, and that Lee Jun is actually his club president, which immediately prompts his father to ask what kind of club they are running. An Gyeong-won looks hesitant, starting to say that he joined a ghost story club. Lee Jun quickly cuts in to explain it is a folklore and ghost story research club. He quickly adds that they actually study traditional folklore and ancient ghost stories passed down through many generations in Korea, explaining that it helps them deeply understand the historical lifestyle and the daily wisdom of their ancestors. With his incredibly fast thinking, Lee Jun easily reads the parents. He can tell An Gyong-won's father is a highly traditional and strict person, so framing the club as a deep historical study of cultural folklore is the perfect way to win his approval. An Gyong-won's father nods in agreement, finding folklore acceptable, while Lee Jun silently celebrates his quick victory. His eyes sharpen as he asks if Lee Jun is the club president. Lee Jun immediately catches the underlying tension in his voice. Lee Jun quickly clarifies that he is actually the vice president, explaining that their small club only has 2 leaders and they usually just call both of them president for convenience. The father looks highly intrigued, asking for confirmation, so Lee Jun nods and confirms that An Gyong-won is indeed the actual president of their club. Hearing this, the father completely brightens up, laughing proudly and boasting that their brilliant son would obviously never settle for being second in command to anyone else in school. Completely ignoring his son's deeply awkward expression, the proud father playfully scolds him for not sharing such a major achievement with his family, first forcing An Gyong-won to play along and quickly apologize, claiming his extremely busy first week of classes made him completely forget to mention it. Seeing his cue, Lee Jun politely excuses himself, earning a satisfied nod from the father who asks him to take good care of An Gyong-won at school. He stands there watching An Gyong-won and his parents walk away. Suddenly, An Gyong-won turns around and looks back. His lips silently mouth something. The special lip-reading ability suddenly activates. It wasn't a mistake, his target's words are automatically translated. The president is truly on another level. Lee Jun stares at the system screen in mild surprise. He finally understands how to trigger this new lip-reading skill. Just as he figures it out, a voice calls out to him. Recognizing his father's voice, Lee Jun quickly answers him. He asks if they finished paying and his dad casually replies it is almost their turn. Looking slightly hesitant, his father asks if the new club he just heard about was established because of that traumatic event. At those words, a twisted, distorted face flashes vividly through his mind. Lee Jun admits it directly, he needs to find out more about what happened. His father offers warm support, promising to help however he can even if he lacks answers. Lee Jun smiles, thanking his dad for always having his back. They head back to the counter, laughing off questions about where they wandered. In this peaceful moment, Lee Jun has no idea what is brewing behind the scenes. The terrifying ghost stories he thought would only affect him are spreading. They are slowly and silently spreading to consume the entire country. A new girl group track echoes through the air. A crescent moon peeks from behind dark clouds. Soft moonlight streams through a quiet bedroom window. In the dead of night, a girl suddenly wakes. Her anxious green eyes stare directly at the dark corner. The school bell rings out. Back in class, Lee Jun greets Eun Sun-ah as he arrives. He asks if she got here early today, but Yoon Sun-ah only gives a forced smile. He greets him Ha-yoon sitting nearby, who replies with a quiet nod. He notices a strange melody playing softly from the school speaker. His classmates chatter excitedly, asking one another if they have heard the new track yet. Lee Jun easily detects this unusual vibe, noting how lively and incredibly noisy everyone seems to be. His expression darkens. He realizes it has been a very long time since he last heard this tune. Memories of Princess Oi rush back. In his past life, this debut song went viral during this exact period. The music keeps repeating that same meaningless chorus over and over. Lee Jun frowns, wondering if the lyrics were always this eerie. An Gyong-won groans in exhaustion, slumping lazily over his desk. Later on, the 4 of them gather inside their cozy club room, feeling completely relaxed. Eun Sun-ah looks around the space. She notes that their room suddenly feels much bigger than before. Hearing that An Gyong-won quickly agrees with her, and Im Ha-yoon also chimes in to say the place does feel more spacious. Yoon Sun-ah insists she is positive the entire room has expanded. Lee Jun feels a wave of relief that no one else is paying too much attention. He watches her closely, realizing Eun Sun-ah usually lives in a cramped room, making her far more sensitive to structural changes than anyone else. A system notification pops up. His understanding of Eun Sun-ah has increased by 10 points. He gets lost in deep thought. Thanks to that bizarre dream within a dream, he was able to share some secrets, but his actual regression 3 years into the past and this mysterious system are a completely different matter. He places his hope in the future, believing that one day he can finally reveal the whole truth. An Gyong-won yawns widely, completely exhausted. He takes off his glasses and slumps down, asking them to wake him up when lunch is over. Lee Jun quickly summons his system. Club management screen. He stares intently at the 3rd tab. He has always been highly curious about this feature. It likely requires points to purchase items, and he quietly hopes it offers high-end furniture that would normally be far too expensive for their limited club budget to afford. He wishes he could expand their little club room by a comfortable sofa and turn it into a proper base of operations. With a quiet sigh, he finds himself wishing that Friday would just hurry up and arrive. Time flies by and Friday finally rolls around. Inside the music room, The teacher plays the piano while watching the students, guiding them to hit a higher octave. She hums softly, letting the class follow her melody. They sing in unison. Lee Jun lazily keeps his mouth shut. Why is time moving so slowly? The music teacher suddenly stops playing. She spins around and barks out, "Hold on, who is not paying attention in my class?" Lee Jun flinches in panic. Wait, did he just get caught not singing? Her face twists into a scowl as she asks who's making those weird noises. Lee Jun finally lets out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it is not him, since he did not make a single sound. The entire classroom falls into absolute silence. Suddenly, a ringtone plays and she yells out, "Who did not mute their phone? Turn it off right now." A student at the front fumbles with his phone and stammers an apology. The annoyed music teacher complains about why this weird school does not just confiscate all phones during class. But before she can resume playing, she turns back to the class, shouting, "Who is it this time? Turn that phone off." The students whisper among themselves, wondering who the culprit is this time around. Lee Jun rests his chin on his hand, thinking someone else just got caught lacking discipline. Yet something feels off to him because he did not hear any ringtone at all. Unwilling to let it go, she stomps down the aisle, pointing directly at a student. "I know the sound is coming from right here. Hand over your phone right now." Yoon Suna hands it over, trembling, and explains that her phone is actually turned off. The teacher presses her ear closer. She snaps, "It is clearly making a sound now. Tell me your name this instant." This harsh demand completely startles the naturally timid Eun Suna. Her eyes tear up in fear. Right then, In Ha-eun steps in to defend her, claiming that she cannot hear anything. The teacher blinks in complete shock, asking if there really is no sound. With a completely blank face, In Ha-eun suggests that the teacher is probably just hearing things. Left totally confused, the teacher insists that she definitely heard a melody playing. She mumbles the lyrics aloud, desperately asking the class if truly none of them can hear it. Staring at the phone in her hand, she asks in disbelief how they can hear absolutely nothing when it is still ringing right now. Her voice turns eerie as she mutters about hearing it all night, all morning, and even while inside the restroom. The disjointed melody is highly irritating. Is it English or is it Spanish? Clutching her head, she complains about modern pop music and wonders why they do not just sing in Korean, instead of mixing these weird tangled melodies that she can still hear. But the strange humming keeps echoing inside. Her ears are scratched, raw and bleeding, her face completely twisted in madness as she chants the bizarre lyrics aloud. She mutters, "Ooh-ee-ooh-ee-oh-ee-oo-ee," zoom, rambling on about 85 super dumatoma and insisting she can hear it perfectly. She asks the students why they do not hear it too, then explains the song is a story about a little guy who lives in a blue world. Day and night, everything he sees is blue inside and out, just like himself. It is so strange, a blue house with a small blue window and blue Corvette. Everything is blue for him and everyone around him because he has nobody to listen to him. She mutters that she can definitely hear it, losing her mind over the constant humming. After that disturbing incident, everyone gathers in multi-purpose room 3 to discuss how incredibly bizarre that teacher was acting. Lee Jun chimes in, wondering if she had a complete mental breakdown, admitting the whole scene was pretty terrifying. An Gi-young acts all knowledgeable, explaining that the phenomenon is called an earworm, where highly catchy songs like Ring Ding Dong or Jin Jin Ra Ra get completely stuck in your head and loop endlessly without stopping. Lee Jung gets the picture, asking if it is like those infamous tracks banned during exam season, and An Gi-young nods, pointing out that those old songs are actually nothing compared to the massive viral hit trending right now. Some people even claim their daily lives are being completely ruined by it, causing Lee Jun to squint and wonder if the situation is really that bad. Park Da-moon suddenly shakes his head, drawing everyone's attention as he groans about the ridiculous song and questions how anyone can actually enjoy that kind of music. Despite his scoffing, nothing matches the sheer addictiveness of this song, but Lee Jun cannot shake the feeling that something is deeply wrong here. He recalls that in his past life the song "Oe" was popular for a while, but it never blew up to this insane level. This is definitely abnormal, especially since he remembers the original chorus being much simpler without all those bizarre, unrecognizable lyrics that do not even sound like a real foreign language. Something is clearly wrong. His expression turns dead serious as he warns his friends to avoid listening to the song because the situation is getting dangerous. He advises them that this whole craze is highly likely to be caused by another supernatural anomaly. An Gi-young tilts his head, not quite understanding what he means. Dio-kun sits nearby, completely zoned out in shock. Soon the news reports that the girl group Florence and their hit song "Oe" are banned from every media platform. The government cites some bizarre reasons, claiming the song is simply too addictive. Right after their agency protests, the ruling calling the entire decision completely absurd. Everyone still has to go to school every day. Oh, Dio-kun pops his head into the classroom to announce that their music teacher is sick today. Since she called out, their third period will be a self-study session. He slips away immediately after saying that. Jun already saw this coming. As expected, the music teacher is absent, and he is pretty sure she is undergoing psychological therapy right now. Over the next week, following that day, the situation grows more and more bizarre. His mother, who works as a store cashier, mentions that her shop keeps playing that exact same song over and over. People blast the song Oe on the streets, some even singing it out loud. Lee Jun silently concludes that this is definitely connected to a ghost story. The classroom is dead silent as students diligently take notes. Nobody notices that one student is starting to get extremely agitated. He grits his teeth. Finally, losing his cool, he leaps up, shouting a curse. He screams at the class to turn off that stupid song because nobody can focus on studying with all that noise. But everyone stares at him like he is insane. His desk mate nudges him, asking what is wrong and to sit down. This is the class president of class 1 to 3, Ban Jang-hoon. Ignoring him, the boy continues to yell, demanding to know who keeps playing that faint music and begging them to shut it off. This time, the others try to calm him down, telling him to sit because nobody is playing any music. Suddenly, the school intercom turns on. The speaker crackles to life as a static voice calls out for attention, stating that this is an incredibly important announcement and demanding every student listen very carefully to what is next. Fear and curiosity fill their eyes as they listen, waiting for whatever comes next. Immediately, the haunting melody begins to echo around them. The boy instantly screams, his head twisting in a bizarre manner. Honestly, this is getting way too creepy. The entire class freezes in pure shock. The boy suddenly snatches a pen off his desk. He brandishes it with his neck bent completely backward, choking out a desperate plea as panic spreads across the classroom. But he has completely lost his mind, screaming for someone to shut the music off. Dio-kun pulls off his headphones in confusion while Lee Jun stares in utter disbelief. He quickly assesses the danger, shouting that they need to move to the club room immediately. He calls out to the other two members, including An Gyeong-won. Urgency takes over as he yells for On Suna and Ha-yoon to run there now. The group immediately rushes out of the classroom door. Before leaving, Ju notices one more person left behind. His eyes land on Lee Jin-hee, who is still slumped over her desk. Even though they rarely talk, she is still a club member, so they cannot just leave her behind. Strange music echoes amidst the growing chaos. He tells the others to call a teacher as he shakes Jin-hee, asking if she is crazy for sleeping through this and if she wants to head to the club room. The girl stirs slightly in response. She glares at him with pure annoyance, complaining about the intolerable noise. Even Lee Jun flinches back a bit. They quickly make their escape, but the loud music already echoes through the first floor. Up on the second floor, the broadcasting room is locked tight from the inside. Reaching the third floor, they find students dancing around like they have lost their minds. On the fourth floor, the madness escalates into frantic biting. The group rushes into the club room and locks the door behind them. Out of breath, Lee Jun sighs in relief. He glances over at Lee Jin-hee, surprised she quietly followed them without a single word. An Gyeong-won is confused, wondering if she didn't hear the school broadcast up on the fifth floor. Everyone is completely panicked. What is going on? Why is everyone acting so incredibly strange? Lee Jun takes a breath to calm himself. He turns back to the others, noting they still have some time before club activities officially start. In a serious tone, he suggests they get right to work on their ghost story club. They all gather around the table as he announces they need to analyze the situation immediately. Sitting at the head of the table, Lee Jun states they can all agree things are highly unusual. He suspects it is all caused by the song Oya, and anyone who listened to it must be infected. An Gyeong-won and Suna nod their heads without any hesitation. No one else in the room objects. He speaks up again, reminding them they agreed not to listen to it last week and asks if anyone here did. They answer one by one. Someone mentions seeing it online every day but says they do not have a computer at home. In Ha-yoon admits she avoids trendy music while Park Da-sum scoffs, saying she only listens to J-pop. But then Lee Jin-hee hesitates. Frowning, she asks if he means that trashy song on TV, admitting she heard it constantly at her part-time job. The moment she finishes speaking, the entire room falls dead silent. Lee Jun starts overthinking, wondering if his theory is wrong or if the symptoms just vary from person to person. He pieces the bizarre events together. The music teacher started acting weird a week ago, likely because she is more sensitive to sound than an average person. On top of that, everyone's mental resilience and sensitivity levels are bound to be totally different. He glances at Lee Jin-hee, thinking her unique state of mind might be keeping her safe. Finally, Lee Jun speaks up, asking her if she feels like her mind is drifting or if anything feels off. Looking highly confused, Lee Jin-hee simply replies, no. Skeptical, Lee Jun presses further, telling her to think carefully if she feels hyperactive or unable to control her behavior. Growing annoyed, Lee Jin-hee snaps back, repeating that she already said nothing is wrong. Lee Jun wonders aloud if she is just too angry all the time like the Hulk to notice a difference. Offended, Lee Jin-hee demands to know what he just said. Oblivious to her growing fury, Lee Jun keeps pushing, asking if she suddenly wants to turn green and beat him to a pulp. Suddenly, Lee Jin-hee takes a deep breath and closes her eyes. She lunges forward and grabs his collar, roaring that she actually wants to punch someone right now. Sweat pouring, Lee Jun begs for mercy, apologizing and promising he will never do it again. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts through the air. Rapid footsteps echo down the hallway as someone screams that they have some urgent breaking news. A pale-faced student holds up his phone shouting that the new song by the group 4ins is absolutely insane. He glues his face to the glass window. He mutters that the lights are on, which is pretty weird. Hiding in a blind spot, the club members hear him whisper that he needs to share this awesome song with as many people as possible. Once the footsteps fade away, Lee Jun finally breathes a sigh of relief. Lee. Jinhee scoffs, complaining about why they are hiding when they could just go out and beat him to a pulp. Meanwhile, Park Dasum clutches her stomach, whining that she is starving and doubts they will even get lunch. Ignoring her complaints, Lee Jun apologizes and promises to explain everything later as he lays out their immediate strategy, saying they must cover up the glass window and asking if anyone has paper. Un Sun-ah gently raises her hand, explaining she grabbed these while prepping her fourth period books before they had to rush over here. Without any hesitation, she tears several pages right out of her densely written notebook. Jun's mouth twitches as he watches her tape the pages to cover the glass. She ripped up her history notebook without a single second thought. If their teacher ever finds out she is dead, he would definitely lecture them about how a nation that forgets its history has no future. Walking over to the large window, they close the curtains just to be completely safe. With the curtains closed, the meeting room is left in near total darkness as he speaks up. He calmly explains that this situation is definitely tied to some kind of ghost story. Anyone who has dealt with this before knows their very first move is to identify exactly what kind of urban legend they are facing. Lee Jun turns to Gyeong-won, their smartest member, to see if he has any theories about that earworm phenomenon he mentioned earlier. Gyeong-won looks a bit surprised, asking if he really means earworms. To him, that sounds more like a scientific phenomenon than a ghost story. It happens when an overly catchy tune gets stuck in your head, leaving you humming it endlessly. At worst, it is just annoying, not terrifying like real urban legends. Lee Jun sighs, finding the idea too vague. Shifting gears, he asks if anyone knows other ghost stories tied to music or songs. It does not have to match their exact situation, just any musical myth at all. Yoon Sun-ah timidly pipes up, mentioning a famous rumor that if a ghost is caught inside a recording studio, the song being tracked is guaranteed to become a massive hit. Gyeong-won nods in agreement. He admits that is exactly why people claim almost every highly successful musician has a story about seeing a spirit. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out his smartphone, saying there are even crazier cases than that. Trying to prove his point, Gyeong-won looks for online evidence of ghostly voices captured on official albums. He tells them to listen to one famous recording. His fingers slide across the screen. A sorrowful song starts playing, singing about regretting life after a loved one is gone. But suddenly, an eerie, distorted voice cuts in, asking if it hurts their ears. Yoon Sun-ah flinches, quickly covering her ears. Lee Jun asks if it was an official release. Gyeong-won replies that the label claimed it was just guitar feedback, but since he does not play, he cannot say for sure. Suddenly, Jinhee smirks, calling it pretty interesting. Lee Jun watches her closely. He initially assumed she would be totally cold and distant, yet she blends in perfectly with the group. Even though they never share that nightmare ordeal together, there is a strange, comforting sense of familiarity between them. Staring at her furrowed brows, Lee Jun wonders if she would look a lot better without that constant scowl, or maybe her intense eyes are just naturally shaped that way. Because of his observation, the system notifies him that his understanding of Jinhee has increased by 10 points. Dae-ok-hoon adjusts his glasses, proudly declaring it is his turn. He begins his tale, explaining it happened back when he visited the theater to watch the Muse movie. In case they did not know, Muse is a popular idol group from Love Live. Outside, the afternoon sun still shines as bright as ever. It seems like the world outside remains completely untouched. Everyone listens closely as Dae-ok-hoon recalls cheering enthusiastically for Kotori on the screen, only for some random couple standing right behind him to start whispering. His storytelling is definitely a bit long-winded. He explains how the whispering continued, ruining proper theater etiquette. He even contemplated murder but decided to let it slide because he wanted to focus on his favorite idols. Jinhee slams the table in frustration, yelling at him to get to the point already instead of rambling. Dae-ok-hoon timidly clears his throat and gets back to the topic. He complains that they kept whispering, completely ruining his precious idol viewing experience. Sinking deeper into the memory, he explains how he tried to stay patient but eventually reached his absolute limit. He finally turned around, fully prepared to yell at them and cause a massive scene. Putting on a creepy face, Dae-ok-hoon reveals there was only one person sitting behind him, but his spooky story is immediately cut short by a swift punch from Jinhee. An annoyed Jinhee snaps, calling him a weird otaku who is just yapping about his own pathetic life. The room gets chaotic as she keeps hitting him for wasting everyone's time. Jinhee screams that only a complete creep like him would watch those shows, telling him to just drop dead. Suddenly, a faint blurry shadow appears outside the door. Jinhee instantly notices the figure freeze, framing her fist midair. Everyone turns their eyes toward the entrance. A dark silhouette stands outside. A faint whisper echoes through the glass, asking if someone is inside and to open the door. Nobody makes a sound, completely clueless about what is waiting on the other side. Lee Jun knows that even if they try pretending nobody is in here, they have already been caught red-handed. He quietly pulls back his chair, kicking himself for getting so carried away with the discussion that they forgot to whisper. Creeping toward the door, he asks, "Who is there?" After a tense silence, a soft voice replies that it is their teacher outside. That is when Lee Jun finally recognizes the voice as Miss Hwan. His hand rests on the doorknob, desperately wanting to let her in, but a dark thought stops him. What if she has already changed into one of them? The voice outside whispers again, telling him to come a little closer. Lee Jun can barely make it out, admitting he cannot hear her properly. The voice grows slightly louder, urging him to put his ear right against the door. Though it feels incredibly sketchy, he leans in anyway, asking what she wants. Suddenly, a cold breath brushes right past him. It sends a violent jolt straight through him. He recoils in shock. Complete confusion takes over his mind. What on earth just happened? There are literally 3 thick layers of wood separating them, so how did it feel like she breathed directly into his ear? Determined to figure out this bizarre phenomenon, he slowly presses his ear against the door once more. Instantly, that creepy breathing sensation hits his ear again. Lee Jun is absolutely thrilled. Closing his eyes to process the sensation, he realizes that even though it is technically just a sound, he can actually feel the warm puff of air. It is a bizarre sensory overlap where the 5 human senses connect when you know someone is close, even behind a thick barrier. Your mind effortlessly bridges the gap between touch and hearing. Lee Jin-hee suddenly cuts in, asking why on earth he is acting so bizarrely. Flustered, Lee Jun pulls back with a piece of paper stuck to his face, stammering that Miss Hwan wants to enter and he is just checking to see if she is safe. His gaze quickly darts back to the window. The papers covering the glass have slipped down. Lee Jun's heart drops instantly. He slowly peers through the gap and freezes completely. Only a disembodied head is visible. Lee Jun calls out to her. He nervously asks the figure why she is keeping her face turned completely away from them. The teacher offers no response whatsoever. Talk about a spine-chilling situation. Everyone tensely stares out at the door. Deciding to turn her away, Lee Jun politely suggests she find another room since their club space is completely full. But she refuses, arguing that the room looks perfectly spacious enough for one more, so they should just open up. Raising his voice, Lee Jun firmly insists that it is impossible because she already knows how tiny their club room is. The entity outside disagrees, claiming that the room actually looks much wider now than it did before. A cold shiver runs down his spine, but he forces himself to stay calm, asking how a physical room could possibly expand. The thing outside groans, insisting that the room is clearly much wider than it was before. Cornered, Lee Jun is forced to pivot to a brutal excuse, blunting out that to be completely honest, she is simply too overweight to squeeze inside. Nobody saw that savage insult coming. The entire room goes dead silent. Everyone freezes completely in their tracks, stunned by his savage comment. The teacher outside offers no reply. Lee Jun waits in the heavy silence, wondering why the mood suddenly feels so incredibly awkward. He realizes he hit a nerve. She actually got offended by that. The ghost screeches in protest, insisting she isn't fat. Lee Jun secretly rejoices at hitting the mark. That is right, even this ghost-possessed teacher is just like any normal woman when it comes to worrying about her weight. The system formally acknowledges this breakthrough, increasing his understanding of Jang Hua-yoon by 10 points. Seizing his chance, Lee Jun points a finger and brutally doubles down, "Face reality, teacher, because you are actually super fat." With total confidence, he tells her there is simply no way she fits inside when the room is already this packed. He points over at In Ha-yoon, dragging her into the crossfire. "Look at Ha-yoon, she is so thin and skinny compared to you." Desperately trying to convince the spirit to leave, he tells her that she needs to lose weight first, so she should go and look for another spot right now. He gasps heavily for breath. The entity outside trembles, shrieking that it is a lie before leaving with a promise to return once she loses weight. The system immediately congratulates him on surviving the low-grade ghost story of possession, awarding him 5 valuable ghost story points. Lee Jun lets out a heavy sigh, completely spent after using every bit of his strength and intellect. He turns his gaze back to his fellow club members. Their eyes stare back, dripping with heavy, silent judgment. Still completely clueless about his offensive comments, Lee Jun innocently asks what is wrong. Lee Jun pulls his chair. He sits down at the table, surrounded by the tense members of the Ghost Story Club. Lee Jun quietly pieces together the facts, wondering if this low-grade possession case is actually linked to the legendary ghost story Y that they are facing. Thinking back on everything that has happened, he realizes that teacher Hua-yoon has been possessed before. She once mentioned coming from a powerful shaman lineage, which makes him wonder if her unique spiritual constitution is the exact reason why she is constantly targeted by these malicious ghosts. The system chimed with a notification showing his understanding of Hua-eun had increased by 20 points. Yoon-sun asks in a worried tone if Hua-eun will be alright. Lee Jun looks at her and admits his own anxiety, but reminds her they cannot afford to take risks right now. He suggests that for now they should remain hidden inside and gather more valuable information. Scanning his phone screen, Gyeong-won can only sigh in disbelief, muttering that the entire world has truly gone mad. He explains to the other members that while they could normally keep track of the outside situation through news articles, the internet is now completely broken, with even mainstream media showing nothing but those repetitive song lyrics. Lee Jun asks if anyone has tried calling their families. Duk-hun and Un-sun-ah shake their heads, saying that absolutely nobody is picking up the phone. Duk-hun mutters a curse, completely losing his mind over their bizarre predicament. Standing right beside him, Jin-hee is both highly irritated and deeply confused, speaking up to ask if this is all just some sick prank show with hidden cameras. Lee Jun walks over to the window and gently parts the curtains, responding that he truly wishes it was just a prank. Peering cautiously down at the schoolyard below, he knows that no hidden camera show could ever pull off a stunt like this. Down below, the students in the courtyard have completely lost their minds. Some are screaming in agony, begging for someone to turn that awful music off. Others are frantically singing along, while some actively attack one another as the bizarre melody loops in the background. Jin-hee and the rest of the club witness the horrifying chaos, unable to do anything but gasp and ask Lee Jun what their next move should be. But before he can answer, a sudden knock on the door cuts their thoughts short. All 6 of them instantly turn their eyes toward the entrance. As the persistent knocking continues, Hwa-eun's silhouette is cast clearly against the frosted glass of the door. She mutters that she has returned after successfully losing some weight. The club members freeze in absolute bewilderment for a moment. Lee Jun sighs deeply. Approaching the door, he calls out, asking her not to lie since it is impossible to lose weight in just a few hours. Hwa-eun honestly protests that she skipped her lunch. A heavy silence immediately falls over the room once again. Un-sun-ah whispers that she feels incredibly bad for their teacher. Gyeong-won counters, asking what choice they have. If they let her in, she might go wild and start singing like those lunatics outside. Lee Jun makes the final executive call, telling them to just let the teacher in. He explains his reasoning, pointing out that things are getting worse and this room will not stay safe for much longer. Lee Jun states with absolute confidence that it is better to squeeze some useful information out of the possessed teacher. Whether they interrogate her, beat her, or do whatever it takes, they just need to make her talk. Lee Jin-hee gets intrigued by his wild idea, remarking that he is actually pretty crazy. Lee Jun directly asks her for backup, telling Lee Jin-hee he is counting on her if things get ugly. Lee Jun lets out a bit of a nervous laugh. He gives a strange smile, admitting he has a feeling she is incredibly good at fighting. She stands dazed by his sudden remark. Then she sighs, chuckling weakly, and tells him she has never met anyone quite as insane as him. Lee Jun breaks the tension, announcing he is about to open the door anyway. The entire group nods in silent agreement. The door slowly begins to creak open. Miss In Ha-eun slowly steps inside. Lee Jun quickly shuts the door behind her as everyone stares in absolute tense silence. Lee Jun is quite taken aback. He observes her rough state, noting silently that her eyes are completely bloodshot and wild. Then she suddenly starts to sing. Everyone is immediately struck with a wave of pure shock. But this bizarre behavior is exactly what he expected. She was definitely going to act like this. Lee Jun hurriedly turns to Lee Jin-hee, urging her to move fast and lock the teacher down. Rolling up her sleeves with a smug smirk, she asks if he is actually serious, wondering if she should just tackle her to the ground. But wait a second. She pauses, listening closer, and bluntly points out that the teacher's singing is horribly off-key. Meanwhile, In Ha-eun keeps groaning out nonsense in her rough, scratchy voice. She begins tapping her feet. Soon she starts dancing around, singing and moving like she is putting on a real pop performance. An Jang-won groans in disbelief, while Un-sun-ah can't even hold back her laughter anymore. He murmurs that it is a good thing she cannot sing because he cannot even understand what she is trying to scream out. In Ha-eun remains completely lost in her bizarre dance routine. Half laughing and completely bewildered by the scene, Lee Jun wonders if they should treat her like a broken TV, maybe smack her a few times to get her back to normal, starting with a quick slap. He turns to the rest of the group, asking if anyone wants the rare opportunity to slap their teacher right in the face to snap her out of it. Shocking An Gyeong-won to the core, In Ha-eun is the one who boldly steps forward to volunteer. She winds up her arm, slapping In Ha-eun hard right across the face. A bright red mark immediately swells up on her cheek. The powerful hit knocks her straight to the floor. Just then, the system screen pops up to announce that his club member has used her incredible resourcefulness to reverse the dark possession, rewarding him with 25 valuable ghost story points. Lee Jun's jaw drops in absolute shock. The system notification continues, showing a 10% bonus points increase for every single club member who actively participated in this bizarre exorcism. The active members are An Gyeong-won, Oh Dok-hoon, Lee Jin-hee, In Ha-eun, and In Ha-eun. Bringing it to 60%, the entire room suddenly falls dead silent. Lee Jun awkwardly calls out to In Ha-eun, who remains totally silent for a moment. She slowly turns to him with a calm smile, asking if that was finally enough. Inside club room number 3, in Ha-eun's confused voice echoes as she blankly asks how she even ended up in here. Sitting at the table with a massively swollen cheek, she is now completely conscious, muttering about how she was definitely in the teacher's lounge, wondering if she had just experienced some bizarre dream. She explains seeing the principal and vice principal doing completely naked handstands while the department dean was running all over the place screaming out songs. Jang Hwa-eun touches her cheek completely puzzled and wonders aloud why her face hurts so badly. In Ha-eun smiles, suggesting she is probably just imagining things, which surprisingly prompts Hwa-eun to believe her and wonder if that is true. Beside Lee Jin-hee, Oh Dio-kun slumps onto the table whining about how hungry he is and asking how long they have to starve. Furious, Lee Jin-hee kicks his chair hard and yells at the useless otaku to shut up and read the room, asking if skipping a single meal is actually going to kill him. She keeps shouting at him while Jang Hwa-eun tries to play peacemaker, urging them to get along. Dae-kun grumbles back about what he is supposed to do when he is absolutely starving, but Lee Jin-hee ignores the warnings and keeps screaming at him, calling him a pig who only thinks about stuffing his face. Just then, Hwa-eun's stomach lets out a loud growl from hunger. Lee Jin-hee stares at her with a completely speechless expression. The room falls into a dead silence. That is when Lee Jun finally speaks up. He suggests with a light smile that it is time to look for food. An Gyeong-won takes charge and details the route to the cafeteria on each floor, explaining that they must cross the main hallways to get there. It is a highly risky path because, as everyone already knows, the building is split from bottom to top with floors dedicated to first, second, and third-year students. While drawn on the whiteboard, An Gyeong-won notes that since their club room is right in the corner of the hallway leading to the cafeteria, they do not need to take a detour. They can just sneak through this third-floor corridor to get straight to the food. But the main issue is that the third floor is full of junior classrooms, making it incredibly packed and dangerous. Raising her hand, Hwa-eun suggests taking the fourth floor path instead. She explains that the fourth floor of the cafeteria is used for cooking, but like the other floors, it has a corridor connecting it directly back to the main building. She adds that because students are normally banned from going up there, the door has been shut tight. However, it is not actually locked, just barred with a single wooden plank. Lee Jun and the others find this teacher quite bizarre as she does not seem to fully grasp the danger of their situation, yet she is incredibly proactive about finding food. After listening to her idea, Lee Jun agrees that the fourth floor route is a solid alternative to going down to the third floor. It is convenient, and since it is mostly filled with science labs, they should not run into too many people. But what about the chefs in the kitchen? Will we be safe? An Gyeong-won voices his concern. Hwa-eun simply smiles and reassures him that it should be fine since the brainwashing broadcast does not play inside the cafeteria anyway. Lee Jun carefully considers this option. Going to the cafeteria is definitely their best bet. It is packed with food and water, and since the disaster struck right before lunchtime, they probably won't find any students lingering up there anyway. As they head toward the main door, Lee Jun warns them once more. From now on, they must stick together, move slowly behind him, and keep their guard up at all times. They spot the door from a safe distance. Crouching on the stairs, they whisper to one another. Sure enough, the door is secured by nothing but a single wooden plank which they can easily slide off. Lee Jun peeks through the gap and whispers that the area looks completely abandoned. He slowly creeps forward. He tells them that he will go first to remove the bar, instructing everyone to be extremely careful once the door swings open. But out of nowhere, another student sneaks up behind him. He has already lost his mind to that brainwashing song. With a glazed expression like a possessed puppet, he mutters the lyrics. He hums the eerie tune while stepping closer to Lee Jun, who is frozen in absolute panic with his mouth wide open. Oh no, Lee Jun panics. Did this guy just wander out from an empty classroom? He kicks himself for not checking the hallway more thoroughly. What should he do? Knock him out first. He weighs his options as the student keeps singing. Suddenly, a wild idea hits Lee Jun. He stands up straight and tries to blend in by mimicking the possessed student's erratic moves. Lee Jun starts dancing and singing along, mimicking the zombie-like movements to fool the guy. Like a seasoned actor, he delivers a highly emotional performance of the cult song. The rest of the club members watch in absolute shock. The possessed student stops in his tracks. He gives a satisfied nod and a faint smile. The student turns and walks away while still humming the melody, leaving the club members totally frozen in relief. Lee Jun carefully keeps watch until the student is completely gone. He exhales a huge sigh of relief. Turning around, he sees Lee Jin-hee teasing him with a smirk, asking what that was all about and admitting she thought he had lost his mind too. Lee Jun scratches his head, explaining he was just copying Miss Hwa-eun's logic, though he had no clue it would actually work. With that hurdle cleared, he tells everyone to get ready to move. The door swings open, and they quickly head inside. Lee Jun's jaw completely drops and he gasps that this is absolutely unbelievable. Right in front of them is some incredibly aromatic food. They marvel at the spicy stir-fried pork and fried rice. Just look at that appetizing color. An Gyeong-won immediately corrects him, explaining that it is actually spicy braised pork, not stir-fried, meaning the meat was slowly simmered in a rich, savory broth and sauce to lock in all that deep flavor, basically sitting somewhere right between a stew and a roast. But an annoyed Jinhee quickly cuts him off, telling him to just shut up and eat already instead of talking so much. The group quietly enjoys their meal inside the school nutrition office. Lee Jun simply cannot stop praising the delicious meal, remarking how he never expected they would get to enjoy such luxury given their current chaotic situation. He keeps calling it absolutely spectacular, prompting On Sun-ah to nudge him and ask if he plans on only eating meat. He just jokes back that only cows eat grass anyway. Meanwhile, An Gyeong-won keeps tapping away on his laptop screen. He then turns the screen to show Lee Jun asking the president to take a quick look at this. It is a concert video of the idol group 4inches, but he reassures him that the volume is muted. He wants to check if the moves Lee Jun imitated match the choreography for their song, asking him for his thoughts. Lee Jun leans in very carefully, analyzing the performance video. He notes that the movements look remarkably similar, guessing the people outside were doing the exact same thing. An Gyeong-won just smiles, asking him if that is right. Lee Jun continues to watch closely. Suddenly, he stops and speaks up, "Wait, that is not it." Lee Jun begins analyzing the choreography, asking An Gyeong-won if these moves actually look like a completely reversed version of what those freaks outside were doing. On the laptop screen, 4inches continues their spectacular performance. Their eyes lock onto the face of one specific girl in the group. She is the youngest member of the group, and suddenly his special lip-reading skill activates, translating her silent plea, "Please someone out there help me." The system notifies him that his special lip-reading skill is now fully activated. "Someone out there, please help me right now." Lee Jun instantly freezes. Huh. What is this? It seems his lip-reading skill just caught something very dark. An Gyeong-won speaks up, totally confused by the reversed movement idea, asking if he actually means they are performing the choreography backwards. Lee Jun explains that it is true, pointing out that those creepy freaks outside are raising their hands upward as if trying to flip a table, whereas the actual choreography clearly moves the hands downward. An Gyeong-won gently sets the laptop down on the table, turning to ask the others what they think. The entire club stares at the performance, and An Sun-ah quietly speaks up, admitting she is still pretty unsure about all of this. An Gyeong-won points out that the president successfully replicated those moves himself, making his observation a whole lot more credible. Jinhee frowns in utter confusion, asking what actual use this information even has. Lee Jun is instantly caught off guard by her blunt question. He honestly admits that he has no clue either, suggesting they all just finish eating their food first. The clock slowly strikes 3. Jinhee completely slumps over the table, fast asleep. Both Daeokun and An Gyeong-won are totally knocked out as well. On Sun-ah has fallen fast asleep too. Only Hae-on remains awake, silently examining a poster on the wall. Meanwhile, Lee Jun's fingers keep flying across the keyboard. He is intensely searching for something. On the screen, the youngest member, Dasum, looks as bright and cheerful as ever. His special lip-reading skill automatically triggers once again. "If anyone out there is paying attention, please, anyone at all, just help me. You are my fan, so please save me." Lee Jun deeply frowns. She is Dasum, the absolute youngest member of the idol group 4inches. He falls deep into thought, realizing she is definitely trying to convey some sort of message. Is she calling for help in other videos too? But how can they even help her right now? Suddenly, teacher Jang Hwa-eun speaks up, cutting off his thoughts to ask if he has discovered anything else. Startled, he looks at her and replies that he isn't quite sure, telling her she should get some rest first. Seeing his concern, teacher Jang Hwa-eun just smiles, asking how she could sleep when her own students are still working so hard. He flashed her a bright smile in return. He silently praised her dedication, feeling genuinely guilty in his heart for ever calling his teacher fat. Just then, Lee Jun happened to spot something interesting. A new video was uploaded this morning, and if it was a live stream, that meant it was filmed today. He immediately clicked on the link. The video was titled "Live Broadcast of Florence's Debut Stage Back in 2019. His special lip-reading skill activated as the singer pleaded, "Fans, please help." Lee Jun frowned endlessly, wondering how she actually expected them to help, which was incredibly frustrating. But he soon uncovered his answer. She said she would be in the dressing room until the concert, begging him to come find her. Lee Jun was stunned by this revelation, immediately questioning where this dressing room could be, perhaps inside the broadcasting center. He needed to find the exact venue of the concert. He began typing away on the computer with lightning speed. He chuckled in satisfaction, whispering that he had finally found it. Without wasting a second, Lee Jun woke everyone up, telling them to move. He asked if they were all ready. In an instant, every single eye fell upon him. Lee Jun confidently declared that he thought he had cracked a few of the clues. Gathered back inside the school's nutrition office, Lee Jun laid out his theory, explaining that they likely already knew this bizarre phenomenon was triggered by the song released by the pop group Florence. If anyone listened to it repeatedly, the lyrics would wedge themselves deep inside their minds, driving them completely insane. While much of the track remained a total mystery, he wanted to point out one crucial detail first. He called out to Gyeong-won, who immediately turned his attention over. Lee Jun then asked him if any of their ghost lore mentioned possessed victims performing actions that were completely backward. Gyeong-won muttered in confusion, questioning what possession had to do with this, but Lee Jun firmly insisted that it was definitely connected. When they cleared the curse around Hua-eun, the system interface had flagged a possession, meaning if that was why everyone was acting strange, then it made sense. Gyeong-won fell into deep thought for a moment before replying. He recalled similar urban legends like a couple visiting a shaman to get their fortunes told. After paying, they sat before the medium, who analyzed the girl's fortune with extreme care. However, she completely ignored the boyfriend, refusing to take their money and abruptly returning their entire fortune-telling fee. Annoyed and utterly confused by her bizarre attitude, they grumbled about how unprofessional she was, but since they had no real reason to fight, they simply went home. Tragically, the boyfriend died in an accident on the way back, and after holding his funeral, the grieving girl decided to return to the shaman. Haunted by the medium's strange behavior, the girl walked back and only for the shaman to immediately ask her a chilling question. She bluntly asked if she had finished burying the boy yet. Gyeong-won explained that the shaman already knew the boy would die, returning the cash as a symbolic fee for his passage to the afterlife. When asked how she knew, the medium claimed she could always tell who was about to become a ghost through various signs. Apparently, when they first arrived, the boy had entered her room while doing a full handstand. A tense silence fell over the room at his chilling tale. Adjusting his glasses, Gyeong-won added that many urban legends featured spirits performing completely backward actions like running around on their hands or clapping with their palms flipped behind their backs. Hua-eun gasped suddenly, recalling that several of her fellow teachers had been crawling around the staff room using only their hands. Daeok-hoon agreed, mentioning that the first student to lose his mind was frantically swinging a pencil behind his back instead of writing normally. Lee Jun quickly pieced the clues together, quietly asking about how the other victims were acting. Some of them still behaved relatively normally, but they kept running around blasting music, which only made these weird exceptions even more baffling. Perhaps the issue lay entirely within the song itself, he mused, looking toward Lee Jin-hee, who quickly chimed in to clarify that the lyrics themselves were just complete and utter garbage. Suddenly, they froze. Lee Jun starts testing it out. Wait, what if we reverse the lyrics? Maybe we can uncover the real meaning hidden behind them. He looks at his friends, but it is still a mess. Wait, no. Lee Jun completely freezes. It makes absolutely no sense. He mumbles it out, Iso Ram Hewitt, none of this makes sense. Did we guess wrong? Gyeong-won quickly objects, he does not think so. He starts explaining a special audio technique called backmasking, where a secret message is recorded backward into a completely normal track. Playing the song in reverse reveals the hidden truth, which is totally different from simply reversing the standard Korean spelling. If we write the chorus using that reverse phonetic transliteration, we get Oyo Sy to me, Timka, WCG, Nope Masay Joseon, Beyond DJ, Simba Ka, Mr. Muti, Oil Serio. Lee Jun strains his eyes at the bizarre text, admitting that trying to read this gibberish is incredibly painful. Gyeong-won keeps tapping on his phone, suggesting they try to split the text into separate individual syllables and put a slash between each one to see what happens. Jelsam Eon Da F J Silba Dak Meet Emuthi Hieoi I am buried under waiting room. Wait, I am buried under waiting room number 3. Silence fills the room. Everyone is frozen in shock. A cold dread hits them. Gyeong-won whispers the translated message once more under his breath. I think this is the real message hidden behind the song. Now we actually have a lead on how to handle this urban legend right. Watching them, Lee Jun silently thinks to himself that they are definitely close to the answer, but what kind of ghost story could this possibly be connected to? Daeok-hoon suddenly raises his hand to speak, asking the group if anyone here has ever heard of the name Sadako. Lee Jun replies that the creepy name definitely rings a bell from somewhere. Isn't that the ghost from the movie The Ring, the girl who crawls out of the well and climbs out of the TV? Daeok-hoon nods. He continues, explaining to anyone who hasn't seen the movie that the plot revolves around a cursed videotape that ends up killing absolutely anyone who watches it. The victims then have to spread the cursed tape to others, letting the infection propagate like a virus. Lee Jun silently analyzes this. A cursed tape spreading like a plague. If they simply swap out the tape for a cursed song, it is the exact same situation. He nods his head in agreement immediately. Lee Jun then asks how the movie actually ends. Daeok-hoon explains that Sadako's real body was trapped inside the well. The nightmare was finally resolved when they located the actual well and pulled her corpse out of the water. Lee Jun speaks up, but Gyeong-won cuts in, asking if they really have to dig up a buried corpse under waiting room number 3. There must be dozens of places with that name in Korea. How do they even know where to start? Lee Jun smirks, offering a simple solution: they will just ask them directly. Holding up his phone showing their location, Lee Jun knows exactly where they are, the forensics team at the GSPC Broadcasting Center. He tells everyone to get ready because they are about to fight the final boss. Lee Jun double-checks to make sure everyone is carrying a weapon. The girls are already armed to the teeth. The boys have packed their gear too. Lee Jun warns them that before they set off, he must make one thing absolutely clear. Only those who can accept the truth are allowed to come. I have the ability to turn back time. A heavy stunned silence fills the room. Deo-kun and Jin-hee stare at him in complete disbelief, unable to hide their confusion. Lee Jun admits it sounds completely insane, but it is the absolute truth. En Sun-ah Im Ha-yoon and Jang Hun have already experienced it right. That weird, vivid phenomenon they all experienced in their dreams. Rewinding time after dying in that nightmare. That is his power. It is the real reason he is not rushing to solve this nightmare right now. Once he uncovers the truth of this cursed event and finds a solution, he will just return to the past. That way he can prevent everything before the chaos can even start. Gyeong-won speaks up, his voice trembling in sheer disbelief. Turning back time. It is just too sudden and impossible to believe. Lee Jun turns his head, cutting him off immediately. There's no extra time to digest this crazy information right now. Just remember one thing. If anyone cannot keep up with the team, they will be left behind. If anyone blocks their path, they will use force to break through. Even if someone dies, they must stay focused on reaching their final destination. He says their top priority must be reaching the broadcasting room. With that, he opens the door and tells them it is time to move. Right outside, a crazed student eagerly greets them, begging them to listen to a song, claiming it is absolutely mind-blowing. He gets smacked hard. Lee Jun quickly proves his warnings were real. The crazed student collapses to the floor right before the shocked eyes of the club members. On the floor, the dropped phone continues to blare out that cursed song. Lee Jun quickly smashes it. He turns back to ask if they know what to do now, warning them that hesitation will only get them killed. Lee Jin-hee remarks that he is actually pretty cool, while Oh Deo-kun mutters in terror about having to fight. Other students scream as they charge straight at them, chanting those eerie brainwashing lyrics over and over. Cut the music, Lee Jun snarls. He grits his teeth. Signaling the team that it is time to fight, he urges them to push through the crowd to the parking lot. They instantly leap into the brawl. Everyone fights with all their might to defend themselves and reach safety. Their teacher Woo-eun suddenly feels overwhelmed by fear and isolation. Someone suddenly stops right in front of her. It is another teacher clutching his phone and desperately shouting at her to listen to this song. He lunges at her, screaming that if she keeps up with these modern trends, they might finally get married. Woo-eun shuts her eyes in terror. A stick swings forward as Jun successfully blocks the crazed man's strike, leaving Woo-eun completely stunned. He urges her to run to the parking lot immediately, telling her to leave this mess to them. Meanwhile, inside another campus building, in a dressing room, the members of Forest are panicking, desperately trying to get their phones to find a signal. Another girl asks what they should do now and where their manager went, wondering how things could have gone so wrong. Damseo looks around, her heart heavy with deep anxiety. Lee Jun's warning to hurry to the parking lot rings in Woo-eun's ears as she slams the car door shut. She lets out a shaky breath, safe inside for now. But another infected teacher screams from the outside, begging Woo-eun to just listen to this song with her. A crazed female student presses her face flat against the window, asking if she wants to hear their brand new song. More students and teachers crowd the car, chanting those strange lyrics and demanding she come out to join them. Woo-eun looks around in absolute panic, her mind completely racing as she realizes she cannot drive the car while all these people are surrounding her. Crazed students and teachers begin climbing all over her vehicle. She frowns deeply. Outside, the members of the occult club are fighting with everything they have. Each of them is determined to survive this nightmare. Inspired by their courage, she tries to steady her breathing and tells herself to get a grip. Those kids are still out there risking their lives. As an adult and their teacher, she must take responsibility and protect them. Stealing her resolve, she slams her foot on the gas. The car surges forward, throwing off the infected, clinging to the roof. She weaves through the chaos, ignoring the desperate cries for help. She plows right through the possessed students, knocking them down like weeds. Lee Jun and the others watch in absolute terror as she swerves. Blood soon splatters the glass. She slowly rolls down the window. Get in the car right now, she urges them in a frantic voice. With everyone crammed inside, the car speeds off into the chaos. Cramming 6 students into a 4-seater is a nightmare. Yoon Sona lets out a cry of discomfort, making Lee Jun quickly apologize and ask if they can somehow swap places to make room. Lee Jun turns to Oh Deo-kun to check their navigation. The poor guy is frantically trying to load a map, but the signal is painfully slow. Looking at Hwan, he warns that the main gate is their first major obstacle. Since the outbreak started before lunch, the gate is likely still locked. To open it, they might actually have to leave someone behind to clear the way. Lee Jin-hee looks at him to suggest another way, but Lee Jun cuts her off. There is no other choice. Then he suddenly remembers something important. He glances over and spots the school security guard. Surprisingly, the old man is actually unlocking the main gate. He is letting a car slip right on through. Lee Jin-hee asks in disbelief if the guard just opened the gate for them. Lee Jun gapes, agreeing that it certainly looks like it. It feels too convenient. Why would such a dedicated worker suddenly abandon his post? Perhaps he was hiding safely in his guard room all along and they just happened to arrive right when he decided to unlock the gates and run for his life. The creepy possessed students swarm the vehicle, begging them to stay behind and listen to some music, but Juan has made up her mind. She slams the gas pedal, ignoring the frantic screams, accusing her of hit and run. The tires screech as she drifts the car sharply, speeding out toward the main highway. Unfortunately, the city outside is not looking any better than the school. The streets are pure madness with infected citizens chanting the same creepy songs. Juan steals her resolve once again. She floors it, ramming straight through anyone standing in her way. Lee Jun asks nervously if she is absolutely sure they are heading the right way. Juan screams back for him to relax because she knows exactly what she is doing. The car plows through dozens of infected people along the road. Lee Jun stares at his teacher in pure terror, convinced this woman has completely lost her mind. There is absolutely no breaking this 34-year-old single woman when she is on a mission. Her battered red car charges ahead, smashing through every single obstacle in its path. Strangely, In Ha-eun bursts out laughing and tells the teacher how incredibly fun she is. Her maniacal laughter scares Lee Jin-hee, while Lee Jun quietly wonders if In Ha-eun has finally lost her sanity as well. Covered in mud and fresh blood, the car soon screeches to a halt at their destination. The vehicle is completely ruined, with the hood popped open and heavy smoke pouring out. Juan gasps heavily as the wild ride of her life finally comes to an end. The students are panting in terror, especially Sana, trembling in shock. Lee Jin-hee looks over in panic, noting that one of them is ice cold to the touch. Gyeong-won looks completely catatonic, sending a wave of deep worry through the group. Lee Jin-hee asks if they should leave him behind, like he suggested earlier, but Lee Jun immediately rejects the idea, insisting they must drag Gyeong-won along even if they have to carry him on their backs. Since they still have no idea what kind of supernatural nightmare they are facing, they absolutely need Gyeong-won's brilliant brain to survive. Meanwhile, the situation inside their target building is proving to be just as chaotic. Their wrecked car finally halts right in front of their destination. Lee Jun sighs in relief. Glad to be alive, he looks around and calculates their next move. They finally reach the broadcasting center, but the real nightmare is just beginning. He asks the guy in front of him if Do-hun can carry Gyeong-won. Do-hun agrees right away, telling him to leave it to him. Hwa-eun smiles with a slight tremble, apologizing because she does not think she can keep going. She says her arms and legs are completely numb now. Lee Jun cannot help but feel deeply concerned. He turns to the two girls beside him, asking if they are doing okay. Yoon Sun-ah and Im Ha-yoon nod in unison. Jin-hee is fine too, but Gyeong-won looks ready to collapse. He frowns and gives the order to keep moving forward. Inside, the entire building is completely destroyed. Some long-legged ladies move in a rush. Spinning their heads 180 degrees with creepy smiles, they welcome everyone to the broadcasting center. The two women close in on Lee Jun, alerting everyone that they are here. Jin-hee reacts with lightning-fast speed. She charges ahead to block their path. With fists raised, she readies. Jin-hee throws a full power punch right into a face. The possessed girl must be completely shocked by the blow, her cheek instantly swelling up from the impact of Jin-hee's attack. Jin-hee does not lower her guard for a second. She follows up with a brutal knee strike to the other possessed victim. She kicks the person straight in the face, taking out both of them in just 2 swift strikes. She lets out a breath of relief. Everyone watching falls dead silent. Honestly, who wouldn't be shocked by that? But another possessed person is already sprinting straight toward them. He screams out, making Lee Jun and his friends look over as he warns them to stay back because it is dangerous. Strangely, the phone in his hand is blasting the song OE by Forensics. He screams that it is incredibly dangerous if they do not listen to this song, starting to howl the chaotic lyrics out loud in a crazed frenzy. He lunges forward to attack Jin-hee. She takes her stance, gritting her teeth in frustration and letting out a sharp curse. He pins her down, pushing Jin-hee away from the others. Lee Jun cries out in absolute panic. The group rushes forward, desperate to save her. Lee Jun repeatedly kicks the man, begging the rest of the group to help beat this guy until he finally lets go of Jin-hee. The man has gone completely mad, endlessly screaming at her to listen to the song with him. Lee Jun curses, internally frustrated because this crazy guy will not budge a single inch. She screams back at him, calling them idiots and telling everyone to just leave her behind and run. Lee Jun grits his teeth upon hearing her desperate shout. He turns around immediately, urging the rest of the group to run. The elevator quickly arrives at their floor. They scramble inside, gasping for breath. Lee Jun suddenly hears a strange warning alarm. It blares that the elevator is overloaded, demanding the last person to step out immediately. Do-hun asks in confusion how it can be broken when there are only 5 of them inside. Lee Jun looks around and mutters, wondering if their group is going to be forced to split up again. Im Ha-yoon is a quiet girl of action. She slowly steps right out of the elevator, leaving the other 3 watching in absolute shock. Lee Jun stares at her as the elevator door slowly closes. Im Ha-yoon just smiles back, whispering to see him later. The heavy elevator door shuts completely, trapping the 3. Inside, a heavy, tense silence falls over them. Yoon Sun sadly mutters that even Im Ha Yoon is gone, and Lee Jun quietly nods along. But then his eyes catch something strange. He quickly asks the others where this elevator is going. Which floor is this thing taking us to? The display says 00. He asks if anyone actually pressed a button, but Du Hun and Un Sun Ah both quickly shake their heads. They are definitely moving upward, but the strange vibe in the air tells them something is horribly wrong here. Lee Jun starts gasping for air, wondering why it is suddenly so hard to breathe. Every breath becomes a struggle. The number on the panel flashes 44. Soon none of them can even stand up straight. Lee Jun feels his chest tightening, completely terrified that they are rapidly running out of oxygen. He refuses to go out like this, not after surviving so much already. Jin Hee and Im Ha Yoon sacrificed their lives so the rest could make it this far. Is this really where their journey ends, trapped in a box? Du Han gasps, barely holding on. But then Un Sunna suddenly begins to move. She slowly stands up, forcing a shocked Lee Jun to stare at her. She growls, telling him to stop. She grabs Du Han by the throat, screaming at him to stop stealing the oxygen that belongs to Jun. Out of pure madness, Un Sunna squeezes Du Hun's neck even tighter, yelling at him to stop breathing the precious air that belongs to Jun. Du Hun gasps frantically, clawing at her hands in a desperate search for air. Lee Jun watches this madness, and honestly, who wouldn't be shocked? He stares at her in total confusion. Why is Yoon Sunna choking Du Hun? His own brain is getting too foggy to process any of this anymore. His trembling hands shake as he drags himself forward. He has to get this door open somehow. If they stay trapped in here any longer, they are all going to suffocate to death. He reaches the door and begins pounding on the metal frame with all his might. He weakly whispers for the door to open. Gritting his teeth, he tries to pry the doors apart, begging them to open up. Suddenly, Gyeong-won snaps awake right in the middle of the chaos. He looks around in confusion, asking what is going on and what just happened to him. Immediately, the lack of air hits him, making him gasp. Lee Jun turns his shaking body toward him, warning Gyeong-won that they are completely trapped and will all suffocate if they do not find a way out. Gyeong-won struggles to breathe, trying to process Lee Jun's warning about being trapped inside. He gasps that it is not actually dangerous, calling the idea of airtight elevators a total myth. He yells out to Lee Jun that modern elevators are never completely airtight, explaining they are specially built with vents to keep fresh air circulating at all times. Lee Jun freezes mid-panic, his jaw dropping as he lets out a confused gasp. The system interface suddenly chimes, announcing they successfully survived the elevator suffocation hoax and rewarding them with 10 ghost story points. The dark illusion starts to fade away. Back in reality, the panel simply displays a clean number 3 for their current floor. Immediately, they slide the door open as Lee Jun keeps a close watch on the outside. He focuses on keeping his breathing steady and quiet. Just as fear starts to creep in, An Gyeong-won explains that this phenomenon is based on a psychological illusion, much like the famous story of a man who got trapped inside an unplugged freezer and still froze to death due to pure belief. Lee Jun lets out a breath and thanks him, saying they only survived because of his quick thinking. He looks around, still uneasy, and mutters that there is just one problem. Dio-kun over there seems to have completely passed out cold. Gyeong-won looks at him and nods. That makes sense because he definitely would have woken up by now after we dragged him out of that elevator. Yoon Sunna stays completely silent, clearly feeling guilty. Lee Jun wonders what they should even do with him now, admitting none of them are strong enough to carry him. Gyeong-won reluctantly agrees, saying they have no choice but to leave him behind. Looking around the hallway, he points out that the area is pretty quiet, so the boys should be safe for now. Gyeong-won agrees, but Lee Jun warns them not to let their guard down, urging the group to keep moving. Footsteps echo softly down the long, empty hallway. As they walk, Gyeong-won complains that there should be a map for every floor. He has no clue where waiting room 3 is, and while the idol group Princess is supposed to be in the dressing room, he does not even know where that is. Lee Jun senses something off, realizing that things are definitely not right. Usually, he only had to deal with one ghost story at a time. The system would only trigger the next urban legend once the previous one was fully resolved. But now, besides the cursed song, they are facing 2 other low-tier ghost stories at the exact same time. It feels as if some hidden force is actively trying to target them. On Sunna stutters, calling out to June. She points toward a nearby room. It is the dressing room. He gulps. His eyes lock onto the door. He suggests they try opening it. Lee Jun reaches out to turn the knob. He immediately realizes that the door is locked. Suddenly, a panicked voice echoes from the inside, wondering what they should do now because someone is outside. Lee Jun whispers to his friends that people are inside. Gyeong-won immediately asks if it could be the girls from Princess. He knocks on the door again. He calls out, asking if someone is inside and pleading for them to open the door. A brief silence follows before a voice inside questions who they are. Lee Jun quickly explains that they are just students from the nearby Naxeong High School. The girls inside are utterly confused, questioning why high schoolers would even be in this place. Lee Jun explains that he heard about the music show filming tonight and wanted to see the stage. When the voice asks if they just came to watch, Jun nods and says yes. After another short pause, the voice tells him to prove it, catching Jun off guard. Prove what? The voice demands proof that they are actually sane and not out of their minds. When Lee Jun asks how they are supposed to do that, Unsuna steps in. She calls out asking if they are the idol group Princess and explaining that they came to save them. The voice inside suddenly goes silent. Inside, the girls panic, whispering about what to do and questioning if these strangers are actually there to rescue them. They worry that the students might also be completely insane. After debating among themselves for a long, tense moment, they finally reach a decision. The heavy door of the dressing room slowly creaks open. The leader of the group peers out and tells them to get inside. Her expression is incredibly tense. They all slowly step inside. The members of Princess remain on high alert. This marks the very first meeting between the Naxiong High Ghost Story Club and the popular girl group Princess. Jun greets them warmly. He looks at their youngest member Daesung, marking the start of a deep-lasting bond. As Lee Jun and his friends step further inside, the 5 girls stand ready, clutching makeshift weapons. Jun and his group are just as on guard. The members of Princess glare at them with extreme suspicion. He locks eyes with one of them suddenly, recognizing her face. Daesung was the exact girl Lee Jun had seen in the video. Jun calmly stepped in to explain that they had absolutely no intention of hurting anyone, so they all needed to relax. They were indeed the members of Princess who sang "Oi Right." The girls slowly nodded. He continued, noting that they probably already knew the chaos outside was triggered by that very song. The short-haired girl spoke up, agreeing that the track might be the ultimate source of this madness, but then she asked if they hadn't come all this way just to save them. Lee Jun explained that absolutely nowhere in South Korea was safe anymore. They had come to uncover the root of the curse and put an end to it. Solve it, they sneered skeptically. Just who did they think they were? Ignoring their sarcasm, Lee Jun looked around and asked who the leader was. Speechless, the leader scoffed, asking how they could have come all this way without even knowing a basic detail like that. She stood tall and introduced herself as the leader. I do not know what kind of detective game you are playing, but I will answer whatever I can, she said. But if you do not plan on actually helping us, then please leave right now. Lee Jun began by asking if she knew anything about the current situation. She replied that they knew nothing, as they had simply received the new track and focused entirely on their group promotions. He pressed further with suspicion, asking if she truly knew nothing. Crossing her arms in annoyance, she repeated that they were indeed telling the truth and that they were also incredibly terrified. Looking at their expressions, Lee Jun quietly concluded that the girl group Princess was definitely not behind this curse. He then asked about the lyricist and composer. The leader explained that the track was put together by a highly famous composer and lyricist chosen by their agency. They had only met them a few times during recording sessions, and everything seemed completely normal with absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. Jun frowned, asking how she could be so certain of that. The leader was silent for a moment before replying because they were the first ones to go mad. She explained that the composer had actually committed suicide by driving a baton straight into his ear. People said the cursed song kept looping in his mind until he finally snapped. Meanwhile, the lyricist kept writing the reversed lyrics over and over again until his fingers began to bleed. Once his family discovered him in that state, they immediately sent him to a mental asylum. Hearing this, Jun An Gyeong-won and An Sun-ah shuddered in pure horror. The princess leader continued, saying that even their manager had lost his mind that morning. He knelt, causing a massive scene and begging them to turn off the song before security dragged him away. Lee Jun raised a serious question. Isn't that extremely bizarre? She blinked, asking what was so strange about it. He explained that they were the ones most exposed to the track since they actually sang it. Simply put, they performed it directly, so why was it that not a single member had lost their mind yet? The leader snapped, asking how she could possibly know. She bitterly wondered if the entity kept them sane just so they could help spread the song more effectively. He paused. Her cynical theory actually made a lot of sense. The leader spoke up, pointing out that they had been doing all the questioning. We have our own questions, she said. How did you know where we were to find us? Avoiding her gaze, he hesitated, unsure of what to say. Lee Jun pulled out his phone. He began to explain that after watching the video uploaded earlier that morning, he had actually lip-read the youngest member of their group. Daesung gasped in shock. The leader turned to her, asking if that was true. Daesung replied excitedly, yes, I hoped at least one viewer would notice. She smiled in relief, saying she had trusted that a true fan would notice and eventually come to help them. The leader covered her face, sighing that she was speechless. Were you seriously waiting for some Prince Charming to save us? Well, that explains it. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask, she continued. Lee Jun didn't hold back, asking if they knew about the hidden message buried within the reverse chorus of the song. The entire group cried out in disbelief, shocked by this revelation. He asked if those lyrics were written by the lyricist, but the leader shook her head. She revealed that he didn't write them at all, mentioning a creepy rumor that had been floating around the broadcasting station. Supposedly, if anyone walked completely alone through the halls, they would hear a young girl whispering. The lyricist heard it one day, and because he was so drawn to those creepy words, he turned them into the chorus. She scratched her head, admitting that was just what she had heard from the other staff. Lee Jun frowned, asking if it came from waiting room number 3. The leader froze in absolute astonishment at his knowledge, asking how he could possibly know about that room. Lee Jun looked over at An Gyeon-won. He asked her to lead them there, but they flatly refused, saying it was far too dangerous. That room was located way up on the 5th floor, and since almost every space there was a waiting room, it was completely packed with idols waiting for their broadcast turns. Worse yet, every single one of them was singing Owe in unison. He silently realized that this cursed song had completely taken over the music industry in the most horrifying way possible. She keeps pressing him, demanding to know what is actually wrong with that waiting room. Lee Jun desperately struggles to find the right words to explain everything. Without even waiting for him to finish, she cuts him off completely. She declares they can never go with his group, intending to stay hidden until the military rescues them. As their leader, she must prioritize her members' safety above all else. Her words hit Lee Jun right in his pride. After all, he is a leader who already sacrificed 4 of his own members. He figures this is just her survival rule since they cannot rewind time like him, but still, desperate times call for desperate measures, and he knows that. But is there really no way to win them over? Abandoning 5 perfect pawns now would be a massive waste. Jun glances over and sees Daesum staring right back at him. She is silently mouthing words to communicate with him. Suddenly, his special lip-reading skill activates. She is desperately begging him to notice it, calling him her biggest fan. Jun is totally lost, wondering what on earth she is trying to tell him. Can you not see the princess? Shock hits him and his eyes widen. Baffled by his sudden reaction, the group leader chimes in. She asks why he keeps staring at their Daesum, teasingly, wondering if he finds her pretty. Lee Jun immediately owns up to it, admitting she is gorgeous. Daesum blushes hard at the compliment. Meanwhile, An Gyeon-won looks on. An Gyeon-won speaks up, sounding extremely worried for his president. Right beside them, Un Sun-ah is radiating a dark, terrifying aura. The forensics club leader scoffs, suggesting he should just guard the door outside. She mocks him, telling him to act like a knight protecting his princess. Lee Jun completely agrees, totally oblivious to Un's son of boiling with jealousy behind him. He says it is a great idea, but clarifies his true plan. He is not guarding the door to keep monsters out, but to stop anyone inside from escaping. All 5 girls freeze in absolute confusion. Turning to his friend, he asks Un Sun-ah to guard the door. He tells her not to let a single soul leave this room. She nods silently, accepting the dark task he just assigned. She immediately steps forward, ready for action. Clutching a sharp box cutter tightly, Un Sun-ah mutters under her breath that if anyone dares to get close, she will kill them. He looks at her with confusion. Completely baffled, Un Sun-ah. She stutters, raising her blade, warning them that if anyone takes a step, she will end them. Lee Jun looks back at her. His face goes completely blank as he stares at that tiny box cutter. He recalls his bizarre dreams, but then stops. Why on earth is she carrying a weapon like that anyway? An Gyeon-won whispers. An Gyeon-won quietly advises his friend to just play dumb. Honestly, he is still trying to wrap his head around this insane reality too. He clears his throat loudly. He firmly announces that nobody is allowed to leave the room. He demands their full cooperation. The forensics club leader shakes with pure rage. She screams that this lunatic is finally showing his true colors. She violently accuses him, shouting that he plans to do something disgusting to them. She calls him an absolute pervert. Lee Jun is utterly shocked to be labeled a total creep. It feels like his entire world is suddenly cracking apart. He snaps back, asking how she can say such disgusting things. The leader brings up a well-known rumor. If a ghost is spotted inside the recording booth, the song they are recording is guaranteed to become a massive hit. Lee Jun asks if that is just a common rumor passed around among singers. The group leader nods and confirms that the story is indeed quite famous. Lee Jun then asks if they could please put those scissors down before they keep talking. He points and asks what would happen if the ghost's creepy mumblings were actually written directly into their song lyrics. The leader freezes, completely confused about what any of that has to do with them. Right now, all of South Korea is going absolutely crazy over their song. If they look at it that way, it is already a massive hit. Connecting all the clues, it is clear they did not just happen to spot a ghost. That spirit is actually right here, singing along with everyone. Lee Jun explains, sending a sudden chill down the leader's spine. She can barely process what he is saying. He points directly at them to make it simple. One of the girls standing here is actually a ghost. Terrified, the leader instantly orders her girls. Get your weapons ready, girls. It seems this guy has lost his mind, just like everyone else. Lee Jun raises his hands to calm them down, telling them he already asked them to put the weapons away. The leader snaps back, asking what there is to even understand. He glances over and asks, Jung-won, how many members are in 4 minutes? The guy stammers, asking if it is not 4. What about Promise 9? 9 probably. How about 9-9 and got 7-9 and 7, he guesses. And what about 4, Princess Lee Jun continues to ask. Jung-won immediately realizes what he is getting at. He agrees, noting that while exceptions exist, the number of members typically matches the number in their group name. The leader asks what that has to do with anything. Just because they have 5 members, he is calling one a ghost. She is determined to defend her members, arguing they have practiced and worked together for a whole month. She knows exactly who is who, remembering Borum Saryeon and Dam Seon with absolute clarity. Lee Jun crosses his arms and argues that the ghost simply sneaked into their group last month. The leader cuts him off, snapping that lineup changes are completely normal in this music industry. Lee Jun questions how a newly formed idol group could already have member changes. As far as he knows, they only recently made their debut. Confronted by his logical reasoning, she is forced to pause, unable to find any way to argue against it. Dam Seung takes Lee Jun's side, agreeing they originally only had 4 members. The leader looks at her in absolute shock. Dam Seung confesses that at some point she started feeling something was not right, constantly wondering why there was suddenly an extra person among them. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not remember who the intruder was, or who the actual members were. That is why she has been desperately searching for someone who could recognize the truth. Their popularity kept rising and their schedule got incredibly busy, but the thought of a stranger living with them was absolutely terrifying. Dam Seung begs with a trembling voice for someone to please help them. The leader still stubbornly insists that all 5 of them completed their entire schedule together over the past month. Since no one showed any suspicious signs during that time, she asks how they are even supposed to distinguish who the ghost is. Lee Jun frowns as he considers her words. It is a tough problem indeed. If the girls who have lived together for so long cannot even tell how is an outsider like him supposed to solve this now? He looks up and asks if they know that when ghosts act, they always do the exact opposite of living people. They will rely on that rule to find the ghost. Since their daily routines show nothing unusual, they will need the girls to perform some specific activities that are completely different from their normal daily behavior. The leader asks suspiciously what he specifically wants. Lee Jun suggests doing a series of squats, spinning around in place before walking forward, or doing anything else that is the exact opposite of normal. For example, they could crawl in a bridge posture, recite the multiplication table backward, or even stand on their hands. They silently listen to his list. The leader shakes with anger, calling him a bastard and asking if he expects them to perform tricks. She refuses to listen to any of his nonsense. Lee Jun growls, asking if she is disobeying him. She screams back, asking what of it. Lee Jun sneers. He accuses her, saying only the ghost would argue to prevent its identity from being exposed. If she were human, she would have cooperated easily instead of talking so much. Blushing, she screams, asking if she should just shut up and let a thug like him play dirty tricks on them. Lee Jun yells back, telling her to shut her bitter mouth, calling her a bitch. Infuriated, she demands to know who he is calling a bitch. He grabs her hair. She fires right back violently, pulling his hair in return. The two break into a chaotic brawl. Lee Jun yells that he exposed her true ghost identity, demanding she show her form. She screams back, telling the pervert to drop dead. An Jeong-won desperately tries to pull them apart, begging his president to stop. Dae-sam pulls her friend back, begging her to stop. Yoon Suna stands nearby, watching the madness unfold like a frightened little deer. They growl and snap at each other until she finally agrees to his terms. Fine, damn it. Let's just go all out and do this. A moment later, she trembles with pure rage, cursing him as expected. I knew this would happen, you absolute pervert, get lost. Outside, the sky is strangely gloomy inside the dressing room. Lee Jun pants heavily with disheveled clothes, suggesting they end this now because keeping this up does neither of them any good. The group leader is just as exhausted, reluctantly agreeing while calling him a despicable pervert. He angrily snaps back, damn it, do you still want more? Jun demands to know if they will cooperate now. She sharply asks if they even have another choice, and, with her face flushed with rage, she warns that if he dares try anything dirty, she will kill him. Lee Jun, utterly confused, asks why she keeps repeating that. He tiredly holds his head and sighs heavily. Then he tells them, all right, everyone gather around, this is not going to be easy. He recalls Jeong-won's old recordings about ghosts that act in reverse, doing weird things like running around on their hands or even clapping backwards behind their backs. A single clap echoes in the dressing room as Lee Jun gives the command, all right, everyone, clap your hands now. The girls do it smoothly while he quietly watches them with a pensive look. 1, 2, stand up, sit down. They follow along while counting the rhythm. 1, 2, 3, 4. He points, his finger loudly scolding. Wait a second, you, over there, why are you standing while everyone else is sitting? The group leader freezes when pointed at. Then she sharply yells back, are you stupid? I was only off by a single beat. 3, a tongue twister, which they also read smoothly. Glutinous rice is the village's rice rising in waves, making her heart flutter. 4, spinning around, they all close their eyes and pass. 5. Singing the national anthem backwards. Dam Seung nearby tries to mumble the reversed lyrics, while the group leader crosses her arms in annoyance, asking if he is kidding her, challenging him to do it first. She stares at him, demanding to know if this is enough because she thinks it is more than enough already. Yoon Sunal looks at him while Jeong Won also waits for the next brilliant idea from Chairman Lee Jun, who looks thoughtful before proposing that they might actually have to do a handstand. The moment these words are uttered, the group leader freezes and she grits her teeth, glaring at Jun, yelling that he is exactly what she thought. She accuses him, saying she knew he had this exact intention from the very beginning, then uses her hands to shield her body while cursing out that damn pervert Lee. Jun snaps, losing his temper and cursing back, "What on earth do you watch all day that your head is filled with only those thoughts?" She indignantly counters, "You are asking a group of girls in short skirts to do handstands, so who would ever believe you do not have dirty intentions?" He sighs, holding his head, and apologizes, declaring this is the absolute final request and their last time cooperating. He pleads that if they still cannot find the ghost, she can literally beat him to death for all he cares. Damn. Seung coxes her, saying it will be fine since they are all wearing safety shorts underneath their skirts anyway, so they should just get this final request over with. Faced with her, adorable pleading, the group leader finds it impossible to refuse, and she trembles as she clenches her fists, finally agreeing with a stern warning that if absolutely nothing happens, she will beat him to a pulp before kicking him out. Lee Jun nods in approval, and Da Som asks for clarification. "Do I just need to lean my feet against the wall?" "Let me try first," she says. She props her hands down first. Leaning against the wall, her legs are perfectly straight. Gravity pulls her skirt down, revealing a pair of safety shorts. Da Som looks over and asks if this is good enough. Lee Jun nods, giving her a pass since everything looks normal. Da Som drops back down to earth. She looks at the other members, reminding them that it is their turn now. The rest of the girls are still hesitant, but they have no choice but to comply, and another girl wearing shorts steps forward to go next. She props her hands down quickly and lifts her legs up. She easily executes a perfect handstand. Lee Jun passes her as well, telling her she can stop since nothing is wrong. She drops the pose and his eyes immediately drift. He looks at the leader, suggesting it is finally her turn to step up. She stares back at him intensely. She grits her teeth, practically trembling with absolute rage. Lee Jun keeps pressing her, claiming she has to be the prime suspect. Even though she wears safety shorts under her skirt, she always throws a massive fit whenever a handstand is mentioned. Her constant refusal to cooperate makes her look incredibly guilty. She screams back, warning him to shut his mouth when he clearly knows nothing. Lee Jun points a finger right at her face, snapping back. "If that's the case, why the hesitation? If you're so innocent, prove it right now." The leader trembles, blushing furiously. She accepts his challenge, warning him to keep his eyes open because if he breaks his promise, she'll end his life. She places her hands down, lifting her legs up. Her skirt slowly falls down. A blinding radiant light suddenly bursts out. It hits Lee Jun's eyes. He feels himself drifting off into a completely different dimension. He is surrounded by a white rabbit. Red eyes stare back. He thinks to himself, a rabbit running across a pure white snowfield. Turns out the leader is not wearing any safety shorts. She shivers in utter embarrassment. Meanwhile, Lee Jun is still lost in his absurd, overly scientific thoughts. A rabbit on a snowfield, even if it is not a masterpiece crafted from an artist's sweat and tears, but the ridiculously precise and neat stitching of a mass-produced item somehow gives this little white rabbit an absolutely overwhelming presence. Lee Jun continues to float in his highly analytical mindset, staring right at the pure white underwear with a woven rabbit design. What a wild, unexpected harvest. Suddenly, an angry scream echoes through the building. "You absolute bastard." Lee Jun is violently grabbed by his collar. She shakes with rage, screaming that she will absolutely kill him. Lee Jun is completely baffled by her outburst. "What do you mean, pervert? Aren't you being incredibly rude right now? Normally, people wear safety shorts under their short skirts before going on stage. So in this situation, who is the real weirdo here?" She blushes and screams, explaining that she only took them off because she felt too stuffy. Only wonders why, if that is the case, she threw her shorts away in the first place, making her scream that it is none of his business. "You perverted bastard. Talk about an awkward room to be in right now." The cold girl then issues a quiet warning, "Just wait once this is over, she will beat him to a pulp and throw him out." Lee Jun frowns, telling her there is no need to repeat herself before suggesting the remaining two girls go next so they can finish this up quickly. At this point, the blonde girl and the blue-haired girl seem to have reached a quiet decision. After that, both of them slowly step toward the wall. The two lean down, placing their hands on the ground. Then they spring straight up. They casually hold a handstand right in front of everyone. The group leader closes her eyes and sighs in total frustration. Crossing her arms, she turns to Lee Jun and asks if he is finally satisfied. "Now grit your teeth and take it," she warns. Suddenly, everyone's expression turns to sheer shock, leaving the leader completely confused. "What is wrong?" she asks. "Why is everyone reacting like that?" Bewildered, she slowly turns around to see what is behind her. Her eyes instantly tighten as she freezes in pure shock. Still upside down, the green-haired girl asks if this position is actually good enough. Lee Jun seriously replies that she can finally stop now. Suddenly, hurried footsteps come rushing toward them. The group leader screams for Borum to run over to her side right away. Borum, the green-haired girl, looks back in absolute confusion, asking why everyone is wearing such terrifying looks on their faces. Speechless, the leader stammers out, asking who she is. Or rather, what is her name supposed to be? The blonde girl is doing a handstand, but her face remains completely right side up, staring back at them with a bizarre and creepy expression. The leader nervously asks again what is her name. Da-som warns her in a panic, begging her sister not to get too close. She turns back with a gentle smile, saying it is fine because the girl has been traveling with them for a whole month, so everything will be okay. Leaning down toward the blonde girl, she asks if she is a ghost and exactly how long she has been following them around. She asks if the ghost needs any help, inviting her to speak up so they can support her. The blonde girl remains completely silent. Then her hands slowly lift off the floor. Her face stays entirely blank, staring straight ahead. Then she begins to transform. Her face starts distorting and twisting. Her entire frame begins to naturally flip itself over. Moments later, she stands completely upright like a normal human being. Still smiling warmly, the leader asks if she caused this incident, wondering why she would do such a thing. The blonde girl just stares back at them in silence. Then she purses her lips together. She slowly opens her mouth, appearing to silently shape a word. She makes exactly 4 distinct movements. The leader tries to guess the word, whispering, "Princess." Confirming they are indeed princess, the leader reassures her that they are friends. She tells the girl she does not need to hide anything, promising they will listen to whatever she has to say. The blonde girl moves again, continuing her strange motions. Her mouth stretches wide as she tries to speak without making any sound. The leader can only guess, could this mystery actually be related to idols? Suddenly, the mysterious girl turns her gaze straight toward Lee Jun. And then, completely unexpected, she cracks a chilling smile. She purses her lips again, continuing to signal him. The system immediately flashes a notification that his special lip-reading ability has been successfully activated. Lee Jun stands shocked, absorbing the sudden rush of information. At that exact moment, the blonde girl completely vanishes from the floor. A system notification pops up. He has survived the E-rank ghost story of the trainee buried under the floor. The spirit has let go of her regrets and moved on. A moment later, a tense voice echoes inside the room. Was that girl really buried under the floor of waiting room number 3? Lee Jun explains that while it is just his speculation, she was likely murdered and hidden right away, making her one of the many young idol trainees who never got the chance to debut. Hearing this, the leader is utterly shocked. How could that be possible? Lee Jun goes on to explain that she became a ghost wandering around the waiting room, and when her bitter mumblings were woven into the lyrics of the song Unni, it naturally turned into a cursed song of raw resentment. To put it simply, it became a cursed track, just like the infamous videotape from the movie The Ring. The short-haired girl is completely panicked, realizing they have been happily singing a cursed song this whole time. Talk about an absolute nightmare. Lee Jun reminds them of his earlier point about the famous urban legend in the Korean music industry, where seeing a ghost is believed to make a song an absolute hit. Those resentful whispers compiled into the lyrics received a wildly passionate response from the public, far exceeding anyone's imagination, which only fueled the curse, making it strong enough to fully manifest the spirit of that buried trainee. That is roughly how the events unfolded, even if some of the exact details might differ slightly. Thinking back, they realized that girl never actually ate, drank, or even used the restroom. She had assumed she knew her name and that they were close friends, but looking back now, she realizes she did not actually know anything about her as a person. And Gyeong-won chimes in, advising the president that in typical ghost stories, it is actually quite common to overlook the strange details and only realize the truth after everything completely unravels. In other words, all 4 of you girls have already been haunted. The group leader calmly asks if this nightmare is finally over and if they are finally allowed to go outside. Lee Jun thinks it over and says not yet, secretly calculating that resolving it now would actually be problematic, as he wants to regress time before fully settling this. After all, the system window clearly displayed a ghost story entirely unrelated to the song itself, specifically stating he survived the E-rank ghost story of the trainee buried under the floor, meaning these are actually 2 completely separate cases, and if that is true, then he has a much larger problem on his hands. With a serious look, Lee Jun announces that their only way to resolve this incident is to help that girl release her deep-seated resentment. And Gyeong-won speaks up again, sharing that according to a book written by an actual shaman, there are multiple ways to help a lingering spirit pass on. Even if the core resentment remains unresolved, soothing some of their lingering desires can still help them find peace, so perhaps she left with some satisfaction, but there is a catch. Lee Jun clarifies, so the intense resentment woven into the song's lyrics is still lingering and remains completely unresolved. And Guillaume thinks and agrees, stating they must stick to their original plan of heading to waiting room number 3 to find the girl's body. From there, they can arrange a proper burial or catch the culprit responsible, finally laying her spirit to rest and ending this nightmare once and for all. Suddenly, and trust me, the timing is terrible, loud pounding echoes, followed by a booming voice shouting, asking if anyone is inside. I came here to guide everyone. Your friends are already waiting for you. The elevator display now flashes the floor number 1. Inside a fractured dimension, a voice rings out asking the young lady why she came here. He apologizes, warning her that it is far too dangerous here and she needs to evacuate immediately as pale bodies litter the floor. Nearby, a bald man is standing coward and trembling in front of someone. With a pale face and a forced smile, he asks if he can take his leave now. The figure opposite remains completely silent. Instantly, 2 pairs of legs run toward them. The bald man is quickly restrained by 2 men wearing dark sunglasses. He panics and screams out, "What is this? Let me go." Cut to the club room where the banging on the door continues to echo. Then a voice calls out, asking if anyone is inside. The voice claims they are here to guide everyone. Their friends are apparently already waiting. Inside, everyone remains dead silent, with their eyes glued entirely to the door. Lee Jun wonders who it is, while Yoon Suna frowns in deep confusion. With an incredibly anxious face, Da-sum says it sounds exactly like their manager. Astonished, he asks if this is the manager they said was dragged out after generating electricity. And Guillaume turns to him for advice, but President Lee Jun firmly tells them to send him away, calling it an obvious trap. He turns to the group leader to handle it, but she points at herself in shock. Lee Jun calmly reminds her that he is their manager. She can only let out a deep sigh to summon her courage. "We will make our own way there," she tells him, "so please just go ahead and leave." From outside, the hurried voice calls back, saying they will just send someone else then. Lee Jun stares at the door with a dead serious expression. A moment later, loud banging violently shakes the door once again, startling everyone inside, making them wonder what on earth is happening now. The knocking gets faster and more frantic by the second. Then a voice announces that it is the famous singer Yeongju. She says she is here to guide them, shocked to hear Senior Yeongju. And Guillaume gasps in disbelief, realizing this is the legendary king of music Yeongju. The voice outside continues, saying their friends are waiting, and she must guide them to the 3rd waiting room. And Guillaume is horrified to hear that dreaded place mentioned again. Lee Jun darkens as he calculates their options, realizing they have no choice but to open the door. And Guillaume turns to him, anxiously asking if this is safe. Yoon Suna is also tense, pointing out how dangerous it must be. Lee Jun stands up and explains that rejecting her will only bring others, so they might as well head out since they have to go anyway. The girls of the Princess Idol group exchange anxious glances. The group leader speaks up with absolute resolve, insisting they should go along because they feel some strange urge to do so. She admits that this whole mess started with them. Lee Jun is briefly taken aback before agreeing and letting her lead. Then the door handle comes into view. The door swings open with Princess standing at the front. Standing there is Pyo Young-il, his face pale and lifeless like a corpse. The princess girls bow deeply in unison, formally greeting their senior and expressing how much they have always wanted to meet him in person. Lee Jun silently notes that despite the absolute chaos, they still show respect, proving how incredibly strict the entertainment industry hierarchy is. Suddenly, the group leader seems to notice something deeply unsettling. The figure before them remains expressionless, surrounded by a dark and heavy aura. Suddenly, Pyo Young-il opens his mouth, repeating his command to guide them to the 3rd waiting room. Meanwhile, the elevator display shows it rising steadily to the 5th floor. 2 mysterious figures are seen walking down the hallway. In front of them now is a dense crowd of people, all standing still with completely blank faces. The leader panics, wondering why there are so many people and how they are supposed to get past. Instantly, the creepy crowd glares right back at them, and then heavy footsteps begin to approach. The creepy crowd begins to move. They just go about their business mechanically. Their lifeless, vacant eyes keep staring straight ahead of them. Soon the 2 crowds part, leaving an open path in the hallway. Guillaume gasps in shock at this, but Lee Jun realizes they want them to pass through. Yeah, these people look way more like heavily controlled puppets than typical possessed victims. Pushing up his glasses, Guillaume seriously notes this place is indeed the mother. Hearing that Lee Jun is deeply confused about the mother, he explains that the mother spreads ghost stories like a virus and they are being guided straight to it. A short while later, they arrive outside waiting room 3. The tense members of 4 incest are standing right outside. Inside, a bald man is tied up to a chair. With a glassy stare, he repeatedly mutters that he was the one who did it. The group leader suddenly gasps that he is the broadcasting center CEO. Suddenly, Lee Jun spots something hidden in the room. On the sofa sits a body covered with a dull, faded sheet. A faint glimpse of blonde hair is peeking out from underneath. The corrupt CEO of the broadcasting station. The bald man keeps muttering over and over that he was the one who did it. Lee Jun asks if they know him, and the group leader confirms he is the broadcasting CEO. I do not even see him that often, but every single time we met, I felt his perverted eyes staring straight down at my legs, which is why I will never forget him. The CEO keeps rambling about promising to help the girl debut while Lee Jun steps closer to him. The bald man is still trembling uncontrollably. He mutters that he promised to help and lured her in. Watching his frantic state, Lee Jun realizes that this creep is the mastermind behind the entire tragedy. Lee Jun addresses the room, saying he followed the signs because a friend was waiting for them. He realizes she orchestrated everything from exposing her killer to pointing out where she was buried. Then Lee Jun looks down at the covered body. He adds that even with his ability to turn back time, he still could not save her, apologizing sincerely. Having said his piece, Lee Jun falls completely silent. He turns back, asking if she wants this monster locked up, though admitting he cannot do it right away because none of the cops are currently sane enough to make an arrest. How does it feel to finally become the #1 idol in South Korea? Has it helped ease her heavy burning resentment even a little bit? Once again, the room plunges back into a heavy silence. Lee Jun glares at the CEO, demanding solid proof. He asks if there is any evidence of the murder. The filthy CEO rambles on even more disgustingly, muttering that his DNA is still inside her. Before he can even finish his vile sentence, a sharp slap silences him instantly. The group leader trembles in pure rage, screaming that he is a pervert worse than trash. Daesum bites her lip in deep anxiety. Lee Jun quietly steps up next to her. He asks Daesum if he can get her phone number for a quick second. Confused, she stammers, asking why, but Lee Jun calmly says he needs it for something. Looking incredibly nervous, she quietly nods and agrees to give it to him. With that, Lee Jun turns and calls for Ahn Jeong-won. He asks him to help watch the corpse and the chief executive because he has something important to do. Ahn Jeong-won asks if he is really going to turn back time, and Lee Jun answers with a simple yes. Ahn Jeong-won turns serious and says he will do it, but has one request. He says his very first phone was a Clover AMOLED model, and if Lee Jun uses that specific detail to convince him in the past, it will definitely make him trust him. Lee Jun quickly nods, promising that he will remember it. The scene shifts outside the building just as sunset begins to fall. Looking at his phone, Lee Jun repeats the youngest pop group member's number and Gyeong-won's phone model to make absolutely sure he has memorized them. Just then, someone else suddenly shows up. Yoon-eun Suna calls out to him, and Lee Jun turns around in surprise, asking why she did not wait inside. Yoon Suna scratches her face, looking a little embarrassed about it. Then she asks if he is about to turn back time, and Lee Jun silently realizes there is simply no hiding anything from her. Lee Jun is now standing on the rooftop railing while Eun Suna watches from just below. She walks closer and looks out into the distance, asking him exactly which point in the past he will return to. Lee Jun also looks into the distance, admitting that he honestly does not have a single clue about the exact moment he will return to. He silently questions how the checkpoint save mechanism actually works. Will he be sent back to the start of a brand new ghost story, or will it be the exact moment the mystery is finally resolved? Will he return to the moment Miss Jang Hwa-eun was possessed? Or maybe back to when they were in the elevator? As long as it is not when the ghost has already moved on. Perhaps after this ghost story is solved, that girl can finally rest in peace, and in the meantime, absolutely no one can touch the body, just in case the mystery suddenly resolves itself. Despite those thoughts, Lee Jun still bites his lip nervously as he peers down. But damn it, does it seriously have to be this high up? Yoon Suna asks if he is seriously going to jump from up there, and Lee Jun thoughtfully confirms that he can only trigger the regression after his death. Her face darkens with sadness, feeling as if he is about to abandon her. Looking over at her, Lee Jun thoughtfully admits that he is also pretty anxious about facing the regression completely alone, especially after all the unforgettable things they have gone through today, but he has to do this. He softly apologizes to Eun Suna, saying that they simply cannot continue to live in a broken world like this one. With so many dead, he cannot even get in touch with his parents. It is not just their school, but likely the entire country that will never go back to normal again. Living in a place like this only drags out the pain, but before he can finish, Eun Suna sadly cuts him off, saying that as long as they are with someone important, everything will be fine. Lee Jun falls silent, looking toward her. After a moment, he asks her if she happens to know what the word yandere actually means. Yoon Suna is left completely confused by the word. Lee Jun explains that he heard from Daeok-hoon that it refers to people whose love is so obsessively intense, they want to lock that person away, and in extreme cases, they might even end up killing the one they love. Hearing this, she finds it hard to believe that anyone could ever do such a terrible thing. Lee Jun asks her if she really thinks so. He looks out into the distance again, wondering how anyone could harm the person they cherish, and asks Eun Suna if she knows why they would think that way. Yoon Suna looks puzzled, saying she has no clue even if he asks her. Lee Jun cuts in, explaining that he is just curious about her perspective on it. Yoon Suna goes into serious thought, wondering if maybe it is because. Is it because they are terrified of having their loved ones stolen away? Right on cue, the system chimes in with a pretty unexpected update on their connection. Is it because they are terrified of having their loved ones stolen away? His overall understanding of Unsuna has successfully increased by 10. Lee Jun looks at her in surprise, admitting he does not get it at all, but if a real Yandere like Unsuna says, so then it must be true. He is glad to satisfy a bit of his curiosity, as he usually never dares to mention such a sensitive topic, but it naturally came up right before his regression, while Unsuna looks up at him in complete confusion. Suddenly, Lee Jun seems to spot something down below. He speaks up, pointing out teacher Jang Hua Yun down there, prompting Unsuna to look down curiously, asking where she is. Over there, she looks just like a famous celebrity right now, completely mobbed by a crowd of eager fans. Oh no, the teacher got caught. Things are getting pretty chaotic down there. Suddenly, dramatic music begins to echo everywhere. Lee Jun chuckles, noting she seems to be enjoying herself. He then closes his eyes, seemingly about to make a critical decision. Stepping forward, he hesitates. Is it finally time for him to go? Lee Jun looks down with deep hesitation. His face pales instantly. Holy crap, why is it so high? This is absolutely terrifying to look at. Trembling, he stammers out Sun A's name. Sun Ah, do you want to jump down there together? Hearing his words, Sun Ah narrows her eyes and glares up at Lee Jun. Panicking, Lee Jun stammers, Sun Ah, why are you looking at me like that? Her intense gaze only grows sharper and more piercing. Lee Jun instantly flinches under her terrifying stare. He quickly tries to laugh it off. I was just kidding, not funny, haha. Lee Jun awkwardly forces out a nervous laugh for a bit. Eventually, his fake laughter dissolves into a heavy, weary sigh. He quietly asks, Sun Ah, once I go back to the past, is there any wish you want me to fulfill? Sun Ah blinks in confusion, repeating, a wish that I want you to fulfill. She pauses, falling deep into thought. Just promise to tell me everything we will face and everything we have already gone through together. Lee Jun scratches his cheek, confessing that he wants to, but doubts she would believe such crazy stories. But Unsuna cuts in, completely shocking him by firmly declaring, I will believe you. She smiles brightly, promising that she will absolutely trust him. Lee Jun stands there momentarily stunned, but he quickly snaps out of it, regaining his absolute determination. He looks at her and speaks up, all right, I promise. Then Unsuna confesses she is incredibly jealous of her past self, the one who gets to be with him when he returns, because even though they are the same person, she cannot help but feel like that past Sun-Ah is someone else, entirely. Suddenly, Lee Jun interrupts her with a nervous crack in his voice. Shaking all over, he begs her to help him just this once because his legs have completely locked up. Unsuna stares at him, completely speechless at his sudden cowardice. She lets out a heavy, utterly defeated sigh of sheer helplessness. Giving in, Unsuna also begins climbing up onto the high railing. Standing right beside him, she teases that he really cannot seem to do anything without her by his side. She tightly grabs hold of Lee Jun's arm, locking him in. She whispers that they should just die together like this so absolutely nobody can ever tear them apart again. With a terrifyingly dark look on her face, Lee Jun screams in pure horror that she has finally revealed her true Yandere nature. Are you planning to chop me into pieces and eat me alive? Somebody please save me. She is literally about to stuff me into a freezer. Hearing his crazy panic, Unsuna bursts out laughing. What on earth are you saying, Jun? I was obviously only kidding. Suddenly, she pulls Lee Jun into a tight embrace, leaving him completely flustered and stammering her name. Looking up with a dead serious face, she whispers that they will jump on 3 and starts counting at 1. Unsuna suddenly leans her body far forward. Suddenly, the two of them vault right over the railing. Just like that, Unsuna grabs Lee Jun, dragging him along as they both plummet. His face freezes in utter disbelief. A loud scream echoes through the air as he desperately shrieks to wait and hold on. They fall faster and faster, while Lee Jun continues to scream that he has not prepared his mind for this yet. Unsuna casually tells him to just accept his fate and die in peace. Just like that, both of them vanish completely into thin air. The system rings out with a notification that he has died. System loading, he will be returned to his previously marked save point. In the music room of the high school, the teacher looks strict, calling out to go an octave higher now. Soon the sound of vocal warm-ups echoes through the entire classroom. The whole class practices their vocals in unison with the teacher. Suddenly, the teacher seems to hear something a little bit off. She suddenly turns around and barks, "Stop!" Who is the one not paying attention in class? The whole class instantly falls into dead silence. The ringing sound continues, ring, 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 and the teacher snaps. Who forgot to turn off their phone? Turn it off right now. One of the students nervously pulls out their phone and stammers, "Oh, I am so sorry." The teacher rolls her eyes in pure frustration. Seriously, why does this weird school not just collect all the students' phones during class? Suddenly, the teacher's gaze completely freezes in place. She spins around and yells again, who is it who did not turn off their phone? The students start to whisper among themselves, oh man, who is it this time? Once again, the entire classroom falls into a tense silence. Then the teacher sighs and says, I must have misheard, sorry about that everyone. Right then, someone quietly pulls their phone out of their pocket. It is Lee Jun, who has successfully returned to the past. He stares down at his phone screen. A chat message on screen reads, Friday, March 5th. Hello, I am reaching out because I recently spotted your silent plea for help through your lip movements during the broadcasts. The mysterious events happening around the group, for instance, are caused by the grudge of a murdered trainee. One of your members is actually a ghost. Have the group members do headstands one by one and you will find out who the ghost is. Also, in the third waiting room of the GSCB Broadcasting Center in the far right corner, as you enter, you will find a body hidden under the floor. The main culprit is the station's CEO, and the evidence will be found on the body once they perform an autopsy. The system repeatedly alerts him with notifications you have successfully survived the Class A Ghost Story, The Lamenting Song. You have received 40 Ghost Story points. With your superior intellect, you have successfully resolved the deep grudges hidden inside the song. You have received 200 Ghost Story points. You receive an additional 10% for each participating member, Un Sun A Lee Jin Hee, Im Ha Yoon, and Un Jang Hwa. A 60% bonus will be added to the 240 points. Current Ghost Story points total 436. You have accumulated enough Ghost Story points. You can now use these points to trade for special abilities to grow stronger quickly or unlock special abilities for other club members. You can also upgrade various system features and the club room itself. The scene shifts over to McDoria. Lee Jun's group is sitting inside discussing the situation. After hearing the story, An Gyeong-won gasps in complete shock. What if what you say is true, President? Did we really go through all of that? And then you died and returned to the past. Lee Jun replies with a very serious look that is right, and I even have proof. Gyeong-won, your very first phone was a clover with an AMOLED screen, right? He immediately confirms it. Yes, it definitely surprises me that you know that. But expecting me to believe all this crazy stuff based only on that fact is still a bit too hard to swallow. Yoon Sun hesitates, finding it hard to believe even if it is you, Jun. This is still a bit too much. Lee Jun feels disappointed and curses him silently. You total liar, you literally said you would believe me if I told you that. I guess truly understanding yourself is indeed a rare thing. Then he turns to Im Ha Yoon. What about you, Ha Yoon? Do you actually believe me? She gives a forced smile. I do not really know. Why are you asking so suddenly? Her face clearly shows she does not believe a word. Lee Jun sinks into absolute despair. Of course, nobody actually believes me. So it turns out I am the only one taking all of this seriously. The others can only awkwardly clear their throats to break the heavy silence. Right at that moment, Lee Jun's phone bleeps with a notification. A message from the youngest member of Forensics pops up. Are you free to talk on the phone right now? Lee Jun gasps silently. A text message. Has that whole incident finally been resolved or not? He texts back a short reply. Yes, I am. Immediately, an incoming call from the youngest member of Forensics flashes on screen. Lee Jun quickly answers the phone. Hello. Dasum hesitates on the other end of the line for a moment. Then she speaks up. She called to thank him because even though she originally wondered what was happening, his help solved the entire mystery. Thank you so much for all of your help. Lee Jun lets out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, everything was resolved without a hitch. Daesum quietly agrees, but then adds that his voice actually sounds a lot younger than she originally expected. Lee Jun explains that he is actually just a high school student, causing her to gasp, admitting she had pictured him as a legendary old exorcist with years of experience under his belt. She assumed he possessed some razor-sharp intuition for the supernatural, which is why she blindly followed his texted instructions. Hearing this, Lee Jun smiles helplessly. In a way, his current work is actually pretty similar to exorcism. Dasam continues, admitting she was completely shocked since nobody could have ever predicted such an insane thing would happen to them. The youngest member of Four Incest then recounts her story, explaining that the very first thing she did after getting his message was to ask her senior to do a handstand despite their initial hesitation. The ghost then revealed her true identity and vanished as if finally freed from all her earthly regrets. As for the poor girl's corpse, Dasam fabricated a clever story, claiming she had personally witnessed the entire crime go down. Thanks to her, the culprit was arrested that very same day. Returning to the call, Daesum hesitates again, admitting she is just a little bit curious about something. She asks if he lives in Seoul, to which Lee Jun replies that yes, he does indeed live there. Hearing this, she excitedly exclaims that they are actually quite close. Since her group has a live television recording scheduled for 6 p.m. tonight, she promises to arrange the absolute best seats for him if he wants to watch. With a completely serious face, he asserts that he will absolutely be there even if the sky falls down. Daesum happily thanks him, explaining that her tightly packed schedule makes this invitation the absolute best she can offer for today. However, she promises to treat him to a proper meal next time, thanking him once again from the very bottom of her heart. The phone screen then displays the contact name of the youngest Four Incest member as the call finally ends. Looking at his phone, Lee Jun puts on a determined face, declaring himself a hardcore Four Incest fan from this day forward. In fact, he decides to officially withdraw from being just a casual fan, fully aligning his entire mind and body with the group. From now on, any attack against Four Incest is a direct strike against himself. But while he is lost in these highly dramatic thoughts, Jiang-won suddenly snaps him out of it, asking who on earth he was just talking to with that incredibly serious look on his face. Lee Jun excitedly flashes his phone's screen, proudly bragging about his contact with foreign sis, leaving Eun Sun-ah completely dumbfounded. Yoon Sun-ah asks if it is really true, while Gyeong-won falls into deep thought. Gyeong-won admits that even though the situation sounds completely absurd, he really has no choice but to believe him at this point. Gyeong-won explains that the limited edition phone Jun had mentioned actually glitched and got replaced after just one day of use. Since he switched back to a normal model, there was absolutely no logical way for Jun to know about it, leaving him highly suspicious. Lee Jun simply laughs and reminds him that Gyeong-won was the very person who told him in the first place. Shifting the topic, he asks if his friends are free since he was just invited to the foreign sis concert. Gyeong-won immediately passes, saying he needs to head to his cram school, while Yoon Sun-ah admits she absolutely hates going to loud, crowded venues anyway. Just then, Ha-yoon turns to him with a playful smile, asking if he forgot to invite her. Lee Jun purses his lips, realizing that for some strange reason, the thought of being alone with her feels pretty awkward. Trying to shake off the awkwardness, he nervously asks if she wants to tag along with him. Ha-yoon covers her mouth with a shy giggle, clearing her throat to tease him. She asks if he is trying to take her out on a date before playfully teasing that she is unfortunately busy. Lee Jun feels like he was just splashed with ice water, completely baffled by her mixed signals. Forced to play along, he awkwardly stammers that it really is a huge shame. Before long, the sun begins to set over the city. Soon, the highly anticipated 4incest event officially kicks off. The venue is packed with an incredibly energetic crowd, forcing Lee Jun to squeeze through the massive sea of fans. Frowning, he mutters to himself about how insanely packed it is, especially since he only came to support his favorite group. The announcer's voice booms over the speakers, welcoming the 4 princesses who have been completely taking the Korean entertainment industry by storm. The crowd erupts into deafening cheers the moment the silhouettes of the 4 members finally emerge onto the stage. Upbeat music starts blasting through the speakers. Everyone goes wild as the performance begins. Watching them perform, Lee Jun quietly realizes that this is actually the first time he has heard the full song since his high school Regression, and seeing them live on stage like this hits completely different. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto Daesum's position on stage. She catches his gaze and flashes a warm, grateful smile. She looks down with gentle beauty. Then those soft lips begin to move, forming silent words right then and there. A prompt immediately alerts him that his special lip-reading skill has been activated. The image of that earlier ghost appears. Her spectral lips shape another message clearly. Lee Jun remembers the exact meaning of her words. "Thank you very much." Lee Jun smiles and looks toward the stage. Brilliant spotlights completely illuminate the stage. He wonders he knows nothing of the afterlife, but if they have idols there too, that would be pretty incredible. A vision of the victim happily singing on stage flashes before his eyes. The screen reads Monday, March 18th, 2019 at 7:43 a.m. Lee Jun turned 2 ghost story points 436 causality rate 10%. Early next morning at school. Outside classroom, 1 to 3 student voices echo. Lee Jun asks, "Hey An Gyeong-won, do you know a lot about games?" An Gyeong-won looks up, totally confused. "Games? Why are you suddenly asking about that?" Lee Jun awkwardly scratches his head and replies, "No, not exactly those." Thinking back to this morning's screen, that ghost story gave him a massive point boost. After debating his options, he realizes that to spend this currency efficiently, he needs expert advice from someone who really gets how these RPG game systems operate. A second later, An Gyeong-won suggests that if he wants to know about games, Dio-kun is probably the one with all the answers. Lee Jun blinks. Oh, Dio-kun. He remembers Dio-kun explaining some bizarre series about being reincarnated as a hookworm parasite inside a dragon. Most of the anime and fantasy games his classmate loves have the exact same setup. Usually, the protagonist gets transported to a new world and grows insanely strong using a game-like leveling system. An Gyeong-won raises an eyebrow. "Wait, aren't you his desk mate? How did you not know?" Lee Jun just laughs awkwardly, thinking to himself. Lee Jun mutters that he thought Dio-kun only cared about looking at hot girls. When he tracks Dio-kun down, the guy overhears and immediately snaps back, "Are you crazy? That was ages ago." Dio-kun huffs, complaining his mind is not that shallow, while Lee Jun quickly offers a sheepish apology. Putting his phone down on the desk, Dio-kun sighs. With a smug, proud grin, he tells Lee Jun to ask away. He boldly claims that as the ultimate expert on fantasy game systems, he can solve any query. Lee Jun stares at him silently, judging his friend. Moments later, Lee Jun explains that he has recently started playing a highly unusual video game. Eventually, Lee Jun wraps up, "So yeah, that is basically how it is." Dio-kun ponders this for a moment. "So you get these point rewards instead of regular experience points after defeating enemies, and now you have absolutely no idea what to spend them on, right?" "Am I right?" Lee Jun nods. "Yes, exactly. I can either spend these points on personal attribute upgrades or unlock a totally new option called the System Shop. Dio-kun clicks his tongue and shakes his head in disappointment. You absolute idiot, you are making it way too obvious that you are a complete beginner. He continues, do not hesitate at all, just go ahead and unlock the shop. Lee Jun looks confused, asking wait, but why? He explains that since Lee Jun is a total novice, focusing only on his current limited options is a bad move. It is always much wiser to expand his available choices first. Lee Jun rubs his chin in deep thought, but seriously, does this guy have to speak like an anime character? A second later, his expression turns serious as he decides to ask one more crucial question. He explains that his game started with a tutorial quest. The system screen popped up and told him he had to make 3 friends to form a school club. Progress was 0 out of 3 and the rewards were 10 ghost story points along with unlocking the system window. Seeing that bizarre system window, Lee Jun had panicked and struggled to process it. Instead of completing the tutorial quest, he ended up fleeing to another area entirely, yet the game has let him progress quite peacefully without any issues. After failing over and over, Lee Jun finally snapped. Now that he is starting from scratch, clearing the tutorial and finishing early quests, he tried to play by the rules. Yet it feels like the game AI is actively blocking his progress at every single turn. Oh, Dio-kun frowns and asks, blocking. Lee Jun explains that the enemies keep spawning with absolutely 0 warning. He does not even have to search for them, they just randomly pop out of nowhere, constantly keeping him on edge. So, Oh, Dio-kun asks, what is the final boss? He replies that it is likely the Demon King himself. Oh, Dio-kun pieces it together. It is obvious the Demon King is sending these monsters because he wants to eliminate the hero. Lee Jun quietly mutters the word hero. Yeah, the one destined to defeat the Demon King. Lee Jun nods slowly. If that is true then the truth hits him hard, he is the hero. Exhausted, Lee Jun briefly closes his eyes to rest his mind. Even after a moment, he still cannot believe he is actually a hero. He pieces the puzzle together in his head. The reason absolutely nothing happened after that terrifying exploding head incident in his past life was because he had 0 plans to actually go after the Demon King back then. Lee Jun has always fought with everything he has, but this time he is actively stepping up to block the Demon King's resurrection. Picturing the hooded, faceless Demon King, he realizes that is exactly why the Dark Lord is trying so hard to wipe him out. Images of small demons and ghosts flash through his mind. If this is just like a game, then these local ghost stories are actually monsters sent directly by the Demon King. Everything finally clicks for Lee Jun. He grabs Dio-kun by the shoulders with a massive grin and calls him the greatest otaku on the planet. The guy shyly scratches his nose, muttering that flattery is not going to get him any rewards. Lee Jun asks one final question and Dio-kun nods, telling him to go ahead because he is listening. He asks about game mechanics. If you die fighting an enemy, do you reset to the exact moment right before you met them? Hours fly by and soon the warm sunset paints the evening sky. Back at school, he heads over to multi-purpose room number 3. Standing by the glass, Lee Jun sighs, wondering who on earth left the window wide open. The cold glass reflects his troubled expression. Lee Jun recalls the answer Dio-kun gave him. When encountering the final boss, instead of returning to the moment right before the battle, you get thrown back to the very starting point. You idiot, isn't it completely obvious? That is a classic branching ending. Standing in the middle of the classroom, he wonders if being defeated by the final boss was actually a valid choice. Did he hit a bad ending, enter a new chapter, and basically start round 2 of the game? He realizes that letting the final boss defeat him might actually be the only way to unlock the true ending. Now he is incredibly curious to find out what this true ending actually looks like. A moment later, Lee Jun rubs his temples, groaning about a massive headache. He calls out for the club management menu and the system window pops up, showing the level 2 Ghost Story Club status: member management, a currently locked shop, and club settings. Selecting the status menu, the interface updates to show the level 1 Ghost Story Club status. It says he can use points to grow the club, needing 100 points to level up with level 1 space expansion unlocked. Lee Jun calculates his options to unlock that shop. He will need to upgrade the club all the way to level 5. Clicking on the screen, he realizes he needs 3 more upgrades. He decides to grab 2 extra features as well, gathering 10 ghost stories and his talent recruitment capability. New notifications confirm the upgrades for the ghost stories, talent recruitment, and space expansion. Staring at his remaining stats, he decides to dump his final point into expanding their physical space. Looking around, he figures that while making the classroom visibly larger might raise some questions, he eventually has to reveal his secret anyway. Letting the members witness the physical room expanding in real time will make his explanation of the game system far more convincing. With a sigh, he nods. His voice echoes in the quiet room as he triggers the upgrades. Meanwhile, in the nearby study room, the place is packed and one student is wandering around looking for an empty seat. He spots a table for 2 where some soft giggling is coming from. Walking over, he asks what they are looking at that is so incredibly funny. They both turn around, and the student on the left holds up a flyer explaining that they simply found it sitting on the table the moment they first sat down. It is a printed psychological test, and the boy asks if he wants to join them and try it out. Suddenly, a system alert pops up with great news. The club upgrade is complete. Another prompt flashes. The club shop is finally unlocked. Lee Jun stands waiting as the system panel updates the Ghost Story Club from level 4 to level 5 with 3 feature points currently available. He smiles with satisfaction. Excellent, let us see what we have. The screen returns to the main interface for the level 5 club, showing options for status member management, a brand new shop, and club settings. Without hesitation, Lee Jun taps right on the new shop option. Nothing happens. He frowns, wondering why it will not let him in. Is this the system subtly telling him to allocate his feature points first? A new alert pops up listing options for collecting 10 ghost stories, talent recruitment, and space expansion. He quickly taps the screen, deciding he might as well upgrade each option by 1 level. The system immediately confirms the club room expansion has begun. The feature to collect 10 ghost stories is now added to the club. More notifications flood the screen, confirming the talent recruitment capacity is successfully integrated. This upgrades the ghost stories and talent features to level 1 and space expansion to level 2. A critical warning flashes at the top to begin the expansion process immediately. Please exit the room and close the door. Lee Jun scratches his head and mutters in frustration, damn it, not this warning again. Do I seriously have to step outside? Still, he walks over and grabs the doorknob. The door swings open. He pauses, suddenly curious about how the system actually physically expands a room. She uses his phone to record the process. Yielding to curiosity, he shuts the door and steps back inside, and we all know that never ends well. Right on cue, the system screen flashes, reloading the club. Please wait a moment. A wave of panic hits Lee Jun. He is still standing inside. Was the trigger seriously just opening and closing the door once? He tries to calm himself. At least this satisfies his curiosity, and surely it cannot be that dangerous, right? Moments later, the entire room begins to shudder, giving off a strange sensation of movement. He quickly turns toward the window, eager to see if anything outside has started to change. Lee Jun can feel it in his bones. It is just like riding in a giant elevator. The progress bar starts ticking from 0% up to 8%. Overhead, the lights in the room begin to flicker violently. The loading bar hits 13%, and within seconds, it jumps to 21%. Piece by piece, the floor tiles beneath him are pulled straight up. Furniture and objects inside the room slowly start to vanish entirely. He stares down in horror at the shifting floor tiles. Terror grips him. What on earth is happening to the floor? The bar climbs to 35%, then to 47%. At least the desk tucked away in the corner is still standing. But as soon as Lee Jun blinks, it vanishes. The desk is completely gone. He stands bewildered, wondering where it could have possibly disappeared to. With the floor violently shifting, another heavy table slides across the room and slams right into his leg. Lee Jun collapses, clutching his shin in absolute agony as he screams. The load speed accelerates rapidly, 55%, then 63%. The floating system panel shakes violently along. In a flash, a falling object strikes him right on the head, forcing a painful groan from his lips. He rubs the sore spot on his head and slowly forces himself to sit up. Lee Jun winces in pain, realizing that this is exactly why the system warned him to leave. Absolutely insane. His eyes suddenly dart toward the nearby window. He struggles to his feet and walks over, wondering why the sky has suddenly gone pitch black. Lee Jun stares outside, utterly confused because it is still far too early for the sun to have set. Peering closer, his expression freezes in pure shock. Wait, where on earth is he right now? The room is floating in the middle of a massive galaxy. Is he actually in outer space? Lee Jun could never have anticipated finding himself in a bizarre situation like this. He slowly looks up. A swirling white vortex hovers above, hiding a strange silhouette inside, but what exactly is it? Squinting to get a better look, he wonders if it is a nebula. Lee Jun suddenly freezes in place. It is the chilling silhouette of the Demon King, a purple light flickering around his head. Memories of the terrifying Demon King he faced in the past flood his mind. Paralyzed by sheer terror, he stumbles backward onto the dusty ground. The progress bar ticks all the way up to 100%. Just a moment ago, he was staring into deep space. Now he is suddenly snapped back to reality, greeted by the quiet sunset and distant houses lining the horizon. Lee Jun remains deeply shaken, completely unable to process what on earth just happened. Suddenly, the system screen alerts him that a 10 Ghost Stories collection feature is added to the club. The system prompt updates to show that club members must now periodically handle their own separate supernatural incidents. Lee Jun groans, realizing he almost forgot about this rule. A sudden alert flashes, beginning the distribution of class stories. Panicking, Lee Jun screams at the top of his lungs for it to stop. The system updates once more, assigning a class story titled Psychological Test directly to their member, Hua Eun. Furious, he vents his rage. Damn it, do you have any idea how much agony I had to survive to get here? And now you are telling me other members will drag even more supernatural trouble to my doorstep. What is the meaning of this system? Exhausted, he clutches his head, wondering why every single absurd problem always lands on him. Notification after notification begins to pop up, stating that a feature point is added to his talent recruitment skill. With each level up, the system recruits a perfect fit for the club. The current search limit is set to 1. Lee Jun carefully reads through the notifications, noting that the recruited individual is not an official club member, but rather an external partner offering support outside school grounds. He scratches his head, muttering that this is a pretty interesting twist. A second later, the system window flashes, indicating that a talent search is underway. He sits in silence, waiting for several minutes. Finally, the system announces the search is over. Their brand new asset, Detective Buck Gangwon, has officially been registered onto the Ghost Story Club partner list. A real detective. Honestly, this might be the massive win he desperately needs. Where could this useful new partner actually be located? He turns around and prepares to stand, eager to seek out this new partner immediately. But right then, Lee Jun notices something. A silent shadow is standing right behind the door. The woman stands completely motionless, and squinting closer, he recognizes her as their teacher, Hua Yun. He recalls the eerie tale Sun-ah once told about a lost hiker forced to spend the night inside a remote mountain cabin, only to find the walls lined with creepy, realistic portraits of terrifying faces. The chilling scenario Sun-ah described flashes in his mind, but then the hiker woke up. He quickly realized that there were never actually any eerie portraits in the cabin, only empty windows. The terrifying realization begins to sink in. He stares intently at Hua Yun, searching for any hint of what is happening. Kneeling on the cold classroom floor, he lets out a soft gasp of utter confusion. Tensing up, he analyzes the situation. Did she somehow witness the room expanding? No, that is impossible, because anyone looking from the outside should not be able to see a thing. To verify his theory, Lee Jun gets up and cautiously approaches the door, calling out to ask her why exactly she is standing there. As he gets a little closer to the glass, his expression completely drops in shock. Just beyond the glass, Hua Yun stands with empty, lifeless eyes and a completely blank face, looking exactly like a puppet controlled by invisible strings. Seeing her vacant state instantly triggers a memory from before, forcing him to wonder if she is actually being possessed by a dark entity all over again. Staring through the small glass panel on the door, Lee Jun sighs heavily, dreading whatever creepy supernatural mystery is about to begin. Yoon Sun-ah's terrified face suddenly flashes through Lee Jun's mind. It reminds him of that classic urban legend where a lost hiker has to spend the night inside a remote wooden cabin. When he looks around, the walls are covered in creepy portraits staring back at him with absolutely terrifying faces. But when the traveler finally wakes up the next morning, he makes a chilling discovery. Those terrifying portraits never actually existed. The whole time they were just clear glass windows looking out into the dark. The more Lee Jun pieces it together, the more his blood runs cold. This whole situation is completely abnormal. He stares ahead, his throat tightening as he thinks there is absolutely no way. Standing relaxed with both hands on his hips, Lee Jun calls out to his teacher through the open doorway. "Come on, Miss Hua-eun, you can't be serious. Now is definitely not the time to pretend to be a creepy portrait." With a heavy sigh, Lee Jun grabs the doorknob, twists it open, and mutters that he is completely speechless. Even though the classroom door is wide open, Hua-eun remains frozen like a statue. Lee Jun cautiously steps behind her. Lee Jun reaches out and gently taps Hua Yun on the shoulder. He calls out to her, "All right, wrap it up. I already know you're not a portrait, so your little disguise is completely busted." But despite the tapping and talking, Hua Yun stands frozen like a pillar. Not a single muscle or expression on her face changes. With no response at all, Lee Jun starts to wonder if he is missing a step. He stares at Hua-eun in silence, debating whether he needs to shock her back to reality like last time. Though using Im Ha-yoon's aggressive right-hand rule feels a bit too extreme. Deciding on a gentler approach, Lee Jun slips his backpack off and quickly unzips it. He pulls out his standard textbook and rolls it up tightly into a makeshift club. He taps the rolled-up book right on his teacher's head, chanting "Begone." But even after getting bonked on the head, Hua Yun remains completely motionless without any reaction at all. Suddenly, a familiar system alert rings in his ears. "You have successfully encountered and survived the D-Class Ghost Story. The portrait was actually a window. Reward 5 Ghost Story points acquired. For using your wit to drive off the spirit posing as a portrait, you have earned 20 additional Ghost Story points." Following the system rewards, Hua Yun suddenly turns around like a lifeless puppet and walks away. Lee Jun is left standing there, watching her disappear down the hall. Suddenly, Hua Yun halts in front of another classroom door, slides it open, and steps inside. Lee Jun watches her enter the room, feeling a sudden wave of confusion wash over him. Looking up at the sign above the door, Lee Jun reads the words, "Intensive Study Room." He tries to make sense of the situation. Is she supervising late-night self-study or something? Suddenly, Hua Yun calls out in a cheerful voice, "Well, look who it is. June, you haven't gone home yet." Lee Jun plays it cool and replies, "Not yet. I still have a few things to take care of up at the club room." Hua Yun steps out of the classroom, completely back to her usual cheerful self. She excitedly tells Lee Jun that it's actually perfect timing. She meant to leave something in the club room for them but completely forgot. Surprised that she has something for the club, Lee Jun raises an eyebrow. He asks her what exactly she wants them to look at. Hua Yun holds out a thick document folder in front of him. "Take a look at this," she says. Lee Jun focuses his gaze on the paper folder in her hands. The document she is holding has a very strange title, "The Psychological Test That You Absolutely Must Not Answer Correctly." Staring at the folder, Lee Jun hesitatingly reads those bizarre words aloud to himself, completely baffled. Hua Yun happily explains that some older students were playing with it instead of studying, so she confiscated it. But then she figured the occult club would love this kind of weird stuff. Lee Jun lets out an intrigued sound as he flips through the pages. But as he glances down, his hand suddenly freezes on a specific sheet. Pointing to the bottom of the page, he asks her why there are no answer keys. Hua Yun blinks in surprise, wondering if that is actually the case. Her expression suddenly shifts into a playful, mischievous look. "Those little rascals," she mutters, "they actually dared to hide the evidence of their crime from me." With a sudden burst of energy, she spins back toward the classroom door. She tells Lee Jun to hang tight while she hunts down the rest of their hidden stash, suggesting he head to the club room first. Hua Yun slips back inside the room and slides the door shut. Watching her run off so eagerly to raid the students, Lee Jun is utterly speechless. She acts more like a close friend than a teacher. Then again, she is twice their age. Maybe being single is keeping her young. Over in multipurpose room number 3, Lee Jun sits alone, carefully reading through the bizarre psych evaluation his teacher just handed him. As he studies the text, a thought crosses his mind. Could this be a new legend unlocked by his systems collection feature? He wonders if it's really safe to investigate this completely alone. On the surface, it looks like a harmless quiz. But if this turns out to be a class case like the elevator or the colored paper anomalies, he knows there's going to be a serious risk involved. Leaning back in his chair, he tries to stay relaxed, but his mind keeps racing. Surviving those past incidents was pure luck. If he gets pulled into another active hazard alone, he might not make it out alive. He thinks back to his conversation with Hua Yun. Even though she promised to come back, she is still completely clueless about the supernatural world and the dangers lurking within it. Reaching into his pocket, he fishes around for his phone. He needs backup. Plus, if he can get other club members involved in this case, his potential system point rewards will skyrocket. He unlocks his screen and scrolls through his contacts. Yeomwon is likely stuck at cram school right now, and he realizes he doesn't even have Im Ha-yoon's number yet. His screen stops right on Eun Sun-a's name. It looks like she is his only option. With a quick tap on the screen, he dials her number and waits. The soft hum of the dial tone fills the quiet room. Lee Jun presses the phone to his ear, hoping she picks up soon. After a few long rings, a groggy voice answers the line. Lee Jun wastes no time and gets straight to the point, asking if it's Eun Sun-a and letting her know it's him. On the other side, Eun Sun-a rubs her eyes, clearly having been woken up from a deep sleep. Realizing his mistake from her sleepy mumbles, Lee Jun quickly apologizes for waking her up, but she gently tells him it's fine. Knowing he woke her up, Lee Jun immediately apologizes. He says he is sorry for the sudden call, but he has a bad feeling that he is about to get dragged into another urban legend. That instantly wakes Eun Sun-a up. She asks back a ghost story. Lee Jun tells her he is at the club and asks if she can come help. Eun Sun-a goes silent for a moment, thinking it over before making her final decision. Eun Sun-a firmly replies, "Understood, I will head over right now." The call ends as he looks down at his phone screen. Slipping the phone into his pocket, Lee Jun relaxes. With Eun Sun-a coming, he does not have to face whatever nightmare is coming next completely alone. Turning back to that strange psychological file, he tells himself that taking a quick peek really won't hurt anything. Resting his chin in one hand while holding the papers, Lee Jun reads. The prompt instructs the reader to fully immerse themselves in the scenario and answer immediately based on raw intuition. The scenario describes two sisters at a family funeral who both fall instantly in love with an incredibly handsome stranger. It was love at first sight for both. That same night, the younger sister murdered her own older sister. Why did she do it? As Lee Jun reads this, he suddenly hears a noise at the door. It is just Jang Hua-yoon walking into the room looking exceptionally bright and cheerful. Catching him staring, she happily announces she brought the answer sheet, waving the folder in the air like a proud champion showing off a hard-won trophy. Pulling out a chair, Jang Hua-eun asks if he has tried answering any yet. Lee Jun admits his immediate impression is that these questions are all actually pretty creepy. Sitting down, she looks surprised and asks, "Oh, really?" Her eyes sparkle with pure excitement as she suggests trying a few, asking if that would not be incredibly fun. Seeing her so hyped up, Lee Jun just chuckles politely, quietly thinking that she really behaves more like a close friend than an actual high school teacher. He smiles at her bright energy despite knowing she is actually twice their age. Twilight settles over the high school campus, signaling that the hour for real ghost stories is finally here. Inside multipurpose room number 3, the official home of the Ghost Story Club, the teacher. Jang Hwa-eun senses a subtle change. Wary, she looks around and asks Lee Jun if the clubroom somehow feels slightly bigger than it used to. He scratches his head awkwardly, struggling to find a believable excuse before admitting he was surprised too. Secretly, he knows that pretending to be completely clueless at this point would just look ridiculously suspicious to her. Frowning slightly, she looks around and mutters that it is indeed strange. Brushing the eerie sensation aside, Jang Hua-yoon smiles and suggests they finally start the psych evaluation. Her casual dismissal catches Lee Jun completely off guard. He silently wonders how she can just let it go so easily. Deep down, a part of him actually wanted her to notice the impossible changes secretly, wishing he could finally tell someone all of his heavy supernatural secrets. The psychological evaluation officially begins with question 0.1. Two sisters attend a family funeral and instantly fall in love with an incredibly handsome stranger. That very same night, the younger sister brutally kills her own older sister. Why on earth did she commit this horrific crime? The opening question instantly fills the room with a heavy, suffocating atmosphere. Lee Jun hesitantly guesses that jealousy was the motive, suggesting the younger sister did not want to lose the handsome man to her sibling and wanted him all to herself. Waving her index finger back and forth while closing her eyes and clicking her tongue, she signals that his guess is far too normal. In other words, he got it completely wrong. He asks if she is serious, believing he reasoned just like a professional psychologist. She explains that while normal people feel jealousy, sociopaths lack those complex emotions entirely, meaning they would never kill out of envy. She then reveals the chilling answer: the younger sister killed her older sibling just to see the handsome stranger again at the next funeral. Hearing this, Lee Jun feels a chill, and honestly, that answer is as twisted as it gets. It completely defies normal logic. She moves to question 0.2. You are looking at a mirror alone in your room, but you absolutely hate your own reflection. Why is that? Sticking to common sense, he guesses with a shrug, is it because you look ugly? Jang Hua excitedly reveals the answer is because the mirror is too dirty. Lee Jun falls silent, baffled by the response. He raises an eyebrow and asks why. She explains it like a seasoned psychologist. Normal people immediately blame their own physical appearance, claiming they look ugly or overweight. Sociopaths, however, shift the blame entirely to external factors, claiming the glass is dirty or the lighting is just off. Looking down at the thick stack of papers, he admits her reasoning makes a weird sort of sense. The teacher smiles eagerly and asks him if he finds it interesting. Moving on to question 0.3, Santa Claus gives a young child a brand new soccer ball and a bicycle for Christmas. Yet the kid is incredibly disappointed with these gifts. Why on earth would they react like that? Too excited to wait, she blurts out the answer herself, and trust me, it gets pretty dark. The kid has no legs. Lee Jun stares at her, shivering slightly as he admits this one is actually pretty creepy. She just grins and asks if he agrees before they push forward with the test. Next is question 0.4. In the dead of night, you head up to the rooftop to enjoy the breeze. While looking at the scenery, you sense something moving right behind you. What is it? She asks him if his current place has a rooftop. Lee Jun nods, explaining that he lives in an apartment building, so they do. She urges him to think about what could be moving behind him. Lee Jun hesitates for a second before guessing a ghost. Looking down at the answer key, she smiles and calls him a totally normal guy. Curious, Lee Jun asks what the real answer is. Won holds the answer key and explains that being on a rooftop at midnight is naturally terrifying, so normal people usually guess ghosts or something else that triggers pure panic. She continues, explaining that sociopaths usually give completely random answers, like a cute animal or a loved one. The reason is simple: they do not understand that the question is specifically designed to trigger fear. Question 0.5. You wake up in the pitch-black night and step out onto the balcony. Looking down, you spot a man standing there with a knife in his hand. Your eyes lock and he suddenly points his index finger straight at you. Why does he do that, Lee? Jun asks with a serious face, is it to threaten you? Won slams her hand down. She asks in sheer annoyance, you are doing this on purpose, are you not? Confused by her reaction, and honestly wouldn't you be, he still answers politely that he is just sharing his very first thought. She seems pretty unsatisfied with Lee Jun's answer. Fine, I will let it slide this time. The real answer is that he is counting the floor you are on. But then she laughs out loud. She says she lives on the 19th floor, so the killer would get pretty confused trying to count that high. She asks John about his floor, and he smiles. He lives on the 7th, so he would be found instantly. Question 0.6. Following up on the previous scenario, you immediately run to the kitchen. Why do you do that? Just like before, he gives his logical answer to call the police because the phone is in the kitchen, or maybe to find a weapon. She just glares at him in silence, forcing him to ask what is wrong. She slams the stack of papers down hard onto the table. Standing up abruptly, she demands with deep frustration, have you already done these questions before? Why is it that you keep giving me such incredibly normal, ordinary answers? Lee Jun looks at his teacher and calmly replies, no, it is just because I am a totally normal person. Suddenly, Won glares with pure murderous intent aimed straight at her student. Just you wait, she snaps, I will definitely win next time. Confused, he asks what exactly she is competing against. With a deep sigh, she sits back down and continues to explain the actual answer is because you are hungry, Lee. Jun asks with deep skepticism, why would that be? This time, she explains it quite gently, completely different from her earlier frustration. As she mentioned before, sociopaths do not actually feel fear. They ignore the danger entirely and focus purely on the kitchen simply because it was brought up. Question 0.7. Someone suddenly rings your doorbell. When you ask who it is, they claim they were just passing by and desperately need to use your restroom. They beg you to open the door. How do you respond? Hearing this, he looks up to think before answering. Since I live way up on the 7th floor, I would probably ask why he climbed all the way up here if he was in such a rush. She screams out in pure shock this time. Juan gets so incredibly excited that she leaps out of her chair. She points her finger straight at him and says, that answer of yours. His face is filled with absolute confusion as she finishes her sentence is the exact answer of a sociopath. His teacher is definitely a bit too hyperactive. Facing this level of energy, he has absolutely no idea how to react. He stays quiet for a moment before slowly muttering yes, yes, but my eardrums are literally about to burst. Juan just closes her eyes and playfully sticks her tongue out at him. She sits back down in her chair and mutters anyway though. Resting her chin on her hands, she begins to analyze. Every apartment building now has a security keypad, right? So didn't you wonder, like everyone else, how he even managed to get inside in the first place? Lee Jun smiles politely and responds, yes, but people usually set really easy passcodes anyway. For example, the place where I live is just 5, 6, 7, 8. Laughing like close friends, she says that is indeed way too easy. He asks if she really thinks so, while secretly remembering that he actually forgot his own passcode once. Question 0.8. You are inside a pitch-black house while a serial killer is hunting you down with a knife in hand. Where are you going to hide? Looking at the answer sheet, she frowns slightly. She explains that normal people would hide under the bed or in a closet praying not to be found. But a sociopath thinks the exact opposite, hiding in a place where they can easily launch a sudden counterattack. For example, right behind the door. Confused, he mutters that he has never thought of it that way. It is creepy how they immediately focus on attacking the killer rather than just hiding. The clubroom door slowly cracks open. Sun-ah peeks her face in shivering slightly. The teacher looks toward the door and asks Sun-ah why she is back at school since she already went home. Lee Jun cheerfully chimes in, explaining that he was the one who called her. Pulling out a chair, she tells Sun-ah to take a seat. Sitting with both hands on her lap, Sun-ah looks incredibly polite yet timid. Juan takes the test sheets from Lee Jun, asking for his copy. She decides to test Sun-ah with the exact same questions. She starts over with great enthusiasm, announcing the very first question. Juan asks them to imagine a story about two sisters attending a funeral. They both meet a stunningly handsome man and fall instantly in love with him. That very night, the younger sister brutally kills her older sister. Why do you think she did it? Hearing the question, Sun-ah silently thinks for a moment. She replies that it was to organize another funeral. The room instantly falls into a dead, chilling silence after those words. After a while of testing, the teacher suddenly realizes how late it is. Exclaiming about the time, she realizes she must quickly head back to multifunction room number 3 for the evening study session. Everyone bids each other farewell, reminding the two of them to get home safely as they walk. Nam walks off his footsteps on the ground. Lee Jun walks home alongside Sun-ah, who suddenly asks him if their club room feels quite a bit larger lately. Scratching his cheek, he agrees, yeah, that is pretty strange. She definitely noticed something off, and he has to agree. But then he suddenly remembers something as the sun slowly dips behind the mountains, bringing an end to the afternoon. Night falls over the apartment building. Lee Jun stares down at his phone with a deeply confused expression. He had sent a message to a guy named Jong-won asking if he knew what this test was. It was supposedly for antisocial personality disorder, but Lee Jun strongly suspected it might actually be tied to some real-life ghost stories. Sitting on his bed, he notes there is no reply, yet wondering if cram school is still going. His gut tells him he is right. It feels like a ghost story even if nothing terrible has actually happened yet. Still, he is absolutely certain that something highly unusual is quietly unfolding out there in the world. He continues to stare silently at the dark screen. Reaching out, Lee Jun clicks the light switch off, deciding to just get some sleep. Meanwhile, in a dark, twisted dreamscape, two figures stand high up on a rooftop. Those two are none other than Lee Jun and Sun-ah. Looking out at the distant night sky, he confronts her, calling Sun-ah out for being a yandere. She looks at him with utter confusion. He is completely convinced of his theory, pointing out that she always carries a utility knife wherever she goes, so there is really no point in her pretending otherwise. Her face still holds a look of pure innocence as she admits that he finally caught her. Slowly, she pulls out the sharp utility knife she had hidden away. A split second later, a terrifying expression washes over her face as she tells him his new home will be inside her refrigerator. The world instantly turns into a horrific blood-red nightmare. Lee Jun bolts awake at that exact instant, his eyes still wide with lingering terror. He sits straight up in a total panic. That dream really shook him up. Cursed nightmares of a crazy Yanderer are genuinely terrifying. Gazing at the blue system interface that suddenly materialized, he wonders what time it actually is. The blue screen displays the time as 2:07 a.m. on Tuesday, March 19th, 2019. Lee Jun turns to Ghost Stories 136 causality rate 10%. He does some quick math. It is only 2 a.m., meaning he can grab another 5 hours of sleep. Feeling relieved, he pulls the blanket back over his shoulders. Perfect. But the nightmare is not quite finished with him yet. Unsana is a Yander repeating over and over, "You caught me." That same horrifying face appears wielding the box cutter, telling him to stay in her fridge forever. A violent spray of crimson splatters the floor. Once again, he snaps awake at the exact same terrifying moment. The very first thing he questions is the time. The blue screen pops up showing absolutely no change. It still reads 2:07 a.m. Tuesday, March 19th, 2019. Lee Jun turns to Ghost Stories 136 causality rate 10%. He wonders what on earth is going on but shrugs it off since he can still get 5 more hours of rest. This bizarre detail does not register as a red flag just yet. Lee Jun simply closes his eyes to go back to sleep. Yet again, the nightmare grips his mind. Unsana is a Yandere, so you finally figured it out, Jun. And once more, the dream ends in a tragic, bloody mess. Jerking awake for a third time, he sits up, breathing heavily. The dream is still just as horrific. He wonders what time it is. Lee Jun stares at the blue system window floating in front of him. He could swear he has been asleep for an absolute eternity yet. The numbers have not budged by even a single second. It is still 2:07 a.m. Tuesday, March 19th, 2019. Lee Jun turns to Ghost Stories 136 causality rate 10%. Lee Jun spins around in disbelief. What on earth? The minutes on the clock have not even ticked forward. No wonder he still feels completely exhausted. Once again, that same eerie voice whispers those chilling words, "Unsana, you are a Yandere." Unsana is a Yandere. Deep inside the dream, Lee Jun finally realizes something is terribly wrong. Standing right before Unsana, he demands to know why this dream keeps repeating itself. She looks at Lee Jun with pure confusion. He looks off into the distance. This really is just a dream. In the dream, Unsana cannot understand these words, but she remains silent when Jun does not answer. Lee Jun turns around and faces outward. He steps onto the rooftop ledge, determined to wake up from this nightmare. She screams to stop him from doing something so reckless. Even knowing the truth, sheer terror grips him as he whispers to himself that this is only a dream. Lee Jun squeezes his eyes shut, telling himself to just jump. He stands on tiptoe and quickly vanishes from the rooftop. His silhouette plunges down, straight off the building. Back in reality, Lee Jun crashes onto the hard floor. The sharp pain wakes him up as the main screen appears. The display updates 02:22 a.m. on Tuesday, March 19th, 2019. Ghost Story points 136, causality rate 10%. He sits up and rubs his sore neck. 15 minutes have already passed since that time. Something feels completely off. This dream keeps looping, yet the clock barely moves. How on earth has only 15 minutes passed since this entire ordeal began? Suddenly, a strange noise echoes into the room. Someone is slowly creeping around just outside his door. He stays quiet, wondering why it sounds like socks sliding on wood. Could his parents be awake? His eyes widen. No, this is the sound of someone actively trying to hide their footsteps. Just as he feared, a dark figure holding a knife is creeping through his house. Who would sneak around like this? Someone has definitely broken in. The menacing silhouette of an intruder appears, clutching a sharp blade. Cold sweat begins to pool as Lee Jun realizes he is in extreme danger. Panic takes over as he desperately tries to figure out if this is just a burglar. His racing mind instantly wanders back to those terrifying ghost stories. Is this another supernatural curse, or does it have to do with that sociopathic test? Terror fills his eyes as he wonders if the killer heard him fall out of bed. Staring at his closed bedroom door, he realizes he needs to lock it. But wait, locking it makes noise, and a flimsy bedroom door won't stop a killer anyway. Lee Jun silently slips to the floor. He quickly rearranges the blankets and pillows to look like he is still sleeping under them, desperately trying to buy himself some time. Suddenly, his bedroom door slowly creaks open. Sock-clad feet step quietly onto the floor as the intruder creeps inside. The killer zeroes in on the bed. His hand grips the knife tightly, raising the blade high. Slash, he brutally and repeatedly stabs the blankets in a frenzied attack. But suddenly he stops. The bed is empty, revealing nothing but shredded sheets and feathers. Lee Jun is hiding right underneath the bed, desperately clamping his hand over his mouth. He looks up in absolute horror, his heart pounding. The guy is completely insane. He just viciously shredded the mattress. His mind races with panic. Did he realize the bed was empty? Please just walk away. The killer's footsteps start to move, heading out of the room. Footsteps patter softly on the ground for a moment before the door lock clicks. The room falls completely silent with not a single sound escaping. Lee Jun opens his eyes wide in fear, sweat dripping down his face. He lets out a heavy sigh of relief. Quickly crawling out from under the bed, Lee Jun wonders if his parents are safe, knowing that killer has a knife. He immediately rushes toward his parents' bedroom where the lights are still shining. Lee Jun throws the door open and screams for his parents, but his eyes are met with a scene of absolute horror. Their two bodies are soaked in a pool of blood inside the trash bedroom. His father lies dead on the bed while his mother has collapsed onto the floor. Covered in blood, his mother lies there with her eyes still wide open. His father also died with a terrified expression, his eyes staring blankly. Lee Jun completely collapses onto the floor. Unable to believe the scene before him, he cries out in absolute agony as a dark figure appears behind him. A masked figure suddenly appears behind him as the killer's cold voice rings out. He says that number 9 involves sneaking into someone's house to kill a few people, finding an innocent child who is completely unrelated to the target, and deciding to murder that child anyway. Terrified, Lee Jun turns around to look as the killer coldly asks why he would do such a thing. Lee Jun's eyes are now filled with nothing but the terrifying silhouette of the killer. Gripping the knife tightly, the killer points it at him and says the answer is simply to help them reunite in the afterlife. Suddenly, a dark and blurry space begins to unfold before his eyes. The sickening sound of a blade stabbing flesh echoes as blood splatters everywhere. The system notification pops up stating that he is dead and will return to the nearest save point. Loading. Suddenly, the evening landscape appears around him. Unsuna appears, her trembling voice filled with a deep sense of fear. She calls out to him, asking what on earth he is doing. Suddenly, Lee Jun's legs jump into action. His body is suspended in the air before he falls straight back down. He suddenly jolts awake from the nightmare. The system flashes showing 2:07 a.m. on Tuesday, March 19, 2019. Lee Jun has turned 2 with 136 points and 10% causality. Lee Jun sits in complete silence trying to process everything. He pieces together the mystery, realizing his save point is set around 2 o'clock in the morning, which explains the timing of everything. He was asleep and woke up at 2:07 after dreaming of being killed by Unsuna. But when he went back to sleep, the nightmare became reality. He got killed by that intruder. Then he looped back to 2 a.m. and had to face that terrifying dream once again. Lee Jun quickly puts the terrifying pieces together. This means he has actually died a total of 3 times without even realizing it. Honestly, it is absolute nightmare fuel, and his only chance was waking up in time to face the attacker. His eyes grow dark with a terrifying question. Just how long has that bastard been hiding inside his house? Lee Jun quietly steps off his bed, his eyes alert. He carefully scans the surrounding darkness. He takes a close look outside at the balcony. He reaches out, grabs the handle, and turns it. He peers into his parents' bedroom to check on them. Both of them are still safe, fast asleep in their bed. Feeling a wave of relief, Lee Jun looks around the room, thinking to himself that the killer must not have made it inside yet since his parents are still unharmed. Walking quietly through the dark house, he wonders if the intruder is still outside. But then he looks toward the front door. Panic suddenly strikes him. The door latch is completely broken, leaving the entrance slightly open and making it easy for that bastard to slip inside. Lee Jun grabs the handle and slams the door shut. He locks it tight, realizing that this simple action should keep the killer out for good. But then footsteps head straight toward his hiding spot, getting closer and closer. Terrified, Lee Jun calls out who is there. A voice from the other side quickly answers, "I was just passing by. Can I please use your restroom for a moment?" Lee Jun's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. The system suddenly chimes in with a question when a stranger rings your doorbell and you ask who it is. He simply says he was just passing by and really needs to use the bathroom, begging for the door to be opened. How would you even respond to that? Hearing that voice, Lee Jun asks in annoyance if he is serious at 2 in the morning, and the stranger immediately replies that he is. Lee Jun quickly asks if it is an emergency, and the guy says yes. He presses on asking if it is number 1 or number 2, and the voice replies both. Growing suspicious, Lee Jun demands that if the man wants to use the bathroom, he has to pay first. The stranger answers in an irritated voice, asking how much he needs to pay before suddenly snapping that he has been found out. Hearing that confession, Lee Jun's eyes widen in sheer panic, and a heavy, suffocating silence suddenly blankets the entire room for a long moment. As the footsteps fade, Lee Jun anxiously wonders if the creep really just gave up after getting caught. He curses the bastard in his head. He grabs the handle and aggressively twists the lock open. Lee Jun pokes his head out and immediately begins screaming insults at the bastard. The killer suddenly freezes and stands completely still in the dark. Flipping him off, Lee Jun yells at him, asking if he is seriously running away already like a total coward. Heavy, menacing footsteps begin to echo through the pitch-black hallway. Lee Jun slams the door shut, shouting from inside for the guy to guess whether he will actually open it or not. Hearing those mocking words, the man goes absolutely silent, not uttering a single word. The front door is slowly cracked open once again. Lee Jun peeks out and asks in a highly mocking tone if the creep has already run away. The furious killer tightly grips his knife and violently lunges forward, roaring at the brat for thinking he would actually walk away. Lee Jun stands there looking slightly caught off guard. With a swift swoosh, the blade slices through empty air. Lee Jun easily dodges it, laughing at how pathetic the attempt was. Smugly, he mocks the idiot, revealing that he had already installed a safety latch. The killer remains dead, silent, his cold eyes staring directly down at the safety latch. In a threatening voice, he sneers, asking if the brat thinks this cheap toy can stop him. He claims he can snap it in 2 seconds. Lee Jun calmly explains that it is a heavy-duty double-lock system. Since the news has been warning about danger lately, he decided to install this specific type. Hearing this, the killer quietly murmurs, asking if that is really the case. As the heavy footsteps fade into the distance, Lee Jun stands inside, silently watching the empty hallway. Poking his head through the door crack, he mockingly asks if the guy is scared now. With growing smugness, he shouts insults, mocking the coward for running away like a little baby. He tells the bastard to get lost. The killer's dark silhouette slowly retreats quietly, walking down the stairs until he completely vanishes. Standing inside, Lee Jun is filled with anxiety, wondering if he should follow the man and whether he has actually left for good. Suddenly, anger washes over him. How could that guy just walk away after causing such a massive mess? There is no way he can let him off so easily. Lee Jun shoves his hands into his pockets. Pulling out his phone, he starts typing away to search for clues. Since he already consulted Gyeong-won earlier and this is just a low-tier ghost story, he figures it should be easy to dig up the identity of this piece of trash. Their text conversation quickly gets underway as Gyeong-won sends a message. He apologizes for the late reply, explaining his crammed school let out very late. He adds that regarding the psychological test Lee Jun sent over, he felt something was deeply off and decided to investigate. It turns out it is not actually a test to identify sociopaths. Reading that, Lee Jun is deeply puzzled. If it is not that, then what on earth could it be? Gyeong-won replies, explaining that Robert Bundy, the psychologist who created this very test, was actually a notorious serial killer. This sudden revelation leaves Lee Jun completely shocked. The man had majored in psychology at the University of Washington. The questions in the survey were specifically designed to secretly extract the physical addresses of the test takers. By using it under the guise of research, he was able to easily handpick his perfect victims. Gyeong-won quickly sends another warning, urging him to look closely at those questions. While they seem completely normal at first glance, they contain subtle queries about porches, rooftops, and floor numbers. These precise details are used to pin down exactly where someone lives. Ultimately, this entire test was crafted by a psychopath to choose his next hunting targets. Looking at the new information, Lee Jun recalls his past messages and starts connecting the dots. He finally gets it now. If he plays his cards right and hides his thoughts well, he can easily squeeze secrets out of this system. Through these creepy questions. That means, based on how he answered these weird questions, he has basically made himself the perfect target for a dangerous antisocial sociopath. Standing right outside his door, Lee Jun begins to calculate his next steps. If this is the sick logic behind this ghost story, what actually happens if the person answering these questions is just as insane as the killer? A smug look flashes in his eyes. If he can successfully change the storyline, he can rise from being a mere victim to standing on equal footing with a psychopath. That turns this story into a battle between two absolute monsters. Another question flashes on the screen. You are looking into a mirror completely alone in your room, but you absolutely hate your reflection. Why is that? Lee Jun instantly fires back an answer in his head. It is because the mirror is dirty. All the mirror's fault. But then out of nowhere, Lee Jun suddenly gets a terribly bad feeling. Clenching his fist over his chest, he feels a sudden chill. It is bizarre. His body is clearly trembling with anxiety, yet his mind has somehow become incredibly terrifyingly calm. A wicked look washes over his face. This is it. With this mindset, he can truly become a psychopath himself. Stepping out of the bathroom, Lee Jun plots his next move. What is next? Click. The balcony door suddenly swings open. Standing on the upper floor, Lee Jun looks down below and notices something very strange. A fully covered figure in a hood is standing down there staring intently at his house. And get this, Lee Jun locks eyes with the shadow, his mind racing with worry. He knew it. The creep never actually left. Suddenly, the hand holding the knife raises a finger and points directly at Lee Jun. The system immediately fires another question into the dark night. You wake up and walk out onto the porch. Looking down, you see a man standing below with a knife in his hand. You make eye contact and he suddenly points his index finger straight at you. Why is he doing that? Looking down from his high vantage point, Lee Jun whispers to himself. He is targeting my house. His eyes suddenly go completely dark. Lee Jun heads back inside to change into some clean clothes. The system asks you immediately go to the kitchen. Why? He grabs an apple from the fridge and takes a big bite. Because he is hungry. No other reason. Next, Lee Jun heads straight up to the quiet, empty rooftop in the dead of night. The system prompts again. You go up to get some fresh air. While admiring the dark scenery, something suddenly moves right behind you. What was it? Hearing this, he calmly answers, "A girl. It is a girl." Right on cue, In-ha's voice echoes behind him, welcoming him. Startled, he quickly spins around. She stands there smiling. In-ha-eun. Completely shocked by her sudden appearance, Lee-jun stammers, "In-ha-eun, how are you even up here?" She slowly walks closer to him. Peering down at the ground below, she mutters that it is incredibly high up here. Lee-jun looks at her thoroughly confused. What? In-ha-eun quickly points him in another direction. "Look over there. That is our teacher." Lee-jun gasps out, "Our teacher." He immediately summons his status window. System access. The screen pops up with her data. Name Won. Level 1. Age 34. Title Aging Single Teacher. Trait Special Abilities Locked. Understanding level 40 out of 100. Annoyance writes itself all over his face. Seriously, why isn't always the teacher? He looks down at her. What is wrong with this lady? How does she keep getting dragged into these ghost stories so easily? The system alerts him that his understanding of Won has increased by 10 points. It adds that his understanding has reached 50. Information regarding her trait will now be revealed. Won is currently possessed. Lee-jun scowls at the screen, mentally cursing the system. He already knew this. Why did it take this stupid status window so long to show him? Suddenly, a smug low laugh catches him completely off guard. In-ha-eun steps closer and asks if he is angry. She whispers that this is the woman who murdered his parents. Leaning in to whisper in his ear, she urges him to make her pay. Take her out until his anger fades. Lee-jun's eyes slowly lose their focus. In-ha-eun continues to whisper highly provocative, mind-altering words into his head. She tells him to terrify her to make sure she never dares to annoy them while possessed again. A smug grin spreads across her face as her voice grows sweeter. Make her pay June. Make absolutely sure she never messes with them again. Lee-jun quickly snaps out of his daze, raising a hand to stop her. Wait, hold on. He quietly summons the system status window. But the system does not respond at all, leaving the entire room in a tense, heavy silence. Casting a highly suspicious look at In-ha-eun, he realizes his dark suspicions were correct. This entity before him is definitely not the real In-ha-eun. Staring at the phantom, Lee-jun calculates that she is merely an illusion spawned by the active ghost story. Since he had previously selected a girl in a prior question, In-ha-eun, whom his subconscious regarded as the most feminine in the group, had materialized. She continues to egg him on, whispering that he should just kill her. She urges June to stab, slash, and tear her apart to relieve his stress, whispering that it is completely normal to get rid of annoying people and unleash his hidden desires. Her raspy voice echoes creepily alongside a mocking laugh, asking why they cannot have a little fun since they are saving the world anyway. Hearing those twisted words, Lee-jun clutches his head in intense agony, telling her to shut up because doing that would truly be insane. A sly smile creeps onto his lips. This is getting extremely interesting. Suddenly, he snaps back to his senses, reminding himself that he cannot do this. If he crosses that line, there is no turning back. Lee-jun turns around, preparing to leave. No matter how much he uses these ghost stories, he has to keep his cool. In-ha-eun stands behind him, laughing maniacally as she eggs him on with twisted words, urging him to drain his teacher dry. Lee-jun walks away, turning back to shout for her to shut up and get lost. Her eerie laughter echoes through the quiet space. He now stands at the very edge of the staircase, looking down into a seemingly endless void of darkness. Suddenly, a sudden light flickers on from below. Seeing this, his mind starts racing. The motion sensor lights are turning on and off. There is no doubt about it, she is right outside. Lee-jun quickly weighs his options. If he takes the elevator, she will spot him. If he uses the stairs, the motion lights will give him away. He frowns, clearly annoyed by the situation. So what should his next move be? The system suddenly poses a question. You are in a pitch-black house being hunted by a serial killer carrying a knife. Where do you hide? A thrilled grin spreads across his face. The answer is simple. You hide somewhere you can instantly counterattack and take the killer down. In room 701, Jang Hwa-eun stands silently in front of the door. Who am I? The killer stands in silence, thoughts echoing. Am I a high school teacher named Jang Hwa-eun? No, that is not my true self. She grips a sharp knife in her hand. Who am I? What is my real identity? The lights flicker, revealing her face. Her face is partially hidden behind a black mesh mask, revealing a ruthless, cold-blooded serial killer. She is an irredeemable sociopath with zero empathy. She licks the blade in her hand with pure sadistic joy. Meet Jang Hwa-eun, 34 years old and single. Standing right outside Lee-jun's apartment door, her twisted thoughts run wild. She honestly does not understand how she ended up wearing a mask in the dead of night trying to hunt down one of her own students. She had just finished a simple dinner and was relaxing when suddenly an overwhelming urge to take a life washed over her. A severe lack of magical energy is what dragged her down to this pathetic point, making her unable to inherit her family lineage and forcing her to teach. Flashbacks of her past flash by. What is even more depressing is that she is still single at 34, and all the other teachers excluded her to form their own volleyball club. Jang Hua-eun's excited face twists behind her mask. Every bit of stress, anxiety, and anger built up inside her, she is going to release it all tonight. Suddenly, the hum of the elevator echoes and the display panel shows it moving to the 18th floor. Jang Hua-eun immediately whips around to look. She stands before the elevator grinning. Is that little boy taking the elevator down? Why on earth did he sneak up to the rooftop in the first place? A depraved smile stretches across her face. Well, it doesn't really matter. All that counts is that tonight she gets to torment her sweet little Lee Jun as much as she wants. She presses the button to call the elevator down. The indicator screen lights up showing the 7th floor. The elevator doors slowly slide open. Jang Hua-eun is practically shaking with excitement, raising her knife to strike. Lee Jun, your teacher is here for you. But the elevator is completely empty. No one is inside, leaving her frozen in sheer confusion. Left completely baffled, she tries to figure out where that slippery little brat could have run off to. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps catches Jang Hua-eun's attention. She realizes it instantly. He took the stairs. Whipping around with her knife gripped tight, she smiles. Is he actually running? Lee Jun is running away. Her hands tremble with pure twisted excitement. A deeply depraved, excited expression takes over her face. Adrenaline surges violently through the entire body of this 34-year-old unmarried psychopathic serial killer teacher. Night falls heavily, swallowing the entire apartment complex. Sharp, echoing footsteps draw closer and closer. And there she is, Jang Hua-eun, clutching her blade with a truly grotesque grin, practically singing to herself that her precious Lee Jun is running, desperately trying to escape her grasp. The thought alone gets her incredibly worked up. To be honest, she has been deeply annoyed by him for a long time. Recalling the past, she grumbles to herself about her luck. She only wanted to advise a club filled with handsome guys like the basketball team. Since that did not work out, why on earth did she have to get dragged into a ridiculous, weird club like this Ghost Stories club? Chuckling softly during her monologue, she declares that this is all Lee Jun's fault. It is finally punishment time, Jun. Suddenly, her eyes dart to the right, catching something. Right in front of Jang Hua-eun, the elevator is actively moving. A crack in the elevator doors reveals a face inside. Jang Hua-eun creeps forward to inspect, but she is a step too late. Sighing in disappointment, she realizes she fell into a trap. Did he use the elevator to distract her from the start? Suddenly, a sound rustles behind her. She whips around to inspect silently, swearing that she will never let Lee Jun escape her grasp so easily. A single light bulb flickers in the dark as a steady, eerie sound echoes. Gasping for breath, Jang Hua-eun drags her heavily exhausted body up the stairs, one agonizing step at a time. Covered in sweat, she punches the wall in absolute rage, furious that she let the boy slip through her fingers once again. Room 701 is brightly lit. Barely able to breathe, she slowly drags herself forward in a bitter rage, questioning how on earth the boy could have vanished right before her very eyes when she was so close. Suddenly, a sharp red light flashes right in front of her eyes. She looks toward the light source and gasps in shock. The door is not fully closed. Striking gold, Jang Hua-eun regains her confidence and smiles wickedly, shouting out that Lee Jun was far too careless. She immediately grabs the handle, pushes the door open, and steps inside. The moment she steps inside, she frantically wonders where he could be. She scans the room, wondering where on earth Lee Jun is hiding. Unaware that Lee Jun is silently preparing to strike from behind, Jang Hua-eun confidently calls out, telling him to come study English with her. By the time she finally looks up, it is already too late. A single terrified scream echoes through the dark, silent night. Jang Hua-eun lies bound and thrown into a dark corner, completely unconscious. Suddenly, Lee Jun grabs her hair and pulls hard, making her shriek in pain. She snaps back to consciousness, crying out from the agonizing pain. Opening her eyes, she finds herself completely bewildered by the situation. She is kneeling right before Lee Jun. Before she can even process what is happening, Lee Jun leans in and asks if her head feels any clearer by now. He spits out the word teacher. Sensing the danger, Jang Hua-eun plays dumb and stammers out his name. She feigns ignorance, asking him where they are. But before she can get an answer, Jang Hua-eun's eyes lock onto the sharp knife glinting in Lee Jun's hand. Freezing in terror, she asks him if that is actually a knife. She frantically presses him, asking why on earth he is holding it. Lee Jun calmly brandishes the blade in her face, asking the teacher if she truly does not remember that this is her own weapon. Her face turns pale, white as she gasps in disbelief. Suddenly, changing her tone, she softly asks what he is talking about. Keeping a completely straight face, Lee Jun presses the cold blade directly against her neck, warning her to answer his questions if she wants to stay safe. Terrified out of her mind, she stammers, begging to know what is happening. Lee Jun impatiently demands to know why on earth she came tracking him to his house. Still trembling with fear, she begs him to stop playing this terrifying joke. Getting no real answer, Lee Jun ruthlessly presses the sharp blade tighter against her throat. A sudden slash makes Jang Hua-eun scream in pain as blood flows. Bright red blood slowly trickles down, staining her skin. With a completely blank face, Lee Jun warns her that he is the one holding the knife. He growls, threatening to slice her throat if she ignores his questions again. Jang Hua-yoon trembles in absolute terror, pleading with him that she will listen and answer everything. Lee Jun coldly reminds her to watch her manners. Clutching her bag, she weakly answers that she understands. Jang Hua-eun quickly explains that she felt an overwhelming urge to come here, describing it as a sudden premonition. Surprised by her answer, Lee Jun demands to know what kind of premonition she is talking about. She explains that it felt like an irresistible, powerful urge that suddenly washed over her. Lee Jun speaks up again, asking if she remembers her past actions. He reminds her of yesterday when she stood staring blankly at the club room window, and the strange incident with the toilet paper in the bathroom. Terrified, Jang Hua-eun stammers that she remembers doing that in the boys' bathroom. Lee Jun presses her, demanding to know why she did it. She honestly admits that she has no idea, she just felt compelled to do it. Lee Jun then asks if her family's history of being shamans has anything to do with it. Surprised by the question, she explains that although her family has a shamanic lineage, they told her she lacked the talent, which is why she became a teacher instead. Lee Jun nods in understanding, then asks if she can remember any of those weird actions once she snaps back to her senses. Jang Hua-eun lowers her head in sadness, explaining that when she regains her senses, she only feels incredibly forgetful, and that is truly all she can remember. Lee Jun stares directly into her eyes, growling that if that is true, she must not be in her right mind right now. Hearing this, Jang Hua-eun freezes, utterly speechless, as her face pales. Lee Jun's face darkens as he orders her to answer him. He demands to know when these urges started, asking if it was right after their psychological test in the clubroom. Terrified, Jang Hua-eun quickly replies that she was fine back then and the urges only started right after dinner. Lee Jun quickly reasons that she grabbed a knife and slipped outside without her family even noticing her departure. Hearing this, she immediately explains that she is currently living all by herself. Lee Jun coldly demands to know what she had for dinner, ordering her to give every single detail. Without hesitation, she replies that she bought delicious chicken from O Chicken, getting half fried and half seasoned. Right away, Lee Jun calls out her lie, shocking her so much that her eyes widen in pure disbelief. He points out that the restaurant only sells whole chickens, meaning her story about getting half and half makes no sense. With the blade pressed against her neck, Jang Hua-eun terrifiedly explains that she did not mean to lie, it was just a slip of the tongue. Lee Jun asks if she ate all of it, and with tears welling up, Jang Hua-eun stammers out in confusion. He patiently asks again, demanding to know if she ate 2 whole chickens all by herself. She is so terrified she cannot speak. Finally, she forces out a quiet yes. Lee Jun pauses, whispering that it is hard to believe. Finding it hard to believe, Lee Jun patiently asks once more if she really ate 2 whole chickens by herself, as it seems completely impossible. Embarrassed, Jang Hua-eun scratches her cheek and looks away, having absolutely nothing left to say. Immediately after, Lee Jun uses his knife to cut her free. He immediately orders her to stand up, and as she complies, she watches his face, wondering if he is actually letting her go. Without wasting any time, Jang Hua-eun runs forward and turns to thank him, but before she can take another step, Lee Jun barks a command to sit. With a confused, tearful look, she gasps out in shock. Lee Jun points the knife directly at her face, telling her that since she ate 2 whole chickens, she needs to get some exercise. She immediately drops to the ground and agrees, prompting a brief nod of approval from Lee Jun. He gently reminds her that she is going to have to do a bit of physical work now. Lee Jun immediately begins training his teacher, keeping a steady rhythm as he repeatedly commands her to stand up and sit down. He then assigns new exercises like spinning and jumping 50 times in place, strictly warning her to keep her voice down so she does not wake the neighbors, before declaring the last rep did not count. In the dark, Lee Jun's cold voice starts counting off 1, 2, 3, 4. After that brutal workout session, Jang Hua-eun gasps for air, leaning heavily against the wall. Finally letting her go, Lee Jun casually remarks that this brutal workout should be enough to digest all the chicken she ate yesterday, while a completely beaten-up Jang Hua-eun bitterly curses him in her mind. Lee Jun then hands her a set of clothes and prepares to send her off. He sternly orders her to go straight home and warns her to stay out of trouble from now on. Throwing up a quick hand signal, she immediately agrees and scurries away. She quickly snatches the clothes from Lee Jun's hands. Without a second thought, she runs straight ahead and never once looks back, leaving Lee Jun standing frozen in place as he watches her fade from sight. Suddenly, the system alerts him that he has successfully survived the Class C Ghost Story psychological test, and he has received 10 Ghost Story points, making his total points 136. Lee Jun freezes at the notification before quickly regaining his composure. He deduces that something is off. Where is the alert saying the Ghost Story is fully resolved? Does that mean she is still possessed? Sighing deeply, Lee Jun lowers his voice. Well, either way, slowly pulls down his hood, telling himself it is time to go home and sleep. Lee Jun's quiet thoughts echo through the dark, empty night. Perhaps his emotions have gone completely numb from the terrifying ghost story's influence, but either way, he has still overlooked one incredibly important truth. The darkness still wraps around the apartment complex, lingering on his final thought. He realizes that late yesterday afternoon, someone else had also taken the test. The scene suddenly cuts away, and an unexpected voice rings out gently, calling for Yoon Sona. The voice grows weaker, whispering that someone is right outside the front door right outside, followed by hurried footsteps ringing out. Yoon Sana is woken up. Half asleep and rubbing her eyes, she tells her grandmother that no one is there, urging her to sleep. Suddenly, the scene makes her eyes fly wide open. Her grandmother stands with her back turned. She keeps repeating that someone is there, that someone is at the door. Hearing this, Sana wonders in silence if someone is really out on the porch. Light flickers dimly through the glass window pane. Yoon Sana quickly heads over to peer outside onto the porch. Suddenly, her eyes stretch wide in absolute horror. Down in the yard, a creepy stranger suddenly appears, radiating a terrifying vibe. In their hand, they hold a knife pointing straight up into the air. Sana realizes in sheer terror that they are counting the apartment floors. Immediately, she bolts back inside, panting heavily. Sana quickly pulls a utility knife out from her jacket pocket, her fists clenching the weapon tightly as she prepares to fight. The fiery determination in her eyes fades into a deep, heavy sadness. Sana reflects that carrying this utility knife always brings her a strange sense of calm, though she can never quite explain why. She has no idea when she developed this habit. Her inner thoughts race as she remembers her late parents, wondering if it all started when the cult leader snatched her mother and father away. Yoon Sana remembers her grandmother kneeling helplessly before a crowd, wondering if it began when that monster drove her grandmother mad. She broods in silence, realizing that just as others might bite their nails, play with their hair, or constantly click a pen to calm down, she quietly slips her hand into her pocket and plays with the utility knife whenever she fears losing something precious. At this moment, Sana's hand still tightly grips the cold metal of the knife as her overwhelming anxiety slowly fades away. She resolutely makes up her mind. Even if her beloved grandmother is no longer sane, she is still her only family left in this world, and she will absolutely never let anyone take her away. A second later, her eyes suddenly shift to the right. Yoon Sana catches her reflection in the mirror, observing her current appearance. She is disappointed, admitting she really hates it. Sana mocks her baby fat that never goes away, her small stature, and even the chipped old mirror. She hates absolutely all of it. Then Sana starts comparing herself to her classmate, thinking that Yoon probably always got whatever she wanted since she was a little kid. She must have grown up in comfort, surrounded by the absolute best conditions and eating the most delicious food. She compares herself to her friend Yoon, who was born with a golden spoon in her mouth. Sana, on the other hand, is just a dirt spoon. She constantly reassures herself that none of this is her fault. Her face grows dark and menacing. Yoon Sana reasons that it is the world's fault for giving Yoon absolutely everything from the very moment she was born. But mid-thought, a sudden sound outside catches Sana's attention. A voice suddenly calls out from the hallway, politely asking if they can use the restroom. Without a moment's hesitation, Sana reaches out and turns the doorknob. The door swings open, revealing the pitch-black night. A heavy darkness settles over the Won apartment complex. Won lies there, completely knocked out from the heavy blow. Yoon Sana softly calls out her name. Barely conscious, Won mumbles a confused response. Yoon Sana stands tall, looming right over her. She asks with sharp curiosity about what happened when Won was alone with Jun at the club. Yoon Sana's eyes turn empty and dark as she demands to know what they said. Caught completely off guard, Won falls back in terror, gasping in shock. Yoon Sana cuts her off without waiting for an answer, demanding to know why she was visiting Jun so late at night. Shaken to her core, the terrified teacher stutters, trying to play dumb and deny the whole thing completely. Yoon Sana's face tightens. She is clearly plotting her next move. Watch this. Without a second thought, she instantly closes the distance between them. Sana grabs her teacher's coat and takes a deep, aggressive sniff. With a terrifying, menacing glare, she whispers that the jacket smells exactly like Jun teacher. Terrified and sweating bullets, Won grit her teeth, thinking this crazy girl has completely lost her mind. Pinned against the wall, Won shakes in absolute terror as Sana holds her jacket tight, growling that the scent of Jun is unmistakable. Sweat pours down her face as Won panics over how insane this girl is. But she forces herself to stay calm, reminding herself that she is supposed to be a cold-blooded psychopath. She refuses to let herself lose to a mere teenager, telling herself to stay calm and act like the adult. Pulling herself together, her expression turns dark as she exhales a heavy breath. With an arrogant smirk, she taunts Sana, asking what else a man and a woman would be doing together so late at night. It is a special game, she claims, that a little kid like her could never understand, a unique gift only she can give. Sana freezes for a second upon hearing this bold provocation. but then she suddenly bursts into a creepy, manic laugh. Keeping her cool, Sun-ah looks directly at her with a chilling smile. Her expression turns incredibly hostile as she whispers that this teacher needs to be taught a serious lesson. The dark night slowly drags on in silence. By the next morning, the bright sun is shining down. Harsh rays of sunlight hit Won's eyes, forcing her to squint. Disoriented, she slowly blinks, her eyes open with a soft groan. She finds herself slumped against a pole surrounded by piles of smelly garbage. Struggling to sit up, her mind is still completely in a fog. She confusedly wonders where on earth she is, remembering absolutely nothing after having dinner. Suddenly, her gaze drifts down toward her own clothes. To her horror, her pants are completely soaked through with dark stains. Flushing red with absolute embarrassment, she quickly tries to cover herself. She panics mentally, screaming at herself for getting so drunk she blacked out, wet her pants, and slept on the street like a total mess. How is she ever going to get married like this? Mortified, she bolts on all fours and runs back home as fast as possible, desperate to get inside before anyone spots her. Suddenly, a series of system notifications pop up announcing that your club member has shown incredible wit and defeated a dangerous psychopath. He earns 58 ghost story points plus a 10% bonus for the member's contribution. Members who participated: Sun-ah Lee. Jun wakes up from a long sleep sitting on his bed, reading the notifications in sheer confusion as he wonders what is going on. He racks his brain to piece everything together, realizing Sun-ah took the same test. He panics as a horrifying thought hits him. Surely the teacher would not be foolish enough to go to Sun-ah's house, right, Lee? Jun holds his head in terror, crying out that Sun-ah is the real deal. The morning. Sunlight illuminates the apartment building as his desperate thoughts echo, hoping the teacher has not been too severely hurt in the process. At this time, the system displays 2026-month unknown. Wednesday the 11th, showing his first story rate at 83%. Outside, the night grows pitch black, carrying a dark, gloomy aura under. The flickering lights where the rapid scratching of a pen echoes. Lee. Jun is deep in his work when a sudden voice calls out to him as commander. He quickly turns his head to look at the person who just entered. Lee. Jun stares at the visitor for a brief moment before finally asking if it is him, Guillaume. The glasses-wearing boy stares back at Lee Jun with a serious face. Guillaume immediately asks why he is still not asleep. Hearing this, Jun scratches his head in awkward embarrassment right away. Only now does Jun check his wristwatch. He lowers his voice, wondering if it is already 3 a.m. and if Jinhee has returned. Guillaume answers that she just arrived. Jun begins analyzing the situation. As predicted, the middle floor of the 63 building had its lights on, but it was a trap, not survivors. The bodies of their 3 Vanguard members were fused together. On screen, a horrific image shows their corpses gruesomely twisted into one giant mass. Jun notes that even their brains ended up merging into one, their dead mouths spewing out nothing but ominous prophecies. These bodies are grotesquely deformed, their faces horribly twisted with bulging eyes popping from their sockets as long streaks of dark blood pour down their pale cheeks. After Seft, reviewing the situation, Jun praises Guillaume, thanking him for taking care of it and telling him he did a great job. After that, he asks if Jinhee is doing all right. Guillaume assures him that she is safe, urging the tired commander to finally go get some rest. Looking at the desk, Guillaume offers to finish drawing the survival map. Relieved, Jun enthusiastically tells his friend that he is absolutely counting on him. Then, Jun quickly explains his unfinished work, pointing out that he was comparing the original map with the copy near Noryangjin Station. He suggests starting there because something feels incredibly off about that specific area. He points to a marked spot on the map, explaining that the fast food area in front of Silim Station seems completely altered. He advises him to read through the previous descriptions very carefully. While Guillaume loses his patience and commands Jun to go straight to bed before he gets genuinely angry, Jun can only scratch his head, laugh sheepishly, and thank his very loyal friend. Looking at the map on the table, Guillaume begins to analyze their progress. It meticulously marks confirmed ghost sightings across different districts, hazardous zones to avoid, and the exact coordinates of survivor shelters and essential supplies. But then the map suddenly turns into a dark, glitchy gray. The narrator explains that the map occasionally alters itself as if trying to manifest a grim future where every survivor dies. Because of this, they must constantly revise it and print out as many physical copies as possible. Scene suddenly shifts to a dark corridor echoing with the heavy rhythmic footsteps of the club members. Leading the group is Lee Jinhee, with a silent crowd following closely behind. These mysterious members wear matching black outfits and dark masks. Suddenly, Jinhee's eyes dart over to the left. In front of her stands Lee Jun, leaning against the hallway wall with his hands casually pocketed. Jun silently meets her gaze as she passes by, and she returns the quiet look, without saying a single word to him. Gradually, their footsteps fade into the distance. Oh, Dio-kun, who is about to enjoy a warm bowl of instant noodles, suddenly asks why the commander is still awake. Lee Jun slowly walks over asking if anything went wrong during the mission. Slurping his noodles, Dio-kun answers that things are mostly quiet except they just lost 3 of their squad members. Jun quickly asks for the body cam footage recovered from those fallen members, telling Dio-kun to load the files so he can see exactly what took them out. Hearing this, Dio-kun immediately types away, pulling up the files. Soon the recorded body cam footage from each of the fallen squad members loads onto the monitor. The first video clip shows a team leader ordering everyone to move out immediately, with the other 2 members shouting in unison that they are fully ready for combat. They approach a heavy door when the feed suddenly glitches, cutting off the bottom half of the screen and showing only the ceiling. Right after that, a terrifying woman with wild, messy hair flashes onto the screen. Her eyes bulge wide as she grins ear to ear, showing off her teeth in a twisted, haunting smile. Then a few muffled noises echo before the feed goes completely dead. Dio-kun screams in pure terror, shouting that one of the files is completely corrupted. Lee Jun silently analyzes every detail of the recovered footage, falling deep into his thoughts. Jun realizes that ever since the Demon King's resurrection, absolutely nothing works properly anymore, not written texts, videos, images, or even the game system itself. As a heavy darkness blankets their shelter, he worries that these terrifying ghost stories are spiraling completely out of control, slowly tearing their fragile world apart. The moldy house, shrouded in thick mist, creates a chilling, eerie atmosphere. A dragon soars through the sky, its eye a lurking presence watching the world below. It flickers in and out of sight, then vanishes completely. Finally, countless human corpses pour out entangled together, forming a grotesque mound. What's even more terrifying is that these bodies are completely dismembered. Lee Jun silently confirms this is the era they're living in. At this moment, the 2 of them are intently observing the monitoring screen. On the screen, a clear image appears transmitted by their signal. Moments later, both leader quickly directs her squad, shouting for the assault team to break down the door on her count of 3, 2, 1. When the perfect opening finally presents itself, Lee Jun immediately gives the order to breach. Hearing the command, one of the fighters kicks the door wide open, rushing inside. A bizarre twisted dimension instantly unfolds before their eyes, warped enough to cause intense dizziness. A second later, blood-curdling screams and curses echo from the other side, crying out, "What the hell is this?" Those agonizing screams are so filled with pure pain that they send shivers down everyone's spine. Just like that, the screen abruptly shuts down and goes completely dark, leaving nothing but a beating heart wrapped in a swirling black aura. But very quickly after that, even those blurry images completely fade away. Lee Jun raises a hand to rub his aching forehead, letting out an incredibly exhausted sigh. Right after that, he decisively closes the browser window for good. Before walking out, Lee Jun commends him on a job well done and says he is heading to sleep, prompting JOK to wish him a quiet good night. Yet his eyes instinctively drift back toward the glowing light source behind him, because Lee Jun knows all too well that in this mad world, one must stay sharp to avoid losing their mind entirely. Some people can actually stay calm enough to eat instant ramen right after witnessing a horrific sight, which is exactly why JOK was appointed to manage the control room. By then, the entire hallway outside has already been completely swallowed by a dead silence, making the echo of Lee Jun's footsteps sound incredibly loud and clear. Deep down, he keeps repeating those exact words over and over, that bizarre status window. It is a floating system screen that tracks Lee Jun's various parameters. This reminds him of what JOK once said: there are absolute maniacs in this world who keep playing even after facing a horrific end. Even now, Lee Jun feels a lingering doubt, unable to believe what happened back then. But he knows that after the Demon King was resurrected, the status window began to collapse. The words became unreadable and most functions stopped working entirely. Back in the sleeping quarters, everyone is fast asleep in total silence. Lee Jun keeps telling himself that in a world that has completely lost its mind, this is the one question he desperately needs answered: can he survive for years, or does he only have a few days left? But exhaustion soon takes over and Lee Jun drifts off to sleep after a long, grueling day. Not long after, his eyes snap open at the sound of a loud voice calling out. A system screen flashes to life. Friday, March 22nd, 2019, 10:55. Lee Jun Loop 2 Ghost Story Points 202 Causality Rate 11%. He pushes himself up with an incredibly annoyed "Look, what the hell, who is that?" But the moment he sees her, his voice immediately softens as Jun Seo Ah calls out to him with deep concern. "Wake up, history class is replaced by a career fair." Hearing this, Lee Jun quickly shakes off his sleepiness and asks where the others went to, which she replies that they already left. Jun Seo Ah's next words leave him totally baffled. She says he looks so peaceful that she did not want to wake him, making him wonder what kind of bizarre concern that is. But very quickly, the 2 of them head outside. The career fair is at the gym, right? Better move fast. By now, all the students have gathered inside the gym for the event to begin. Spotting Lee Jun, Ki Wong calls out to welcome the boss and Lee Jun casually responds that he is here. Then he quietly takes his seat in the spot they saved for him. Sitting down, Lee Jun immediately begins scanning his surroundings to see what is going on. Right then, a system notification pops up displaying graphics settings, audio options, and control configurations. But Lee Jun decisively mutes the sound to grab a quick nap, thinking a career fair is pretty useless anyway. Unlike most people, Lee Jun's actual life ambition is pretty simple. He just wants to hit the lottery jackpot. With that thought in mind, he easily drifts off to sleep in no time. But in the middle of his nap, Lee Jun feels someone nudging his arm. It is Ki Wong urgently trying to wake him up and telling him to open his eyes. Half asleep and completely exhausted, he forces himself to wake up, groaning about how incredibly tired he is. Rubbing his eyes, he looks over in the direction Ki Wong is pointing. And there he spots Teacher Park staring daggers right at them. That chilling stare tells you everything. The homeroom teacher is watching his every move. Left with no choice but to reconnect with reality, he decides to turn the system volume back up. Just in time too, as Park Kang-woon is sharing a pretty dark fact about how hanging victims usually release bodily fluids during their final moments. But suddenly, the teacher freezes as he notices something in the crowd. Lee Jun, who was listening intently, accidentally locks eyes directly with him. Teacher Park does not look away, letting his intense gaze linger on Lee Jun for a very long moment. Then suddenly, the man gave him a highly bizarre wink, leaving Lee Jun utterly bewildered with no idea what just happened. Cold sweat broke out as he thought, did that old man really just wink? No way, not in a crowd like this. It must have been his imagination. It was just another completely ordinary day for everyone at Naksong High School. Once the school festival ended, they headed back. When the president asked if today was chicken day, Lee Jun immediately realized he was right. He recalled their promise from 2 weeks ago to order chicken to the clubroom. Friday club activities were entirely student-led, which meant they were actually allowed to order outside food without getting caught. Ki Eung-gon spoke up asking what they should order. Lee Jun thought for a second and suggested the best value whole chicken combo. Ki Eung-gon teased that he sounded desperate for it, but Lee Jun quickly denied it, claiming he was just in the mood. Ki Eung-gon didn't pry and quickly placed the order, saying 2 whole chickens for 3 people should be more than enough. But hearing those words, his eyes widened as a sudden realization hit him. Lee Jun finally realized that Gwaon's crazy ability to eat enough for 3 teenage boys all by herself was definitely not normal. It didn't sound like a big deal, but after that encounter with the psycho ghost, he felt like he was finally regaining his lost common sense. As Lee Jun pieced it together, delivery was fine, but food wasn't allowed in the main building, meaning someone had to walk to the front gate. The delivery guy would always scream at the gate, "Is anyone here from the Ghost Story Club who ordered this cheese-sprinkled chicken?" Of course, guess who loses the game and gets stuck picking it up? Yep, our unlucky Lee Jun. Staring at his fingers in deep regret, he wished he had thrown scissors. Rock, paper, scissors had sealed his fate as the chicken delivery boy. Right then, a familiar voice called out, "Where are you going, Chun?" He quickly turned and recognized the familiar figure of Ha-jun. She was looking at Lee Jun with a highly expectant gaze. He didn't hide it honestly, explaining he was grabbing some chicken to share with the rest of the club. But right then, Lee Jun suddenly froze as a strange realization hit him. Ha-jun's pouting face was incredibly confusing. She looked as if he was intentionally leaving her out even though he hadn't thought about it. Hesitating, Lee Jun softly asked if she wanted to join them for a bite, but Ha-jun only puffed out her cheeks in a cute, angry pout. She began speaking in a playful, whiny voice, "Too late, Chun, I'm mad." Then she suddenly stormed off, leaving Lee Jun completely clueless. Lee Jun stood speechless. She didn't sound genuinely mad, but he still felt guilty. A group chat would make inviting everyone so much easier. Just as she was about to disappear, he called out to her from behind Ha-jun. With a slight hesitation in his voice, Lee Jun asked if he could get her number so they could set up a group chat. Hearing this, Ha-jun smirked with pure amusement. "So you want my number, huh?" Her next playful words froze him completely. "Jun-seo probably won't like that, you know." Terrified she would get the wrong idea, Lee Jun frantically waved his hands to explain. Seeing his sheer panic, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha-jun happily typed in her number, teasing that she was only joking around. Still, curiosity got the better of her as she asked why he left her out earlier. Hearing her say it broke her heart made Lee Jun feel incredibly awkward as he stammered out another apology and invitation. But before he could even finish his sentence, Ha-jun playfully called him a heartless jerk. A highly suggestive smile spread across her face as she teased him for leaving a pretty girl like her alone on the rooftop, calling him completely clueless around girls. Lee Jun stood there utterly speechless, wanting to argue but finding no words. Withholding any further explanation, Ha-jun turned and walked away. Leaving Lee Jun in total confusion, a system status window suddenly popped up. The screen detailed in Ha-jun's stats: age 17, title bride candidate, with her personality, special abilities, and habits listed as unknown and understanding sitting at a mere 5%. A prompt warned him of his low understanding, advising him to interact more to unlock her hidden details. With the warm chicken in hand, Lee Jun finally resumed his walk back to the clubroom. He couldn't help but wonder what was up with Ha-jun. Her personality was bizarre, and he really knew nothing about her. Lee Jun is doubting more and more whether that thing he saw on the rooftop was just an illusion conjured up by a ghost story. He quickly tries to analyze the situation since his understanding of her is way lower than Yoon-eun Suna or An Gyeong-won. So what on earth is up with this bride candidate title? If Yoon-eun Suna is labeled as an underachieving student, An Gyeong-won is the resident wiki expert, and Lee Jin-hee is known as the back row bully. Not only that, but Oh Deok-hoon is also nicknamed the Otaku. And finally, there is their unmarried teacher Jang Hwa-eun. This only makes him wonder more if these are just basic personality traits. A bride candidate. His first impression of her was a quiet, gentle girl, but now he is not so sure. Not long after that, Lee Jun heads back to the club room. He steps inside with an excited smile, holding up a box of fried chicken. But Lee Jun immediately freezes in his tracks at the sight before him. The entire room has somehow fallen into a completely chilling, heavy silence. To make things weirder, a complete stranger is standing right there. Yoon-eun Suna speaks up and calls out to the president, her voice dripping with heavy anxiety. Meanwhile, Lee Jun stands there totally frozen, having absolutely no idea what is going on. He tries to scan the room, but he still cannot read the situation. Finally, Lee Jun speaks up asking who this stranger is. The man stays dead silent for a moment instead of answering right away. Then he quietly asks if he is indeed Lee Jun, caught completely off guard, all while keeping his back turned in an extremely mysterious fashion. After a tense pause, the man slowly begins to move. He introduces himself as Park Kang-woon, a member of the local police department's investigation unit. Not only that, but he also reveals that he is a seasoned detective. Right at that moment, a system notification pops up showing a successful recruit, clearly stating that Detective Park Kang-woon has just joined the Ghost Story Club. This leaves Lee Jun completely bewildered. A real detective like Park Kang-woon joining their Ghost Story Club. It is exactly as this system window says, but then he remembers. Wait, isn't he the same guy from that career fair? How on earth did he find this place, or is the system pulling the strings? Regardless of the reason, Lee Jun has to ask what exactly brings him to their club room. Hearing this, Park Kang-woon stays silent, taking a slow look around the room first. He finally speaks up asking if kids these days actually order fried chicken straight to school. Suddenly, Park Kang-woon's gaze sharpens, asking Lee Jun why he thinks a detective would show up here. Lee Jun gets a bit awkward. He cannot just ask him straight up to be his ally, that would sound way too bizarre. Then Park Kang-woon continues speaking. As I said, I belong to the regional investigation team, a place many people call the homicide squad or simply detective work. As he speaks, his voice turns much sharper. Does that ring any bells yet? Hearing this, Lee Jun honestly replies, actually not really. But then the officer drops a bombshell that leaves him completely stunned. I am here because of a murder case. The more Lee Jun thinks, the more coincidental it feels. A murder? Could it really be that? He recalls that old message. Hello, I am contacting you because I saw your distress signal during the broadcast. The strange things happening around Foshin are driven by the grudge of a murdered intern. One of your crew members is a demon, so ask everyone to do a handstand to reveal who it is. Also, GSCB waiting room number 3 in the far right corner. Right as you enter, you will find a body hidden beneath the floorboards. The culprit is the station director, and the autopsy will yield concrete evidence on the corpse. This realization makes Lee Jun extremely annoyed, knowing he was totally played. That little punk actually dared to trick me. The officer calmly speaks up. I came here for a murder case. Take a seat, Lee. Chun's face darkens, his quiet gaze locking onto the man sitting across from him. Woong-gon and Jun Seoa exchange glances, their faces completely filled with panic. He speaks in a calm, casual voice. I will buy you another serving of chicken, so do not worry about it getting cold. He gives a slight nod, slowly shifting his gaze toward Park Kang-woon. Lee Jun quickly pulls a chair. The officer slowly recounts the recent incident not long ago. A television director was arrested for burying an intern alive after murdering her. Park Kang-woon looks up at him and asks, you already know about that, right? Lee Jun calmly replies, unbothered. That news was all over the papers. He shakes his head, his tone turning strict. You know very well that is not what I am asking about. Hearing that the boy remains silent, his expression gradually growing heavier. Park Kang-woon looks straight at Lee Jun and slowly interrogates him. How did you know? How did you know someone died and was buried alive? The others watch him anxiously, waiting for his response. The detective stares at Lee Jun in silence, patiently waiting for an explanation. He takes a quiet, deep breath, struggling to maintain a calm expression on his face. Lee Jun purses his lips. Did you hear this from my younger brother? At that answer, Park Kang-woon narrows his eyes, his expression becoming even more somber. He tilts his head slightly, avoiding the sharp gaze fixed on him. Lee Jun silently clenches his fist as his mind races. I do not know what the kid told him, but this man has definitely read the message I sent. As that thought crosses his mind, he cannot help but wonder what the man actually thought after reading it. Lowering his eyes, a heavy doubt rises within him. Would he even believe me if I mentioned actual ghosts? Lee Jun weighs every possibility before quickly dismissing the idea. Probably not. He would just think I am a suspect connected to the crime. But a week has passed since they closed the case, so if they suspected me, they would have come much sooner. Connecting the dots, his gaze gradually steadies. This detective has certainly run a background check on him, but he will not find anything useful since Lee Jun has absolutely no connection to the crime. Lee Jun looks up staring straight at the officer as he slowly speaks. You already know, I had nothing to do with it, right? Did you come here because of the message? Park Kang-woon gives a calm nod, quietly confirming that is right. I read all of it. He lets out a soft breath, his voice steady as if prepared for this. Then this chat should be brief. You see, I have highly sensitive senses, and I saw the ghost of the deceased intern. Lee Jun continues, keeping his eyes locked onto the detective. It was that ghost who told me, saying her body was buried right there. Hearing this, he merely offers a faint smile, his eyes filled with deep meaning. Park Kang-woon slowly shakes his head. You have mixed some truth into that story. Lee Jun frowns, a sudden doubt blooming in his chest. What is wrong with him? Does he actually know something? He quickly dismisses the sudden rise of panic. No, that is completely impossible. Nobody could ever know I actually turned back time and possess a game system. The detective is just incredibly sharp, guessing my secrets based on my expressions, tone, and mood. The familiar mechanical voice of the system suddenly rings out. Your understanding of Park Kang-woon has increased by 10%. A faint smirk plays on his lips as he silently nods. I knew it, my understanding of Park Kang-woon has gone up by 10%. His lips curl up slightly, eyes shining with a look that says exactly as I thought. Hearing this, Lee Jun reflexively tightens his grip, his expression showing a flash of tension. He frowns slightly, asking in a low voice, what do you mean by that? That is enough. Park Kang-woon looks straight at him, slowly explaining it is like you can truly see things. I never thought I would live to witness something like this. With those final words, he slowly stands up and straightens his jacket. Park Kang-woon looks at Lee Jun and speaks bluntly, you seem pretty cool, so I will be straight with you. The investigation is over, so do not worry. I knew you were not involved before I even came here. He continues in a calm tone, the crew's statements do not match up, so for now, I will just keep this in mind. I happened to be invited here anyway, so I stopped by. Do not be too surprised. He nods slightly and replies, I understand. Lee Jun silently ponders, his eyes growing deeper with thought. A sudden memory flashes in his mind that detective was indeed the same man. Lee Jun instantly recalls the chaotic incident from that very first explosion. That familiar image grows clearer, the man who had visited him in the hospital. Detective Park Kang-woon nods slightly as if finally understanding his senses. The detective reaches into his pocket and pulls out a neat business card. Park Kang-woon hands it over, telling him to make contact if his weird senses flare up again, not because he believes him but because he knows Lee Jun isn't lying. Lee Jun hesitates for a moment before reaching out to accept the card. With the card handed over, the detective turns around and heads out. Stopping at the door, Park Kang-woon looks back to say he is serious and the food is already paid for. He shuts the door behind him, leaving silently under everyone's watchful eyes. Lee Jun stares blankly at the door. What on earth was that guy even talking about? A few quiet minutes pass and then the door suddenly bursts wide open. A delivery guy walks in with a grin, bringing cheap, delicious fried chicken from multipurpose room number 3 and the Ghost Club. Lee Jun nods slightly, confirming it is indeed the right place. Setting the food down, the courier laughs, explaining that he won't sneak inside next time, despite getting a huge tip because he'll be in massive trouble if the school staff catches him. Lee Jun smiles and nods in agreement. Inside the boxes is a steaming, fragrant feast that smells absolutely incredible. The three of them stare at the spread, practically drooling on the spot. Lee Jun stares in disbelief at the sheer volume of food. There are fries, cheese balls, and even spaghetti piled up. Right then, the distinct sound of a door opening echoes from the hallway. Jinhee walks in and immediately sniffs the air, wondering what that smell is. Her eyes go wide as she shouts in utter disbelief, while Dae-kun stares at the feast completely stunned. An Gyeong-won covers her mouth, unable to hide her shock at the massive spread. Da-jung laughs at the overloaded table, teasing him for ordering way too much food. Jinhee asks if he won the lottery, swallowing hard with a smile because everything looks so good. Laughter quickly breaks the heavy tension from earlier as the Ghost Story Club happily devours the entire feast, with An Gyeong-won and Dae-kun greedily polishing off every single leftover scrap. Outside the busy office building, crowds of people continue to hustle back and forth. Dasum bows her head, her voice heavy with regret as she apologizes for not keeping the secret. She bites her lip, explaining that the detective kept pressing her for answers even though she kept insisting that she knew absolutely nothing about it. Uni looks over curiously, asking who she is talking to, which prompts a startled Dasum to quickly hide the phone and say it is nothing. Uni narrows her eyes with deep suspicion, asking if there is a guy on the line. Uni gasps in shock at the sudden implication, while a flustered Dasum frantically waves her hands, denying everything. Lee Jun sighs with relief, making absolutely sure that she has not told anyone else besides the detective, who thankfully gave his word to keep the whole matter a secret. He relaxes a bit, feeling greatly reassured, while Da-sum smiles softly and apologizes, promising she will have some free time this summer before heading back to school. Just then, a manager yells from outside, telling her to get into the waiting room. She quickly checks her watch and apologizes, saying she has to run immediately because the manager is calling. Da-sum smiles brightly, promising to treat him to a nice meal this summer before they contact each other again. She cuts the call with a smile, leaving him standing there. He quietly holds the phone, standing completely still in deep thought. He chuckles dryly at himself. What can he expect from a middle schooler, when even he was terrified by the detective? With a brief shrug, Lee Jun decides to let it go and be the bigger person. Weeks quietly slip by, and unlike the chaotic start of the term, a whole month passes without any incidents. Soon, the 2019 midterm schedule goes up on the board, and the dreaded exams finally begin. Suddenly, the system screen flashes to life. April 22, 2019. Lee Jun's second attempt ghost story points at 202 and causality rate at 11%. Inside multipurpose room number 3, the quiet atmosphere remains just as calm as usual. On the long bench, Jin-hee is curled up, sleeping peacefully. Lee Jun glances over and whispers that Jin-hee is asleep, making Dio-kun look around the room and remark that they will run out of chairs. He only smiles with a calm expression, telling him not to worry. Lee Jun softly adds that they can always hide out inside their own club room anyway. Time quietly flows on. It has already been a full month since the Ghost Story Club was first formed. The bond between the members has grown much closer, probably because they have gotten used to the club room by now. A daily routine has slowly taken shape, bringing them all together every single afternoon. Yet this very piece starts making him wonder, being too comfortable like this might actually turn into a problem. Kyung-won looks at Lee Jun seriously and asks if the club president is even planning to study since the exam is tomorrow. He points at himself in surprise. He narrows his eyes as if reading his mind, warning him not to look at the answers and try rewinding time. Lee Jun freezes for a second, completely startled. How on earth did he guess that? Kyung-won crosses his arms and says firmly that he will quit the club if he does that. Lee Jun quickly waves his hands to explain that he will definitely study. Lee Jun reflects on the changes. If there is one thing that has shifted since last month, it is that Sun-na and Kyung-won actually believe his words now. He quietly looks back on the past weeks. At first, they were skeptical whenever he spoke, but after the detective visited a few times, their doubts finally vanished completely. Kyung-won suddenly blurts out, asking if he has gone and died. Lee Jun chuckles and quickly replies that he is still very much alive and will definitely study hard. He immediately slides the workbook right in front of him, telling him to solve this problem then. Lee Jun looks down at the specific exercise that Kyung-won is pointing to. He skims the question and calmly answers that the correct choice is C. He nods in pure admiration, apologizing for doubting him since he really did study. Lee Jun just smiles and says it is fine. He leans back on his seat, brimming with absolute confidence. He already survived the complete hell of 9th grade. Even without using his time loop tricks, the first midterm of 10th grade is going to be a total piece of cake for him. The big day finally draws near, the quiet night right before the examinations. Outside the apartment complex, only a few windows still flicker with faint warm lights. After a stressful day of testing, he unwinds by watching a video. Lee Jun stares wide-eyed at his screen, wondering if what he is seeing is real. He chuckles in complete awe. Faker really is an absolute legend. The clock hands slowly tick closer to 1:57 a.m. Lee Jun glances at the clock, debating if he should sleep or keep preparing for the remaining tests. He closes his eyes and reflects. It has been a whole month without any supernatural incidents. If only every day could stay this peaceful. The thought suddenly echoes inside Lee Jun's head, peaceful. He suddenly snaps his eyes open and sits upright. A terrible premonition suddenly washes over Lee Jun. No, if things are too peaceful, then something is definitely wrong. He remembers what Dio-kun said. It is just like a demon king and a hero. If the demon king never sends any monsters, how is the hero supposed to level up? The more he thinks, the more it makes sense. That is why the system granted him the Ghost Story Collection power. A peaceful month is not a blessing at all. It just means they have been stagnant, complacent, and letting precious time go to waste. He shakes his head, rejecting his initial thoughts. They are not playing a tower defense game, just sitting around waiting to be attacked. Lee Jun's gaze sharpens with resolve. They must go on the offensive, hunting down ghost stories out in the field and inside dungeons. He has to take action right after these midterms. A faint, confident smile plays on his lips. A hero belongs on an adventure after all. Should he be glad that something crazy actually happens the very next day? A familiar system screen suddenly pops up on his monitor. April 23, 2019. Lee Jun's second attempt. Ghost story points 202. Causality rate 11%. The podium clearly displays the current time and the scheduled class period. Lee Jun and his classmates sit in silence, ready for the test. He stares calmly at the science exam sheet, bursting with confidence. He has solved this before and can easily finish it in 30 minutes. Right then, Lee Jun spots something highly unusual on the exam paper. He immediately focuses his attention, scanning the text line by line. The first question instantly stares back at Lee Jun. With the simple fork right in front of him, he stabbed his own neck and ended his life. Why did the man end his life? He scowls in absolute confusion. What on earth is this? Lee Jun keeps reading the rest of the question on the paper. Stranded on the absolute verge of starvation, the wife finally managed to catch a seagull and feed her husband as they both waited to be rescued. His eyes quickly darted down to the next few lines. A few days later, the rescue team finally arrived, but unfortunately, his wife had already passed away. The story only gets weirder from there. Left all alone, the rescued man lived in deep sorrow until years later he remembered the seagull meat his wife had fed him and decided to visit a restaurant serving it. Lee Jun reaches the final sentence. The man takes a single bite, grabs the fork in front of him, and stabs himself straight in the neck to end his own life. That final question makes him freeze right in his tracks. Why did the man take his own life? Lee Jun stares blankly at the exam paper, muttering, what on earth is this? Inside the class 1 to 3 exam room, everyone is quietly focused on their papers. Lee Jun raises his hand and calls out, "Excuse me, teacher." He looks over at the teacher and continues, "I think there's a slight problem with this last question." Lee Jun quickly raises his test paper, signaling the teacher to take a look. He barely glances at it, replying coldly, "Just leave it blank." With that, the teacher silently turns and walks back to the front of the class. Lee Jun frowns slightly, his mind flooded with doubt. Could it be a simple printing error? But he immediately shakes his head. No, that is impossible. This is definitely a ghost story. The hands of the clock tick away silently as the minutes slowly drag on. He turns to his classmate, quietly asking him what he thinks about it. On Gyong-won takes the exam paper and carefully reads through every single line. Frowning, Gyong-won points out that Lee Jun got almost every answer wrong. Oh, Dio-kun grins, calling it pretty amusing, while Ha-yoon looks at Lee Jun and asks if he completely skipped studying. Lee Jun shakes his head and points at the paper. No, that is not it. Look at the final question. On Gyong-won repeats with a puzzled look the last question. He immediately focuses his attention on the very bottom of the exam paper. After a brief silence, Gyong-won speaks up. This feels like a ghost story, and I am pretty sure I have read it somewhere before. Lee Jun immediately presses him. Really, do you have any idea what kind of urban legend this is? Gyong-won shakes his head, insisting he is positive he read it somewhere. Oh, Dio-kun suddenly sits up as if realizing something. Wait, I think I know. On Gyong-won and Lee Jun both turn to stare at him. Oh, Dio-kun scratches his head, trying to recall. He says that if you remember a certain word, until you turn 20, you will receive a phone call. He suddenly blurts out the phrase, dolphin's foot. Dakun explains that if you remember the phrase dolphin's foot, you will get a creepy phone call on the exact day of your 20th birthday. He slowly repeats the legend, do dolphins even have feet? Daokun's voice turns bone-chillingly cold. If you answer incorrectly, you die. This whole thing originally comes from a Japanese urban legend. Gyong-won suddenly recalls another tale, bringing up a similarly cursed story known as the Purple Mirror. He explains that remembering it until adulthood brings terrible misfortune. It is a psychological trap. The harder you try to forget, the deeper it gets engraved. Lee Jun frowns, thoroughly bewildered. But why on earth is this on our exam paper? Did you guys have it on yours? An Gyong-won shakes his head, saying he has nothing like that, and Ha-yoon quickly nods along, confirming her paper is normal too. Lee Jun falls into silent thought, his gaze growing heavy with concern. Dae-hoon shrugs with a clueless look, saying he did not see it either. Lee Jun turns back to him and notes, by the way, Dae-kun, you sure seem to know a lot about ghost stories. He grins confidently, claiming he knows practically everything about Japan. Lee Jun frowns, trying to logically connect the pieces. But what is the actual answer here? If it is like the dolphin legend, why did that man take his own life? An Gyong-won shakes his head helplessly. Who knows, I have heard of this before, but I just cannot remember the details. Suddenly, the classroom door is pushed wide open by someone. Ban Chang-hun strides into the room, loudly announcing he has the answer key and is about to write it up. He grabs a piece of chalk and quickly starts writing the solution on the blackboard. Every single student in the class eagerly stares up at the board. The rest of the club members hold their breath in suspense as Lee Jun glances up at the blackboard and mutters about what the answer is. Right at that moment, a strange, eerie melody suddenly echoes in his ears. Lee Jun reflexively looks down at the pocket of his pants. An Gyong-won and Ha-yoon also look over at him, completely startled. The bizarre ringtone continues to echo throughout the entire classroom. Yoonun Sunna looks at Lee Jun anxiously, saying she thinks his phone is ringing. He frowns in pure disbelief, knowing he put his phone on silent, and this is absolutely not his usual ringtone. Lee Jun slowly shifts his gaze down to the glowing phone screen. A completely unknown, mysterious phone number is flashing on the screen. He hesitates as thoughts race through his head, wondering if he should actually answer the call. After another moment of tension, he slides his finger to accept the call as Lee June quietly whispers a simple hello. A bone-chilling voice on the other end asks why the man decided to end his own life. Shocked, he blurted out what? The mysterious voice on the other end let out a chilling, eerie laugh. The voice calmly uttered a single word, 5. The countdown continued with 4. Without any emotion, the voice echoed 3. The gap to the final number shrank 2. The final number slowly rang out 1. Lee Jun's entire body froze, his face instantly turning pale. His eyes widened, his pupils shrinking in absolute terror. Instantly, an excruciating pain suddenly surged through his entire body. Lee Jun lost his footing and collapsed heavily onto the classroom floor. Yoon Seo-ah screamed in horror, while Ki Ung-gon rushed desperately toward their president. He knelt down, shaking his shoulders violently. "What is wrong? Wake up." Ki Ung-gon frantically shouted his name. President Lee Jun struggled to hold on to his fading consciousness, his friend's voice ringing relentlessly in his ears. Lee Jun's mind drifted into complete darkness. What is this? In his final moments, only one thought remained: how do I end this? The system's cold voice suddenly rang out: you have died, returning to your previous save point loading checkpoint. 72. The place they relocated to was multi-purpose room 3. Inside, they saw a girl who was fast asleep. Yoon Seo-ah stared at her and whispered, "Jin Hee. She is out cold." The person next to her agreed, adding she probably wouldn't make it back. Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke up, drawing their attention as Lee Jun smiled and scratched his head. Continuing his story, he casually remarked that he had just died. Meanwhile, she finally woke up, without a single trace of a smile on her face, staring at them as Lee Jun explained. He revealed that he died after taking tomorrow's science exam because of a final question that was rather bizarre. Although everyone was discussing it passionately, Jin-hee didn't show the slightest bit of interest. "Wait, pass me a piece of paper," he requested. "I will write down what I remember. The deal is if I remember this question until I'm 20, I'll get a call. If I give the wrong answer, I die. I think it is programmed that way, so I didn't answer it. Then I woke up back on today, one day prior. Do you guys get it?" She tied her hair up but kept watching them, wondering what they were talking about. Once he wrote it all down, Ki Ung-gon picked up the paper and started carefully analyzing the text again. He sits down and explains how it sounds exactly like a ghost story he has read somewhere before. Everyone turns their attention toward Ki Ung-gon, while Oh Do-kun slowly begins to add to the conversation. He backs up his friend, explaining that if you remember the creepy phrase "dolphin leg," you will get a mysterious phone call on the exact day you turn 20. Hearing this, another classmate instantly agrees with him. That is right, they have definitely talked about these urban legends before. Finally, Ki Ung-gon remembers. It finally clicks for him. He remembers another creepy tale called the Purple Mirror. He explains that if you remember this word until you grow up, bad luck will follow you. But Oh Do-kun quickly cuts him off, telling Ki Ung-gon that he has said quite enough. With an incredibly serious face, he asks if it is a bit greedy to explain everything all by himself. That was supposed to be his turn to share. Hearing this, Ki Ung-gon quickly admits his mistake. He apologizes, saying he just could not resist the urge to explain. But then a smile appears on Oh Do-kun's face. Oh Do-kun smiles and tells him it is totally fine since it just shows how excited he is. Ki Ung-gon responds with a matching grin. But their moment is suddenly cut short by Jin-hee. She barks out a cold command, calling them both nerds and telling them to get up. The two of them instantly obey her like mindless machines, popping straight up to their feet. Next, Jin-hee demands that they get down and hold a push-up position right this second. Both guys chant in unison as they comply. Just as the room falls quiet again, a red cloth drops. It turns out Jin-hee is casually sitting right on top of Ki Ung-gon and Oh Do-kun's backs. Her face shows absolutely zero emotion. Watching this, Lee Jun realizes she is a total classroom bully. He decides to ignore her antics and questions the guys serving as her human chairs. Asking them directly, he wonders if this puzzle relates to the dolphin leg and the purple mirror. Shaking under her weight, Ki Ung-gon explains he has never seen a puzzle phrased quite like this before. He adds that it also feels similar to the famous urban legend about sea turtle meat. It feels like a weird mashup of different tales. This explanation leaves Lee Jun deep in thought. Grabbing the paper, he reads the riddle out loud. Why did that man end his own life? Right then, Jun Seo-ah speaks up softly, telling him that she thinks she knows the answer. She leans in and whispers the answer in his ear. Lee Jun's eyes instantly widen upon hearing it. He turns to her and confirms she is absolutely correct, asking how she figured it out. Flustered by his praise, she hesitatingly explains that she felt she would do the same in his position. Even though her words sound a bit chilling, Lee Jun simply accepts her reasoning with an open mind. He nods thoughtfully as his mind drifts back to the other parts of the mystery. Since he is only 17, he wonders why this is happening. Suddenly, it hits him. Lee Jun freezes. Now watch, he is about to connect all the creepy details together. His body is 17, but mentally, if he adds 3 years from his previous life, that makes him 20 years old right now. The system must be counting his total age. They discuss everything they can think of but fail to uncover any more of the mystery. The system screen displays the date as April 23, 2019 for Lee Jun. It is his second attempt with 202 ghost points and 11% causality. As time slips by, midterm exams finally roll around. The teacher paces the classroom checking on students. Stopping after a few paces, the science teacher glares in one direction and confronts Lee Jun. He asks why Lee Jun is just sitting there without writing. Our hero barely even looks up. Replying flatly that he is done, he watches the teacher skeptically ask if he just guessed. The teacher warns him to take it seriously. Lee Jun just lets out a tired sigh. He reluctantly lifts his test sheet, which is filled with highly detailed answers of everything that happened. His eyebrows furrow deeply as he looks at the paper. Everything is exactly as he predicted. It was truly terrifying. Finally, things had quieted down, but of course it had to appear right during midterms. What a dirty trick. Suddenly, he froze in his tracks. Could this actually mean that the Demon King had directly interfered with the exam itself? Until now, the Demon King had never created anything from scratch. Even in that trainee incident, it was just the ghost of an intern that already existed and decided to interfere. The Demon King never wrote those songs or anything himself. Even the psychiatric test did not just appear out of nowhere. Gyeong-won had actually confiscated it from the library for them. To them, it felt like these threats came from thin air, but their origins had actually been there all along. Naturally, there was still so much he did not know. Did the Demon King send a ghost story? Or did this question already exist? It was worth pondering. Did the question appear on the exam because of a ghost story, or was he dragged into one just by looking at the test? If it was the latter, then someone had deliberately modified the exam just for him to see it. It sounded a bit far-fetched, but if true, the only person capable of that was the very target Lee Jun was targeting. The one who wrote the exam and was supervising them right now was none other than their science teacher. Chapter 73. Staring at the exam on his desk, Jun pondered quietly. If the Demon King had not written that question and someone had intentionally made him see it, then the culprit had to be the science teacher. But why on earth would he do that? When exam time was finally up, their group gathered together. Sure enough, Gyeong-won read the paper and noted that only the president's test had that bizarre question. Lee Jun slowly replied, pointing out that he was right and a phone call would likely come soon. Along with that came a chilling theory, noting that he could not stop suspecting the science teacher. Gyeong-won rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Lee Jun spoke up again, explaining that during the test he had thought about it extensively and could not suspect anyone else. Besides, Jin-hee was sitting right behind him, and she had just randomly guessed before falling asleep, yet the teacher said absolutely nothing, while he was warned repeatedly. It was highly suspicious, since she had spent the entire time sleeping. Hearing this, Gyeong-won chimed in, realizing the teacher was intentionally forcing him to look at that final question. What should they do now, since they could not just follow the grading teacher? But before Gyeong-won could finish, Lee Jun firmly declared that they absolutely had to follow him to check what he was doing. By the time that mysterious phone call came, they needed to move fast. Their destination was none other than the science lab, and soon the entire group gathered right outside the door. Lee Jun closely observed the room, muttering his thoughts. The teacher was grading papers in the lab instead of the staff room, but then entered the preparation room, blocking their view. Everyone immediately fixed their eyes on the sign outside reading preparation room. Someone suddenly suggested just opening the door and walking right in. Hearing this, everyone immediately turned around in unison, completely taken aback by the suggestion. Surprised to see Jin-hee there, they listened as she curiously asked why they were all gathered outside before decisively pushing past them. Telling them to move aside, Jin-hee took a step right inside. Lee Jun quickly tried to stop her, warning her to wait. They could not just barge in. But right then his phone suddenly rang. Startled, Jun quickly looked down at the screen. It was finally happening. Opposite him, Jin-hee boldly declared she was opening the door, and before Jun could stop her, she swung it wide. Jun desperately yelled to wait. Suddenly, a creepy voice echoed, "Why?" Simultaneously, his phone screen lit up, showing a restricted call. Inside, the science teacher stood in the corner holding the phone. Had he committed suicide? The group could not clearly see his expression, but Jun had already reached a terrifying conclusion. The science teacher was definitely the culprit. Yet the man showed absolutely no emotion until the very next second. The man has noticed their presence. He instantly throws a question at them. "What are you kids doing here? Students aren't allowed in here, so get out of here right now." Lee Jun snickers, giving a cold response. "Cut the act, old man." He slowly steps inside, straight up accusing him. "We already know everything. You were the one who messed with my exam sheet." The science teacher is completely baffled. What do you mean, kids?" But then he freezes as the true weight of those words sinks in. A grin slowly creeps up the science teacher's face. This creepy reaction leaves Lee Jun utterly confused. Why is he laughing? The teacher starts counting down 5, 4. Lee Jun freezes in shock. He realizes something terrifying. During the last countdown, he died in exactly 5 seconds. He has to answer now. The answer is that the man realized the meat he ate on the island didn't taste like seagull. That previous meal was actually the flesh of his own wife. Hearing this, the science teacher completely freezes. This exact riddle solution was actually the critical clue that Jun-sook had dropped for him earlier. Because the taste was so different from what he ate on the island, the man realized his wife's sacrifice. She had cut her own flesh to feed him. He felt like he would do the same, the teacher mutters. His face twists into a hideous expression, while Lee Jun's lips curl into a triumphant smirk. So the answer was correct. You wrote that ghost story on my exam sheet. Why did you do it? The science teacher mumbles his response. The reason why I wrote that ghost story on your paper. That was obviously to kill you. So what is the real problem here? Lee Jun is totally caught off guard. What on earth is this guy talking about? But before he can think, the countdown begins yet again. 5, 4. Lee Jun's patience completely snaps as he reaches out and grabs the teacher's collar. Are you kidding me? Do you think being an adult means we won't touch you? He aggressively demands an answer. Spit it out. Why are you trying to end my life? But the science teacher completely ignores him, stubbornly continuing his chilling countdown. 3, 2, 1. Finally, Jin-hee speaks up, telling Lee Jun to step aside. She clenches her hand into a tight fist. She throws a brutal punch straight into the science teacher's face, sending him flying backward from the impact. The force knocks one of his teeth right out. Their friends watch from behind in complete shock. Even Lee Jun is utterly stunned. The science teacher collapses straight onto the floor. That's when Jin-hee, and honestly, who can blame her, a deeply satisfied smile spreads across her face. She always wanted to punch a teacher at least once, and a guy like this definitely deserved it. The science teacher lies on the floor, trembling, yet a creepy smile remains on his face as he resumes counting. 1. Instantly, Lee Jun's body undergoes a horrific change. His pupils turn blood red and veins pop out. He collapses onto the hard ground. The rest of the crew rushes over to him, deeply worried. They crowd around President Chun. Jin-hee looks on in confusion, asking what on earth he is doing. Inside Lee Jun's head, only one question remains: why? The voices around him grow louder. Chun, are you okay? Wake up, President. He feels a crushing sense of injustice. He got the answer right this time, after all. His consciousness fades away into darkness. What kind of sick joke is this? Suddenly, system notifications pop up. You have died. Restarting from the save point. Now loading. Once again, he wakes up in room 3. Jin-hee is fast asleep, completely dead to the world. Jun-sook sighs, repeating his usual sarcastic comment. Jin-hee is sleeping like a log again. Okay, Hoon chimes in. She's taking up all the seats. Lee Jun stares at them blankly before speaking up. Hey guys, he says with a very forced smile. He just died all over again. Talk about frustrating. And that brings us to chapter 74. Now resurrected, Lee Jun gathers the group once more. His second death happened right in the middle of exams. He begins recounting everything from the very start. Jin-hee frowns, looking like she doesn't understand a single word. Ha-jun listens intently, probably recalling the dream within a dream incident from before, trying to make sense of it all. But since she rarely shows any emotion, it's hard to tell what's going on in her mind. Meanwhile, Seo Hyun and Ki Eun-gon, having experienced this loop once already, listen with absolute seriousness. What was pretty surprising was how naturally Deo-kun joined the conversation, even though he initially knew absolutely nothing about it. Lee Jun watched him closely, silently realizing the guy probably just thought this whole thing was some sort of roleplay game. The explanation for this was actually pretty simple, considering the guy was a massive otaku after all. That was when Gyeong-won finally spoke up, addressing the president to share what they had all figured out. He did not really get the science teacher part, but focusing purely on the ghost story itself. This was a legend. None of them had ever heard of a statement that caught Lee Jun completely off guard. What Lee Jun blurted out in shock before standing up as Gyeong-won prepared to lay everything out on the board. Wait, he argued, they had already told him all sorts of urban legends from Dolphin Bridge to the Purple Mirror. Hearing this, Gyeong-won slowly added that while they had discussed similar creepy tales before, the specific scenario he just mentioned was a bit different, holding up a piece of paper as he continued. Specifically, that very riddle states that if you remember this story, you will get a call on your 20th birthday. The rumor goes that a blind man was stranded on a deserted island with his wife, and because he was blind, his wife cooked seagull meat she caught and fed it to him, only for rescue to arrive a few days later. Sadly, the wife did not survive. Years later, the man visited a restaurant and ordered some seagull meat. But the moment he took a single bite, he stabbed himself in the throat with his fork and committed suicide right there. So why did he do it? The answer is because the meat he ate on that island was not actually seagull. It was his wife's flesh. Furthermore, the strange detail about receiving a call, if you remember this story. actually originated from the Dolphin Bridge and Purple Mirror tales which Gyeong-won and Deo-kun had just explained to them. It seemed like multiple urban legends had been thoroughly mixed together, so they immediately began analyzing the details. Gyeong-won wrote everything on the board outlining the core details of the Dolphin Bridge and Purple Mirror. The original setup was simple: if you remember it, you get a call, and if you remember it, you encounter terrible bad luck. But here's the second part, the riddle about why the man took his own life. This gave them their second clue on the board: Dolphin Bridge first and Sea Turtle Soup second. Gyeong-won continued explaining that this was exactly like the seagull incident where the turtle soup those survivors ate was actually human meat. Since it was originally told as a riddle, they could not call it a completely new story. Urban legends and ghost stories only carry real weight when they are passed down from person to person. But what if there is a dark legend out there that none of them had ever heard of? Hearing this, Deo-kun quickly chimed in, suggesting that it basically meant the story never existed in this world. The others looked highly skeptical, prompting Lee Jun to point at the board and ask for clarification. So is just a mix of two existing urban legends like some kind of mashup riddle, right? Deo-kun suddenly cut in with a deadly serious look, correcting him that there were actually three elements. He added that the third element was Noroi, writing three curses on the board as the final line. This was when Gyeong-won began connecting all the dots. It is a story where if you show it to someone, they will die, meaning this entire phenomenon functions as a highly dangerous form of a curse. And naturally, curses always carry severe consequences. If you fail to curse someone, the backlash hits you instead. This concept is pretty common in traditional Korean shamanism, and Japan has countless similar stories as well. Speaking of Japan, Deo-kun boasted with absolute confidence, randomly reciting an old Japanese proverb to show off. But the moment the words left his mouth, he began smacking him over and over again. She yelled at him to speak Korean and stop acting like a total weirdo, leaving him with no choice but to apologize. He slowly added that if you want to curse someone, you must dig two graves. It is just an old Japanese proverb. After that, Gyeong-won stepped in to summarize their findings. Ultimately, if they combine all three elements together, it would look something like this. Is there someone you want to curse? A silent method to eliminate them without anyone ever finding out. Under the right conditions, you can strike them down anywhere. First, tell this ghost story to the target. Once they have listened to the tale, simply make a phone call the moment they turn 20. And asking why the man would kill himself if he still remembered the riddle but gave no answer. Following the curse would work, but remember carefully, if he answered correctly, the curse would flip back to kill you instead. As Hyung-gun explains with utter seriousness, this is the ghost story pieced together by the science teacher, so of course I have no clue why he wanted me dead by now. Lee Jun completely understands it is a stitched-together ghost story. Jin-hee listens from the side and mutters a fussy comment, though another question pops up, but strange. I am certain I answered right, so why did I die again? As Hyung-gun adjusts his glasses and explains, actually you traded a question and answer with him without even realizing. Try to remember the conversation. Lee Jun sits in deep, cautious thought over those words. Very quickly he reaches a result, tying everything into a conversation. So that is why the man would commit suicide, because he ate his own wife. The teacher tampered with my test. What is the reason? For the European Union, then what is the real problem? Back then I just thought he was rambling. But actually, when I answered his question, the curse bounced right back onto me. Plus, that. The mystery remained on the page. Why did the curse trigger when he wasn't even 20 yet? But get this, the actual solution was surprisingly simple. After answering his question correctly, they just had to throw back a question that the science teacher himself couldn't answer, reversing the curse. If they pull that off, then he'll be the one who dies. Of course, that deadly prospect isn't pleasant, but there is no other way, especially since he tried to kill Lee Jun first. However, he admitted that he might have to repeat this deadly question and answer game a few more times. This declaration left Ki-ung-gon confused. Is that really necessary? Isn't it too dangerous? Lee Jun explained his intent. Sure, reversing the curse is simple, but just letting it go makes him uneasy. He doesn't know the science teacher's true goal. It's easy to assume he's just a puppet of the Demon King out to kill him, but it feels like there is more to it. He can't let it slide. He needs to keep the question and answer session going to pry out more information. This ghost story has too many unsolved mysteries. Recalling the science teacher's words about the European Union, what is the real issue here? And then Lee Jun suddenly called out to the group, drawing everyone's immediate attention to what he was about to say. Lee Jun hesitated slightly before asking them to listen. A strange smile flickers on Lee Jun's lips as he makes a bizarre request. Would you guys mind dying before me, just this once? Chapter 75. Then the school bell rings. The teacher calls for everyone to stop writing and pass their papers forward before dismissing the class. While the other students chatter happily, Lee Jun turns around to silently observe his friend. Feeling the gaze, Ki-ung-gon looks up. Seeing this, Lee Jun offers a soft nod and a faint smile. A bit later, they gather in multi-purpose room number 3. Ki Ungon hesitates, his expression growing tense. Since we can rewind time, you want us to answer the phone first and sacrifice ourselves for clues. He wants them to die first to gather information. Lee Jun sits across from them, hesitating. He wonders if they even believe his wild story. The room falls into a heavy, tense silence. Finally, Ki Ungon lets out a heavy sigh, calling Lee Jun incredibly bold. Then he makes up his mind. "All right, I believe you," Ki Ungon says seriously. "I have no idea where you get this audacity from, but this time I will trust you and lend a hand." His words leave Lee Jun completely stunned. Really, Yoon Seo immediately chimes in, promising to help Lee Jun as well. Then In-ha joins them. "Count me in too," In-ha agrees. Jae-hoon shakes his head, saying he is down if it is just a phone call. "If it is just answering a phone call, count me in." Jin-hee rests her chin on her hand, sighing at them. Good grief. Lee Jun opens his mouth to speak, but only manages a grateful smile. He thanks them as time keeps ticking away. The plan is set, and 3 of them prepare carefully. Directly after their club test is finished, they are going to head straight up to the club room. On his phone screen, a restricted caller ID pops up as the science teacher calls him. The other club members will take turns answering for him, playing the trivia game and carefully asking questions to pry for information. Pausing for a moment, Lee Jun summarizes the plan, but honestly speaking, he is not even sure it will succeed. After all, he is the target of the curse. In his heart, he calculates the odds. Besides, they are only 17 and he is the only adult. At 20, he meets the condition. Everyone in the room waits in silence until Ki Yoon-gon breaks the tense atmosphere, saying it might be fine. Taking on a curse for someone else is a classic trope found in many ghost stories. Stroking his chin in thought, Yoon-gon adds that if the first target dies, the curse might just end right there. Hearing this, Jae-han lowers his voice to cut in. "Hey Yoon-gon, do you not get it?" He then carefully explains that when a solo game turns into a team game, passing it on like a relay is natural. Meanwhile, Lee Jun searches for clues. A relay game sounds like those old game show bomb passing tricks. Honestly, the logic is pretty weak. But if the worst happens and someone dies, they will just have to try a different approach. Leaving the room, Jun Seo hesitantly speaks up, pointing out that Lee Jun's phone is still ringing. Yoon-gon looks a bit tense, offering to answer first as president since he knows the most. But Lee Jun turns and flatly cuts him off, telling him to wait as questions flood his head. Why does the science teacher want to kill him? More importantly, how does he know about these urban legends and how to exploit them? The more Lee Jun thinks, the less it makes sense. In reality, the science teacher is not the only person in this school who knows these ghost stories. An image of Miss Jang Hwa-eun holding a knife flashes in his mind. Was she involved too? No, she was probably just caught up in it. His eyes waver as he considers the real suspect. He recalls the homeroom teacher's words from before. Surely those protective amulets are actually useful, right? In his heart, he wonders if the teacher definitely knows something. But there's one more thing. The system messages that popped up on his status window on his very first day of school. A notification welcomed him to Nakseong High School, a place full of dark secrets and mysteries. He had to uncover the school's hidden secrets or fight against campus myths and ghost stories to earn points and unlock special abilities. Furthermore, he must gather a reliable team to stop Resurrection of the Demon King before graduation. The world is in his hands. Click for next page. Lee Jun silently remembers Nakseong High School, a school built on deep secrets and dark mysteries. Besides the Demon King, perhaps this school itself is hiding a massive and dark secret of its own. Turning to his side, he slowly holds out the ringing mobile phone to the person next to him. Lee Jun looks up, suggesting that In Ha-yoon should answer it first. She stares blankly down at the restricted caller screen on the phone. The two in front of them look incredibly nervous. The president stays silent for a moment. Lee Jun has already made a firm decision in his heart. She is just as suspicious as anyone else. In Ha-yoon stands there in complete silence, showing a cold side of her that rarely anyone sees. Lee Jun urgently tells her to answer it. Answer it right now, he urges. Yet she does not react at first, taking her time. Finally, Ha-yoon slowly reaches out her hand. She decisively presses the answer button and speaks first. Saying hello, there is a long silence on the other end before a voice finally replies. Asking if this is indeed Lee Jun's number, Ha-yoon quickly confirms that it is. The caller sounds doubtful, asking if she is Lee Jun. She calmly replies yes, asking who is calling. Suddenly, the restricted caller asks why that man committed suicide. Hearing this question, Ha-yoon slowly replies that he realized the seagull meat he ate on the deserted island was actually the flesh of his wife. Her answer completely silences him and the relay game begins. The curse game officially begins. At that moment, none of them realize the true horrifying scale of this threat. It is not just a creepy science teacher threatening them, but a massive secret lurking in the dark. Deep inside this highly suspicious school, Nakseong High School, the group heads straight over to multi-purpose room number 3. Inside the room, they find one of their classmates fast asleep. Yoon-seo looks over and whispers that Jin-hee is totally knocked out while the others agree she probably won't be much help. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to them, drawing everyone's attention. Lee-jun scratches his head with a casual smile, telling them he just died. After a long nap, Jin-hee finally opens her eyes and wakes up. She glares at the group without even a hint of a smile on her face. Lee-jun explains that his death happened right after taking tomorrow's exam. It was a science test, but the final question was incredibly bizarre. Even though everyone else is talking and debating excitedly, Jin-hee shows absolutely zero interest in any of it. Meanwhile, Lee-jun asks for a piece of paper to write down the final question. The rumor says if he remembers this question until he turns 20, he will receive a mysterious call. A wrong answer means instant death. It seems like the system is programmed that way. Sophie chose not to answer, sending him back to today exactly 1 day before the test. Makes sense, right? She ties her hair up silently, watching them and wondering what on earth they are talking about. Once Lee-jun writes it all down, Ki-eun-gon grabs the paper and starts analyzing it. He places the paper back down, explaining that this feels just like a creepy urban legend he is pretty sure he read about somewhere before. Everyone immediately turns their gaze toward him. Where did you read it? Jae-hoon chips in, asking if he is talking about the classic dolphin leg legend. If you remember the dolphin leg phrase until you turn 20, you get a phone call on that exact day. Hearing this, the others quickly agree that they used to talk about these creepy rumors in the past. Ki-eun-gon finally remembers it all, pointing out there is actually another famous urban legend out there called the Purple Mirror. He explains that if you remember that word until adulthood, you are cursed with terrible luck. But Jae-hoon quickly cuts in, telling him that is quite enough. With a deadpan expression, Jae-hoon complains that it is pretty greedy of him to hog all the explanations instead of sharing the spotlight. Hearing that, Ki-eun-gon quickly admits his mistake, apologizing because he just could not resist the urge to explain everything. However, a small smile appears on Jae-hoon's face as he tells him it is fine since explaining things is pretty much his only talent anyway. Ki-hoon responds with the exact same clueless expression. Wait, is he serious? Jin-hee suddenly speaks up completely, cutting off those two geeks in the room. She drops a cold, blunt command, tell them both to get up. Both of them move obediently, like mindless robots, standing up on the spot immediately. Jin-hee barks out a second order to get down and hold a push-up position as Ki-hoon and Jae-hoon instantly agree to do it. The room goes silent. Jin-hee casually sits herself right on top of Ki-hoon and Jae-hoon. Her face doesn't show a single shred of emotion. Lee-jun stares at her, thinking to himself that she really is a ruthless class bully. He turns back to the boys acting as chairs, asking if the exam question is about a dolphin's foot and a purple mirror. Even while trembling under her weight, Ki-hoon struggles to explain that he's never seen this exact riddle before, though the sea turtle soup story feels familiar, almost like a weird, creepy mashup of different urban legends. This strange explanation plunges Lee-jun into deep thought. He picks up the test sheet, reading the exact words written on it. Why did that man take his own life? That's when COS speaks up calmly, stating she might actually know the answer. She leans in close and whispers the answer directly into his ear. Lee-jun's eyes widen in sheer shock the moment he hears it. He looks at COA, completely convinced she is right, and asks how she knew. The unexpected praise makes her hesitate, stumbling slightly as she offers her explanation. She confesses that she probably would have done the exact same thing in his shoes. Even though her words sound a bit chilling, Lee-jun accepts them sincerely, simply nodding in understanding. His eyes turn thoughtful as he begins to ponder what the rest of this mystery means. Specifically, the rule about receiving a call at age 20 when he is currently only 17. Suddenly hitting a massive realization, Lee-jun freezes right in his tracks. Connecting the dots, he realizes that while his physical body is definitely 17, his mind is another story entirely. If he adds the 3 years from his past life, he is exactly 20 years old, which explains why the ghost story targets him. After that, they discuss everything under the sun but fail to solve any of the remaining mysteries. His system status screen pops up, displaying the date of April 23, 2019, along with Lee-jun, attempt number 2, 202 ghost story points, and an 11% causality rate. Time continues to slip by, and before they know it, midterm exams are officially underway. The teacher paces the room, keeping a watchful eye on his students. After taking just a few steps, he suddenly pauses and glares in one direction. The science teacher confronts Lee-jun, demanding to know why he is just sitting there instead of answering the questions. Without even bothering to look up, Lee-jun quietly replies that he is already finished. The teacher presses further, warning him not to just guess blindly and telling him to take the test seriously. Hearing this, Lee-jun simply lets out another weary sigh. He reluctantly lifts his answer sheet up for the teacher to see. Written across the page are the exact chilling details of what actually took place. As he reads his own answers, Lee-jun furrows his brows, realizing the outcome is just as creepy as he predicted. He hoped for a moment of peace, but launching a ghost story right during midterms is an incredibly dirty trick. Suddenly, a strange realization hits him, and he instantly freezes in place. Could this mean that the Demon King has actually interfered with the exam questions? Up until now, the Demon King has never actually created anything out of thin air. Even during the forensics case, it was merely an existing ghost of a trainee that interfered. After all, the Demon King did not write those haunted songs himself. Even that mental test did not just materialize out of nowhere, it was actually taken by Gyeong-won from the library. While it always felt like these anomalies appeared out of thin air, their real origins had actually existed all along. Of course, there is still a lot left unknown, but if the Demon King did not write these ghost stories who put this question on the exam, it is certainly worth pondering. Did this question appear on the exam paper because of a ghost story, or did he get dragged into one simply by reading it? If it is the latter, then someone must have intentionally altered the exam paper just to force him to see it. It sounds incredibly far-fetched, but if true, there is only one person capable of pulling this off. The target of Lee Jun's suspicion is clear, the very person who wrote the exam and is currently proctoring them. That mysterious culprit is none other than their very own science teacher. Staring down at his exam desk, Lee Jun deeply ponders why the science teacher would ever do this. If the Demon King did not write that question, then someone deliberately placed it there for him to find. But what could his teacher's motive possibly be? Once the testing period finally ends, the group immediately huddles together to discuss the situation. Gyeong-won carefully reviews the paper and notes that only the class president's exam contained that bizarre question. Lee Jun slowly responds that he told him so, warning that a mysterious phone call is likely coming very soon. He also shares a new theory, adding that he simply cannot stop suspecting their science teacher. As Gyeong-won rubs his chin in deep thought, Lee Jun speaks up again, explaining that he thought about it extensively during the exam and cannot find any other logical suspect. He points out that Jin-hee was sitting right behind him, randomly choosing answers before falling fast asleep, yet the teacher ignored her entirely while constantly pestering him. It is incredibly suspicious. Throughout the entire testing period, she had done absolutely nothing but sleep. Hearing this, Gyeong-won realizes the teacher deliberately forced Lee Jun to look at that final question. But since the teacher is probably grading papers now, he wonders how they can possibly follow him without getting caught. Cutting his friend off mid-sentence, Lee Jun firmly declares that they absolutely must tail their teacher. They need to see what the teacher does when that call finally comes in, urging them to move quickly. Slipping through the school hallways, their destination is the science lab. Soon enough, the group gathers quietly outside the laboratory. Lee Jun mutters to himself, realizing the teacher graded the tests in the lab instead of the staff room, but something still doesn't add up. Instead, he went into the equipment prep room, and they can't just stand back and watch anymore. Everyone's eyes immediately lock onto the sign on the door reading prep room. Then a bold suggestion is made: they should just open the door and charge right inside. The entire group snaps their heads around to look at her. Surprised to see Jin-hee following them, they ask if she's joining, while she casually wonders why they are all gathering around. She decisively shoves her way past them, telling them to move aside. Jin-hee already has one foot stepping right through the door. Lee Jun quickly tries to stop her, yelling out that she can't just barge in like that. But before he can even finish his sentence, his phone starts ringing. Lee Jun flinches, his eyes darting down to the vibrating screen. This is it. Across from him, Jin-hee stubbornly declares that she is opening the door anyway. He's too late. The door swings open as he desperately shouts for her to wait. Suddenly, a haunting voice crackles over the line, asking why, while his phone screen flashes with a restricted caller ID notification. The science teacher is standing in the dark corner, murmuring into the phone about whether that man committed suicide. Lee Jun and his group can't make out the man's expression at all. But inside Lee Jun's head, the puzzle pieces click. This teacher is definitely the killer. The science teacher stands completely still, showing no expression on his cold face. A second later, he registers their presence and turns his gaze toward them. He asks what they are doing there, coldly telling them that students aren't allowed and they must get out immediately. Lee Jun just scoffs, telling the teacher to finally drop the act. He slowly steps inside, openly accusing the teacher of being the one who personally tampered with his own exam sheet. The science teacher acts completely clueless, asking what they even mean. But then he freezes up as the real weight of Lee Jun's words finally hits him. Slowly, a twisted grin spreads right across the science teacher's face. This sudden reaction leaves Lee Jun completely baffled. Why is he laughing? The teacher suddenly begins a chilling countdown: 5, 4. Lee Jun is terrified. Last time he died right after that 5-second countdown, so he must answer right now. The answer is simple. The man realized the meat he ate on the island tasted completely different from seagull, because the meat he had eaten before was actually his own wife's flesh. The science teacher freezes completely in his tracks. That explanation came straight from Jun Sok's earlier hint. Since the meat tasted so different from actual seagull, the husband finally understood the absolute horrifying truth, that his wife had sliced off her own flesh to keep him alive. Honestly, I would have done the same. The teacher's facial expression completely twists in shock. Lee Jun flashes a pretty confident smile. Looks like he got the answer completely right. You wrote that ghost story on my test paper, didn't you? Why did you do that? The science teacher just mutters some random answer about the European Union. My reason for writing that story was obviously to kill you. So what is the real issue here? Lee Jun is completely thrown off. What on earth is this guy talking about? His opponent starts counting down again, 5-4. But Lee Jun's patience has totally run out. He reaches forward and grabs the man's collar. He demands to know if this is some kind of joke, asking if adults think kids won't fight back. Pressing further, he asks why the man is trying to kill him. Instead of answering, the teacher just coldly keeps counting down 3-2. Finally, Ginny has to step in and cut them off, telling him to back off a bit. She clenches her hand into a tight fist and punches the science teacher right in the face. That heavy hit sends one of his teeth flying. Her friends behind them watch in complete shock. Even Lee Jun has the exact same stunned look. The science teacher collapses straight onto the ground. Only now does Jin-hee finally breathe a sigh of relief. A deeply satisfied smile spreads across her face as she boasts she always wanted to punch a teacher at least once, and a guy like this absolutely had it coming. The science teacher lies on the floor, trembling all over. Yet a creepy smile spreads on his face as he resumes the countdown, and believe it or not, we are down to 1. Instantly, Lee Jun's body begins to warp and change. His pupils turn crimson, mapped with spiderwebs of blood. Then Lee Jun collapses hard onto the floor. The others run over in panic while Jin-hee looks confused and asks him what on earth he is doing. Lee Jun's mind races with questions as the room grows louder, with everyone screaming his name to wake up. Honestly, you can't help but feel bad for him because this time he actually answered correctly. His consciousness slips away as he wonders what the hell is actually happening. Next comes the cold system notification stating that he has died. Rebooting from the previous save point, now loading. Once again, he is back in multi-purpose room number 3. Jin-hee is right there fast asleep as usual. Jun Seo makes the exact same remark about Jin-hee sleeping, and Jae-wook chimes in that they will run out of chairs at this rate. Lee Jun looks over at them and calls out to everyone. A strange smile stretches across his face as he admits he just died yet another time. Back from the dead, Lee Jun gathers the group again to explain his second death right in the middle of the midterms, recounting every detail from the very beginning. The others look completely lost. Ha Jun, on the other hand, listens incredibly carefully, likely because of that dream within a dream incident from before, but since she rarely shows any emotion, it is hard to tell what she is thinking. Having already faced this loop once, Ki-woong and Sa listen with dead serious looks. Just like last time, the completely clueless Jae-wook naturally joins the conversation, leaving Lee Chun to quietly watch him and assume he probably thinks this entire nightmare is just some sort of role-playing game. It is an incredibly simple explanation, but then again, the guy is a massive otaku. Ki-woong finally speaks up, telling the president that this is what they have come up with. He admits he does not fully get the part about the science teacher, but if they focus strictly on the ghost story itself, then this is a tale they have absolutely never heard of before. This sudden revelation completely catches Lee Jun off guard, forcing him to gasp out in utter disbelief. He stands straight up to argue, pointing out that he already explained everything. They had already told him all about the Dolphin Bridge and the Purple Mirror. Hearing this, Ki-woong slowly clarifies that while they did discuss similar legends, the actual question he just brought up is quite different. He picks up a piece of paper, emphasizing that point specifically. That specific riddle warns that if you remember the story, you will get a terrifying phone call when you turn 20. The story tells of a blind man stranded on a deserted island with his wife, since he could not see his wife captured and cooked what she claimed was seagull meat to keep him alive. A few days later, rescuers finally arrived, but his wife had already passed away. Time passed, and the man visited a restaurant where he decided to order actual seagull meat. Yet the very second he took a bite, he grabbed his fork, stabbed his own throat, and died right on the spot. The question is, why did he commit suicide? And the horrifying answer is that the meat he ate on the island was not seagull at all, but his own wife's flesh. They begin analyzing the contents of the first legend, the Dolphin Bridge and Purple Mirror. Ki-woong writes everything on the chalkboard to explain that the original core idea is simple. If you remember it, you get a call, and if you remember it, you face terrible luck. But then there is the second part, which is the riddle of why the man committed suicide. On the board, they now have 2 lines listed. First is the Dolphin Bridge, and second is the sea turtle soup. Ki-woong continues to explain that this is identical to the seagull meat story. In this legend, the turtle soup the island survivors ate was actually human flesh, and it was originally told in the format of a riddle. So they cannot really call this a brand new legend, since urban myths and ghost stories only carry meaning when they are passed down from person to person through word of mouth. What if there is a ghost story we do not know about? Hearing this, Dio-kun cleverly chimes in, saying that would mean it has never existed in this world. The other members clearly do not believe what they are hearing. Lee Jun points his finger at the blackboard, asking if this is just a combination of 2 existing ghost stories, like some kind of gimmick. Dio-kun cuts in, actually there are 3. He is dead serious as he adds that the third element is Noroi, the curse. The third term is then written on the board, reading the curse. At this point, Ki Ung-gon starts to logically piece everything together, explaining that if you share a curse story with someone and they die from it, then this whole thing can absolutely be considered a form of a curse. And curses always carry heavy consequences, meaning if you fail to curse someone, that deadly curse will rebound directly onto you. This concept is quite common in Korean shamanism, and there are countless similar stories found over in Japan as well. Speaking of Japan, Odio-kun confidently drops the Japanese phrase, Hito o Noroweba. But the moment he finishes his sentence, Jin-hee beats him up, yelling at him to speak Korean instead of Japanese. The poor guy can only apologize and take the beating. He slowly explains that cursing someone means you have to dig two graves, which is just an old Japanese proverb. Next, Kai Ung-gon takes over to summarize the whole situation, showing how combining all three elements creates a very specific pattern. It asks if you have someone you want to curse, offering a deadly ritual that lets you eliminate anyone anywhere without leaving a trace as long as you meet the conditions. First, you must tell this ghost story to your target. Once they have heard it, you wait until the target turns 20 to call them up and ask a question. You ask why the man committed suicide, and if they remember the riddle but answer incorrectly, the curse succeeds. But be warned, if they answer correctly, the curse instantly rebounds and kills you instead. Ki Ung-gon explains with dead serious eyes that this is the stitched-together ghost story the science teacher made, admitting he still has no clue why the teacher wants Lee Jun dead. At this point, Lee Jun finally sees the big picture of this patched-up ghost story, while Jin-hee rolls her eyes and mutters about how incredibly annoying the whole thing is. But a lingering question remains, because even if Lee Jun answered correctly, he wonders why he was still marked for death anyway. Ki Ung-gon adjusts his glasses and explains that the exchange had already happened without Lee Jun realizing, urging him to look back at their conversation. Lee Jun sinks into deep thought, carefully dissecting those words. Very quickly, the answer clicks in his mind. He pieces together their entire conversation. Why did the man suicide? Because he ate his wife. When Lee Jun asked why the teacher tampered with his exam paper, the teacher joked about the EU, which sounds exactly like the word for reason. Back then, it felt like a cheap dad joke, but answering those questions was actually what rebounded the curse onto him. While Ki Ung-gon continues to analyze the written notes, he points out that although it remains a mystery why the curse triggered before Lee Jun turned 20, the way to solve it is actually quite simple. After correctly answering the teacher's question, Lee Jun just needs to throw back a riddle that the man cannot answer, forcing the curse to rebound. If he can pull that off, the teacher himself will be the one who dies. Of course, taking a life is never a pleasant thought, but there is no other way, especially since the teacher tried to kill him first. However, Lee Jun insists that he will have to play this dangerous question and answer game a few more times, leaving Ki Ung-gon completely baffled and asking if it is really worth the risk. He explains his reasoning, saying that while bouncing the curse back is easy, just walking away feels too risky when they still do not know the teacher's true motive. It would be easy to assume the man is just a puppet sent by the Demon King to eliminate him, but there is a nagging feeling that something much deeper is at play here. He needs to keep the game going to extract more information, as this urban legend still holds too many mysteries. The science teacher's bizarre words echo in his mind, once again asking about the EU and what the real problem is. Then Lee Jun suddenly calls out to get everyone's attention. The others turn their heads to listen to what Lee Jun says with a slight hesitation. Every single eye is fixed on him now. With a forced smile on his face, Lee Jun asks his friends if they would mind dying once before him this time. Just then, the school bell rings over the PA system. The teacher immediately yells for everyone to put their pens down and pass their test papers forward. As recess begins, the classroom fills with cheerful chatter, but Lee Jun just silently watches him. Feeling that heavy gaze, Ki Ung-gon finally looks up to meet his eyes. Hearing this, he just nods slightly. Later, they gather in multipurpose room number 3, wondering what the president's actual plan is. Ki Ung-gon looks pretty hesitant, asking if he wants them to answer the phone first and sacrifice themselves for clues, since they can just loop time anyway. Sitting before them, Lee Jun hesitates before asking if they believe a single word. A heavy silence suddenly settles down. Finally, he lets out a deep breath, telling him he has some serious nerve. But with a shrug, Ki Ung-gon decides to trust him anyway. He turns to him seriously, saying he has no idea where that shameless confidence comes from, but he will help out. The boy is completely stunned. Is he actually serious? Hearing this, Seo-ah immediately volunteers to help, and In-ha quickly jumps in to join them too. Dio-kun shakes his head but agrees that if it is just answering a phone call, he is in. Jin-hee just rests her chin and sighs. It looks like the president wants to say something back, but in the end he just smiles and quietly thanks them all. As time ticks away, they quickly lay out the exact strategy. Right after finishing the club evaluation, everyone needs to head straight up to the club room as fast as possible. And right on cue, the phone screen lights up with a restricted number. Once the science teacher calls, the other club members will take turns answering in his place, playing along with a quiz game while cleverly digging for clues. The class president admits it is a solid plan, but honestly, he has no idea if it will work since he is the actual target of this curse. He quietly worries because everyone else here is only 17, while he is the only one who fits the 20-year-old condition. Everyone in the room waits silently. Ki Ungon breaks the heavy silence, joking that it might actually work since taking a curse for someone else is a pretty classic horror story trope. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he points out that the real problem is if the first person dies, the curse might just end right there. Odio-kun cuts in with a pretty low voice, asking if he seriously doesn't get it. He carefully explains that when a solo game suddenly turns into a team game, a relay-style format is basically inevitable. The class leader compares it to old-school game shows where players pass a ticking bomb around. He knows it is not the most convincing theory, but if the absolute worst happens and someone dies, they can always reset and try something else. As they walk out of the room, Seoa hesitantly points out that his phone is actually still ringing. Ki Ungon steps up, telling the president to let him answer first since he knows the most about these rules. He turns around and bluntly cuts in, telling them to wait. Questions flood his mind. Why did the science teacher try to kill him, and more importantly, how did he know about these urban legends and exploit them? The more Lee Jun thinks, the less he understands. In reality, the science teacher isn't the only one in this school who knows about those ghost stories. The image of her holding a knife flashes in his mind. Was Jang Guan also in on this? No, she was probably just caught up in it by accident. At that thought, his eyes waver. The truly suspicious person must be. Remembering the advice about how the protective talisman is definitely useful, he wonders to himself, their homeroom teacher clearly seems to know a thing or two. And there is one more thing, the text that appeared on his status window on his very first day of school. A system notification pops up. Welcome, congratulations on being admitted to Naxiong High School, the School of Secrets and Mysteries. Discover hidden secrets inside the school or fight campus legends and ghost stories to earn points and unlock special abilities. You must also gather teammates to stop the resurrection of the Demon King before graduation. The world is in your hands. Tap to continue. Lee Jun silently recalls this notice about Naxiong High School, a place harboring dark secrets within its very walls. Perhaps aside from the Demon King, this school itself hides a massive secret. He suddenly turns to his side, and now, the phone is slowly handed over to Lee. Chun looks up and tells In Ha-jun to go first. She stares blankly at the screen. The caller information is hidden on the phone. The two people in front look anxious as the president's phone rings. The person on the other end remains dead silent. He had already decided she is just as suspicious as everyone else. In Ha-jun just stands there in complete silence, a side of Ha-jun that almost nobody ever gets to see. As the phone rings louder, Lee Jun frantically urges her to answer it right away. Yet she just stands there completely unresponsive. Only after a long moment does she finally reach out her hand. Ha-jun then decisively presses the answer button to pick up. Then she takes the initiative and calmly says hello. Silence stretches out from the other end of the line. Finally, a voice comes through asking if this is Lee Jun's number, and Ha-jun quickly confirms that yes, it is. The caller sounds highly suspicious, asking if she is Lee Jun, but she calmly replies that yes, she is, and asks who's calling. Suddenly, the mysterious caller drops a chilling question: why did that man commit suicide? Ha-jun slowly answers because he realized the seagull meat he ate on the deserted island was actually his wife's flesh. The blunt answer instantly forces him to fall dead silent. And so the curse relay begins, but in that moment, not a single one of us knew what lay ahead. The person threatening us for some bizarre reason is not just the science teacher. There is also a massive secret buried deep within this suspicious school. Once again, the other end of the line remains completely silent. Seeing this, Lee Jun whispers to ask them why they are trying to kill him, warning her to say it all in one sentence. He waits in silence, remembering how splitting it up last time turned it into what is love. She immediately fires off the direct question: why are you trying to kill Lee Jun? Tell us the reason. He slowly pulls the phone away from his ear. The science teacher grits his teeth, refusing to answer. At the same time, a bizarre noise starts coming through the speaker. Everyone leans in to listen closely. The strange noise only grows louder with each passing second. This makes him suspicious. What is that sound? Are they running? Lee Jun makes up his mind and whispers, start counting. Following his lead, Ha-jun begins counting down 5, 4, 3. Panicked, the teacher finally screams out, wait a second. Sharp rustling and static noises echo through the line again. Finally, the science teacher confesses, if you say selfie note quickly in Korean, it sounds just like Lee Jun, and I absolutely despise selfish people. He raises his voice to deliver his final verdict: that is why I want to kill Lee Jun. Lee Jun freezes in sheer disbelief. Wait, what? He turns to the others and mutters, what on earth are they even talking about? Shin-hee frowns in pure annoyance while a highly confused Lee Jun looks over, muttering that their thoughts must have just aligned. Heavy, ragged breathing echoes through the empty hallway. The science teacher's expression darkens completely. Why does this have to be so incredibly troublesome? His words leave everyone sharing the exact same thought: the world is ours now. Still running, the caller counts down 5, 4. The voice keeps going 3, 2, while a chilling question haunts his mind: what is the actual answer to the riddle that killed me last time? Ha-jun stares down at the phone for a long moment. Finally, she calmly answers the answer is Lee Jun because he is so full of issues that is why you want to kill him. Hearing her response, the corner of his mouth curls into a sinister grin. Is that right? His voice makes Ha-jun shiver. Is she wrong? The phone slips from her hand and falls. Seeing this, Jun Seo can only whisper, Ha-jun, I am sorry. He carefully leans down to check on her. The final grim conclusion is clear. She is dead and she is not breathing. Everyone turns pale. Is this really happening again? Jin-hee can't help but twitch her mouth. What on earth is this? Some kind of joke. A desperate voice echoes from the speaker. Teacher, please save me. Ki Eun-gon grits his teeth, barely holding back his rising anger. Then he takes the initiative and grabs the phone. This time, Ki Eun-gon asks the questions, who are you and what are you exactly? The voice on the other end sounds slightly confused. What is this? Whose turn is it now? Someone just died because of my question, and now it is their turn. Immediately after, the voice barks an order. Damn it, speakerphone on right now. Lee Jun quickly realizes it is a different voice, meaning the science teacher is not acting alone. He looks over quietly. Still, he feels a bit hesitant about the next question. Is it their turn now? A sudden realization flashes in his eyes. Wait. The question about the sea anemone and the stream of answers they have gone through so far, saying the word self-fitness quickly sounds like Lee Jun. This theory makes him frown in deep thought. Is that really a reasonable answer to the question? It is not completely wrong, but this does not feel like a normal question at all. His face darkens. What would you even call something like this, an IQ test or just a twisted riddle? A moment later, Lee Jun lets out a breath. Then he suddenly stands straight up. He uncaps a dry erase marker as they watch. Behind him, Ki Eun-gon hesitantly calls out President. The pen tip quickly squeaks across the whiteboard. In the end, Lee Jun writes 2 words, pure nonsense. Yoon Seo quickly responds, I get it now. He calmly caps the pen, thinking it is unbelievable that it took him this long to realize why the science teacher stuttered when answering Ha-jun's question. It was not because he was hiding something. Recalling the man's nervous behavior back then, he was struggling to make up an answer because the answer had to be absolute nonsense. This entire thing started as a twisted version of a nonsense riddle, so of course the following questions would follow the exact same format. He freezes for a second when you play rock, paper, scissors with your mirror reflection. Why would you be surprised? The voice on the other end gasps in shock, surprised why. Quickly regaining their composure, they demand it is you. You are the one surprised playing rock, paper, scissors with a mirror. Hurry up, what is the answer? The voice keeps echoing in his ear. I do not even know what about the other teachers. His eyes suddenly flash with realization there are definitely more than just 1 or 2 people here. Looking at the active call on his phone, the voices suggest there are at least 4 of them. No, even more. The teachers at this school are actually trying to kill him. Gyeong-won begins counting down in absolute panic. 5, 4. His voice grows more strained with every passing second. 3, 2. The other side suddenly cuts in. Is it because he won or did he lose? 2 hands flicker in the mirror, but somehow his reflection is playing a completely different game. Before he can even speak, the caller pushes to the next question. Hurry up, next one, here we go. A question immediately pops up. What do you call someone who makes a living by deceiving others? Gyeong-won repeats the question with a trembling voice while Lee Jun beside him carefully ponders. Is it just a con artist? No, that answer feels way too obvious. The cold countdown timer starts ticking away again. 5, 4, 3, 2. Standing behind them, Seo hesitantly guesses a masseuse, someone who makes a living by rubbing people. A masseuse. The countdown hits 1 and finally stops. Time is officially up. Gyeong-won suddenly flinches in pure terror. He collapses heavily onto the hard floor. She looks completely stunned. Why did this happen when she had the right answer? He stays silent, realizing that even if someone else gets it right, it does not count. This is a relay game where the person holding the phone must answer. 3 people are still waiting, so who's going to be next? Finally, Seo tightly presses her lips and steps forward. She bends down and decisively picks up the phone. After taking a deep breath, she asks what kind of money her grandfather likes. A long pause passes before the voice replies, great, another question already. This time, the opponent fires back with a question about what kind of money grandfather likes, a joke that Lee Jun immediately recognizes. He frowns in worry, realizing the game will turn into a trivia match at this rate. With that thought, he immediately turns to signal Jung-hee and Jong-hoon to head directly to the staff room, locate those people, and find out exactly who they really are. The 2 of them quickly comply, saying they understand. With that, both of them run down the stairs. Lee Jun already has his own calculations. Good, at least now we know who is involved in this. A drop of cold sweat rolls down his cheek. The real question now is how long Seo can stall them. At this moment, she is counting down. 5, 4. A loud shout interrupts her. Wait, someone, look it up quickly. Seo doesn't care and continues counting. 3, 2. Finally, the other end blurts out the answer, saying it is grandmother because grandmother sounds like grand money. Hearing that, she softly replies that they are correct. After a brief pause, the other side continues with the next question. Who is the poorest king in the world? Seo answers without hesitation, minimum wage. Then she asks what the hottest phone in the world is. The other person struggles with that question. What the hottest phone? What on earth is the world's hottest phone? Suddenly, the phone in Kyungwon's pocket starts ringing. Hurry up. Lee Jun happens to notice this detail. Kyungwon's phone is ringing. The screen displays an incoming video call notification. Seeing this, he quickly picks up President. Do you see them? They are gathering near the broadcasting room. His urgent voice comes through quickly. Look at their faces. On the screen is a man shouting loudly, the hottest phone. What is it? Hurry up. Meanwhile, Seoa counts down in a low voice 5, 4. His voice grows more and more desperate. If you don't know, just look it up. Damn it. Time is slowly running out. 3, 2. Finally, she coldly announces time is up. The teacher's entire body suddenly shudders. Immediately after, he collapses onto the ground. Lee Jun stares intently at his phone now. Who is next? Who will be next? His eyes flash. This is his chance to see and memorize the faces of those trying to kill them. Until a voice rings out, I will play next. Who just came out of the restroom? Hearing this, Seo-ah frowns slightly and asks what the name of Dolly's high school is. Teacher. Teacher Jung-ho is visibly startled for a moment. Very quickly, he is able to answer. If a cannibal sees Usain Bolt, then what? Her expression remains completely unchanged. Fast food. What if milk goes bad? Teacher Jok glares, clenching his teeth in frustration. From the other end of the line, the voice continues. How long does it take to extract oil? Seo-ah replies without any hesitation. 5 days. Which animal apologizes every day? Tough questions are fired back and forth. What is the dirtiest house in the world? She answers every single one flawlessly. An outhouse. Which house can no carpenter ever repair? Lee Jun stands nearby, unable to hide his amazement. She is handling all of this entirely on her own, leaving the other side in a chaotic panic, screaming that they lost. He cannot help but wonder how she can be so incredibly good. He suddenly remembers a moment from the past. Her face lights up as she remembers the funniest story ever. The entire school trip was so full of laughter that even breathing made them chuckle. She is a total pro. At this very moment, Lee Jun is absolutely certain that Seo-ah is shining brighter than anyone else. Suddenly, the PA speakers on the ceiling crackle to life with an emergency announcement. A voice echoes throughout the halls calling for the listed teachers to report to the broadcasting room immediately. Hearing this, Jok urgently reads out the names of Jung Ho Jun, Jok Hee, Choi Kang Ja, and the Class H homeroom teacher. President, did you hear that? He listens closely in silence to the names being broadcast. It seems like those teachers have sided with the science teacher. From a distance, a voice calls out, asking them what they are doing. A guy approaches and grabs his collar, demanding that he turn off the camera and hand over the phone. Ha-jun quickly steps in to stop him, arguing that school is over so they should be allowed to use their phones. The guy yells back, demanding they shut off the camera right now. Seeing this, Lee Jun quickly warns Jok that it is enough telling him to turn off the camera and return to the club room. He quickly reaches out and shuts off the phone, agreeing. With that, the two spin around and run off, ignoring the shouts to halt. Just like that, their figures fade away into the distance. A hand slowly uncaps the marker now. Lee Jun carefully writes down every single name called over the broadcast, knowing they absolutely must remember them and bring this list back to safety no matter what. He mutters the names as he writes, listing Jung Ho Jun, Choi Kang-ja, and their teacher. He suddenly thinks of that man. Even their homeroom teacher is involved, making him wonder who that person truly is. Suddenly, the door behind him is pushed open with force. She walks in with a serious look, announcing that he has arrived, while a completely breathless Jok pants behind her that he is back. Lee Jun breathes a sigh of relief, praising their hard work and telling everyone to line up next to Seo-ah for the next round. A voice from the phone asks what the opposite of a smile is. Jun Seo-ah calmly answers that it is frown action, prompting the next riddle about a strawberry losing its job. The caller gasps in surprise, wondering what on earth a strawberry losing its job even means, and asks if anyone knows the answer. She coldly counts down from 5 to 1, declaring time is up. Watching this from afar, two people are left in utter disbelief, wondering what the hell is going on and how many they have already defeated. Lee Jun points and gives them a tip, explaining that they just need to counter their opponent's nonsense riddles with equally absurd nonsense. Clenching his fist with newfound confidence, he says he gets it, but adds that he has discovered something even more important. Jok then explains that the school principal is actually on their side, having tried to break into the broadcasting room to demand answers about what is going on. This leaves him in deep thought, realizing that the entire school is not against them. At least there is some good news. The voice from the phone demands the next person step up immediately. The person on the other end is clearly losing patience, shouting for the Class H homeroom teacher to resume the broadcast. The phone falls silent for a long moment. Only after a long while does a voice announce his arrival. Both of them watch with wide eyes as a familiar voice speaks from the other end. Lee Jun takes a sharp breath, noting that their homeroom teacher has finally decided to show up. Jun Seo-ah stands tall as before, asking when a person is at their heaviest. A chilling chuckle comes from the other end, recognizing Seo-ah's voice and teasing her for jumping straight into riddles without even offering a polite greeting to her teacher. Ignoring his small talk, she starts counting down, ticking down from 5. He quickly responds, asking if it is when they grow up and get iron, clearly playing along with her word games. This smug attitude makes Jun Seo-ah furrow her brow as she prepares to ask the next riddle. A faint figure sitting in front of a television screen poses a riddle about a husband crying and clapping while watching his own wedding video backward after a massive fight. After a brief pause, she answers that it is because he is playing the wedding tape in reverse. While the written list of names is shown on screen, the speaker asks if playing the video backward makes it look like they are running away from the wedding ceremony. At that moment, the voice suddenly asks if Junhee is next to her, adding a dry joke about Junhee never getting married. His face turns pale instantly, but why? The voice emphasizes every word quite simply, because I said no. Seo-ah looks down and cuts in what is 1 plus 1. The voice on the phone immediately replies, 1 plus 1. If you say so, then it is hard labor. The person on the other end pauses for a second, then hears the next question. A smirk creeps onto his face as he asks what they call putting a hairy stick into your mouth, pulling it out and spitting out a white liquid. The clock keeps ticking down. 5, 4. Everyone else is sweating with anxiety. 3, 2, 1. Seo-ah is forced to shout out it is brushing teeth. A creepy, amused laugh echoes back. Correct. Lee Jun scowls in pure disgust. This shameless man is actually asking high schoolers these kind of dirty questions. After that, the focus completely shifts to their homeroom teacher, forcing her to try and answer these absolutely ridiculous, completely nonsense riddles. He keeps throwing vulgar jokes and crude comments at her, making her shrink back in deep embarrassment until finally everything falls apart. The caller starts listing off the names of her students again, Jun-ho, J-ok, Kang-jae, while their homeroom teacher desperately cries out an apology. Tears stream down her face as she stammers that she simply does not know. At that exact moment, the voice on the phone yells, "Time is up." Seo-ah's entire body suddenly freezes completely. She stumbles backward and slowly collapses to the ground. Lee Jun quickly rushes over to catch her. He looks down and whispers that she did a great job, while she weakly thanks him. With Seo-ah out, Junhee immediately takes over next, but she is utterly confused by a bizarre riddle about why something is not hard, leading to an impossible question that gets her eliminated on the spot. Next up is Dao-kun, who rattles off a ridiculously specific question about a colorectal surgery scene in a 2015 anime episode and how it differs from the original source material, but unfortunately his obscure trivia gets him disqualified, just like the rest. The phone is finally handed over to him as the voice asks if June is next. Lee Jun's face goes completely dark, realizing that after everything his teacher is one of them. With everyone else already collapsed on the floor, the teacher smugly asks if he only realized that today. The remaining members are barely holding on, but the teacher reminds him that the only reason their ghost story club even exists is because of him. Lee Jun maintains his composure, replying that he is grateful for that and will surely remain grateful in the future. The caller pauses for a moment to think in the future, but you are going to die right here. Just as he suspected, they have no idea he can travel back in the past. With that in mind, he immediately speaks up, asking how Jun Seo-ah cried. This time, the teacher does not answer right away. Seizing the chance, he starts counting down. 5, 4. 1. A panicked teacher screams, telling him to wait and asking what kind of question that even is. The timer keeps ticking down. 3, 2. The teacher shrieks, complaining that it is not even a real question. Lee Jun calmly delivers the final blow. 1 time is up. Choked, suffocating cries ring out from the other end of the line. Only now can he finally breathe a sigh of relief. The corner of Lee Jun's mouth curls up. The answer is sob, because she came from a poor family. Once he finishes, the other side goes completely silent. Seeing this, Lee Jun feels a bit suspicious. Is it his turn now? But that voice. He immediately thinks of the vice principal, the second most powerful figure in the entire school. Lee Jun's eyes flicker. If the principal is not the enemy, could this person be the mastermind trying to kill him? Only after a long silence does she speak up, asking what a written apology is in English. His face darkens as he challenges her, refusing to even bother answering. She seems completely caught off guard, asking what on earth he just said. Lee Jun calmly reiterates that he is not answering, you bastard, so they can just play their stupid quiz game alone. Furious, the vice principal shrieks, demanding to know where he learned such insolence, calling him a brainless, arrogant brat. He slams his phone onto the table, leaving her completely stunned. The room echoes with her screaming, calling him a wretched, disrespectful bastard. Lee Jun walks over and slides down into the corner. He looks up, breathing out a heavy sigh. He has now identified most of the teachers involved in the rumor, meaning he only needs to go back and handle them next. With those thoughts, Lee Jun slowly closes his eyes, bidding everyone a quiet farewell. The heart in his chest slowly begins to slow down, until Lee Jun stops breathing altogether. He collapses onto the floor right after. Lee Jun's eyes are shut tight as his body goes entirely stiff. System notifications flash on screen, indicating he has died and is reloading from his last checkpoint. The room falls completely silent before a faint sound echoes. Ha-jun opens her eyes and looks around the room. A moment later, she gasps, realizing that the key was phrasing it as a question all along. Recalling the previous events, she demands to know why they tried to kill Lee Jun. On the other end of the line, a voice anxiously asks if she is safe. The caller grows increasingly frantic, asking if she is on the 5th floor and screaming that they will head to her immediately. Ha-jun finally speaks up coldly, telling them they are being too noisy. With a quick tap of her hand, she ends the call. She then begins to walk away with slow, deliberate steps. Lee Jun sits there, slumped over right next to Jun's COA. Ha-jun smiles faintly, softly whispering that Chun is truly too much. Then her eyes quickly return to their usual cold, expressionless look. He really is a strange guy, looking like someone who wants a quiet life, yet he volunteered to lead the club. He is always willing to carry the burden, acting mysterious, yet completely naive, sometimes appearing brilliant, but then showing his total clumsiness. Pausing for a moment, she cannot help but ask what Chun is thinking. Deep down, Ha-jun is already scheming, weighing whether the cult leader or Lee Jun is the more profitable side to join. She mutters to herself, but now I've made up my mind. Chun, I'm going to stand by your side. Her hand reaches out to touch his face. Even if these current memories fade away, it won't matter. Saying this, Ha-jun stares intently at Lee Jun, this two-faced man, no matter how many times it takes. Her hand gently supports him. He would still make her choose the exact same path. A sharp light suddenly flashes in her eyes. Complex notes are scribbled all over the chalkboard. The teacher paces slowly back and forth between the desks. From the back of the room, a voice calls out, "Excuse me, Teacher Lee." Chun hands over a test paper. Here it is, but the final question seems a bit strange. Rows of dense information are printed across the paper. Looking at it, he ponders for a moment before telling him to just leave that part blank. Finishing his sentence, the teacher turns back toward the podium. His cold eyes quietly steal a glance backward. A clean name tag is pinned securely to his chest. The teacher silently observes, "Perfect, the boy has already taken the bait and checked the question." A curse woven from countless ghostly rumors, but why must they kill him in such a complicated way? No matter. He only needs to follow instructions. It is all the grand will of the Supreme Lord. A moment later, inside the science lab, then he quickly moves to the storage room. Unsettling strange noises echo through the quiet room. They are coming directly from his phone speaker. The teacher frowns, deeply annoyed. Is this some cheap horror movie soundtrack who puts this absolute garbage as their ringback tone? Kids these days will do literally anything just to get a little bit of attention. He presses the phone to his ear, completely baffled. Is that really Lee Jun? Why does he sound so incredibly mature? A suspicious voice echoes on the other end. Who is this? The science teacher stays dead, silent, refusing to speak. He stares at the screen in disbelief. No matter how he spins it, this is absolutely not a student's voice. Rapid questions keep coming. Who is this? I definitely dialed the right number. A slow, calm voice responds, I am Detective Kang Gun from the Seoul Special Investigation Team. May I ask if you are an acquaintance of the student Lee Jun? His hand tightly grips the phone. What on earth is happening? What is this situation? The plan was supposed to be completely flawless. He had checked it over and over, even preparing emergency backup measures in case things went sideways. His head spins in total shock. You can literally feel the dread hitting him. His perfect plan is completely falling apart. What did he miss? The phantom of Lee Jun stands cold among the massive gears of time. Suddenly, the phone rings once again, shattering the silence of the dark room. The science teacher stares at it, hesitating to pick it up. A cold drop of sweat slowly rolls down his pale cheek. Steel his nerves, the science teacher answers the call. Hello. Do not hang up, the detective commands urgently. I am tracking this signal right now. Hearing this, his mind races. Why on earth is it the police? Forcing himself to stay calm, the teacher asks what he means. But the detective instantly snaps back. That is exactly the question I should be asking you. Detective Kang Gun demands to know why he is calling from this phone with a hidden caller identification. The intense pressure makes the teacher grimace. Maybe he should just hang up the phone right now. Sensing his hesitation, the detective quickly warns him, do not hang up, your location is already locked on my screen. Let me see. Kang Gun calmly reads out the address, Naxiong High School in Sillim-dong. This sends a massive shockwave through the terrified teacher. Did the detective really find him? Swallowing his panic, the teacher tries to act natural, claiming he works at the school and asking if he can speak with Lee Jun. The detective demands to know the reason for his call first. Cornered, the teacher desperately scrambles to make up a quick lie, saying he just had something to discuss. But Detective Kang Gun lets out a sigh, meaning him is going to be quite difficult because Lee Jun. He drops the bombshell, the kid is dead. The teacher gasps in absolute shock, uttering a stunned what? Before the teacher can even process this, Kang Gun presses on you call from a dead victim's phone with a blocked number. Do you realize how suspicious you look? The detective drops all niceties and threatens him. Tell me exactly who you are and why you called, or I am coming over there right now. Completely terrified, the teacher stammers as he desperately searches for words. Look, I am just Chun's science teacher and I only wanted to call and check on how his exams went. Detective Kang Gun immediately fires back, asking if he and Lee Jun were close. The teacher hesitates, muttering that they were not really close, just talking once in a while. The science teacher suddenly asks with a trembling voice, "Is he really dead?" The detective refuses to leak any more details coldly, stating that since they are not close, he should just wait and verify everything through the school administration later. Panic screams in his head, this is bad. His perfect plan has completely failed and he desperately needs to grasp the current situation to keep his alibi straight. The teacher immediately attempts to backpedal and salvage the situation, telling the detective he misunderstood because people from the Gyeongsang province are just naturally blunt and rough speakers. He desperately tries to convince Detective Kang Gun, pointing out that the mere fact he called the boy right after his exams proves they had an incredibly close connection. The detective decides to play along, not exposing the obvious lie just yet. Oh really? So just how close were you two? The teacher shamelessly spins a massive fake lie, claiming they were incredibly close and that Chun was practically like a real son to him. He even begins to fake cry, desperately sobbing and asking what on earth could have happened to his beloved student. He pours on the fake grief, lamenting about how smart and hardworking the poor boy was. But Detective Kang Gun is not falling for these crocodile tears. How could you possibly know his grades when this was only the first midterm? Feeling the heat, the teacher defensively raises his voice, claiming any good teacher can tell a student's academic potential just by observing their daily attitude in class. Kang Gun changes the subject, apologizing for his doubt but asks why the teacher hit his number. But the science teacher cuts him off suddenly, wailing out for Chun, calling him his precious boy. He sobs uncontrollably, his body trembling as he asks why this had to happen to such a good kid. Just like that, the science teacher snaps back to normal, pressing for answers about how exactly the boy died. Kang Gun does not hide it anymore. Fine, maybe he should just speak up. Hearing this makes the science teacher rejoice inside. Perfect. Over the phone, Kang Gun begins recounting the story. Kang Gun shares the details. Did you know Chun got shipwrecked once? Starving, he caught a seagull and survived. Years later, remembering that taste, he ordered seagull meat at a restaurant. But after one bite, he froze, asking why. This bizarre story leaves the science teacher totally confused, wondering what on earth he is talking about. The room instantly falls dead silent. He grits his teeth, barely holding back his rising anger. Losing his temper completely, the science teacher suddenly flings his phone across the room. The device tumbles and rolls several times across the floor. Unable to take it, the teacher screams out, "What is the reason? Stop talking nonsense, you bastard." Kang Gun snaps back, asking if he is hanging up on him. "You will regret it," he warns. The science teacher calms down to piece it all together. It was strange from the start. He died less than 20 minutes after finishing the exam, and the police showed up. How does that make any sense? He yells into the receiver, furious that this guy would dare play games with him. Then a chilling thought hits the science teacher. Wait, if this punk is playing games, does that mean he figured out my plan? A sudden wave of deep anxiety washes over the science teacher, but how? Yet he quickly rejects the theory. No, it cannot be. At least it is better than Chun actually being dead. The science teacher flashes a wicked, smug grin. There is still a chance left. He calls out through the receiver, asking if Chun is the one on the other line. On the other end, the mastermind behind the prank sighs helplessly. Hearing that voice makes the science teacher absolutely ecstatic. Yes, that is definitely the voice of a teenage boy. Seizing the moment, he demands to know exactly why that man died in the story. Not wasting a single second, the science teacher begins a smug countdown. 5, 4. A wide, confident grin spreads across his face. 3, 2. Drunk on triumph, the science teacher bellows the final number 1 times up. A strange noise crackles over the line. Believing he has won, the science teacher bursts into a loud laugh. Smug as ever, he boasts that Chun is practically like his very own son. His mocking laughter rings out. What a cheeky kid, trying to play tricks on his own teacher. Back in his day, students did not even dare step on their teacher's shadow. Pulling out the test paper, he decides to be generous and award the kid a perfect 100. Giddy with excitement, he grabs his pen, thinking 100 points for the clever little rascal. Cackling like a maniac, he starts grading the test, admitting the kid really is sharp. But suddenly, the smug grin freezes solid on the teacher's face. Staring right back at him are the words Lee Jun had written down. The answer sheet has his correct name, but the answer to the 6th question is deeply unsettling. Written clearly on the paper is the chilling answer: the meat tasted strange because it was actually my wife. The science teacher freezes, completely stunned by the words. Right then, Lee Jun's voice cuts in, asking if he has laughed enough. Having completely taken control of the board, he tells the teacher to answer. Flash of a sly grin on Lee Jun. So why was the man stunned? Flashing back to earlier, inside multi-purpose room number 3, voices can be heard explaining the entire situation. As soon as Lee Jun finishes his explanation, the room drops into dead silence. Ki Eung-gon sighs in sheer disbelief, while Jok Hun still can't wrap his head around what is going on. Seoa shoots him a highly suspicious look, asking if he is serious. As for Jin-hee, her face is covered in massive question marks. K. Eung-gon turns to him, wondering if they assume it's true. What is his plan, Lee Jun? Lee Jun takes a moment to seriously think it over. He suddenly remembers a business card. Park Kang-woon. He was told to call him if things got bad. At that moment, Lee Jun flashes back. Storming into the science lab, he suddenly realized a critical detail. It was that intense back-and-forth session. He and the science teacher seriously traded those complex riddles. That made Lee Jun realize the trick. It was not about the phone itself, but the direct spoken words. While making the call was indeed the trigger, the actual question and answer process did not have to happen through the device at all. So he quickly made up his mind. He would simply write the answer down on his test sheet. With Lee Jun executing this brilliant strategy, the chances of his written answer being accepted were incredibly high. Now watch how he handles this. Lee Jun starts mimicking the teacher's voice, demanding an immediate answer. A smug smile spreads across Lee Jun's face. He asks why the man was so surprised. He does not hesitate for a second, immediately counting down 5, 4, 3. That sudden countdown catches the science teacher completely off guard. What is this? What is going on? He stands frozen, staring at the phone on the floor with countless questions running through his head. Why is he the one getting questioned? The science teacher panics, trying to recall the details of the riddle about eating seagull meat. Isn't this his own classic question? Meanwhile, Lee Jun remains totally calm as he finishes his countdown 2-1. Right on cue, the terrified science teacher shrieks human meat, realizing that the meal he ate on that deserted island was actually his own wife. Instantly, the entire room falls into a dead, heavy silence. Lee Jun just chuckles with absolute delight, mocking the teacher for not even listening to the question correctly. He mockingly drops the real answer. The teacher never had a wife, so how could he eat her meat? He continues to mock him, adding that he never realized the teacher cared about him like a son. The science teacher is left completely dazed and confused, struggling to understand what is even happening. Lee Jun calmly explains that it is just a clever twist on his old riddle, a perfect trick for midterm season. Hearing those words, the defeated science teacher can only weakly mutter Lee Jun's name. Showing his true cowardly colors, he desperately begs Lee Jun to let him off the hook, just this once. But Lee Jun has no mercy, telling him to beat it. The moment those words leave his mouth, a terrifying supernatural force slams directly into the science teacher. He writhes in absolute agonizing pain. And just like that, the teacher collapses onto the floor, completely defeated. At that moment, the system notification blares aloud, announcing that surviving the C-rank horror event of the curse question grants him 10 horror points, followed by a chain of bonus rewards for utilizing his genius intellect to successfully deflect the deadly curse directly back onto the attacker instead. He has been awarded an additional 50 horror points. Every participating party member receives a 10% bonus, with the 5 members Kai, Ung-gon, Jae, Ok Hun, Seo, Ah Jin-hee, and Ha Jun bringing the base score to 60, earning him an extra 50% bonus of 30 points, bringing his total horror score to 200, 9-2. Time passes, and by the very next day, police cruisers and ambulances are already lined up right outside the school gates. The chaotic scene leaves shocked bystanders wondering what could have possibly happened. 2 paramedics wheel a gurney into the back of the ambulance, while onlookers whisper, asking if something terrible had just occurred. Moments later, the heavy ambulance doors slam shut, and the vehicle speeds off into the distance. Park Kang-woon watches them go, asking if he did everything exactly as instructed. He can hardly believe his eyes, asking Lee Jun if this was truly their best option. Lee Jun defends his actions, reminding him that the man was actively trying to kill him. He recounts his horrific experiences, explaining that he has already died 3 times because of him. Even if he managed to dodge it this time, he would have eventually been targeted again. Park Kang-woon gazes up at the sky, admitting that after seeing it firsthand, regression is impossible to deny. Hearing this, Lee Jun chuckles. That is quite a surprise. Officer, I thought you would be cold toward criminals. The officer replies, seriously, listen, Lee Jun, despite how I look, I stand for justice and hate seeing anyone die right in front of me. Realizing he misspoke, Lee Jun bows his head. I am sorry, but there really was no other way. Officer Kang-gun does not press him any further, merely letting out a heavy sigh. He then makes a decision. You go on ahead first. I need to make a few calls and will follow shortly. Quiet footsteps echo softly through the empty, silent stairwell. Lee Jun walks quietly up the stairs. He reflects as he walks. After this incident, everyone must realize that everything he warned them about is absolutely true. He realizes that Seo Ah Kyung-gon and Ha Jun, those who shared those nested dreams with him, have now witnessed such a bizarre, terrifying phenomenon manifest in the real world for the very first time. As he approaches the familiar multipurpose room number 3, he makes his decision. Lee Jun quietly steels his resolve. Yes, the time has come to lay everything bare. He steps inside the room, ready to face his friends. Every single person there is overwhelmed by a different wave of emotion. Seeing their heavy expressions, Lee Jun breaks into a cold sweat, and yeah, I would be terrified too. He recalls his past regressions, even when they remembered absolutely nothing of those loops. Yet his teammates still risk their lives for him time and time again. He quietly steels his resolve. Now is the moment to reveal the entire truth. Although in Ha-jun's true identity remains a mystery, she has never hesitated to sacrifice herself for the sake of others. Lee Jun calculates his odds. This is a direct quest triggered by his S-rank skill, Goddess of Fortune. Rather than relying on his own clumsy plans, he chooses to trust the system, an intelligence far beyond human comprehension. Standing in the familiar multi-purpose room number 3, his voice breaks the silence. Everyone is here. Indeed, not a single member of the group is missing. Heavy tension is written clearly across every single face. Lee Jun stands before them and speaks. I honestly do not know where to start, so showing you directly might be best. Instantly, the system window materializes before him, showing the Malivo Club Level 2 status board member management shop and club settings. Lee Jun taps a specific option on the floating system screen. A crisp system notification immediately chimes in. Welcome to the club shop. In the shop, you can spend points to purchase essential items for running your club at the lowest possible prices. The system laid it all out in detail. Not only could they spend points on basic items, but they could also purchase policies or school facilities that directly influence how the school was run. It reminded them that spending wisely was the shortest path to victory, wishing them luck. Lee Jun stared at the floating text, lost in thought. The shop interface had unlocked a month ago. Although he had never used it seriously, he had browsed the catalog enough to know exactly how it worked. A massive list of categories popped up right in front of him. It had absolutely everything ranging from apparel, beauty and food to electronics, home appliances, vehicles, and even complete structural upgrades for the school facilities. The endless catalog left him amazed. It felt exactly like browsing an online shopping site. He scrolled through the options, remembering that their club room was desperately in need of a proper sofa. The furniture section loaded, showing various listings. There was a 3-seater fabric sofa with pillows for 28 points, a natural wood set for 20 points, and a genuine leather 4-seater from Sidong Furniture listed at 34 points. His eyes landed on a premium 4-person leather sofa priced at 66 points. He frowned at the hefty cost. Still, a 4-seater was the absolute minimum if they wanted everyone to fit comfortably. Lee Jun looked up and called out to Jin-hee, asking if she thought a gray or blue sofa would look better in their room. Jin-hee paused and offered her opinion, saying gray would probably fit the room best. Hearing her answer, he made his decision. With a quick tap, the system confirmed his selection of a gray fabric 4-seater from Sidong Furniture for 59 points. A warning popped up stating that point purchases were final and could not be returned, exchanged, or refunded. Lee Jun smiled at the screen and whispered a congratulations to Jin-hee. His sudden announcement left the others completely dazed as he declared they would no longer have to sleep on hard chairs. A second later, the screen flashed with a purchase successful notification. Right away, a strange noise echoed from just outside. The door gave a loud metallic rattle. Detective Park Kang-woon stepped forward, warily looking out to see what was happening. Suddenly, something catches his eye. A random sofa has appeared outside out of nowhere, leaving Park Kang-woon completely stunned. But they still drag it inside. Everyone stands around deeply, admiring how incredibly well it fits in this exact spot. Lee Jin-hee reacts instantly, diving headfirst onto it. She sinks into the absolute cloud-like softness, gasping out a dramatic, "Oh my goodness." Lee Jin-hee giggles in pure delight and tells Hun to come sit next to his big sister, leaving the kids staring blankly. Park Kang-woon watches with a trace of worry while Jun Seo-a tries to hold her back. Lee Jun also feels pretty awkward since an officer is right there, noting that Lee Jin-hee really is just someone who lets her emotions run wild. Suddenly, a system notification rings out stating that his understanding of Lee Jin-hee has increased by 10 points. Ki Won-gon, who has been quiet this whole time, suddenly speaks up to demand answers about what is actually going on. Lee Jun takes a deep breath and says that he wants to explain everything, explaining that he showed them this impossible sofa first so they would believe his next words. He asks everyone to make themselves comfortable and sit down because this is going to be a very long story. Right after that, Lee Jun starts his detailed explanation, guessing that a few of them might have already noticed. He seriously points out the spatial changes, noting that their club room has already expanded 2 times now. His words make Jun Seo-a flinch, realizing her suspicions were right. Ki Won-gon is completely shocked by the news, and Hun stands right beside him, muttering that he honestly thought he had just lost weight. Lee Jin-hee is not surprised, thinking it would actually be weird not to notice. Lee Jun clarifies that while it expanded, no construction crew actually came to do physical work, explaining that just like the sofa appearing from thin air, this is a supernatural phenomenon completely beyond human understanding. He continues his explanation, revealing that everything first began 3 years ago on his very first day of high school. But Ki Won-gon instantly cuts him off, questioning if he meant middle school instead of high school. Lee Jun firmly insists it was indeed high school, telling him to just listen. Continuing his tale, he recalls how a floating screen resembling a video game interface suddenly materialized before him, which he calls a status board. At this point, Lee Jun turns to write on the blackboard for easier illustration, explaining that it looked roughly like this. He sketches a diagram showing Tuesday, April 23, 2019, with 1,323 points, 2 ghost stories, a 12% causality rate, a status board, club, management stats, and a shop pointing out exactly how it looked. The entire room gasps. Total silence follows. With a grim expression, Lee Jun continues explaining that this game-like system told him he must gather 10 points by hunting monsters to prepare for a Demon King resurrecting in 3 years. He looks back, confirming that everything happened exactly as promised. Bizarre occurrences broke out that he could only describe as real-life ghost stories. Terrifying memories of those moments flashed through Lee Jun's mind. Some of the members sitting in this room actually experienced those horrors with him. As proof, he mentions their science teacher who recently died after trying to use those monsters to curse him, only for the deadly curse to backfire and kill the teacher instead. Park Kang-woon suddenly interrupts the explanation to ask if these monsters he keeps mentioning are indeed the terrifying creatures from urban legends. Lee Jun solemnly confirms this fact, explaining they are the frightening entities born from urban legends, supernatural mysteries, and dark conspiracy theories. He reiterates that for him, those myths became physical living realities, leaving Park Kang-woon deeply silent as he digests the wild claim. He then asks how the science teacher could possibly know about and exploit such supernatural forces, and Lee Jun honestly admits that he has no idea since it is his first time seeing it. He recalls the message from the status window. It welcomed him to Nakseong High School, a place full of mysteries and occult phenomena. It commanded him to uncover the school's dark secrets or defeat urban legends to earn points and special abilities. It urged him to gather allies and prevent the resurrection of the Demon King before graduation, declaring that the world lay in his hands. Repeating the system's main point, he warns them that this school hides deep, dark secrets. Lee Jun continues his story, admitting that he chose to ignore the status board warnings and the consequence of living a perfectly normal life was devastating. He recalls his past life where in 2022 the Demon King resurrected. This leaves Jun Seo a completely dazed while Ki Won-gon gasps out in absolute shock. Lee Jun patiently clarifies that he means an actual literal Demon King, explaining that to understand they must go back to the very beginning. His unbelievable tale starts on a day when the sky was still clear and bright, ending as things fade to orange. They finally finish up their lunch inside multi-purpose room number 3 when Yoon-gon seriously speaks up about how unbelievable it is that their leader lived 3 extra years and returned. Jinhee jumps in with her own questions, wondering if minimum wage went up or how stocks and the lottery did. Elder Park Kang-woon chimes in as well, asking if anything major went down in politics or society during that time. Jae-hoon asks what he thinks is a highly serious question. Season 3 of Slime Village is out, but did Obi drop its final episode yet? The barrage of questions leaves Lee Jun completely flustered, begging them to wait because he will answer everything soon. Then he voices his own lingering doubt, asking if they actually believe his story right now. Yoon-gon answers on behalf of the group, pointing out that they have already experienced it too. With a serious look on his face, he asks if the whole story about school admission was just a lie. Lee Jun lets out a sigh, apologizing for that lie and for dragging everyone into this mess without their consent. He explains that he never wanted any of this, but whether they hide for a single day or 3 years, it always returns. Looking around, Lee Jun admits that while it sounds like a wild excuse, he simply cannot handle this ordeal alone. With a look of sheer determination, he promises to give it his all, asking if they will stay by his side. Silence. The entire room falls dead silent. But then, wait for it, a warm hand reaches out to comfort him. Startled, Lee Jun turns to look over. With a bit of hesitation, Seo Ah speaks up to reassure him, telling Chun he does not have to carry this heavy burden alone. Shocked, he stares back, calling her name. Before long, another hand joins in on the huddle. Yoon-gon, looking slightly embarrassed, admits that since there is no other choice, he will throw his support in too. One by one, the others start voicing their agreement. Jae-hoon, maintaining his usual playful attitude, jokes about whether they are planning to save the entire world now. Another hand reaches out to help. Ha-jun, silent until now, admits he is genuinely curious to see what Chun plans to do from here. Lee Jun looks at them in disbelief, completely speechless. Jinhee flinches under Jae-hoon's intense gaze, complaining that the whole situation is way too cheesy. Park Kang-woon finds himself pinned by Seo Ah's steady gaze, grumbling about whether he really has to join too. He sighs, helpless but ready. And finally, he agrees to support their little group. Watching them, Lee Jun breathes a sigh of relief, glad to finally share his secrets with everyone. But get this, they have absolutely no idea what they are truly signing up for. Fleeting moments of joy flash through Lee Jun's mind. Terrifying memories, they flood in. He remembers the sheer tragedy Jinhee faced in her past life, and the bone-chilling monsters he has faced alone. Every single nightmare rushes back, yet one thing remains absolutely certain: the unforgettable times and precious memories he built with his friends. Every single breathless moment he encountered only proves that no matter what happens, they will survive together. Those tense, heart-pounding seconds at the edge of survival. The horror. The terrifying jump scares. and their endless chaotic bickering. Those rare, genuine smiles on Ha Jun's face. Even seeing a desperately ill Co only leaves Lee Jun with a strong, deep gut feeling. Back in the club room, a soft, relieved smile washes over Coa's face, while Yoon Gon stands with a look of total determination, and Ha Jun wears a warm, sincere smile. Next to him, Do Kun stood ready, looking surprisingly full of energy. Park Kang-woon felt a bit out of place, grumbling about having to babysit these teenagers. Jin Hee kept her eyes sharp, looking completely focused. Together, the entire room chanted their club name, the Ghost Story Club. Their united shout echoed through the empty school halls. Suddenly, his status window popped up again with a new message. It congratulated him for finally sharing his secrets with his companions on their mission to stop the Demon King. The system reminded him that trust was crucial, urging him to understand his teammates. A new quest called Camaraderie appeared, tasking him with raising his understanding of a member to 180%. The reward would boost the school policy stats. Nearby, Jin-hee cried out, complaining that she had almost died of fright. The room filled with playful laughter as the others joked about saving the planet. Even with an uncertain future looming ahead, they still found comfort in joking around together.